Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. You only really know what you look like when you see yourself on the screen like this. I never even know that this was what I look like. But there we are. So here we are. So there you are, and here we are. So good to be here. Good to see you. Good to have you around. So always a delight in your company. Never taken for granted. Always with gratitude. You are always received. So receive with gratitude yet again. So here we go. Here we go again. We do it as we always do it. So only really to do it in your company. So good to have you here. So good to have you here. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So that should be as a matter of routine. So click on the like button, click on subscribe if you haven't done so already. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your open invitation to come and spend time on the screen. We had Rotimi join us yesterday. And then I think we had another new voice. We had two new voices join us yesterday. And they delighted in the experience. So you can be the new voice that delights in the experience today. So to delight in the experience, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It just brings you into the studio. There is no force to it. There is no special notice, just that. So do that. And then your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always been presented. So if you feel like tipping towards the platform and you think that this noise-making guy, he needs a bit of lubrication and you want to get him a cups of coffee, then there's that link right there. So buy me coffee, say. So buy your host cups of coffee. So if you click on that, it's 3 easy steps and you can go wild, to your heart's content. So do those. What are we contending with today? Apologies. A lot of you thought that, and I also did think that we had already parked the Peter Obi narratives to one side, and we're now in the space of governance now. But it's something that refuses. I was going to say it's an annoyance that refuses to go away, but an annoyance that refuses to go away. So we're back with P2B yet again and his motley crew. P2B and his motley crew. What are they up to? Labour Party, Peter Obi. Let me try that again. Labour Party, Obi present mathematics professor, Rice News director as witnesses at Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. So really, it is the mathematics professor that really that tickled me to want to bring this to you as a presentation. So this is now the far-fetching, far-reaching, net casting, pie in the sky reach that space is now at now. So it's just a wildness that is going on there. A mathematics professor to come and intimidate the judges. So there it is. I wonder what will come of that. Labour Party, Obi present mathematics professor, Rice News director as witnesses at Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. So there's two spaces there, actually. The mathematics professor, which would be to the consternation of the judges, who would now pretend like though they understand anything that a mathematics professor has to say. So he's been brought in to intimidate the judges and to feed red meat, of course, to his adherents. So that's that purpose. But then the Arise News director as well. So a lot of people already concluded that the Arise TV space are a satellite of the Labour Party, certainly an obedient space. And this headline now adds even more credence to that assumption. Labour Party, Obi present mathematics professor, Arise News director as witnesses at Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. So we touch base then to find out the latest development in the land of P2B. So in the land of P2B, so from the land of P2B back to the real world. So back to the real world, all theft will be stopped, says Asari Dokubo after meeting with Tinubu. So Asari Dokubo now, there's an orderly queue to Aso Rock Villa as everybody now going in to test the tempo and the temperature of the new administration. So that's going on. Dangote in and out already. The Naira swap has really cost him heavily. They are estimating that not the Naira swap or the Naira convergence, the uniformity in a exchange rate, the removal of dualization within the exchange rate system, that's really cut him off the hop. And they're saying it's costing him in the region of 3.5 billion thereabouts. So he's constantly in and out of Aso Rock, trying to see how much he can recover of his money. But then he's taking Bill Gates along with him as well to meet Tinubu. So all roads lead to Aso Rock at the moment. And Asari Dokubo, of course, he's there. So we have a video clip of his meeting with Tinubu, which we shall be playing to you in the course of this session. So hold steady and hold firm. Hold steady and hold firm. So hold steady and hold firm. We're going on next to this headline. Full list of ministers Tinubu is expected to present before July the 28th, and why. So that headline, it promises a lot, but it may not deliver the fullness of that promise, because I've had a look at it, but there's certainly enough there to chew over. But wait to see what that headline unpacks. So wait to see what that headline unpacks, and then also wait to see what this headline unpacks. Full list 12 people Tinubu should investigate over government stolen money. Ex-lawmaker reveals in trending video. So you know who it is, of course. Mohammed Kazware Gudaji. So that's him, of course, the one that is always speaking, the one that gave us the. So he's back in circulation and he's making waves within the news cycle. Mohammed Kazware Gudaji. So that's his name. So there it is. Our full list. 12 people Tinubu should investigate over government stolen money. Ex-lawmaker reveals in trending video. So we have that video as well. And of course, we have the readout as well. So hang around for that. Malami reacts to alleged EFCC investigation, says, I am not on the run. So we'll see now if Malami is on that list of people that Honorable Kazware feels should be behind bars. So we'll have a look at that as well. Only then to land on this. Stop payment to MDA still further notice. Tinubu order CBN. So MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, or ministries, is it directorates and agencies? Anyway, stop paying all of them, essentially, is what Tinubu is saying. But why? So we look into that, and then we'll find out shortly. So plenty to go through. When is there not ever plenty to go through? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the studio. And if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, you know what to do. That's pinned on the comment section. So let's do all that. But as you do all those, let me take a little musical intermission to recalibrate myself. And then when we come back, we launch straight into the throes of it. But first, the guides. Water, only water, only water, where is Sima? Water, only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o. And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. So Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. As guys, I bring you this. So apologies. I thought we had abandoned the P2B something, but we're back there again. So to P2B, Labour Party, Obi present mathematics professor, Arise News director as witnesses at presidential election petition tribunal. So let's find out what's going on here. The Labour Party LP and its presidential candidate Peter Obi during Thursday's proceedings at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, presented Eric Ofuagbu, a professor of mathematics at the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Anambra State, as their fourth witness. Not to get ethnic just at the opening paragraph, but the total padding out of the Obi legal suit is very heavily weighted in the direction of his talk. Let me put it that way. It's very heavily weighted in the direction of his talk. So his legal team, of course, their office talk, and the witnesses that is bringing their office talk, and any and everything that is presenting to fight for the Nigerian presidency of his stock. So of his stock, the Labour Party LP and its presidential candidate, Peter Obi, during Thursday's proceedings at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, presented Eric Ofuagbu, a professor of mathematics at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Anambra State, as their fourth witness. The petitioners challenging the election of, pardon me, the petitioners challenging the election of President Bola Tinubu in the February 25th presidential election also presented the Arise News Director of Operation, Lami something or the other, as a subpoenaed witness and fifth overall witness for the petitioners so far, according to Arise News. However, Abubakar Mohammed, the lead counsel for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, informed the court that he had just been served the statement of witness of Ofuagbu on Thursday morning, which was the day of the proceeding. The lead counsel for INEC argued that bringing the witness on short notice leaves the legal team of the Electoral Commission at a disadvantage. He described the action of the counsel for the Labour Party as an ambush and urged the court to step down the witness to give his team adequate time to study the witness statement. But Wale Olanipekun SAN, the lead counsel for President Tinubu, said that he had no problem allowing the witness to give his testimony. Olanipekun, you see, there's somewhat the feel and texture that people, they're just going through a process, really, because if they're not looking to push back against the witness, that tells you they're just going through a process that they already know the destination now. So the Peter will be something, not anything that especially rankles him. But Wale Olanipekun SAN, the lead counsel for President Tinubu, said that he had no problem allowing the witness to give his testimony. Olanipekun, however, stated that standing down the witness for a few minutes would not be out of order. So the back and forth of that, but really the presentation of a mathematics professor. Let me actually give you the full readout. It's not that long. But the INEC lawyer interjected that the legal team of the electoral body would need about 48 hours based on the pre-hearing report to study the statement of a star witness / expert witness. He, however, urged the court to grant his prayers. The chairman of the court, Justice Haruna, in a short ruling stated that in the interest of justice and fair hearing, the witness would be led in evidence on Thursday, whilst cross-examination will be held on Friday. So there it is. So the real substance of it then is the mathematics professor then that they brought in to try and use to intimidate the court. So there it is. The mathematics professor. I wonder how that will play out. You know. Sorry, let me upload something which you may want to see. Is that the one? Bear with me. You'd have thought that I would have perfected this thing by now. I just meander through it in just a leisurely fashion. But let's meander through it on. Let's go on to this one. So this one comes with a short little video clip. So I'm just making sure that that video is available. So I'll play it to you at the end of the readout. So no, it's not that one. Hold on. let me just make sure that I've got it. Yes, it's this one. So it's hold on. There's just some of the processes you have to go through. Let's just it is really just Asari Dokubo coming out of Aso Rock, where he went to have discussions with Tinubu. So yes, let's wait for that to download. As we wait for that to download, video, all theft will be stopped, says Asari Dokubo after meeting Tinubu. A former Niger Delta agitator. I wonder how that is a title now. You know, even that is a title. You know how much, oh gosh, that wasn't meant to happen. You know how much we love our titles within the Nigerian space. So a former agitator now is also a title within the Nigerian mix. So I wonder how he responds to that. So I'm just talking, filling in the gap. All right, let's carry on. A former Niger Delta agitator, Asari Dokubo, has vowed that there will be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta region. Dokubo stated this after meeting President Bola Tinubu at the Aso Rock Villa on Friday. And this is what he had to say. There will be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta, Asari Dokubo. A former... Okay. Actually, let me take it from the top again. A former Niger Delta agitator, Asari Dokubo, has vowed that there will be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta region. Dokubo stated this after meeting President Tinubu at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja on Friday. He said, "It's just to come and see my father and give him a word of support for what he has achieved and what he has done so far. When I am speaking about the president, I am speaking from a personal point of view. I will do everything to make my father succeed. That is a promise I have given to myself and to him, Tinubu. All theft will be stopped. There will be zero oil. There will be zero oil in the Niger Delta, inshallah. So there should be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta, inshallah. That should say, but there he is then. So if he's able to stop all theft, then that then tells you then what participation he had in it in the first instance. But there he is. So now this headline, it promises more than it delivers because it doesn't actually give us names, but it looks as though Tinubu has boiled down the ministries to a crucial 27. But we can then have the conversations as to who should fit in where. So that then gives us the opportunity then to slot in people into ministerial positions. And by the way, there are still spaces left in the studio for whoever wants to join us. Let me just post the link again so it's ready to hand. As you know, if we don't have people joining us, then we can't really have a conversation because otherwise I'll just have to do the readouts and bail out. But let me post the link for whoever does want to join. So let me post the link for whoever wants to join as we go to now this ministerial list. Full list of ministers Tinubu is expected to present before July the 28th. And why? So it doesn't actually give us names. That's the thing. President Bola Tinubu hits the ground running from day one when he resumed the office of the president. That is, he assumes, of course, he did not resume the office because he was not there. You see, you wonder what sort of school this, the person who wrote this is a Baba Yusuf. So that explains a lot. That explains a lot. Look at that. President Bola Tinubu hit the ground running. You can see it on your screen from day one when he resumed the office of the president. He did not resume the office of the president because he was never previously president. He assumed. I hope that was a typographical error anyway. I suspect it may well have been. But let's carry on. Let's ignore that. The actions of President Tinubu has increased. You see, is no, I think this guy actually is poor grammar because it has. Anyway, let me not do that. The actions of President Tinubu have increased the expectations of Nigerians from their new leader and the talk on who are those that would be his minister. So this is what somebody actually wrote. probably some semi-literate person. It says, meanwhile, the president cannot keep the expectation for long, and the list is expected to be out latest by July the 28th. This is because by July the 28th, it will be 2 months since he assumed. So it is actually, it was actually a typographical error. So yes. Meanwhile, the president cannot keep the expectation for long, and the list is expected to be out latest by July the 28th. This is because by July the 28th, it will be 2 months since he assumed to the position of Nigerian leader. A new law signed by immediate past President Muhammadu Buhari stated that the new president has only 2 months, which is 60 days, to send his ministers' names to the National Assembly. Right. If President Tinubu did not restructure the current system, he's expected to submit the names of 27 ministers for consideration by the Senate between now and July the 28th. So I think that gives us approximately however many days to that. So these are the ministries then to be occupied. So this is where I'm hopeful that we will have the fun because we now have a list of 27 ministers and then the invitation then to pick who you think best fits. So the FCT, for instance, the Federal Capital Territory, the mayor or governor of the FCT, I think it's the mayor, isn't he? I think that's a position very much coveted by Ganduje. So I think Ganduje is gunning for that one. Which one is another large one? Ministry of Finance. So who gets that? Information and Culture. So Lai Mohammed has made that ministry sexy. It was just a mundane ministry. Federal Ministry of Justice, a lot of people speculate Fashola for that. Water resources. So this is the ministry that they tried to use to bring Ruga in. So how do they handle that under this dispensation? Ministry of Petroleum, of course, a lot of people actually talking about the name Jensen Wike in that direction. So Ministry of Defense. So when this ministry is occupied, then that tells you the directional travel of the war against the insurgency. So these are crucial spaces that you need subject matter experts, as Enigmatic excellently put it yesterday. Ministry of Power, of course. This particular ministry, only the best person. This cannot be a political appointment. Anyway, we saw how it was a political appointment under Buhari, and how the guy is being chased around by EFCC. So all of these ministries, then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that's the equivalent of the Secretary of State in the United States, and it's a very coveted, very plumb ministry under normal circumstances. It doesn't really resonate within the Nigerian space, but who occupies that space? So we'll do a sound check of the panelists as they turn up, to ask them who they think best fits into this 27 ministry. So hang back and hold back for that. And if you have any thoughts on that, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen. Recall that the president wrote to the Senate last week to request approval to make 20 special advisors. The request was approved by the 9th Senate. The appointment of special advisors did not require the approval of the legislature. And on Thursday, June the 15th, the president announced the appointment of 8 special advisors. So it looks as though, in addition to the special advisors, an economic team has been inaugurated as well. So these are things that Tinubu can decide by himself. Tinubu inaugurates National Economic Council headed by Shettima. Correspondents reported that Bola Tinubu on Thursday constituted and inaugurated the National Economic Council at the presidential villa. The committee is headed by Vice President Kashim Shettima and is saddled with the responsibility of advising the president on the roadmap to the economy. Addressing the council, President Tinubu said his administration has no excuse for failure because he, the vice president, and many others begged Nigerians to be given the responsibility. So let's see now. There's a hyperlink to that. Inaugurated council. So let's see if we can pick up names from there. See, let's see. Let's just have a look quickly, and let's have a look to see if it actually offers us any names as to who occupies what. Okay, let's see. Right, Aso Rock, President Tinubu inaugurates the National Economic Council at the Presidential Villa on Thursday, June the 15th. According to a video shared by Asiwaju Bola Tinubu Media Center on Twitter on Thursday, the council is headed by the Vice President Kashim Shettima. The president charged the council to work with the administration in reviving the country's economic fortunes for Nigerians. So it doesn't give us the names of the people are present in there. So let's move swiftly on from there, and let's go to this space. Let's go to Abubakar Malami, who a lot of people are actually speculating should be the next on the list to be arrested. And every arrest so far is pointing really in the direction of a possible arrest of Abubakar Malami. You have to say that, because the link to MFLA and the link to Bawa, they all point to Abubakar Malami. So he's come out in protestation. Malami reacts to alleged EFCC invitation, says, I am not on the run. So he's not on the run, according to him. The immediate past Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has denied reports claiming that he was on the run over corruption allegations. Shortly after the suspension of the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the FCC, Abdurrashid Bawa, by President Bola Tinubu, many online reports claimed that Mr. Malami had left the country in a bid to evade arrest. But while speaking with correspondents on Thursday night, Mr. Malami said he had not received any invitation letter from the EFCC. According to him, contrary to the viral report, he has not traveled out of the country. He said, I have not been invited by the EFCC or any other anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria. I am available in Nigeria and attending a wedding Fatiha slated for 2:30 at a mosque in Kano today. I have no plans of leaving Nigeria, and I will gladly honor any invitation extended to me by any agency of government. I am a true Nigerian, and I believe in the Nigerian project. I will make myself available to Nigeria and its institutions on demand. So this is a man emboldened them by his own self-confidence, but so much linked to this guy. If this guy evades the law, then we're not going anywhere within the Nigerian space. So now this now the last readout, and then we come into the room, see if there's anyone there to take it on. Stop payments to MDAs till further notice, Tinubu order CBN. As part of the ongoing efforts at taking firm control of his administration, President Bola Tinubu has reportedly directed the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to stop further payments to ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, of the federal government till further notice. A presidency, that will be a source at the presidency told correspondents in Abuja on Friday that the presidential order was issued before the embattled CBN Governor Emefiele was suspended and handed over to the Department of State Services for further action. According to the source, the directive, which came immediately after President Tinubu assumed office, was to ensure accountability in the MDAs and to prevent looting of government treasury. So last-minute looting, I think they would have already done that before you came in, by the way. The source said that the directive was total and clear, with no exception. Investigation revealed that following the development, the MDAs to have placed a total embargo on payments to their creditors till further notice, as well as finding difficult to operate as no more money coming from the government CBN. A director general of a federal government agency who confirmed the development on Saturday in confidence said that the directive had grounded operations for the second week running, now as the agencies had no money to run its operations. According to him, the federal government has placed an embargo on CBN to stop further payments to the MDAs. We are not expecting money from anywhere. Debts are piling up. Even money we are owing media houses for advertisements. We have no money to settle debts. The saving grace we have is that the staff salaries are being paid directly from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. I think the situation will be normalized soon. So that is not Obasanjo. That's I'm only really thinking of Obasanjo because Obasanjo, just as early as recently, he granted an interview speaking to the Tinubu space. We may well land on that space at some point, but let me bring it back to where we're starting off and come into the room. So joining us, Bishop, who's ever always early. Hassan takes time off from his ministerial duties, essay to Kashim Shettima, so he joins us. Solomon joins us, and the majestic Ajanle Koko in the house. So an excellent team, an excellent assemblage. So let me play 2 video clips, and then we'll kick the conversation on. Let's first go to Asari Dokubo. And by the way, the video slowly builds up to him speaking. So there's nothing wrong with the volume. Is when it lands in front of the press park. That's when he starts to speak. So there it is. I don't think we've ever really gotten this much insight into the Aso Rock Villa as we have been getting now under the Tinubu administration. So here comes now the fat man from the creeks.
He just to come and say hello to my father. I've congratulated him before this time, and to give a word of support for what he has achieved and what he has done so far. And I know that Nigeria had changed. Nigeria had turned 360 degrees in the positive direction. When I'm speaking about the president, I'm speaking from a personal point of view. I will do everything, I can stake everything to make my father, in quote, succeed. And that is a promise I had given to myself and a promise I've given to him. Oil theft will be stopped. There'll be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta, inshallah. Thank you very much.
That's quite a promise from that guy that there will be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta. And I saw that when I heard that, I saw that as a condemnation of himself, as an implication of himself on himself. Because if he has the capacity to say that there will be zero oil theft in the Niger Delta, then somewhat embedded in that is an admission of having a knowledge of how and why there are oil theft in the Niger Delta. So if he's able to stop it, then he knows why it's happening. So that's a space that the authorities should explore. But I'm going to play another video clip. But before I play it, let me just build it up with this very quick readout. So let's have this. So it says a full list. 12 people Tinubu should investigate over government stolen money. Ex-lawmaker reveals in trending video. Popular former Nigerian lawmaker Mohammed Kazuare Gaduje. I think I've read this out already, haven't I? Let's just go to the video clip. The video clip probably explains already what I'm about to read out. So let's hear from the one that speaks in that funny voice.
We didn't need.
Then disgrace.
Yes. So there is 12 people.
12 people
12 people
in this government.
in this, which I will read them now. The first person, if we want to bring back the economic of this country, and we are serious, we have to arrest and investigate Central Bank Governor, which is now under investigation.
One.
Secondly, the EFCC chairman.
Two.
And when we are investigating the EFCC chairman, we have to invite the former chairman, Magu, to brought some things that he left in the office to explain. Thirdly,
Number 3.
the GMD of the NNPC. The GMD of the NNPC. Number 4, the former Minister of Justice, Malemi. Number 5, the Sabi Utunde, who is the personal private secretary to the former President Buhari.
The one where they sell recharge card before.
That guy, that boy. He must become under investigation. And
that is number 4. Be number 5.
that is number 5. Number 6, there is Mohammed Nani, the chairman of FIRS.
Federal Inland Revenue
Federal
Service.
Inland Revenue Service. Then there is Jamo, the Nimasa. Then there is Koko from the MPA.
Nigerian Port Authority.
Port Authority, and the
Former.
Hadiza Bala.
They should bring
They're
them
supposed to bring them
and investigate them.
and investigate them. Then all CBN deputy governors.
All of them.
All of them.
Former or present.
President.
So there it is. That's the.
Why did you stop it now?
I didn't stop it though. I think it stopped. Did I stop it? I
Is
didn't
that
stop
the
it.
end of the video?
Yes, that's the end of it.
I'm enjoying it, man.
There's a 2-hour session of it. If anybody knows where it is on that 2-hour session, send me the link and then we'll play the fullness of it.
I want to watch that video.
So, sorry to interject. Good
Yes.
good evening, everybody. You can just check Google that search for the guys that platform that bracketed this thing. You see the clip, the full clip for this guy. For
Yeah,
the,
is it for but is it a 2-hour session though? Is it a 2-hour session? Because it was there for 2 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, it should be, or it should be less than, but it's going to be more than.
Did you
an
watch
hour.
Solomon? Have you watched it?
No. But the guy's clip is always, they have a platform like a page for it, so you can always see the videos there. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can just get that portion where that guy mentioned all the names of those people to be investigated, it'd be very interesting.
All right, but yes, the guy he talks in a very funny manner, but that funny manner it belies a lot of information. That guy is for the people anyway. Whatever
That guy is a
saying
very bold guy, yo. He's a very very bold. I really like him. He's never shied away from calling names, for telling us that these are people that are very corrupt in Buhari administration. He was, I mean, I really like him. I really like that guy. He's just
Yeah. Sorry to come in. What even surprises me more is how he's a staunch supporter of Tinubu and he's ready to work with this new administration, and he wants to use the opportunity, like as this new administration is already in, he wants to be very very effective. He wants to just put himself in good use for the administration. It's something that surprises me about this guy.
But to be fair, he's always been critical of the Buhari administration, even when that administration was in situation. So he did not even wait for Tinubu to come in. Before.
Yes,
but
did not wait.
Yeah.
Be very very critical of them on security, on even what's the name of that chief of staff? chief of army staff. What's the name? That one, the ambassadors in
Buratai or something.
Was very critical, and all the service chief, and he's a man of the people. He always stand up for the country. He have the love of the country in his heart, and I don't know. So, but well.
We have his list, Ajanle Koko. So, full list of names mentioned by Kazuare. Godwin Emefiele. So, he wants him arrested and interrogated. Bawa, Mele Kyari. So, definitely, there's none that you disagree with so far. Abubakar Malami, I've always been canvassing for that. But a lot of people say that all of the secrets of the Buhari administration is hidden under, is all in the head and hands of this now next name. Sabiu Tunde Yusuf. So they call him the recharge card guy. Yes, but he's now the recharge card dollar billionaire. Mohammed Nami, chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. So Bashir Yusuf Jamor, Director General Nigerian Maritime. So what strikes outside of Emefiele, I'm still looking for a southern name. So Emefiele, number 1, Bawa, number 2, Mele Kyari, number 3, Abubakar Malami, number 4, Sabiu Yusuf. And this speaks to the sort of administration that Buhari ran, the criticism. Mohammed Nani, chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Bashir Yusuf Jamar, Director General Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Mohammed Bello Koko, MD of Nigerian Ports Authority, Adiza Bala, the former NPA chairman, Sadia Umar Farouk, former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, number 11, Ibrahim Magu, former EFCC, and number 12, all present CBN deputies that worked with Emefiele. So, what would you add or subtract from that list is the question. So, let's kick the conversation on and kick it off then with Bishop. So Bishop, good to have you. So, what are you then making then of the rogue 12 of Kyari? Who talk like that, top of the, but then between all that gibberish that he talks, some sense.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, fellow compatriots, wherever you may be listening from.
You know, Bishop, maybe one of these days we'll catch you when you are not behind the wheels. You are always driving, but good to have you. Carry on.
Thank you. Good evening once again. Thank you for coming. Remember to do the needful. Click the like button and share. And if you have not subscribed, do so that Ajanle Koko will not, Professor Ajanle Koko will not have to beg you like he did yesterday. Well, we are on path, we are on course. On this list, I would not want to be too quick. It's becoming like the platform. I've listened to them sometimes. Some very people go there to make very serious, outrageous claims. If he has enough information that's going to help the security agencies, they're not going to take cognizance of whatever he says there. But if he put a petition together with evidence and send it to the appropriate quarters, maybe to the presidency. I hear that the presidency has a platform now where you can submit, things anonymously or thereabouts, that you can submit complaints and things that to get directly to the desk of the president. If he has evidence, I think he should do so. I mean, going on.
Sorry, are you pushing back against this list? Because you see this list on the screen, these 12 names, that's $100 billion right there. Just these 12 names of stolen money.
Saying they are raising on this thing, on this is called now, and this media, radios, TV station. It's actually not right if you don't have evidence to go on TV and call somebody a thief. Let's start from there. That's one. So if you have evidence, what are you? Also,
sorry, Bishop, that I keep interrupting you, but he's a parliamentarian, and he sat on several committees that speaks. He's been calling these people out for going on 18 months. It's not just doing it on Bracket TV. It's been calling these people out for 18 months.
Maybe it's just let me state my view too. It's not
all right, carry on. Sorry, your goal is also
Bishop.
My view accepted, yes. Professor.
Bishop, you are anti cash and thief, right?
No.
That's why you don't want to.
Let's be.
That's why you don't want to align with Kazuari.
You don't just go. If you have evidence, privileged information as a parliamentarian, there is a proper way to do it. Package them, get a good lawyer, let them put up petitions, get copies, submit to the right places. When you come to places like this, just tell them, I have submitted petition, but so that for libel, I will not be mentioning their name. But there are 12 persons that are critical. And if they don't now do anything about it, there is FOI, freedom of information. Because what he has done here now is just to entertain. He's not going to add any value. If they don't answer him, and nobody asks, nobody's going to say anything. He has entertained us, and we have forgotten about it.
Can I disagree with you, Bishop? I don't think I don't think this is an entertainment list.
Hold on.
Yeah, go on.
So on the basis of what he said here, either it's EFCC or the presidency or the police will now go and arrest those people. Is that how it works?
No, that's not how it works. Let me say this. There was monumental corruption that took place under the Buhari administration, probably the most corrupt that we've ever witnessed. That's the general sense of the Nigerian space. But what this man is now doing now is that rather than just this broad abstraction of saying this is a monumentally corrupt administration, what he has done is that he has brought out a list of 12 as to where the central heartland of that corruption is. That everything and a lot of the things that went down in corruption in that space is wrapped around these 12 names. So that then that narrows down the focus, does it not?
To save us time, so that before I get out of network, what I'm saying is that it is just entertaining. He has not done anything. If he wants to add value, he should have put together those names and submit to the appropriate quarters. If you have evidence, he claims he has evidence. You go to Bracket, an entertaining platform, and mention people's names. There is no evidence. You have not submitted a petition against them. Everybody's laugh, they clap, and they move on. Because tomorrow, what's the broadcast going to do tomorrow? Is the police going to act on it? Is EFCC going to act on it? Is ICPC going to act on it? Is the presidency going to act on it? Is the Ministry of Justice going to act on that show? That's what I'm saying. There is a proper way. If it's where things work, they will put a libel, a multi-million naira or multi-billion naira against that radio station. They will pay. They will shut them down. You have allowed somebody to use the platform to come and libel people. If things work, I'm not defending these people. I'm saying what he has done necessarily does not add value in any way. You don't just go on TV and people are clapping for you and you malign people and you get carried away. This one is a thief, that one is investigated, this one should be arrested. You are a parliamentarian. You have privileged information. Package those information. Do the needful. That is how we should act and not be a banana republic. Because what he has done is not going to. I want the thieves to be brought to book. I want everybody that has plundered our collective patrimony to be brought to justice at some point. But it's not going to happen this way. By just going to a TV. That's the angle I see. I'm not excited by just going on TV and mentioning people's name. So what happened next? The way it should have been is package it. Even if you cannot do it yourself, look for a lawyer that's going to serve you pro bono. Put up a good, well-documented with your information petition and submit to the necessary agencies, and then follow it up and tell them that when they are ready, you are willing to come out and supply more information or evidence or evidences as the case may be. Not just to go on TV and just mention people's names. Because I can assure you, he has mentioned their names. If they don't respond and they don't do anything, nothing will happen about it tomorrow. That's just it. So that's my view about that.
All right. old situation, I want to bring rational mind into this conversation because this is somewhat some of the things that you've often spoken to. So rational mind. Bishop is suggesting then that the Rogue 12 should not have been highlighted by lawmaker Kaziari. Do you agree with that? That all of this is just for entertainment purposes, the naming and shaming of the Rogue 12 by Honorable Kaziari. What do you make of it, rational mind? Rational mind or mute? Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
I would say go to some other person. Let me. I'm busy here doing something. I would join you guys.
All right, brilliant. And your laptop is also rattling as well. But there's something woofing. But let's go to Ajanle Koko then. Ajanle Koko, you hold a contrary view to what that was just expressed by Bishop.
Yes. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think if we are a country that is really serious, this guy is a former parliamentarian. I think he just left office recently. I think the people that are working with the president, particularly those in charge of, particularly the person currently that he's an EFCC head or ICPC head, they should invite him. They should invite him to
come and say what he knows.
Yeah, to come and say what he knows.
Because he has not just come out of this list in abstraction. This is a considered list.
Yes, this is not the first time that this guy has been saying this. And he was members of committee while he was a parliamentarian. So he has a lot of information at his hand, hard evidences to prove his allegation of corruption against all these people. So if nobody could invite, because look, Buhari administration is the worst ever in the history of that country when it comes to corrupt practices. It's the worst that we never seen in the history of that country before. This was a raw looting, a serious
high
looting,
intelligent level of corruption,
open looting, embarrassing to humankind. That is what we saw in Buhari administration. So this guy should be taken serious. He has been saying it while Buhari was in situation, but they didn't take him serious because Buhari is a highly corrupt. Buhari administration is a highly corrupt administration. If you listen, look, one man, Tinubu and his team have to be very, very serious to fight corruption. If they don't fight it, this corruption will kill that country. Look, listen to Asari Dokubo today. He said it openly that the looting of our oil, of our crude oil, is
done by the army, Abi.
By the army and the Navy. Look, if somebody can say that openly, it's not joking. We have said it before too. Tombolo has said it before. They live in that area. They are the citizens of the creed. They know what is going on in their society. And while they are doing it, they destroy. That area, the ecological destruction of that area is the worst ever you can see in the world. So,
can I please just push back a little bit? We have said this over and over and over 1,000 times over. Repeating it does not change. What we are saying is going to a TV house to mention people's name. Is it the proper way to bring them to justice? My position, it is not. Because what he has said
it brings them into focus. It brings them into focus. At least now we're
woman, you are the moderator. Just moderate. Let us, let's take our position. So you just moderate. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying that thieves should not be. Is that the way to catch thieves? To just go on TV station and announce people's names? If you have the information as you claim, why don't you take it to the appropriate authorities? That is my position. I'm not saying that corruption is not the problem. Corruption is not endemic. I'm not saying that corruption is not killing us. I am saying going to entertain people on TV station on a show is not the way to bring them to justice. So you are missing it up. Don't let us go over and Nigeria is corrupt, Nigeria is corrupt, Nigeria. We have said that over time. So we are just flogging a dead donkey. The question you asked, and that's my answer to it. So we don't need to keep going over and over. Nigeria is corrupt, Nigeria is corrupt, we know.
But it makes us to understand the enemies of our citizens, of our country now. We the citizens. The man saying it out in the TV station makes us the citizens to understand the enemies we have in this country.
Can we move on then? I've had you.
No, don't worry about that. We'll move on when we exhaust that space. Mute yourself for a moment. Let's bring Hassan into this conversation. So Hassan, at the Kazare Rogue 12, is it just an empty talk as Bishop is suggesting, just beer parlor nonsense, or is it something to be taken seriously, Hassan?
Hello everyone, how are you guys doing? It's been a while. I hope everybody is doing well.
How is the new job?
Well, one man.
Special assistant.
One man.
When are you going to announce it?
One man. Wait for this to become formal now.
Okay,
no, I'm not laying any claim. I'm not yet employed in any shape or form. No. I'm not making any claim.
Don't worry.
We wish you well.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
We have declared a 7 days fasting and prayers for that position. But don't worry. But Honorable Kazuari, yes, carry on.
Yes, okay. You see, with Honorable Kazauri, Honorable Kazauri is a friend, a mentor. This is somebody that I've spent a lot of time with, and I've talked to him man to man. Okay, Honorable Kazauri may seem dumb when he speaks English, but believe you me, he's somebody who, really carry his kind of politics, the Aminu Kano type of politics, so rooted in socialist policies and all that. Even at that, when I had the opportunity to pick Honorable Kazauri's brain, I came to realize that even though he was intelligent and he's good intentioned, there are some concepts that are just so too complex for him to comprehend. If you guys remember, during all this brouhaha about Emefiele and that Honorable Kazauri stood on the floor of the house and was quoting money that was stolen, and his numbers were really into almost 100 trillion naira. This kind of money do not exist. So Honorable Kazauri has a big flaw in his arguments, especially when you bring the numbers to 4 and you crunch them down. It doesn't really make any sense. So it brings something out about him personally, that maybe his level of education does not really allow him, to look at things as logically and as rationally as he ought to do. However, Honorable Kazauri saw something, and I think by knowing him, I think that thing is credible enough. It's not even longer a hunch. He has access to some privileged information. Do you guys know that Honorable Kazauri was shot on his arm, just close to when all those things became public. He was assaulted. He was, tracked by some faceless security agents, whoever they are, but they were working on, to keep his mouth shut against certain interests. Honorable Kazori actually nursed his wounds alone. He did not even, go public about it. But then he had the courage to come out and tell Nigerians, like, look, something fishy is going on with the central bank. A lot of money is being, but the way the government work, and the theories of floating a currency, and a lot of the things, bumping interest rates, ensuring that inflation do not skyrocket, looking at all these different things that economists look at. So a lot of ways to pump up a currency. Your Honor, because I do not really understand the specifics of all those things, but he understands that monies are being looted. He's been given, privileged information about things that are happening. So as far as Honorable Kazori and his hunch about those 12 people, I think it is credible. However, it may not, suffice to the level of, the way people are talking about it as if it's on. But these are very, very vital and very, very important agencies, mind you.
Let me rattle off 12 names fairly quickly, and tell me where the senator, the lawmaker, Honorable Kazware, may have gone awry. So his rogue.
Before you proceed, let me give Mr. Azan this so that he can continue with the conversation.
When did Hassan become a Mr.? Are you Mr. now, Hassan?
I'm Malam.
Okay. So, Malam, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah. So, to corroborate your points, Kazauri was offered $10 million when he came out to blow the stuff in the House of Rep.
Yes, I've had that too.
Yeah, to run that their stuff. So he was supposed to make a 300 naira per dollar on that. He turned it down. And then when they tried to bring him to Aso Rock to placate him, he basically vehemently told them if they will not make room for him to see who he wanted to see, then they can get the F out of his way. So the only thing they could do was to sponsor somebody against him so he wouldn't come back to House of Rep. That was the reason he couldn't come to House of Rep, just to actually corroborate your point. So I don't let me take your time, but I'll stay in the shadows while you continue your conversation.
Yes, thank you. You see, that country, it's really a funny country. Really a very, very funny country. There are a lot of people operating in the shadows. So many things going on behind closed doors. Agreements reached, people to be assassinated, who want to divulge some form of secrets and all that. And most of the time when you see corrupt Nigerians, all at arms, it's about something that has got to do with their finances. They've, found a loophole, whether it is our fuel they are stealing, whether it is our money they are stealing from the central bank, whether they are carting away diamonds and gold somewhere. So it's just so dirty that people will actually come after your life when you begin to speak out. So for me, Honorable Kazari is actually a hero. So one man, just go ahead, list the names for me.
Yes, I'll list the names and then tell me where he's gonna write. And then something you just said there, I want to revisit. But he's come up with this is the Rogue 12 according to Honorable Kazwari. Emefiele CBN, Abdurrashid Bawa EFCC, Mele Kyari NNPC, Abubakar Malami Attorney General, Sabiu Tunde Yusuf, Personal Secretary to former President, Mohammed Nami, Chairman Federal Inland Revenue, Bashir Yusuf Jamor, DG Nigerian Maritime, Mohammed Bello Koko, MPA, Nigerian Ports Authority, Hadiza Bala, former MPA chairman, Sadia Umar Farouk, Humanitarian Affairs, and then he rounds it off with He rounds it off with Ibrahim Mago, former EFCC, and number 12, all of the deputy governors that worked with Emefiele. So that is the Kazuare rogue list. Outside of does he have evidence or not, do you broadly align with that rogue list, the rogue 12?
Really, I align with it because Honorable Kazore is my man. I can't go against what he stands for, really. But really, one man, when has it ever been the case in this country that people who hold those positions are not liable one way or the other? These are very, very powerful positions. So yeah, apart from the ministers, the Minister of Justice and that rogue and very, very corrupt woman, Sadia Farouk, because it is her name that I am waiting for. I just want to hear that she's been picked up. That woman really has a case to answer. Of all these people, I'm more interested on that woman because I believe because
she's powerfully connected. Is she not married to the former chief of Air Force or something? Is she not married to
no, that really doesn't matter. If Buhari could jail somebody Suki, it doesn't really matter whether is he not the former chief of defense staff? What was his name that Buhari actually jailed? The one that was assassinated. What's this guy's name? I forgot. Jonathan. Under Jonathan, what's his name? The former chief of defense staff, one Adamawa man like that.
Yes, I'm trying to remember the name as well. Carry on.
Yeah. So it doesn't really matter if the presidency wants to go after these people, it can. However, knowing Nigeria and knowing what our antecedents have been, regarding fighting corruption, I want that. I want us to recoup as much as we can from all these people. All these people, I think, apart from the maritime guy, all of them, I believe they are guilty. Their hands are dirty. I don't think they have not engaged in one unscrupulous activity or the other. I really align myself with Honorable Budaji Kazori so well on this list. Apart from the maritime guy, all the remaining 11, I can say, I believe he's right about them.
Hassan,
yes.
What about Buhari's wife? I can understand if you don't want to talk publicly, but what about Buhari's wife?
Man, I don't know about that really. I have no
round
to go against her.
Hassan.
Yes.
Naoni.
Lafiya kalau mutumina. Rational mind.
Yeah. So
is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, this Kazauri that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Is it not the same Kazauri that almost lost his re-election in Kano State?
Jigawa. He actually lost.
You said what?
He lost the primaries.
Okay, was he not the one that had the issue with the NNPP, the burning of the NNPP people in Kano?
No. That is Honorable Dogwa.
That's
Okay.
Not the same person.
All right. You were talking about elimination just earlier on, Hassan. Do you have those fears in the direction of Emefiele? Because I have some concerns that they may do away with him.
Oh, I don't know. It depends on the way the presidency handled this. I believe this presidency has got off with a good start, and this is actually really raising hope amongst Nigerians. But I'm a cautious person. I believe that I'm a glass half full kind of person. So I want us all to be cautious. I don't think we should all just be raising hopes and thinking that these things will just bring results the way we think. However, I think it's a step in the right direction, and we're going to get to hear a lot, because if they manage, don't just think as if Emefiele is some form of dumb guy. He's had time to plan. He's had time to have to talk with lawyers and all that. The fact that he was not able to run away and leave this country because he had that window, he intentionally refused to go because he had his exit strategy, even though it failed him. So that means some of the monies may be scooped back, but I don't think Nigeria is going to be able to, get back, say, 40% of what was lost. But what I believe is it's good, to set precedent, jail these people so that people do not have it in the back of their mind that our collective patrimony is, their when they get to office, that they feel as if it's their birthright and begin to steal it, with malicious intent. Because the way these guys steal money, man, we're talking of billions of dollars. The kind of money that it will take 2, 3 generations, hundreds of people to spend in lifetimes.
You know the funny thing, Hassan, is that a lot of them, they often lose that money within the international space because they are not able to keep hold or keep track of it.
That's true.
A lot of them just end up in all these suites. And they have laws that if you don't claim your money between X periods, they just lose the money. Most of them cannot even keep track of it.
Yes, that's true. Especially if you look at Desiani and this was the guy Aluko and a lot of the people passed. This country has suffered really. I cannot think from the top of my head any country that has suffered this degree of looting and has even survived to the point that it can still be called itself a country and is still existed. Nigeria is a miracle, man. Nigeria is a miracle, and because yes, bro.
Yeah, thank you. I want to ask, do you think that Buhari is not aware of all these things? Because this is government, and one of the reasons why he came to power is to fight corruption. And do you think he has done anything about corruption for the past 8 years? In fact, this minister, in fact, Emefiele just served almost all his term. And this Emefiele is one of the most corrupt CBN governor. And most of the policies he brought out, Buhari has approved them. So what is it that Buhari is not...
Emefiele is a baron in the government. Emefiele, in every government, let's bring it down to the family. Even in families, like the person who earns the highest amount of money, the person who has the financial purse in his hand, usually that person generates a lot of influence, and what they say and what they want to do usually is supported by a lot, because there are competing interests. Everybody wants to be in his good books. So as far as Buhari is concerned, I would say that Buhari really it's unfortunate, but Buhari did not have a good span of control. It's one thing to be a leader who has all the pure heart and want to do right and all that, and it's another thing to actually possess the physical strength, the mental capacity. You need also the technical, the academic ability to carry your actions, your vision through, and implement your policies throughout your government such that the whole ministries are. It's like playing an orchestra, but you need every sound, every trumpet, every piano, to concur, to the plan. But Buhari do not have that span of control. It's unfortunate. I would go as far as to say that even his military time, it was Tunde Idiagbon that run the show. So a lot of Nigerians, had a perception of Buhari that was skewed and was not rooted in reality.
Hassan, can you hear me? You said Buhari does not have that span of control. But how much of that are you attributing to the debilitation in his health? Because
a lot, really.
Yeah, a lot of people feel that the health took him away from us. We didn't really have him as the president because he was just there to nurse himself.
Yes, yeah. I think a considerable amount. If you were to ask me in percentages, I would give it about around the 40%, because Buhari really actually spent a humongous amount of time outside the country during his presidency, and because he fell ill early. Our people with believing in supernatural things and things like that. I think Buhari was shaken to his core when he got ill. He got really, really ill because he wanted to fight the cabals, and he felt as if they attacked him spiritually. So the previous Buhari would have gotten over that and fought back. But this one, at the later part of his life, kind of surrendered. He surrendered. He didn't want to die, and then he surrendered. And he became so cautious and wrapped himself in a shell. And he didn't want to hear or know anything, that will mean that he's stepping on toes.
You know why I asked that question? When Buhari first came in, he told us that it was for everybody and for nobody.
Yes.
And that indicated a direction of travel, that he was there on a mission. And then shortly after that statement, the health took him. And it was away for at least half a year. And then all these things, he looked frail and gaunt. Yes, he looked frail and gaunt. And then you could see it was just vacant in the face. And then that was really the end of him, really, wasn't it?
So sorry, guys, I need to apologize to push back. I think both of you are spinning fairy tales.
Right.
Because Buhari was in charge of Abacha's PT Petroleum Trust Development Fund or whatever, PTF, and the looting that they looted under that PTF is unimaginable. The problem with Buhari is not his health, it's his management style. He has a very hands-off approach, very hands-off. He just puts people in position and say, okay, we'll go and do whatever, and it doesn't follow through. It doesn't discipline. It doesn't have anything he's measuring. It doesn't correct. It doesn't take criticism. It just becomes dumb and mute after he appoints people. That's why he had many people underperforming under his watch, and people were complaining, and he ignored them. So whether it's healthy or it's not healthy, that management style is the same management style he carried throughout, apart from when the Diagbon was helping him out. So I don't think it has anything to do with health. It's a style.
Oh, okay. On that PTF space, I will concede that Buhari has a very hands-off, style. But don't you think that the very fact?
Why did they become the Minister of Petroleum at the same
wait,
time?
Let me reply to his interjection. Then I can listen to you. Okay, the very fact that I would let somebody who has a hands-off approach to governance, if that person really understands the power of delegation, you don't have to do it yourself all the time. What you need to do is understand core competencies in people. Understand that if I put Mr. A in this position, Mr. A has the capacity to deliver and be accountable and be transparent and be loyal enough to me that I do not have to worry about anything about him. I would say that it doesn't really matter if you are a hands-off person, but you really have, the talent, the ability to understand, this guy has the talent. Putting square boxes in square holes, how do you do that English? If that were the case, then Buhari has no case to answer.
It's not the fact. Everybody delegates. I mean, you get to a point in time.
No. You don't just delegate. You don't just delegate for the sake of delegation. You delegate because that person has the ability to get the job done.
Let me make this point. When you delegate, you have a vision of what needs to get done, and within that you can articulate what you need to measure to know that the people you delegate to, they're on the right track. But when you delegate and you're totally hands-off and you just don't care about what happens in your mind, as soon as you delegate, you don't care anymore. So whatever is happening beneath you, under you, you don't even take feedback. You don't take feedback. You don't give feedback. So you are just a useless leader. Delegation at that level is mandatory. You can't do stuff. I mean, even when you're a director at work, you can't do the stuff.
Sorry, Hassan, hold on, Hassan. Before you push back, let me just add this to what Kolata said. Fashola came out recently to say that throughout his tenure as a minister, he never had any supervisory meetings, and I think that's wrapped around that, Hassan.
Yeah, I understand.
Continue. Let me add to this too.
Hey, God, Nigerians.
No one, and this is not. I'm not trying to sound condescending now. No reasonable Nigerian who loves Nigeria will justify Buhari's cavalier attitude to leadership, right? So if
you are not ready to be a leader and you don't know how to use power, get out of the way and let people who can do the job. You do not give people the job, you delegate. There's a reason. What are those the appurtenances of delegation? That when you are delegating, it means you have a purpose and a goal for that. When you are derailing, how do you call that person back? Do you have any metric to check, to supervisory metric or whatever, to see if this person is delivering on the job? If it's not delivering on the job, are you going to fire the person, or there are some queries, or there are some certain things you need to do? How would you leave? I mean, this is probably the first time in the history of Nigeria we have, we have lethargic ministers in office for straight 8 years. You have
8 years.
You have what's his name? The CPN governor for 10 good years. Man, this is, and then now, are you aware? What is his name? CBN governor. I just want to counter you about what you said, that they are not getting Tinubu. Buhari handled his own corruption trail, haphazardly. The Aluko that you are talking about, I've seen Aluko almost 3 times in the US here, and I know people who did a lot of stuff for him, Nigerians. So Buhari was not serious, and this guy now, Emefiele, he's been charged with illegal economic crime of national security dimension. The guy is sinking like a bird. Are you aware he has named the current Zamfara state governor now as one of his malfeasance acolyte? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I've had rumors. A lot of rumors are flying around. Like, I don't want to get in front of the news before anything is confirmed, But I would say this.
I respect you, but don't try to preach for Buhari failed woefully.
No, you have the right to counter. Don't worry.
Carry on, Hassan.
Yeah, you have the right to counter. You see, I look at it this way. You see, as far as PTF was concerned, I would say Buhari was still, more of Buhari actually succeeded in his assignment on the PTF. I do not know the performance of the PTF in the south, but in the north, there are a lot of things that PTF did. I know of a lot of tractors that are still running in Borno State right now that were acquired during that PTF time. I think PTF went under in 1999 because they started from 1994.
The corruption in PTDF is what I'm talking about.
It's not PTDF, it's PTF.
I mean, PTF or whatever. I can't.
Yes.
Hold on, Bishop. Let us land and then come in after.
I know in a lot of schools here too that a lot of teaching materials and halls and very, very quality educational infrastructure that were provided by the PTF since in the 90s are still in use right now because they were just so high quality materials. I know of a road that was built, that is the best third road in University of Maiduguri up till today. It was done by the PTF. So I will not say Buhari failed totally, because sometimes we fall into this trap of taking, if somebody handles say 100 projects and he fumbled in 1, 2, 3, then you say that person is corrupt because something happened in those 3, but that's just 3% of 100. So even if you are marking somebody on an academic paper and somebody got 97%, man, that's good. I am more in line with one man's thinking that Buhari actually fell ill and he got scared, man. He got scared and went hands off. That's the way I kind of see it, really. We got a different Buhari, a completely different Buhari from the PTF and his military days.
Hassan, it's a bit like those things you see on Instagram. What I bought and then what I got. So
what I got, yes, exactly. Yes.
Come in, Bishop, and then we move on. Sorry, Bishop. I just wanted him to land that thought. Carry on, Bishop.
I really forgot what I wanted to say. I wanted to almost 5-6 persons. I forgot what I wanted. I wanted to interject something that was it Hassan that said, and he just cut me off. Almost 5-6 people interjected. We not stop there, but so let's go ahead. Let's go.
All right. Apologies for that. I just wanted it to be somewhat structured. But who I do wish was here today for this session I wish Ribadu was here for this session, and this is why.
For me, under the current dispensation, the worst, the most incompetent Southern Christian is better than the most puritanical Northern Muslim for the presidency of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So now, when we were discussing that topic, Ribadu was here, and he told us that the whole of the North was aflame off the back of that comment by Kashim Shettima. And he invited then that Kashim Shettima must, as a matter of immediacy, try and retract that statement and even make a broadcast specifically in Hausa language to try and work his way back from that statement. So Hassan really, not Hassan, Ribadu really pushed that narrative, and a lot of people were pushing against him, but Ribadu, he knew what he was talking about, and as he recommended, Shettima follows through this. Shettima apologizes to Muslims over controversial comment on choice of National Assembly presiding officers. Vice President Kashim Shettima has issued an apology to the Nigerian Muslim community for his remarks regarding the choice of presiding officers. Mute yourself for a moment, Hassan. Vice President Kashim Shettima has issued an apology to the Nigerian Muslim community for his remarks regarding the choice of presiding officers for the 10th National Assembly. During a meeting with lawmakers leading up to the inauguration and election of presiding officers of the 10th National Assembly, Shettima had made a controversial statement which caused widespread condemnation from Islamic clerics and followers. Speaking exclusively in Hausa service of BBC, just exactly, I wonder if Kashim listens, because this was exactly what Ribadu was recommending just 2-3 days ago. Speaking exclusively to the Hausa service of BBC, Shettima expressed that his comment had been misunderstood and clarified that he had no intention of defaming his religion of Islam. He explained that his remarks were aimed at the overall benefit of Nigeria and were based on confidential intelligence reports that were not suitable for public disclosure. The comment I made is for the benefit of Nigeria, but was misinterpreted. I sincerely did not have any intentions to cause harm to any individual or the Islamic religion. However, being an imperfect human being, I seek forgiveness from the community and from my Lord. So I think those are guided words, by the way. Those are calibrated words. So those are discussed words now issued in public. I pledge that I will never reiterate such words again, as I am a devout Muslim and my family lineage has faithfully followed the path of Islam for more than 1,400 years. So I wonder whose family lineage goes back 1,400. Settle down, Kashim. So Shettima stated, expressing even my family goes back only 500 years as far as we can document, and I'm an Oyo man. So expressing remorse for any hurt caused by his statement, the vice president extended his apologies, emphasizing that it was never his intention to disparage any religion. Vice President Shettima's apology comes in the wake of public backlash following the controversial comment in a viral video. The controversy raised concerns amongst various sections of society. So yes, this was exactly to the letter what Ribadu was speaking of the last time. You were here, Akulata, when Ribadu was talking us through this. Were you here, Akulata?
No, I wasn't. I don't think I was.
Who was pushing back against him? Somebody was pushing. Was it your rational mind? All right.
I think it's World Peace. I think it's Mr. World Peace.
It was World Peace that was battling him. Yes, but exactly as he recommended. But what are you making then of this retraction by Shettima, Kulata?
It's not something I really followed. I mean, it's expected. Well, I mean, he misspoke, or it was too enthusiastic. I don't know if it was too enthusiastic. It did not I mean, at this point in time, you should realize that I can't be having unguarded statements like that. So it's kind of expected. This is really not news to me because he made a mistake. He corrected himself, and life goes on.
Dude, let's analyze what this guy said. I mean, you see, these are fanatics. I've said this.
Come on now, stop using that kind of language.
Hold on. I could equally make case for the other part of the other people that he insulted too, which is the Christians that he insulted by saying that the most incompetent among them is God.
They just had a verbal flourish. What's the big deal?
One man, can you bring that clip where he said it exactly the way he said it?
For me, under the current dispensation, the worst, the most incompetent Southern Christian is better than the most puritanical Northern Muslim for the presidency of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
There you go. So, I mean,
what did you understand from that? He was talking about religious balancing. That's really what he was talking about, wasn't it?
You know, these guys are all just I don't know. They just use religion for their selfish interest. But if we're to analyze it very well, it's a slap to you see the way this the Muslims or these so-called fanatic Muslims.
No, settle down with the language.
Hold on. Let me. This is free speech. I should speak. Yeah. The way they go about this, their fanaticism, they don't allow people criticizing them. I mean, this guy has not said anything as such. What he said is that equally the Christians could also grab Shetima by the neck and tell him that, look, why are you insulting us? But they never did. They understood the whole thing that, yes, in the context of what he was saying, it was because he was talking about balancing, like you said, one man. But these people don't see it that way. He said the most incompetent Christian from the South.
No, they do see it that way, but they were offended by the choice of words. It's the choice of words. He could have communicated it in better language. It was the choice of words that offended. They understood perfectly what he meant.
He could word it better. I'm sure. Yeah, but I know because what I'm trying to say is that it's just these people are just they're not true. They're not true to the religion they claim to adhere to, which is either Islam or Christianity. They only use this religion for their own selfish motive. But the point is this: we should not make a molehill out of something that does not even make sense. Because every little thing
make a mountain. You mean?
Make a mountain, yeah. Sorry, John. Sometimes I just don't understand these people the way they want. I mean, it gets me so irritated. So, I mean, they just make things. We understood it. The Christians, when they had this, I mean, of course, the Christians must have had these things. Did they grab Shetima by the neck just because he said the most puritanical among them in the north? Because before the fact that I'm pious, I'm a righteous person, does not mean that I'm fit for a political office. I might be good in my religious way. That's what he's saying. But somebody who is maybe an incompetent person from the South could fit into. I mean, just the way I know the way he worded it is it's just so it's a paradox of itself. Like it's a conflicting statement of its own. But the thing is that if you get the point, move on. It's just simply saying that okay, we need to balance this thing. Let us not put religion into this thing. But look at how they are reacting in the north. And he's not apologizing. But the same Christian that he was insulting, did he apologize to them?
One man, can I interject?
Yeah, interject.
Rational mind doesn't understand.
It doesn't understand it. It's just latched on to the Muslim and then it's gone.
Rational mind. Let me say this. You see, what the vice president was trying to convey, I believe all of us on this forum would understand, his message. It is clear. It is just the manner in which he uses English and maybe his form of delivery, he did not really get his message across clearly. But this is just purely about, zonal, having a balance in the way Nigeria is being ruled. He is saying that you don't want to have a Muslim president, a Muslim vice president, and a Muslim number 3 citizen. That no matter what, no matter how pure a northern Muslim is, as far as the vice presidency and the Senate presidency is concerned, it will be better for the sake of Nigeria to have a southern Christian there. Yeah, I know it must have come out in a bad taste, and this is not what the vice president meant. He has apologized for his choice of words and the poor way in which that was delivered. And going to his lineage, one man, the vice president is actually right, not up to 1,400 years, but close to 1,000 years. The Borno Empire, Islam came to Borno State here. Close to 945 years now.
No, but he was talking about his own family lineage, not the Islamic.
Yes, everybody, you know, is rooted here. So, and the vice president is from.
Are you saying Kanuri's at 8,000 years? What are you talking about?
Not 8,000, man. It's close to 8,000.
Kanuri had the first. Kanuri had the first modern civilization in Nigeria. Right?
Good. Yeah, somebody actually understands here. Somebody has read history here. Thank God, who just gave that. So, look, listen.
Don't gloss over. Don't gloss
over.
I'm not glossing. I'm not glossing. Let me give you the facts, and then you can make your research.
Hold on, Hassan. To get an understanding of rational mind, he considers education to be English speaking. So if you're not an English speaker,
no wonder.
So that's what he thinks education is.
Okay. So really, what has happened is that here in Borno, the Kanem Borno Empire started close to 1,000 years now, and it has had Islamic, roots all through. There are people who are called Shua here. They are just practically Arabs. We have Arabs in Nigeria. They are called Shua Arabs. They speak a kind of broken Arabic way. And if you understand Islam well, you know that it goes through the transatlantic slave routes. No, sorry, I said trans-Saharan slave routes. Because all the Arabians are merchants who go through the desert and they sell wares, buy slaves, and then they sell, they market their religion to locals in all the environments. So Islam was really taken up early in the Kanem Borno Empire. And the vice president hails from Shehuri. Shehuri is a part in Borno State in Maiduguri, where this is a place where this is this traditional seat of power. Shehuri means where the Shehu stays. And the Shehu, if you notice, they call him the Shehu of Borno. That is the name of the title. In all of northern Nigeria, it is only in Borno that we call our, traditional leader the Shehu, not the Emir. That those are in Hausa states that they have the Emir. You should also know that Danfodio did not come to Borno with his brand of Islam. And Danfodio did not hoist his flag in Borno. Borno has had Islam before Danfodio came with close to 700 years. For close to 700 years. So the vice president was not wrong when he said that about his lineage, really. So it's just a matter of anthropology.
All right. Hold on. Sorry, Kulata. Two questions, very snapshot answers to it, and then Kulata pushes you. Very snapshot answer. So, who has preeminence, the Sultan of Sokoto or the Shehu of Borno? So just a very short answer to that. And then is Sadia Farouk, is she Shua Arab mix? Because there's something, I think she's a mixer. So I've always thought she was a Shua Arab, but somewhat of that ilk.
Yeah.
But very condensed answer. So Kulata can, yeah.
Okay. Your first question is around. What did you ask the first?
I was asking who has preeminence, the Sultan of Sokoto or the Shehu of Borno?
No, the Shehu has eminence in his own jurisdiction. But what has happened to the Shehu of Borno is that because of colonial era, his kingdom, he's no longer presiding over. His natural land area is in part of Cameroon, Chad, Sudan, Niger, some even parts of Mauritania of today. Okay, so but he has lost all that because by the coming of the French and the British and the Germans, they partitioned all those. So because he was primarily sitting in Maiduguri, no, he was living in Kukawa actually while the British were here. They actually facilitated his coming back to Maiduguri in itself, because he came back to Maiduguri, I think in 1903. He used to stay in Kukawa, used to be the capital of Borno when the British invaded, when the Germans invaded, because the Germans reached Borno before the British and the French. But the French did their thing, the Germans did their thing, and as you guys all know the story with Africa and how it was partitioned. So the remaining part that he has in Nigeria where he was residing is only parts of Yobe of today and some parts of Adamawa of today, different from the reality of the Sultan. No, different from the reality of the Sultan of Sokoto, who really actually began his jihad from Gobir in Sokoto, and then came down towards the majority of where he carried his Islamic tutelage and war and established his kingdoms were all in northern Nigeria. So he had the advantage when Nigeria was partitioned and was given back. But purely by land area, if we're going to go pre-colonial terms, the Shehu has his whole land now sitting in jurisdictions that are not in Nigeria. But had it been the way in Nigeria, obviously he would have had the better say. But he has just a little land compared to the Sultan. So therefore the Sultan will take eminence because he has more people that are directly answerable to him. Meanwhile, this guy has all his people in Chad, Niger, Cameroon, and all these French-speaking countries that are no longer in any way answerable to him any longer. So he has lost his land.
Which stool is older? Which stool is older?
No, the Shehu stool is older, of course. This is of course is older. We are talking of generations that I think we have a history of close to 100 and something known Shehus. And I think that of the Sultan of Sokoto is around is it 14 or 15? Yeah.
Oh, all right, sorry, Kulata. So, come in, Kulata.
No, I wanted to push back on Hassan. Like you said, Shehu is the only non-Emir in the north. I'm like, so where do you put Atta of Igala and Itunupe and all the except you skip the not central, because there are many.
No. I did not go to the go to Itunupe and ask them, are they Fulani or not? If they are Fulani, come on, listen.
No, they're not. Wait, now let me land. Etunupe intentionally did not change to an emirship. It still continued that the traditional Etunupe, though
is he Fulani or
wait,
not?
let me finish now. That's where I'm going. Though the royalty is Fulani, but it's still Etunupe. The Atta of Igala is not Fulani. The Atta of Igala is Igala. And they're not bearing emir. It's not an emirship. They didn't bear emir. And then when we move to the Tiv region and the Doma and all those areas, there are no emirship in those places, except you say the core north. And the core north, there's still a few areas, very very few, maybe around that Kaduna space.
Okay, wait. You have to understand something.
Hassan.
All right.
You push back. I'm interested in some of these things. So
yeah, I know.
There are a few isolated areas that have minority northerners that somehow didn't get conquered or got ignored by the emirship that still have the traditional space. In fact, in some areas in Adamawa, there's some untouched spaces where people were naked as of a few decades ago. That has nothing, no sorts of contact with emirship, even though Fulanis passed those areas on their way to Cameroon. And there are all these mountainous areas that zero influence. So we can say a lot, majority that got conquered or got influenced by the jihad in 1804 or 1805. I can't remember the exact date. Got under the emirship, but not exactly everywhere, even in the core north.
Okay, let me enlighten you, Kulata. What you need to understand is that as far as the jihad, because when you bring that word jihad, what jihad means is translated loosely is struggle. Yeah. So it is associated with religion, and priority is given over, ensuring that conquered territories are fostered with religious, Islamic religious, who are people who are spiritually Islamic. That's the main goal of carrying out that jihad. Now, when you talk of Tiv and Igala, and Tivs are Igala a majority Christian, ethnicities
Igala
or not?
majority Muslims. Igala majority Muslims, not Christians.
But they are in Kogi state under jurisdiction of, because you see, Idomas have their own they have their own.
Well, you said I corrected your. I think you generalized too much.
No. Oh yeah. If you said Arugungu is in Kebbi State now, because the jihad tried to conquer Arugungu. I think they fought 6 different battles.
They pushed back.
They pushed back. So Arugungu survived. Arugungu today has an emir, something, but it's more of a Serki, because Serki is the traditional Hausa stool, because people in Arugungu are Hausa, but they don't have a Fulani ruling them.
And I was going to get to king, there's still some Hausa.
Let me finish. Yeah. So that king is still a Hausa king. So he's still carrying on the legacies of his great grandparents. So that is the only remaining Hausa royal that was not dethroned by the Fulanis when they came. Okay.
Yeah, there's some minority ones too that did not get dethroned.
But you have to understand that there are elements of religion and power all at play. So as far as the Etunupe space, because if you go to Mina, the emir of Mina, if you go to places like Suleja, all these kings and some parts of Nasarawa, the emir of Lafia, all these people, they are in deep north central states, really, right? But they are all Fulanis related to, the Usman Danfodio. The Usman Danfodio and that has been, and let me finish. And we talked of Adamawa. Who are the people who are ruling in Adamawa? They are Fulanis. Good. So it is like Bauchi, Adamawa, Gombe is still the Fulanis that are controlling those areas already. So you can imagine that it's an easy thing to go. However, you also talked about people who were naked and things like that. I can remember in Amadou Bello's, there is a book that was written about, the voyages Amadou Bello took close to independence. He came to Borno State and he went to the Mandara Mountains, which are our natural.
Yeah, that's the mountain. Yeah. Uncontacted people.
Uncontacted people. Yeah, it's a place that is called Goza. It's a local government. Goza. We border Cameroon from there. So So when Sardana reached there, he climbed the mountain and saw people so naked, and they were just living, primordial, just carefree lives. They've not been, taught about religion, and he was shocked that for close to, 1,000 years, you Kanuris are here, and you have people in your backyard, and you know that these people exist, and you have not come to preach the word of God to them, and you just left them living like animals. He was so riled up and unhappy by the way that the people of Borno, have treated their neighbors. He was the one that first, introduced these people to Islam. So when you go to Goza today, it's a healthy mix of Christians and Muslims. That it's a 50-50 really there, because the ones that Sardana was able to convert, he converted them. The ones that, the missionaries, because the British and the French and the Germans actually, had their missionaries come up, and that's why you see pockets of indigenous Christian populations in the north. What was actually happening really, because by Islamic religion doctrine, it is haram, it is forbidden for an Islamic king or whatever he is, or an Islamic enclave, to go and raid, an Islamic an Islamic village or whatever it is, an Islamic settlement. So it is haram. So whoever you are, you cannot instruct your soldiers to go and raid other Muslims and bring them back as slaves. And what was happening in the past 2-3 centuries was our own, people actually raiding people in the outskirts of their, their countries or their lands, and, selling these people as slaves for trans-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. an unfortunate history, but it did happen. So even the Borno throne, he really engaged in go and raiding these people and the outskirts, and so the people we have in southern Borno and all those places
sold a lot of.
were raided for slavery. Yeah, and it was
No,
intentional
wait.
not to convert them.
Wait, I want to
Let
make a
me finish.
point.
Let me finish. Understand me first. I will let you make your point.
I know.
So it
I
was
understand. I'm letting other
intentional
people.
not to convert them into Islam, so that there will be a ready source of slaves for the king and his stalwarts, people that have positions, in his palace and all that. So it was in that time, a good economic decision, because slaves and people who are seen to be wild and who are not Muslim are just ripe for the taking, and they can make you a whole lot of money. So that was why they were left and not preached upon to become Muslims. But Sardona corrected that and got some of them to become
a lot
Muslims.
of revisionism in your narrative.
Hold on,
Yeah, we'll do the isms later.
Hold on, everybody. Just a microsecond. Ogwanso Okafor, I see you, so I'll bring you in because we like to document new voices. So I'll bring you in very quickly, but let this conversation run its course, because I think the conversation is engaging the audience. But Ogwanso Okafor, I see you.
Hassan, let me push back small. Yeah. So,
okay.
Before the jihad, there have been Islam practiced along with traditional beliefs by the sheikhs in the north, but it was, the jihad was just a power grab. Honestly, I don't mean any disrespect, because I respect history and culture, but literally it was a power grab, because there had been Fulanis that had migrated to those spaces for centuries, actually living amongst those Hausas, but they were still governed by those sheikhs, and there was Islam there. But so the fact that you said they don't conquer Muslims, that's actually not true, based on how that the jihad was executed. Because, like I said, the premise was they're not lettered, and they were still mixing traditional beliefs with Islam. So that was the pretext. Wait, let me. I'm mid sentence. I want
to ask you.
I'm mid sentence. Let me just finish this. It's hard. I will lose my thought. So the fact that this guy came with advantages, it was lettered. He knew a lot of things, so he could use that to kind of assimilate and then conquer as they did. And the Kanem Borno stretched up to Libya, and I want to believe that was the source. Oh God, someone needs to move. That was the Kanem Borno stretched all the way from Chad to Libya, and I feel that was the source. That was another slave route that was used to enslave a bunch of people in current-day northern Nigeria to Saudi Arabia. Some of them are even still as black as they were before in Saudi. So who wants to interject? It's beautiful history. You guys need to read our history.
Yes,
Borno Empire is where the education first came into Nigeria. Way before people got civilized. But no Kanem Borno had been civilized and driving horses and doing all those fancy stuff.
That was the advantage that let Solomon come in and then Hassan respond. Solomon.
Yeah. This question Kolata just asked now, this was the question I wanted to put to Hassan. And in my own word, in my own term, I would say I want to ask Hassan, was it like because he came in the form of that is that was mandatory that the leaders, especially the traditional leaders, were being too worldly, like they were not really practicing the religion. So to me, I'm asking, like, was it like in form of being brainwashed, that is in those territories that he conquered? Because I know that the Shehu of Borno really resisted his intruding into their own territory. So I'm trying to ask this guy, was he really fighting a true fight, or he brainwashed these people? That was the question.
Okay, with everything, sometimes you may choose to be neutral, you may choose to be negative, you may choose to be positive, but I think the truth always lies in a mixture of things, So we'll have to allow ourselves, to dive into some of the things, that actually happened. I would say two things. There's an element of religion and power at play. No matter how we want to talk about past leaders and talk about theology and its influence, you cannot ignore the basics of human nature, and that power abhors a vacuum. Go and read about the history of the Catholic Church and the kind of schisms, the kind of power play, the kind of outright murder, betrayal, that went on in those in the walls of those church. Go and read in your own village. Ask the old people about the history of your own kings and your own royalty. You hear a lot about what happened, for people to gain power. Religion is part of it. It's a tool, and it's been used from time immemorial. So I think what happened with Shehu Usman bin Danfodio is a mixture. Even though a lot of the Hausa kings at that time were Muslims, in quotation. But then he felt as if, yes, they proclaim that they are Muslims, but it's one thing to say you proclaim that you are something. It's another thing, the way you carry yourself, your actions, the way you live, So he felt as if they were not Muslim enough, one. Two, even if it were coming from, the desire to gain power, but at least he dressed it with that Islamic undertone to, garner support and gain legitimacy. So this was the way that he thought he was going to get the support that he needed in order to conquer, these Hausa territories. And it played up, fine for him.
Sounds to me like you are sanctioning this. Is that what you're doing here?
Oh, come on, rational mind.
I'm trying to be balanced. I'm trying to be balanced about all that. It's his history. It has already happened.
Rational might be rational. He's given we're talking history here.
Hold on, dude.
We're reciting history, and then you're now trying to make it seem like, I mean, come on.
Don't jump on me.
Why would I jump on you when you're jumping on him?
Bruno, specifically.
You understand it, and then you are just jumping because you guys sound making it sound like maybe I'm asking him because from what he's saying.
No. I will get back to you. Let me finish. And the facts, then we can come back to all those. Okay, so what really happened was, he was able to conquer a significant part of Nigeria, northern Nigeria, install his cousins, uncles, people, the blue bloods of northern Nigeria, those ones that have their lineage traced to him. That was how he was able to get them into very, very significant, Hausa kingdoms, Nupe kingdoms, a lot of the lands that they conquer, even Ilorin, which is in Yoruba territory, he got to do that. But he threatened Borno at that time, but then Borno responded because the Shehu of that time actually wrote a letter to him, and that letter is still here in the museum, in which he wrote back. The one that Danfodio wrote is still here. The one that the Shehu wrote back to him is still here, and that the one he wrote back to the Shehu too is still here. At a point, he was gathering an army, trying to invade Borno from the southwest, and the Shehu got hint of it because his spies came and told him that Usman Danfodio is planning to attack Borno. But the Borno of that time is not the Borno of today. The Borno of that time was perfectly capable of defending itself, and it can even because the plans that Shehu was having with his generals was not only to defend Borno, it was if Danfodio attacked, he will not only defend Borno, but he is going to, even if it is 6 years, because he gave himself 6 years to not only defend Borno, but also to attack Sokoto, to go back up to where he was sitting in Sokoto and dethrone him if he makes the mistake of attacking Borno. So in his letter, he tell him all these things point blank, that we are Muslim, we've had Islam for close to 700 years, even before you were born.
He has got into Borno now.
It didn't. as far as that of Usman Onfodio did not.
Hold on. The problem that from history,
it did not. It did not.
Hold on.
Rational mind, it did not.
Let me give you.
Hold on,
my God.
Hassan. Let rational mind come in. Rational mind come in.
There are some other versions that says that what's his name? Danfodio was prosecuting so many wars. He had wars in all fronts. But then some of his armies were some scattered down southwest, that is going to Yoruba land through Kwara and all of that. There were some making incursion down to the Nupes and these people from Benue, from Benue, all those areas. And then all his armies were all scattered. And then he was now making incursion into Borno, but the Borno people defeated him because all his armies were not just together. That was why he could not win that war, according to some other historians, some other historical thing that he said. But he did attempt, but he was defeated.
That was what I was saying. It never reached a point where they stood at a battlefield. This is the Borno army and this is the Fulani army, and they faced each other. It never reached that stage. You got me. It was a correspondence between the two kings that settled everything, because the Shehu of Borno of that time could summon 270,000 horsemen. And at that time, when Sokoto was doing its best, the best they could do was 50,000 horsemen. If they could, gather all, that is in their carriage, and those that they deploy as what do they call them, infantry. So it was really militarily, it was suicide. Politically, it could be suicide. So he understands power.
Sorry, Hassan, are you being a bit of a revisionist? You've been a Kanuri man from Borno.
I'm also Fulani. I have Fulani roots too.
Are you batting for your own side? Are you rewriting history?
No, I am not. I implore everybody to go and read on these things, man. I'm here on this platform from time to time. Challenge me on this. Maybe by that time we will do dates and places, so that it will be more interesting. But
yes,
as far as the facts are around, that's the way it is, man. I'm also Fulani. I have a Fulani roots too. So it's not as if I'm trying to choose one side.
So which one are you now? Are you Kanuri man? Are you Fulani?
I'm Nigerian, man. I'm Nigerian.
Which one are you before Nigerian?
Leave him alone. It's Hassan. But it's a topic that I would like to explore, but as a standalone topic, because we want to.
One man. Let me advise you. You see, this your platform. It's just too Western, and we talk about very things that are too political most of the time. Maybe if you begin to touch on these topics, Nigerians here in Nigeria will be more interested on this platform, because this platform is more of a diasporan platform and is only dealing with what is happening at the topmost level of our government. But these things, they bring down and people can connect to things like this. Maybe you should consider it. Just saying.
No, yes, it's something I will do, but I will bring you on board for that as well, because all of the big cultures in Nigeria, I want us to start going into them to have a wider understanding. The Southeastern culture is one that I've been researching. There's a lady that I'm trying to bring on. She's an academic, but I'm struggling really to get hold of her. But if I can get hold of her, she's a Yoruba woman. But if there's anything to know about the Igbo culture, she knows it. And then of course you have. I want to go into that Borno space as well, and that's Danfodio, because the question about Danfodio has always been: was he a conquistador who came in under the guise of religion? Was it just a narrative of conquest, cloaked in the garb of religion, which is what a lot of people? It was just an expansionist on a land grab. That a lot of people feel that about that Danfodio narrative. So a lot of that we'd like to unpack. Have the last word on that space, Simba, and then Okafor, you can come back. Simba is here.
It's me talking. I'm the one talking now.
Oh yeah. Okay. You go then. I saw Simba on mute there, and then yeah, go on.
Oh, honestly, I mean, the topic was Shetima, but me, I love all this history stuff because I've read some, I've forgotten a lot. But as Hassan was mentioning, a lot was coming back to my head. So I would really, really love that we explore the true history of Nigeria. And I mean, this politics will come, it will go. Many people don't even understand the country. Like, it's shocking the level of ignorance we have for the history of our country. But meanwhile, we probably know the Queen of England and the Grand Queen's mother and Mungo Park and some nonsense stuff that we really we really have nothing to do. So one thing I mentioned before, Hassan, that Kwara state is a little bit of an anomaly because the method that was used to penetrate, in fact, all across Hausa land, the same thing. Because you'll notice like towns like Jeba is still about Jeba till today, is native. In between that and Ilorin, all native land, no emir, no nothing. But the approach that was used was to infiltrate the native lands. There were already Muslims, they were already practicing Muslim, and to show that, okay, I'm a lettered guy, this is the way Islam is supposed to be prescribed. And then the local people will now follow the preacher, and then the preacher will now take that advantage to dethrone the leadership. And that's how that war was prescribed throughout. The reason
Yeah,
they could not get to
Kulata.
Bono, yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
reason they could not
Kulata.
get to Bono was Bono told them, we are lettered, and this is not how you should be using
It is
Islam.
done. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's
it's an
true.
interesting
That's
topic.
true.
Well, I'd like to
That's true.
engage more on it. Yeah, I'd love to
That's
engage
true.
more on it.
On the Quara thing, they say all is fair in love and war, and that is war. Really, it is war. It's a power thing. You have to look at it from two points of view for you to digest it very well. If you say you're just going to look at it purely from a religious point of view, it's not enough for you to understand what happened. You have to look at the power dynamics and the religious dynamics for you to understand. And as far as the Jebba space, since the Fulanis were able to conquer the Nupes, I believe the Nupes are natural neighbors to the Yorubas in that area. So
Yeah,
since they
you're
conquered the
right.
Nupes, they were
And
already
the
at your
Bogus.
doorstep, and so they did what they did. But is it a Fulani that is in Kwara now? The king.
Well, interestingly, it's Fulani lineage, but the guy is
Then we
probably
have no
the
more
guy is
discussions.
probably.
We should we should
But
leave the discussion for
here's the
others.
thing is the
But
guy.
Kulata,
Let,
the Nopes, they don't it's only a few places in Nupe land, even in Kwara, that you have the emirs. They call them Itsu.
that's what I
So
told. I
it's
already
not
mentioned. I already. But the guy himself is of Fulani lineage. But for example, the emir of Ilorin,
that is their supreme king, is Fulani.
the Etunupe is Fulani, but they did not embrace the emirship. They still call it Etunupe. But what the point I'm trying to make is
that's just
it's cosmetic. I know.
It's just a title, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a title. They just don't use that emir.
Yeah.
But the Fulani emir in Ilorin is probably 1/8 or 1/16 Fulani, because successive emir, they always marry Yoruba women till date. So if you do any DNA
and you think it has watered down the genes,
it's watered down. I mean, they're more Yoruba than Fulani, but they still hold on to that Fulani because it's patriarchal. I mean, the patriarchal society.
Remember when Bukola Saraki was trying to tell us that it's both Yoruba and Fulani at the same time. So we go to the north and they will do their Aboki something, and then come to Yoruba land and try and pretend to us. But let me just say, Okafor, come back. I was going to come to you. We want new voices, so come back.
No, one man, before you go out of this, I just want to push something to Azan.
All right, before you do that, let me read this out because it looks as though Azan's fan base continues to expand. This is from Pete. It says, one man, who is this your guest? Very elegant and overwhelms us with information. There is always a new thing to learn from him. Thanks, one man, for engaging him with these questions. So Hassan's fan base continues to expand. Come in, Simba. Simba the Sailor. Can anyone hear me?
We can.
Hello? Oh, all right. I think Simba is
Yes,
having
we can hear you.
all right.
No,
All
hello,
right.
I can hear you. I can hear you, woman.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, Azan, good morning. And good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Simba.
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a connection issue. As I told Woma, I'm presently in Nigeria. So, but I'm still in transit. So I'm very presently at Lagos Airport. I just want to ask you a few questions because, you know, this thing that we are discussing, I've raised this issue where I work. And people were saying that anywhere you have Islam, that you cannot say you want to go and take them as a slave. But if you look at the history of the religion generally, both Islam and Christianity, I think the first thing that motivated these two religions is power first before religion. Because you see, when you are talking about the slave trade, the trans-Indian slave trade even started before the transatlantic slave trade. And that was when those areas in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, what's the name of this island in Tanzania? Zanzibar, and all those places
Zanzibar.
were used for slave. Yes, were used for slave trade, and that's what you know. They speak Swahili in those areas now. Swahili is actually a form of adulterated Arabic, and that's what is the commonest language in those areas. What I want to say is that the so-called that you cannot conquer you cannot enslave an Islamic person is not actually very true. And I want you, because most of us, when we are an adherents of a faith, we don't tend to actually, sometimes affect our reasoning, and we don't want to actually see some negativity that comes with it. If there's nothing in the world that should make a human being to enslave a fellow human being, no matter how your religion is. So if you have religion, any form, both Christianity and Islam, that enslave a fellow human being, I think is something that is condemnable, however you look at it. So that's what I just want to say. So when you are talking about this Ilorin of a thing, you discover that they have in Ilorin Emirate, they have about 5 local governments in Ilorin Emirate. They have one local government that is predominantly Yoruba, and they don't even have an emir in those areas. But because of the way the Usman Danfodio forced the rule, I think the major thing that motivated Usman Danfodio is not even about religion. It's about acquiring people and to lead them. It's not religion that actually motivated that. If you like, you can see, you can agree with me. If you like, you can disagree with me. But that is what I want to say. Thank you.
Yes, I would agree with some of your points and would disagree with others. You know, as much as we want to use our 21st century lenses to judge the people, our forefathers, the things are not as easy as that, you know. And, the social order in those times and morality is not the same as what it is today. We may condemn slavery right now, and it is condemnable, okay. But you have to put yourself in the shoes of the person who lived 200 years ago. Slavery was common. It was normal. People fight between two villages, neighboring villages, and they take slaves. It's not as if like it's so you can imagine a lot of things you take right now in Yoruba culture, which you take them as normal, to other tribes, it seems abnormal. It's just a human thing, in sociology, they say there is nothing good or evil on its own except the meaning that people ascribe to it. That is what makes it good or evil. Let me just leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. Well summed up. The elegant Hassan with that education, you see, it pays off. He's trying to bamboozle us with the English language. Let's bring Enigmatic into the conversation. So Enigmatic, are you there? Unusual for you to be so quiet. Enigmatic on the. All right, Enigmatic is in the fridge. Do people still want to stay with this Honorable Kazuari, or should we move to this? Because
one man.
Yeah.
Can I have my say on that? This
yeah,
Shettima thing. This
yeah,
Shettima thing that people said, I don't understand. I don't know what you people don't say. People telling me I don't understand about. All I'm saying is that I'm looking at it from a different angle. I totally get what he was saying. He was talking about the balancing of the whole thing that him and his Oga Tinubu has brought into, for the first time in the history of that country, a civilian administration where we will have two persons of the same faith as number 1 and 2, and how that almost got them to start meddling into the other arm of the government, which is the legislative arm, and wanting to also dictate to them who should be their head. So they caused it. So they're trying to balance it by wanting to take side and use that, say, play this this religious card, and wanted to. I understand what he's saying, but I'm just saying that these guys from the north, these fanatics from the north, they need to chill.
Come on, man.
You need to. Oh, boy, no shit, boy. No,
come. Fanatics from the north? One man. This is your platform.
Listen,
yes.
Please allow me. Will you allow me to speak, please?
Moderate the language is what Kulata is saying. Because as you know, we have a broad spectrum of followership. We've been canvassing, and Ribardo has come to join us. Mohammed comes to join us occasionally. There was one guy that used to come with a very upper class. Remember, he used to have this real upper class and northern voice. So we want that conversation to take place, but we don't want people to recoil from the platform. I think that's what
age is not wisdom. One man.
But yeah, look, I was talking about moderating language. Enigmatic comes in. It's about moderate the language. Carry on, rational mind.
One man.
Yeah.
See, out of respect for you.
Yeah.
I've oftentimes hold myself back from saying certain things here. For still, because of that respect, I will still want to hold back. You see, you need to caution Enigmatic. You need to caution him a lot, because this way he always comes here, and every time when he sees his opportunity, he will just take on me. You need to caution him on that, because now I'm saying something that says age is not wisdom. Who is he talking to? So please, you need to caution him. I mean, I've had enough of disrespect from him.
All right.
So, because I don't know what to say.
No,
but if I say it, I might. I'm just trying to hold myself back.
All right. Let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Hear the crap from his mouth anymore.
No. Let me just say this. Hold on, rational mind. Let me just say this. If you look at the top of your screen, you'll see two glasses. Those are under the one man thing. You see those two glasses. They're meant to be brandy glasses, the glasses of brandy. So the projection that I'm trying to put out there is like a padded, wooded, oak paneled gentleman's club. Okay. Where we all gather, and over a fine glass of brandy or whatever your picadillo is, a non-drinker, but it's like a gentleman's club sort of a thing. Of course, women as well. Of course. Hold on. Let me land this. Okay. Gentleman rules is what I just want, and I rely on you guys to abide by that. So gentleman rules is that's just the thing. So that's in the language, in the texture, in the tonality and the presentation. So it's just gentleman rules. You all know they call it Queensbury rules in boxing. So it's just gentleman rules. That's all.
You see, is well. Now let me go back to what I was saying. So I think we need to. I once listened to one person recently. I know you know him very well. This controversial guy that got released recently. I think Andrew Tate. He was saying
yes, I was just watching his thing on PBS
he
just
said
now.
something,
Yeah.
and he was talking about Islam, and he said something about, oh, why is it that the West is the way the West is today, and they cannot force people from the other part of our planet here in the East, mostly that area where Islam reigns supreme there. Why is it that they can't make them to cower like what we see them trying to do to some African nation and other parts of the world, telling them that they must, um, um, not treat these people who identify differently as either gay and lesbian as threat. Why is it that they force that on other countries? They can't force that on Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. And he says because the religion is does not compromise, which he has a point there. And he says the decline in the West is because of this seeming pandering to Christianity in the West, how it panders to everybody, allows everybody to have their way. And I mean, I see points in that. Now, what am I going with this is that, you see, I can understand why he said that, but on one area, if Christianity, as we know, is practiced maybe in the medieval times, where we read in history, where Christianity is by sword, and there's another way of sword that they convert people by sword, and we talk about the
Crusade,
the Crusaders, all of that. Thank you so much. So we saw all of that. Now, if we are to see, because if you look at that area called Palestine today, you see how the Crusaders and the the Muslims, they clashed, how millions of people perished, all because one people do not want to see to the others. They believe that they have the key to the kingdom of God or to Al Jannah or whatever. Now, the point what's the parallel I'm trying to, if we are to continue repeating the same today, in the context of Nigeria, now the way we see the fanaticism from the north, we see the same from the south.
No.
Hold on. Now, I'm not saying. Would you please allow me?
Okay, go on. But I'm not.
One man, allow him to talk about the fanaticism in the north. There is fanaticism in the north, even though it is in the fringes. There is fanaticism in the north. I mean, Boko Haram is a product of fanaticism. So let him talk. No problem.
Yeah.
All right,
You understand what I'm saying? No disrespect to my people who are moderate Islams who don't see that they must have to make other people convert by force, by whatever. I give it to them. But I'm talking about this fanaticism that exists in both religions. Now, if those two of them are so fanatic, we will burn down the whole thing. But if one side seems to be ceding, I think the other side needs to come down too. That's my point. So if Shetima made this point that he made, I mean, read between the lines. What did he say? He's talking about balancing of the whole thing. We cannot have 1, 2 as Muslim, and then we have the third as Muslim. So he made that comment. We know that comment was the way he made it makes no sense. And then somebody here is telling me that age does not come with wisdom.
Oh God! No. This is
I mean, this guy comes here and just spew crap and then you can export anybody here. I mean,
all right.
Listen, boy, last warning.
No. Hold on. I'm going to stop you there, Rational Mind. I don't want us to go in that direction. I know you are. I know you are somewhat angered by that, but let's not go in that direction.
I tried my best.
Yeah.
I make him see me like, okay, look, dude, I'm not here to antagonize you. We're here to rub minds. If we don't see eye on topics, but I will not go on you, on your personal person, insult you or say things that would make you look like derogatory to you. I will never do that. But this guy consistently continue doing that here. Is it because you feel that I just don't know what to tell you or what? Please, mind your language. You have to go at what I say. Do not attack my person. I will not do that to you.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So yes. So you've gotten that off your chest, which is fair enough. But let's just move on. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Let me move the conversation in the direction of Patrick, who joins us. Patrick, where is the person you said, Patrick? this super brain you said was coming to engage with us, Patrick. Look at that. Okay, let's go to Simba then. So Simba, you're at the airport making your way to Ilorin, I suspect, to go and cash in your millions from your fish business or whatever. Simba.
Yes, woman.
Yes. So are you on your way to Kwara?
Yes, my flight is 6:40 this morning.
Oh, right. You're not going by road.
Woman, sorry, I think I need to step out.
Huh?
I'll rejoin you guys. I need to step out there.
All right. See if you can get hold of that person you promised. Yeah. All right. Okay. So you're not going by road?
No.
Oh, too risky?
I don't know. I don't like the stress. So.
All right, brilliant.
Is there now a flight to Kwara State now from Abuja or where?
From Lagos.
Rational mind. There's flight anywhere you want to go in Nigeria now.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't know they had an airport in Kwara State.
What are you saying? Let me even tell you that there are 2 flights this morning now going to Ilorin, where Peace and Green Africa.
Can you fly to Oshogbo?
No, there's no airport in Oshogbo.
They should have airfield now. They should have airfield in Oshogbo. They should. Maybe not up to an airport.
They don't have. They are just starting. They are just started. Your Arabic started it. You abandon it.
You fly to Ibadan and you drive to Oshogbo.
I mean, it makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense now. What is the distance?
They could just make a rail, like light rail that could just take you from one point. I mean, Nigeria. I just don't understand.
Most people that comes to Oshogbo, they either go to Lagos or they fly to Ilorin. There is fly from Abuja to Ilorin, then from Lagos to Ilorin. We have an international airport in Ilorin, if you don't know.
I beg people in law, which international?
International airport.
I'm not. I'm just. What do you say, Baba?
International airport. The man first worry tarmac. The man fi wonu plane.
Is it that cargo airport?
It's not. Actually, if you don't know, it was built as like to serve Murtala Mohammed Airport in case there's any problem. It was built in the 70s.
No. I've been to Ilorin through that airport before. I was told it was a cargo or something. So
no, they have a cargo terminal also. They have a cargo terminal, but it's not a cargo airport. The cargo came after the.
Okay. Is it an airfield or an airport? Is it an airfield?
It's an airport. It's an airport. It's an airport. I'm telling you, it's an airport.
All right, International Airport in Ilorin. So International Airport in Ilorin. Equally as ludicrous, Kulata, Labour Party, Obi presents mathematics professor, Arise TV director as witnesses at Presidential Tribunal. You know, Kulata, for weeks on months on end, we could never talk about anything but Peter Obi. But we are going back there again, only really just to. What are you making of all this? Is it time for them to just get out of the way? It's just, it's not even fun anymore, you know?
It's not even fun anymore. Before Obi used to be fun, but now, like, it's overbearing. It's just like it's stretching the thing too much. It's ridiculous. We know it's not going anywhere, and it still has some people because you still log into some platforms, you still hear some things, but now. The only thing now is this Obi space has gotten so toxic. We, the Yoruba, you guys that are on this platform that are Yoruba, you guys have replaced the Fulanis as the villains of the country. So any Obi platform, you just hear them cussing out Yoruba people. I just shake my head and I'm like, are there many people that voted for Obi that are from the Southwest? But anyway, going back to his case, yeah.
Please, one man. Let me just. I want to say. I want to dash out now, but to the panelists, I don't usually come here to cause trouble, so do not see me as somebody who is a troublemaker. but I wasn't actually referring to anybody. And but it to be instructive that while older people are generally perceived as more matured and basically expected to possess greater, credibility, it should, however, be on the periphery of understanding that the psychological maturities are basically not determined by one's age. I just want to let everybody know that. So respect to everybody, and I say
we've not heard from you yet, Enigmatic. So why are you sulking? Don't sulk.
No. Èmi fẹ́ lọ jáyé weekend ní tèmi ni.
Is it mojita? Kí lorúkọ àwọn ọmọ Latino yẹn náà? What's your flavor? Are you one of those Latino girls, sort of whatever?
I'll be Malamo. So
all right. So international lover. Look at that.
He's Gbogbolowo.
Anyway,
I'll be on your officer.
Look at that.
Just save money for your child support, Enigmatic.
I also be lie. You know,
Woman. Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, we can.
So
yeah.
let me say everybody. I beg.
Generally, before Enigmatic, I think you have something. I'm breaking.
No, carry on. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on. Simba.
Hello?
We can hear you now, Simba. What is going on? We can hear you, Simba.
Okay. So, one man, this issue that Rational Mind raised with Enigmatic, I think you have a lot of growth to pay. And then maybe Baba Jele could also wage it. Generally, I think we have to be mindful of the languages that we use. I'm not trying to say up the situation, but even sometimes Rational Mind too is actually guilty of this offense, because I remember there was a day he came in here and he was talking about his mother, that his mother used to say one thing that came back or something like that. All those languages, even people are not talking, we should also be mindful of all those things. So everybody, we are all having fun on this platform. We should calm down, just speak our point. We don't need to abuse directly or indirectly people. And I think that is what I would just say. So it's on both sides, because that day I wanted to come at him, but I just chill, because if you want to introduce your discussion and you are saying your mother used to say, I want to think about or something like that. You made mention of it on this platform. So it's on both sides. We should tone down.
I thought we were supposed to move on with this topic, but I don't know why you always have to. Woman, let me address this matter. Let me please, I beg you, please, woman.
All right.
You see, guys.
This is your territory.
The first person I had issue with here on that was Kulata.
Me?
I had issue with you, and maybe that not that very day, but I think later I had to bring it to one man's attention. When we were discussing about Tinubu's tax and evasion in the US and everything, and you had to bring me into the picture, make it look as if I'm the one who is contesting. I think I brought that later. I told one.
I won't be rude. I won't be rude to you. I can argue with you, but I won't be rude.
I mean, no, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that in passing. That I will not come on this platform and attack the panelists and tell you that in the contest, check whatever, anytime I've used that thing. I'm talking about the silly politicians or people we're talking about here on this platform. I'm not talking about the panelists. I'm talking about the people, either Tinubu, either any of those people we're talking about, that they just, those are the people I'm referring those words to. I will not refer to you, Simba, or you, Enigmatic, or you, One Man, or you, Kulata. I will never refer to the panelists, disrespect them that way. So please, Simba, please don't try and come here and start rewriting this whole thing like I'm talking to the panelists. I'm not here to attack any panelists here. We're all here to contribute. If I use certain derogatory word, the way I use them is to attack this politicians that we are deliberating what we are talking about here. I will never, on my own life, talk about you, Simba, or anybody here. And we've used such word like no, I will never use that to you. So please don't come in and spin it like I'm referring to any of the panelists here. It is the people we're talking about. These are the people I use such word on.
All right, let me just say this and then we will move on, because I'm not quite sure that this is what the audience came for. I think they've come to hear us flog the politicians, not each other. But let me just say this. There's always an undercurrent of spike somewhat in these conversations. There's always some sort of acerbic remarks being thrown back and forth. So a remark will be thrown in your direction. You may catch it, you may not. Even enigmatic, he throws remarks in my direction. Oh, he almost called me dumb yesterday in that elegant delivery, but it's the back and forth of it. So somebody like enigmatic, I see him as a young Turk. And when you get a young Turk, you always get spike. But then you get spike with the brilliance. So it's really, it's just really managing the boat. So, but there's always that undercurrent of sort of a spillover language because of the big personalities that we have on these spaces. So you always get that. So I don't think it's ever really meant personally as a personal attack. I think it's like if somebody makes a point and you feel it's defeating your point, then maybe you throw an ad hominem in there. It's just the cut and thrust of it. They call it rapier weight, speed of thought. So it's just but I don't want it to degenerate into personality something. Let's just move on.
Let's go back to Peter.
Let's beat Peter instead.
One man, my battery will soon go down. I will not enjoy this session this night. I don't know what we are talking about here. Let's have a good conversation now. My battery will soon go down, and I will not enjoy anything here this night. I'm just awake.
Okay, let's go to Peter Obi. What did this mathematician say? Because I intentionally just stopped following Peter Obi because I think at this point the whole thing is just ridiculous. But did he prove any point? What did he prove in court that is interesting?
Yeah, no, I actually did a follow-up. It says a presidential poll, 2.5 million votes not reflected in final results. Professor tells court. So it's just I think they've just brought him in to intimidate. What are you expecting lawyers to?
So is an expert witness. They brought in an expert witness as a mathematician.
Yes.
So what was the basis? What was the basis of the missing votes? Because was it? I mean, we had beavers, people accredited. So between the accreditation and the voting, is there a delta there that is referring to, and what calculation or maths did he use to get that 2.5? And if he got that 2.5, does it mean the distribution of that 2.5 is heavily skewed toward OB? And does the fraction or the result that skewed towards OB, when you add it to his votes, now makes him jump Atiku and also jump Tinubu and also get 25% in 23 states? I mean, in 24 states, sorry. Is that what we're concluding here?
They say 18,000 something poll units were blood. I don't know the kind of English they say it's blood. 18,000, and that's how.
Yeah, but if it was blood, to whose disadvantage and to whose advantage?
No, they are claiming it's to the disadvantage of.
You just send that as an evidence now. It's just as an evidence. So maybe.
So just to say that the election was incompetent, so they need to rerun another one.
I think that's where
I don't know. It's just admitted as an evidence. Everything is still going on.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get the end game.
Kulata. What they are trying to do, I think they added all the registered voter in those 18,000 polling units, and it came down to 2.4 million. So what they were saying is that, what they were saying is that the Tinubu is winning by roughly 1.9 million votes or something like that.
Oh, I get it now.
So they are assuming that if worse comes to the worst, they are not those 2.4 million. They are forgotten that if they remove all the 2.4 million, it will not only affect Tinubu to cut across.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to.
The assumption is that they believe that it's only affect Tinubu, not knowing that we affect all the candidates. So the assumption is that by the time they remove that to 2.4 million, then the Obi's vote will remain stagnant. And then Obi will now have more votes. And they are also not taking into consideration the second person in that position also. I mean Atiku. So there is a lot of mathematical errors that goes with this assumption that.
But if I remember correctly,
he has presented many state evidence. So those ones are they are not part of this one. No? They presented a lot of state like Lagos State, River State, Ebonyi State, a lot of states. So
Ebonyi State didn't Obi win Ebonyi State?
He still present it.
Okay.
Still
okay. Let's do basic arithmetic. If I remember correctly,
Kulata, before you go on, what they are trying to do is to rubbish the whole election, and that's why they say they are attacking the process, not Tinubu. That's their target. Now they targeted him. They think he's not targetable. Now what they wanted to do is to rubbish and make sure so that they will not say there's a substantial non-compliance.
I hope you know they have channels evidence. Channels came to give the evidence. AIT, that Ijoma came to give evidence. Then Arise TV came also to give evidence. I hope you know that.
Oh, so Arise TV too are the expert witnesses?
Yes, Arise TV.
No, they were subpoenaed though. They
the director, who's the owner of Arise TV, is also. It's not surprised. Are you surprised with that?
Well, maybe they just called them. I mean, maybe they just called them as witness because they said Labour Party said they have 40-something witnesses, but only 5 have showed up or something like that so far. Is that true?
Yeah, they are still coming now. Like today, they is supposed to present.
But they only have 1 more week or something left. So where are they going to get the remaining 30-something to show up?
You just wait and see now. You wait and see.
They're coming now.
Okay, let's go to the math. So they said 2.4 million. If I remember correctly, the gap between Peter Obi and Tinubu is like 2.7 million. So Tinubu is still leading Peter Obi. And like Simba said,
this 2 point something now, is a separate evidence from maybe 18,000. He still have other evidence from Lagos State, as a many state here he presented. So this 2 point is just like it's like the blood
ACAT in RF.
Yes, they presented, yeah. So you still have states like Lagos State, Cross River.
So can you tell me something? Can I tell me something? If you scan a document, you scan it to a server, does the quality degrade or do you maintain that same quality?
Well, you maintain it now. What are you talking about?
How?
You maintain it
now?
No. Gentlemen, should I do a quick readout of this piece just to give us a backdrop? And then Okafor, I want to hear from you as well. You are back, but let me quickly speed through it. Presidential poll, 2.5 million votes not reflected in final result. Professor tells court in Obi's petition. So, Professor Eric Oferdu has disclosed that a total vote of 2.5 million accredited voters were not reflected in the final results of the February 25th presidential election. And next, let's do that again. Professor Eric Oferdu has disclosed that a total vote of 2.5 million accredited voters were not reflected in the final results of the February 25th presidential election announced by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Oferdu, who is a professor of mathematics at the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Anambra, explained to the Presidential Election Petition Court why he employed the use of projection in his analysis of election results from Rivers and Benue states. Led in evidence by the counsel to the petitioner, Dr. Onyechi Ekwazu SAN, the subpoena witness, the professor, was led to give his evidence in chief by the lawyers representing the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi Ekwazo. He alleged that when the blurred results he downloaded were matched with Form EC8A's polling unit results given to the Labour Party agents at the affected polling units, votes of 2.5 million accredited voters were not reflected in the final results announced by INEC. So I think we know where he's going now. I observed that from IREF portal, scores on Form EC8As of 39.5 thousand polling units were not inaccessible. Contains is badly written, but let me see. I think we get the essence of what he's saying because it says
so he's using two states to project. If what I heard, if I heard you correctly, based on what IREF. So he just how does he know the same pattern obtains in the remaining 34 states plus the federal capital? And then is now saying what he saw in IREF. Okay, I guess the question is, can I upload a receipt from Walmart into IREF? Will IREF reject my receipt from Walmart or from Target? IREF will take it. So IREF is not reliable. And collation of the results is manual, is outside IREF. So IREF till today, I don't think 100% of what's in IREF is there, is 90-something percent. So you cannot, IREF is just viewing portal for you and I. You cannot use IREF to adjudicate this matter.
But
because collation is manual.
Kulata, you said something earlier.
What did I say?
If you scan something, do you still maintain the quality of that?
Yeah, it's going to degrade. Yes.
No, not to the level of what we saw in this election, past election. No.
If so, first of all,
when you're taking hold on, when you're taking a picture of something, you are trying to upload it. If you use Adobe, if you're trying to take a picture, or maybe you're scanning a document. If there's a way you place the document, it will not be properly scanned, and it might be blurred. So could it be that's what happened? So
that's what I'm saying. That most likely when you scan a document, it will degrade.
Hold on. No. If you take a quality picture of something, you took it from the good angle or whatever, the light.
It's never going to be like the physical paper. Never ever going to be like the physical paper.
No. Let's not. I understand. What I'm saying is this: if I take a picture, like this picture we're seeing on the screen now, if I take a picture of it, and after taking the picture, I see it on the camera or whatever I took it from, it's clear. If I save it that way, it remains that way. It's not going to degrade.
It's going to degrade.
You say what?
It will degrade. If you save it, it will degrade.
No, the only way it will degrade, the only way it will degrade is that if you are not transferring from one place to another place, another person is scanning it, another person is scanning it, it might degrade. But listen.
Okay, so how are they doing the scanning? Let's talk about how they're doing the scanning. How are they doing the scanning? Is it some fancy Adobe disk connected to some?
Hold on now. It's all about the quality of the camera, which they scan the Form EC8 from. We saw other Form EC8 that was scanned. The quality was readable. We can read it. If you go on the IREF portal. Now, the question now is this.
And rational mind, is it their phone that they are using, or they are using the Beaver's machine to scan?
The Beaver's machine, yeah, the Beaver's machine. That's what I'm saying.
If it's Beaver machine, all of them should have the same quality.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Rational, just a microsecond.
It depends on the source paper. Yeah.
177 people at some point are over 200, only 5 likes. So if you can click on the like button, if you can, carry on, Rational Mind.
So my point is this.
One man, you mean five likes?
Wow. Well, 5, like that's just maybe
are you serious? That means some of us on the platform did not even like.
No, it's actually 56. I just said 5, just to yeah. So if you can push it to 100, exactly. To get
So
okay, rational mind. Continue.
Yeah. So if you take a picture, let's just even use our phone. There's a way you will place the document under your phone. You're taking a picture. If you don't place it very well, or maybe the lightning that is, the light that strikes the face of the whatever, and you don't take it might be blurred. But there's a way you set it very well. You let your hand is so stable, and then you take a picture. It might come out very clear, like the other ones we saw on the iRef. Now the question
the rational mind, there's a difference between scanning a document and taking a picture of a document.
So did they scan it or did they take picture? What exactly?
If they take picture can be blurred. But if it is screen scanner, you need an application for scanning.
Hold on.
No. So does Beavers scan or does Beavers take picture?
No.
Can someone clarify?
Beavers take picture.
Okay, so that means it can be degraded further. I think we all agree on that.
No. Hold on. Let's not say this. Now the point is this. What I'm trying to say is that they snap a picture. I usually was scan, but they take a picture of that thing, of this form EC8, and then it's uploaded to the Beavers. Now, whenever they get into a service where there is a service internet, it automatically it transfers to the iRef. It goes straight to the iRef, and then you can now go and view it on the iRef. Now, the point is that even if they clear the Beavers, already it's on the iRef already. It's already in the cloud. They have it there, so you can see it. Now, but the point we're saying here is that could it be that it was deliberately that it was done that way so that they could not? Because hold on. If I'm scanning,
can we? Before you go, I just want to ask. I just want to try and establish one thing. Is paper handling of the paper? Do you agree that is important? Meaning, the way someone will handle paper, like they're using it for Google and Ekpa, or they will handle the paper like it's your birth certificate. Are we the handling of the paper cannot be consistent from one polling unit to the other? Because so that means that by nature, by default, a lot of that paper, EC whatever you call it, will have, before you take any picture, it will have degraded, they will have crumbled it, they could have done all sorts.
Let's not use the word
degrade. Okay, let me not use degrade. I don't know. My grammar is not coming today.
No,
they will have ruined
one voice. Carry on.
I'll use Yoruba. They will have ruined the paper. One might give me the English. When you what's the word again? Someone help me here.
No, I get you.
You know what I'm talking about. They will have mashed up the paper. So if the paper is already mashed,
go and drink wine. To give you that strength.
No, you see, what I'm saying is this. Listen. The point I'm driving at is this: that we saw that people to other polling units, they took the picture because after you declare the winner and then you tabulate everybody has signed, because everybody must sign. Every agent must sign. Either PDP, APC must sign. Now you would take a picture of it right there. But what they did was that like what happened in Rivers State was that they did not even do it right there at the polling station. They chased everybody away. Some polling units, not only in Rivers State, not even in Benue State, they chased them away. They went somewhere else with the paper after everybody has signed, and they make copies for them. They did not take the picture. They say maybe they could not upload it, they could not do anything. They just give them no excuses, or some talks just come as in River State and chase everybody away. They carry the Beavers, they carry and go somewhere. They now start changing those numbers, as we saw on some of the IRF results.
Obiakpo local government.
Yeah. And now some they now
when you finish, I have a question, please.
They start taking pictures right there, wherever they were, out of where because they were supposed to do it right there at the police station. But when some of them took it away, they ran away or whatever, they start taking picture, making it so blurry or whatever it is.
But so they roughened the paper. Some of the paper were roughened. That's what I was trying to get.
Roughened. Yeah. So
some paper were roughened. So if you take a picture of a roughened paper, won't it even be
some of them change. They change the result also.
Yeah. In Obiakpo, they change results. They take text, they did all sorts. Yeah. But so I think my overriding question is this: how many blood results was presented in court as evidence?
So far, we see. I think they say 18,000. Is it 18,000?
18,000.
18,000.
Oh, cool. That's interesting. How many polling units do we have in Nigeria?
Is it not 100 and something thousand?
176,000.
But this
176,900.
this doesn't favor Obi now. This favors more an annulment of the election than
well, you see,
no, I'm trying to get somewhere.
Yeah.
So we said we have approximately 180,000 polling units in Nigeria, and then 18,000 was presented. So that's 10%. Now, according to the law, they said for them to kind of like cancel the election or do whatever again, it has to be substantial. So then we agree that 90% compliance, 10% non-compliance, is 10% enough to cancel the election?
Well, we shall see now. They've not.
This
I mean,
is
I
it.
don't think
This
they're
is
done yet.
this is I just feel like a lot of you are not following the.
Excuse me.
Hold on, one voice. Hold on. I address that question. Rational mind. Is 10% enough sufficient to annul the election?
Well, you see, one man. I don't know what Obi is doing.
That is what I'm saying. Before we are,
yeah.
No, Rational mind. Can you just give me a few seconds? I want to just.
Okay, go on. Go on, Zima.
What I want to say, even this 18,000, we have not even established as a non-compliant. You know why I'm asking this? As Kulata said earlier, the election coalition is manual. We cannot base. Have we proven that this result? Because what I want to even say would be, has it presented a contrary result to this 18,000 units with the one that he has in his hand? That okay, this is what I scored in this 18,000. This is what they awarded to me. I really established non-compliance in this 18,000. All these things that I just saying is just based on assumption, because somebody cannot come and say, okay, this is what I found on the RF. RF is not what they use in collating results. So to me, in what way has this thing affected? If they are saying, okay, with this 18,000, I'm having 2.5 million, but they only gave million. Have they established that? That's what I want to say.
Can I say something, Rational mind?
No, okay. Before you say it, let's hear from Ogunso Okafor. So Okafor, on mute. Let's hear from you. You've been very quiet. Let's hear from you. Okafor, Ogunso. Are you there? All right, carry on, Nekene. I think he's trying to, or he or she is trying to. Carry on, Nekene.
Yeah, woman. You know this election trial. I really never want to talk about it, but I just feel like a lot of people here is not following it. So if you have followed it for when it started, you know that they have gone very far in this matter. This matter is not just this thing you are presenting here. This is just this one is yesterday evidence. Even today's one, there is another evidence today. You understand? So if you have followed this election tribunal very well, you would have a lot of things to discuss about it in this platform. So this is yesterday evidence, and this guy that was presenting his evidence, Obi personally employed him on the 20th of February for this purpose before the election. So the man said it in the court. So and a lot of other people he employed. So many people came.
I don't think it's accurate to say he was employed, because I think they asked him, one of the INEC, is it the INEC lawyer or the APC lawyer asked him that, was he paid for what he's doing? He said no. He said as a professional. He said no. Yeah. When you say employee, it sounds like maybe he paid him. But that's what I'm just trying to make you understand that from what he said today. He said he's doing that for his own students so that he can use that as some kind of a case study for his own statistic, whatever in the class. That's what he said he was doing. Maybe if you use the word employed, then maybe he was asked to come and do that. But
let's stick to the legality. Let's still to the legalities.
There are other before this. A lot of state has been presented as an evidence, which has been counted and presented as a SBIT. He has a lot of evidence in the court now. Many polling units.
They adjudicate these things polling unit by polling unit by polling unit. It's not this state I cancel this state or that state.
No,
I cancel that
that's
state.
what I'm trying to say. Like Lagos State, they have a lot. They have a number of polling units they bring to the court. Ebonyi State, the same as in all the state they brought there. They bring them polling unit by polling unit. They will say, I want to present 13 polling unit as an evidence. They will now present it. They go, even Edo State, they still present Edo State about 7 local government, about how many polling units, Edo State. You sent in Ebonyi State. That is how they do. Even Sokoto, even Plateau, even Benue. So how they came is, when they mention any state, they say, I want to present so number of polling units from how many local government. Then they begin to call the polling units, after which INEC and the APC will object. At the end of the day, the judge will admit it as an evidence up to this time. So this is just yesterday's evidence for this one. You understand what I mean? This one now is just yesterday evidence for this particular witness. So
but they've only had like five witnesses, right?
Tinubu has not presented any. He has not presented any witness. No, he has not presented any witness. They only object.
I said Labour. I said Labour Party.
No, that is in terms of human form. You understand?
Expert witness. Okay,
Yes, okay. Yeah, but other
expert or other witness. Yeah.
Yes. But other evidences is already there, which they have. You didn't watch where they were carrying those evidence with the.
I'm not watching it, Kene. I'm done with it
now. They leave.
We've moved on to cabinet.
What Kulata said is quite the truth. People have stopped paying attention to Peter Obi. Nobody is expecting anything from it. And then they had a good day got today. Nobody cares anymore.
No, one man, you have to follow it. Something is really going on in that court too. I must tell you the truth. Forget about a lot of.
Let me tell you the verdict of this whole thing. The verdict of this whole thing is that the court will they will make recommendations for improvement to INEC for next time, and then the country will move on. So they're not going to cancel the. Note it down. They will make recommendations for improvement for INEC for next time. The country will move on.
This is one of the reasons why I said
Peter Obi will go home and cry.
This is one of the reasons why I said I will not comment on this. I will not comment on this until the last judgment. One thing is this. For me, the only thing the only fear I have is that I know that Tinubu has an influence. You understand? That's my only fear. But to say something is going on in that court, something is going on, and they have
does 10%. The only substantial thing you've mentioned.
No, this is not 10% matter. I'm saying this is yesterday evidence. They have submitted a lot of polling unit evidence in many states.
Showing what?
I mean, showing how the election go wrong now in those polling units now. A lot of polling unit evidence. Maybe I don't know.
Does it show plus or be minus Tinubu?
No, they wouldn't tell you. They wouldn't tell you that. They read out what went wrong, and what I know is that they have admitted
everything you are telling me. Let me say what I'm reading from everything you're telling me. Everything you're telling me is just showing a guy trying to have a re-election done, to have this election cancelled and have another election.
I've told you, Polata. I've told you. That's why they say it's process. That's why they said they want to rubbish the whole election.
One voice. Carry on.
Like what happened there? What happened with the channels? Channels presented evidence where INEC chairman promised to transmit.
That's neither here nor there. Now the rules allows him to change his mind.
Yeah, but the evidence of supersede because they asked the witness question. Didn't you see where INEC said that they were not going to they were not going to transmit live again.
INEC said they threw this to the election in the paper that they're not going to transmit. They said
the channels presenter said no, he didn't see it. There was nothing like that. So if you have any video evidence for that, they should present it.
Are you afraid of that? Well, that one is dead on arrival.
It's like I'm just shaking my head where I am. Like that is nothing.
Kulata, you are just downgrading this thing. I wish you are following it.
Now that's what our people do here.
I wish you are following it. I mean it. If you see
evidence,
did you know they even came with VAR plasma television and many even. As in Kolata, you are not following this thing. This court is very sweet. I mean, the thing is very sweet.
You're making me laugh.
See, one man. When I saw that this headline, I said, okay, I'm coming to one man to platform today. You see, one man like to just bring anything that sounds ridiculous with Obi. All this while they've been presenting evidences in court. I've never seen one man talk about it on this platform. But just because when he brought a statistician today, a mathematician, look at how Obama just bring the airline and just draw everybody now to the platform.
This is just one witness. This is just one witness.
Rational mind, what tickled me was the idea of a mathematics professor.
We saw that now.
And then going on with this, I'm imagining him in some professorial gown. And then with the glasses taped on his nose, hold on, and a cane and a board, and then say, and then your honor, if you XYZ, and then you bring quickly, and then the judges are looking at him. Yes, we understand. It's just so ridiculous.
One man, you watch AIT Democracy Today? Do you watch it?
No, I don't.
Do you know that if you watch it, if you know the girl that anchors Democracy Today on AIT every 7 o'clock in the evening, the girl is a witness. Is a witness today.
What did she say?
A witness today. Yeah?
What did she say?
She also presented a witness now. Ijoma somebody, that girl from the.
What did she witness?
You want me to be saying everything? Yeah.
I've seen a conspiracy. There's Ijoma. There's Professor from Anapra.
And arise.
And then there's
what of the one from China? What
was her name? Or what was his name?
That one, I don't remember the name, but
conveniently. Let's go find the name.
But they have a China witness. They have a rise and AI.
Hold on, Ekene. What contribution can an AIT correspondent or a newspaper a TV presenter, what can they contribute to they are just reporting second-hand information. So
one man, you are not following the court case. If you are following it, maybe I would have. I don't have the thing is, this court has gone very fast, so I don't have much to say. It has gone very fast.
You know I like you a lot. I really, really, really like you. Everything you said is a nothing burger. In America, that's what they call it. It's a nothing burger.
That is why I said I will not explain again. You know, the other day, Fatai was trying to bring swears out of my mouth. I was able to dodge him because I don't want anything that will say. People say they don't believe me. So I'm just waiting for the final judgment. But for me, I know that something is really happening in that court.
People are talking. That's all what's happening. People are just talking.
So I wouldn't come here to come and be explaining what I know that I don't have the strength to defend. That is me. I don't have any strength to defend anything here.
All right, you don't defend it, but from what you are saying, because of course you are monitoring the court space, and we cannot hear the excitement in your voice. What do you anticipate the final outcome to be? What do you think? Where do you think the court is leading to? We're not asking you to commit anything, but where do you think? What do you think the upshot will be from all this?
Oh man, I don't know. Honestly, I will not answer you that question. Honestly,
look at that. I knew you would.
I mean it. I will not answer you that question. I will only the judgment will be given on August. So I'll wait till that time. I'll always be coming here. Yeah.
With Tinubu in place, you said it now. Anything is possible because Tinubu reigns supreme now. I mean, he's controlling everything.
Can I ask you? I said in this platform that I said I want to learn a lot of things. So and I'm learning. And I'm enjoying the case. I mean it. A lot of things.
Everybody buying
all
the old now. They are pandering to him. He's giving slots to everybody.
One man, what was the first evidence that was admitted in that court? Could you mention it?
I couldn't, because as soon as they declared the winner of the elections, I moved on.
You forget everything.
No, now
Okay.
another 4 years is what I'm waiting for.
Okay,
now.
the first witness.
Can I ask everybody
and
a
the person that
question?
presented it. Okay, answer it. Let me know.
Can I ask a question? Everybody on this platform, if you feel the court is going to remove President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, raise your hands up. Let's see.
How do you see that?
I wish we could put there. I wish we could put that question to Peter Obi himself. That Peter Obi, if you feel that the court will remove President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, raise your hands up. The guy will be looking for coins in his pocket, both hands. Everybody knows now. So it's just anyway.
So
No,
you
one man.
know the first witness that was admitted in that court.
The first what?
The first
He said he
evidence
didn't
that
know.
was admitted.
He said he did not know that he didn't know.
All right. Tell us. I think it was to tell us. So tell us. Yeah.
And the person that presented it is from I don't know. He's a lawyer. I forgot the name. So he presented the court case of the forfeiture of 4,600, and they have admitted that. And you know one thing about the case here, every evidence that was presented in that court, none of them has been striking out. Even when INEC and the APC lawyers are objecting it, every of them, none has been struck out. So a lot of evidence, and I don't know how this judgment is going to go.
No. Ekene, acceptance of evidence does not mean it has a proof. They will look at it and then they will give judgment on it. So don't get carried away that all those things were accepted.
No, but at least there are some evidence you bring. They look at it. They'll just,
maybe
especially when those two lawyers are you see, if you see the kind of objection INEC and the APC are giving there, objection they are giving, even after the whole objection, they still admit it. And I can tell you that evidence are plenty. It's not just
it's not the volume, it's the quality. It's not the volume, it's the quality.
No, the quality is one man. Do you know that P2B used to carry this 18-seater bus to carry evidence to court? 18-seater bus. I mean it. I'm laughing. That court case is very
This is what you wanted to do. You wanted him to do in 1 week before.
I mean it. This court case is very sweet. I mean it. You people are missing a lot. He used to come to court with 2 plasma television LED to present evidence. With you know how many flash drive evidence have been admitted? Flash drive evidence. They have it. Video evidence. They have
flash drive. How many flash drives?
They never take carry evidence go to court.
I mean, I get it, go. Mr. You see, you people are just here discussing many things. You don't know what is happening in this country now.
Who they take that kind of evidence? Whether they take truck, whether they get truck, they carry go. Who they check them? All those people.
No. You know. I said I want to learn, and I'm learning. Every day I'm learning, and I have not missed any day without learning anything in that court case. Every day I'm learning. Yes.
You see, after this one, go follow another one.
Which one?
I say after this Obi matter, if the thing no go the way of Obi, you will never trust Nigeria again.
I will never do what?
You will never trust Nigeria again.
Why won't I trust Nigeria? Why won't I trust Nigeria? I will still trust Nigeria. I will still vote now. Why? No. Is it because of this court case? I've already have my fear in this court case, and I've presented it here. I don't see Tinubu living. I don't see him. That's my fear. That's the only thing.
What I'm telling you is that after this court case, go trust Nigeria on election petition again. This election petition, it never happened before. Say sitting president, they go take court, come on time. Where have you ever seen that happen?
But that's not an argument.
That is my take now. That has been my position.
You know the thing what they call boju boju. This one a boju boju that they do.
Abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Now you say it. Now you.
But the one man. Ajari Koko, my take is this. No, Ajari Koko, my take is this. I'm cooling my man down. The only thing I'm saying is you people are missing a lot. I am enjoying it.
Our high don't see plenty in the past. That's why we know.
Okay, maybe this is my first time. This is my first time of experiencing it. But
Ajani Koko, I think what Ekene is saying is it doesn't have any real expectation either way. It's just enjoying
the drama. The drama.
This is just Baba Salasho. When person they take a trailer, they carry evidence, go court. That one.
I never see that kind of thing before for my life. For person to carry.
It don't happen before.
How did it?
During the time of Awolowo, they don't carry plenty this thing. Nothing come out of it.
After I carry the whole trailer.
Hey, you never know.
Papa Jerekuku, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that is because of maybe the power of incumbents or the difficulty in improving the case that is making it difficult? Which one did you believe? Is it the difficulty, or you believe that because of the influence of the incumbent president?
Look, what I'm saying is that by historical, how do I put it? Historical
antecedent.
Antecedent. Thank you. By historical. Look, it's never happened in Nigeria for a sitting president for court to rule against a sitting president.
That's why I'm asking the question. Are you saying is the influence of the incumbents that is causing it, or because of the difficulty in proving the case on behalf of the opposition?
It's very difficult to prove the case.
Did anybody watch Obasanjo interview today?
If it is only one state, it's a difficult. Across the whole federation, there is no way you can prove it because everything is already modular. You cannot prove anything. You can't.
Did anybody watch Obasanjo interview today?
Hold on, again.
You can never prove it right because we are talking about a case across the federation. And look at this contest. It's not between two presidential candidates. It's three. How are they going to deliver the judgment?
No, it's four. Not even three. Babayeko is four.
It's four. How will it be? It's even more complex than what we have had in the past. What we used to have.
Because there is another usually one small party that is also contesting there. I don't know what that one is looking for.
What we used to have in the past was between two parties, but this one is three or even four. So you think that the judges, or the justices, what do they call them in the Supreme Court? You think they want to throw the country into anarchy? No, they will deliver.
I think that's where I'm going. Is it possible for them to say that we should have another election in this country and the whole country will not burn? Or even based on the morality, and the state of the nation, even that one can even influence their judgment.
They will deliver a political judgment. They want stability in Nigeria.
Exactly. I agree with you.
So, can I just relax. If the thing no go your way as you expect, don't worry. This one you don't go. This one where you see for court. Now Nigeria, now what they call Nigeria, you see. So now wayo. You
kangaroo court, huh?
You see lawyers as they plenty. Where have you ever seen in the world where you will see lawyers fighting for election matter? They will be in 100. You will never see them fighting for human rights or for the right of the people or for good education, good health care. You will never see them gathering in their 100 like that. You think that
So Ajani Gogo. So Ibazo that have not lose any case before. So this will be his first time of losing the case in the court.
Who is Ikpazu?
Who's Ikpazu? Is that the nickname or is that the title?
It's a big. He's the one that won the Adeleke case now.
No, don't say he has not lost case. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Let me. He was part of. Is
a lawyer. Okay.
The lawyer. I think he was part of Atiku's team in 2019 now.
Yes, yeah, too. With
and he lost that case now. Did not lose the case.
And Ozokeme.
Ohaheme, or what is the name?
Ozokeme, the Edo man.
They lost now. So you can't win against. Look, the power of Ikubensi, you can't defeat them at the court on election matter. It's never done in Nigeria, and it will never be done.
All right. Ekene was hinting at Obasanjo's interview that we was asking if it was watched. I don't think the interview has been released fully, Ekene, unless you know differently. Do you know differently, Ekene? Have you watched it?
Yeah, but it's like the video that is circulating now is just a short video.
Yeah, so let's have a look then, because the guy that did the interview is releasing it in snippets. So I was looking for where he spoke on Tinubu, but that's not yet out fully. He's only released about 10 seconds of it or so. But this is Obasanjo speaking about Peter Obi. So let's hear what he has to say.
Don't scandalize my parents. How do you mean, sir? How do you mean? It seems like that's a sweet parents where they are. Yeah. President Olusegun Okikiolu Aremu Matthew Obasanjo is my guest today.
Success to me is when you leave a place better than you find it.
We talk about his legacy. This man whom some have called the father of modern Nigeria, that some have said is the most consequential Nigerian alive. I ask him what he wants to be remembered for. What is the legacy that you most want to be remembered for?
That I came here and God was immeasurably kind to me and showed his grace on me. And I thank God for that.
And how some milestones of his life have defined that legacy. I asked frank questions. He gave me frank answers about third term.
No. The governors are, some of them, but they were doing it for themselves.
How so?
Because if the president gets third term, they too would also get third term.
Right. About allegations that he's corrupt.
If others don't know how to raise funds to do this type of thing, then don't cast aspersion on those who do. I was, for 10 years, almost, a member of Board of Trustees of Ford Foundation. I know how to raise funds for almost 10 years, including part of when I was in prison, which they paid me for.
About vindictiveness?
EFCC investigated Ibori, and they found Ibori has misappropriated about $200 million. Then he thought he was being clever. He took $15 million cash to Ribado, and Ribado came as they put it in their account in Central Bank, and then we still pursued it. So it was pursued up to London, where he went to prison. So if that is vindictiveness, I would say let Nigeria have more of such vindictiveness.
About statements of him trying to cripple the Lagos economy under now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And
no, that's absolute nonsense.
Right.
If he doesn't know that, then he doesn't know anything.
Right. But what do you say to that charge?
So is he that one that make him to have alpha beta? Huh?
about why he stood so firm behind the candidacy of Peter Obi, about the many letters he has written, and why it remains impossible for anyone to ignore this one man.
For Nigeria that I believe we need to have at this point in time, Peter Obi is
still the man.
That's all.
And he has given me the interview of a lifetime.
So what suits people politically, they will say or do, not what they believe,
right,
or what they mean. So I don't go by what people say. I go by what people do.
You've lived through Nigeria's history. You've seen it all. You know, I envy your lives. If I lived half the life you've lived, it would be a great life indeed. President Obasanjo did not flinch at any point. And I'm honored that he invited me to his office and had what will be an interview for the books with me on With Today. Welcome.
All right, so that's the interview. The guy, I think he has put it on, he's not even putting it out on social media, so he's put it out on his face. And by the way, this guy, there was a time I used to go and attack him because of his camp manner, which always irritated me and still does. But there is Obasanjo insisting that Peter Obi is still the man. Hello? Everybody disappeared?
Yeah, we're here. We can hear you.
We're bored of Obasanjo and bored of Peter Obi. They're just boring.
Why are you talking like this? Are you bored of Obasanjo? I mean, look at the way he's
I have two things I can say about it. One man.
Is he full of that verbosity or whatever?
It's predictable and boring.
Yeah, well, you've not seen it yet.
One man.
Yeah, come in, Simba. Come in.
Can you see the way he dodged the third term agenda?
Yeah, he pushed it onto
the governors. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
so how can you deceive people like that?
Yeah, you go. I mean, but you there are two sides to the story. You only
no rational man. Are you not telling me that it's the governors that are pushing him to go for third term agenda? You believe that?
Well, I mean, until when I hear him, before I can pass because my view has always been that he orchestrated the whole thing. But let us hear from him because this is going to be the first time I'm hearing from him.
He will have started it. The governor can also see it from there. Okay, if this man can get it, we can also get it. But for governors cannot push it toward that agenda. They don't have that power.
But maybe it's what all of them planned that time now. Maybe all of them plan it now. You cannot be the only one that planned the talk now. Many people may be behind it now. So
okay, then look at the Lagos this thing. They ask him, instead of taking responsibility, he says, is that what made him to go and establish Alpha Beta? Is that the answer to the question?
There are some clips all done now. Boy, I mean, Simba, don't be doing this now. I mean, well, you can do it, but then what I'm saying is there are something that he must have said. The guy just gave us a snippet of what to expect.
This is not the full interview.
It's not the full interview, so he must have
okay. It's just like he's just picking those things and just picking. It's an edited interview.
It's a teaser. It's a trailer. It's make sure you watch it sort of a thing that he's doing.
It is advertising this interview. Maybe you want to use it to make money.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Look at this guy. No, it's documented. Look at Simba.
Because
why would he make money? He's doing it for free.
Well, if he has a something like a YouTube channel and everything, he can use it. He can break it into pieces. I will make a lot of money from it. People will watch it.
Yeah, no, he does have a YouTube channel, but I don't think he's going to put it there. I think he wants to put it on his own website to drive that traffic there. We await that in anticipation. Within the next 6 weeks, Tinubu has to present a list of ministers, and that's by law, by the way. Within 2 months, that's one of the things Buhari signed in. So there are 27 key ministries that needs occupation. A lot of them, nobody really cares. But now this list of 27 now comes out. Maybe is Prince Daddy there? He is there in body, not in spirit. Is Akim there? They're in body, not in spirit. So maybe you lead on this one, Rational Mind. Then, Rational Mind, I'll bring you the list, and then you just pick names that you feel would have. I know you're not for Tinubu, but he's in situation at the moment. So pick names that you feel would ideally suit these portfolios. So for the Federal Capital Territory Administration, I think it's a mayor, isn't it, that they have in Abuja. A lot of people feel that. What's it called? Ganduje, that's his job.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, let me just say something. For the fact that Tinubu is the one who is holding that office now, does not mean that I will not want to speak. I will still want to speak because it's still my country where I was born. I have families there. I have friends there. So whoever governs that space,
so he's your president. Just say it, president.
Say it now. How would I say he's my president? I mean, he's not my president on the court says otherwise, or if the court says it's his, and then we move on from there. We close that chapter.
No. You got that the wrong way around. He's your president until the court says he's not until the court says he is, because he is sworn in already. So unless the court says he's not,
yeah. Well, you can say that, but for me, I'm telling you my own mind. It's until when the court confirms it that he is the president, then I would address him as such. Until then,
so the woman, if Tinubu get removed from the court, it will not be mentioned at all as one of the ex-presidents of this country.
It will be. It was sworn in.
It will not.
I don't think so. Well, let's just leave that.
He was sworn in. He's already president. Whatever happened.
He's already, even if it's 1 minute, he's president.
With an adjudged stolen mandate.
All right. Okay. Let's just.
It was sworn in now, but.
Forget that one.
Gideon, how is the water doing? Is the water still holding? I remember you told us that you thought.
Nothing they happen, nothing they
all right, you see, there it is.
Back. Make them forget that one.
All right, so going by what we just said about the ministerial list.
Yes.
Well, I think they said he has sent asked for this 20 something or 20 special assistants, and we just have to see how this ministerial list plays out. I think from what you already said, 25 were the numbers of ministries that were occupied.
27.
I think Buhari had more than that, right? Buhari had more than 30 something.
Yeah,
42 or so.
42, so you can imagine. So I think he's downsizing it, because what that country needs right now is, I don't know, was it from you I hear when you said some ministries were also talking about, was it some agencies that money were not being released to them and all of that? That there's a moratorium, a freeze on.
Yes, yes. That was one of the first actions that Tinubu took. It says stop payments to MDAs till further notice. Tinubu orders CBN. That was even before he sacked Emefiele.
Yeah. So I mean, if all this thing is doing is with the aim that yes, he wants to block those loopholes where these people are stealing money from, because you see, Nigeria, we have no business in. We should not be saying that Nigeria is broke. Nigeria has the means to run that country, to run it effectively, and to make its citizens to be, even though we're not at the same level as most developed countries, but at least we should be at least a little bit like average. But then it's just because of so many stealing here and there, money that are not being accounted for. One minister will be stealing billions, not even millions anymore. Gone are those days back in the 80s when we hear of somebody stealing millions, but now it's billions. And not even just 1 billion. We're talking about hundreds of billions being stolen by some individuals. Just one individual. And we can't just imagine the
rational mind. So people are stealing more than the budget of states.
So you can imagine. So if the Akanda General of the Federation, that guy, the Fulani guy, the other guy, let me say, the Akanda General, when he stole over 100 billion naira, I mean, I don't know how that case went. We're not even talking about the one Balami stole, possibly he stole. Other people stole. Emefiele, all of them stole.
All right. I was hoping to do that list, but you mentioned Malami now. So let me just bring you this, and then we'll go back to the list. It looks as though they are starting to summon. It says EFCC summons 8 Buhari ministers over corruption allegations. So the anticipation was that Tinubu was going to be a cover-up administration for Buhari. But it looks as though that's not the case as it stands now. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC, the country's anti-corruption agency, has reportedly extended invitation to 8 former ministers who served under the previous administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. Correspondents report that these former ministers have been called in for questioning regarding allegations of corruption. The invitation letter sent to these high-ranking government officials specifically requested them to provide explanation about the utilization of funds allocated to their respective ministry for designated projects during their tenure. The letters were dispatched before the suspension of Bawa as the chairman of the EFCC, as investigations by the anti-graft agency were already ongoing. According to Insider, amongst those summoned are Pauline Talen, the former Minister of Women Affairs, who was invited last week in connection with an alleged fraud of 2 billion naira. The accusation includes claim of diverting funds from the African First Lady Peace Mission projects. Additionally, and by the way, that additional storyline is an Aisha Buhari storyline, because there was a time that Aisha Buhari called this woman out that, where is that money? Bring it to me. So it looks as though that's a Buhari Aisha Buhari storyline. It is what it says. Additionally, 7 other former ministers have also received invitation. It is worth noting that Saleh Maman, the former Minister of Power under President Buhari's administration, was arrested and detained by the commission last month. He is currently being investigated for his alleged involvement in a 22 billion naira fraud related to power projects. Furthermore, Mohammed Megari Dingyadi, the immediate past Minister of Police Affairs, has been summoned to provide explanations regarding the handling of the Police Trust Fund. The allegations suggest irregularities in the procurement of refurbished vehicles for the Nigeria Police Force are falsely presented as new. When approached for comment, Minister Dingawa responded, "Well, I am not aware of the letter. I have not seen it. Maybe they sent it to the office. I will inquire from the office," whilst maintaining anonymity during the conversation. In addition to these individuals, the former Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika, and the immediate past Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, have also been summoned by EFCC to provide clarity on some issues pertaining to their time in office. So that seems to be, I don't know. But Abubakar Malami has come out to say that he's not being summoned and he's not on the run. He says, Malami reacts to alleged EFCC invitation, says, "I am not on the run." The immediate past Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has denied reports claiming he was on the run over corruption allegations. Shortly after the suspension of chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Abdulrashid Bawa, by President Bola Tinubu, many online reports claimed Mr. Malami had left the country in a bid to evade arrest. But while speaking with correspondents on Thursday night, Mr. Malami said he had not received any invitation letter from the EFCC. So the back and forth of that, the dust will settle, and we know who is being wanted or not. Yes.
Very quick. So let me just quickly go to that ministerial list. And we'll go to this maybe later.
Yes.
So for me, I think we just have to wait and see how those, because it's the speculation Sometimes not we only speculate. That's what we do mostly. But sometimes our speculation comes to, I think, somehow close to what we maybe earlier speculated. I remember when we were talking about, some people were saying that the national security, how do we call it in Nigeria, national security officer, whatever, is going to be
advisor. Yeah,
advisor is going to be Ribadu. It's not Ribadu now. I think Ribadu now has taken out of office, right? Is that not what they said? I saw that on the news. That the senior special assistant to the president on national security, I think they said is Ribadu now. So I don't know.
But we've not, Rasnama, we've not heard that Mugono has been sacked. Mugono is still occupying NSA office.
Yeah, but then the special assistant, that was special assistant. So maybe it's a personal kind of, he will be advising Tinubu personally. I don't know. That's what I think. But then,
I think Rasnama, what I think generally, Tinubu is going to have like people like a kitchen cabinet. To me, it doesn't, maybe he just wanted to use the ministerial list to actually give it to the politician. He want to have his own people around him that will actually be doing the supervisory role. And I don't know how that one will be.
But then who gets the budget for the ministry?
They are the one that bring they will, okay.
I think the ministers will bring it, and then maybe.
But yeah, who administers the budget? Because if the power is with the kitchen cabinet, as Simba is suggesting, then who administers the budgets of the ministry?
Well, it is of course going to be the ministers, but I think the ministers should be people that Tinubu could trust, he could work with. So you see, so many things we can just say now. But then, FCT minister, Federal Capital Territory minister, it's as people say, Ganduje. But with all this thing that Ganduje is having, this problem is having with his former boss, what's his name?
Kwankwaso.
That and this back and forth insult they've been throwing on each other. I think I don't know how that's going to play out. But so it's just so many things are just within.
Well, actually, mind. Yeah. If I want to look at the way I'm looking at it, it's one of those places Tinubu can sacrifice for his political supporters. It doesn't. Nobody really look at what is happening in the Federal Capital Territory. He can use one of the Federal Capital Territory to give his to people that we know that cannot perform, but he still needed them for electionary purpose. Just to use it, if you give it to Ganduje, what will happen? If nobody is really focusing on Federal Capital Territory. That's where I agree with.
Well, I mean, he's already making parley with what's his name?
Tinubu is aligning with Kwankwaso now more than Ganduje.
So
he wants to align with Kwankwaso.
Tinubu is this kind of person who knows how to, play his politics the way he plays it. Look at how.
But he's not a use and dumb person.
You actually not made mistake.
He's not a use and dumb person.
Yeah, Ganduje still remains his most reliable ally in Kano, not Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is a man that come and go. So Ganduje, he will not abandon Ganduje. If he abandon Ganduje, that's the end of his political structure in Kano.
But Ganduje has already made a comment that if I were that I think will disqualify him.
Didn't you see Ganduje in Aso Rock yesterday? He was there.
I don't know, but he might have seen something that made him make that comment that he made. And the last time I watched Kwankwaso interview, I think is now aligned with Tinubu very well. That Kwankwaso, and even that former guy that used to speak for Tinubu, both of them.
But if any of us think that Tinubu will abandon Ganduje for Kwankwaso, we are making a mistake. He will never do that. He will find something for him.
NMPP now is APC alignment. It's second APC. Believe it. All the NMPP, both their senators and everything.
No, they don't vote for all in Senate. No, don't say that. No.
They didn't do what?
They didn't vote for us in Senate.
It doesn't mean now. The Northerners were against. The Northerners were already against. The Northerners were already against Kwankwaso now. I mean Ababio. So it doesn't mean whether they vote. Yari is still an APC member. If they vote Yari is an APC, they vote Ababio is APC.
Tinubu lobby with Kwankwaso because of the Senate. That's the purpose of the lobby. You understand? And they didn't give no Kwankwaso is playing ahead political. He want to be relevant. That's it. But Tinubu is smarter than him. Trust me, he's not gonna be. Tinubu will not use him.
So it's a use and dump now. That's what we say. Is it not? You agree that it's a use and dump?
And he's talking about Kwankwaso, he's not talking about Ganduje.
Yeah, but then we can talk about Kwankwaso. We can use Kwankwaso and dump him, right? We will not dump
He will never allow himself to be used.
Politics is give and take. You understand me? You give me, I give you. That's it. Why Wike is still relevant? Because it's delivered for APC. It's still continue delivering for APC. That's why it's relevant.
Where did he continue delivering from APC?
I'm only interested in
Sorry, Kwame, settle down. Just one voice at a time. So you can speak or whoever, but one voice. Carry on.
Kwame, one man. I want to know.
I want to before can I go? Many things they don't say this night. I need to clarify most of them. You say in Uma witness. Peter Obi never present any witness in Uma. No, Peter Obi don't present true. Even today, court said, court told Peter Obi that he only have 7 days left to present the 50 witness. He told the court that he have. They don't present 2 witness. 2. Uma witness.
5.
Yes.
5.
Second. Okay. 5. Okay. Another one. You say another one. I want to debunk another thing you said this night. I just forget because I haven't joined.
What are you doing debunking here?
No. I mean, we need to let people know because
hold on. Let me
one man don't even follow the news, and many things don't say tonight. Where it's not matched to what is going on. You understand me? There is nothing in the case. If you say that Peter Obi is presenting everything from he has his time to present everything now. And APC lawyer too, they will defend everything. That's how court rule. You can present everything you like. Court will welcome it. And then there is a time for defending. Yes, yeah?
Kwame, don't use quote Ekene. Ekene is just giving you, just like our reporter in the
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it's not saying anything whether it's not saying anything whether
land that point, Simba, and then I'll move back to the list. I don't know what
he's not saying anything whether he's not saying it in favor of either of the contestant, whether against or in favor of Obi. He's just giving us what is happening. He's not saying it, so don't look at it that way.
All right, let me continue.
Yes. So let me do it this way, just to bring some order to it. Kumi, what Ekene was simply saying is he was enjoying the spectacle of the law case. I don't think it was especially weighing in either direction. But let me do it in 3. So you give us who you think will fit 3 portfolios, and then I'll take it round. Okay. So the Federal Capital Territory, who do you think should fit that space?
Well, I think it's that's Tinubu's circle of criminals. I don't know.
Better than mine.
Yeah, I mean, those for me, what we saw with Ganduje. If I were to advise him, I would advise him not to use Ganduje for fair. I mean, it's not fair. Just give him a diplomatic, which I don't even think is even worthy of anything. But then just give him a diplomatic ambassadorial position. Just push him on El-Rufai, push them out, let them go and send them to Afghanistan and maybe Iran or Iraq, just to go be ambassador there. So I mean, and then the minister of, I think the 3 major ministers is finance.
Yeah, no. Let me take you through the order that it is. The Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. So that was the ministry that brought Adesina to prominence, landed him then at the African Bank. But who do you think fits that space? Is not a space that you immediately think of a name for, is it?
Yeah, but I what I'm seeing here.
1 minute.
Okay, I didn't go.
Sorry,
go on.
Why do you want us to speculate names that we
don't even know? Yeah,
I don't think it's. I don't think it's just to me, like, we'll be wasting our time. If the list comes out, then we can
talk about it. Yeah.
Then we can talk.
What I want one man to do. One man, I want you to Fashola. I really want to know where Fashola will work. I like that guy very much, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing anything that is coming to him. I want to see where he will be feast, and that is what I want to talk on. I don't want to talk about any other thing. I want to see where Fashola will be feast in this government.
That is why I'm suggesting that to one man that let us wait until the list comes out, and then we can start to have conversation on each ministerial list. But if we are speculating now,
and then somebody else comes out,
it will be speculated into garbage, and it won't make yes.
I think we've prepared like 2 or 3 lists here earlier.
Yeah, we've done it before. So let me just address this issue of the corruption about these people that we just talked about. That's corruption matter. I think Malami, I think you played that video of this senator who was listing them on Kazare on Brekete TV. You see, for me, yes, if these people are found wanting, let them. But you see, I doubt Tinubu's. You see, this is the way Buhari came, giving us that false hope, that illusion, the hopelessness that is called hope of, is it Hope 98? I mean, hope 2003. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it. When people say they come under the guise of this facade of we're fighting corruption. I mean, you have a circle of corrupt people around you. So, and then it's like anyway, just like somebody wants to sew clothes to you, wants to sew you a suit. You have to look at the one he's wearing first to see if he's able to sew you a better suit. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but then if he's saying he's going to take off the log out of the eyes of the Nigerians, when you yourself you're taking a rafter, you have a rafter in your own eye. So the point is this: for me, I don't know if he has I don't know if he can give Nigeria what he doesn't have in that regard. Buhari came with that guys that I'm fighting corruption. Well, look at how he ended. The worst criminality we've ever seen. I don't think. I think
Buhari has to stand alone as the biggest disappointment yet. For me personally, it really disappointed me. It took that country backward in so many ways. It's unbelievable what we just went through.
Can I ask question on my one question?
Carry on.
You said you don't believe Tinubu is sincere with fighting corruption.
I don't believe.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Can I say something?
No, hold on now. So, now. Carry on.
Subsidy removal. What is that? Number one. Forex, unification of Forex. Those 2 moves, that's the biggest anti-corruption move in the history of Nigeria, in the history of this country, since 1960.
Okay.
So that is a sincere and dedication to fighting corruption.
Okay, which has you want me to take that?
Directional mic, don't mic, quick interjection also.
Hold on, please. Let's Prince Daddy talk. I think he has not spoken. Go on,
you woke up, Prince. We've been trying to engage you since.
I heard you call my name, but I was far from the phone. If I get that, you already move on to the next person.
All right, carry on.
But yeah, to what Coletta said, yeah, this like structural corruption. Those are huge. Okay, but I think you're more concerned about like going after this this politician personally. Well, if Tinubu was in his second term, he would go after them personally. But right now, if he wants to come back again, he can't do that. We have to keep in mind right now that there are some politicians that are untouchable. Let's just put it that way. You can't touch like Buhari. You're not going to go after Buhari. No, would I even suggest that? But the low-hanging fruits, politicians, corrupt politicians, they can go after those people, and in order to block the leakages in the system, what it's trying to do is just block the leakages and try to get to the revenue for the country. But Tinubu generally, for what he's done so far, is trying to curb corruption, and maybe not all the way, but he's doing a whole lot. You can see his moves. I mean, he's playing chess, not checkers, and I hope you guys know that.
All right. So for me, you see, what I'm saying is this. I think you said it too. I mean, in some ways, you said if he wants to have a second term, that is, if he ever has that second term, let's see, that if he wants it, he doesn't have to fight the corruption heads on and jail people like he would, because there are some people that are sacred cows that you cannot touch. But then we shall see. That's what I'm saying is a facade. I don't think it's genuine. But I believe that.
National man, may I ask you a question?
Oh my God. Okay, I hear you.
If you want to fight the connection, if the Tinubu not fight the
okay, all right.
Corruption, Tinubu not campaign say he want fight corruption. You can
okay.
like that.
Okay. Well, you see, even Obi, you see, for the fact I say I have my own reason for Obi. I don't believe Obi is a messiah. Don't give me. I mean, people like Obasanjo.
But Obi said he will not fight any corruption. Now he said it categorically. Now he said he will only draw the line and move on.
Wow.
He said it categorically.
My brother.
He said it now, and that's the fact. You cannot go and fight people that you know will fight back, will fight you back.
Okay, let me just answer.
Yeah, I address what Kulata So he mentioned the fuel subsidy removal and the arbitrage in the financial sector, and he's saying those are the two biggest fights against corruption in Nigeria's history.
I agree with Kulata on that. That's the biggest, and that's one way to. That's one thing we should tackle, face. I mean, hit head on. But you see, I just doubt his sincerity in that, because I think somebody said.
It's taking action now. It's not a matter. It's not subjective. It's taking action. So what's the sincerity? Is doing something.
You said it's not subjective. Well, let me give you this. When they said he had a closed door meetings with the oil marketers, and so I mean that's what people say. I wasn't there. Some people said they heard from reliable sources that he said to them that, look, the guys, you see, let us just remove this whole subsidy thing. It's costing the government, it's crippling the economy, but you guys can still make money. Oh, of course, yes, they can still make money, but what does it mean that they can still make money? In what way? Could it be that they're trying to exchange one corruption for another corruption? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, can I jump in?
Hold on, please. Now we're talking about this forex matter now. You know that there could still be a way that people can still be corrupt with it. Because listen, you guys said, okay, Central Bank release.
But hold on, rational mind. Just that one that you say, you know, could it be that you see when you go into could it be that you see, then you are forcing your subjective prejudice.
It's subjective. One man, it could be subjective because
you are saying that you say they can still make money, and then and through that you are influencing that somewhat. That still leads back to corruption. How does
you see why I'm that skeptical about that? The way I express, I said that could it be is that I'm talking about that space, Nigeria. Nigeria is so corrupt that it's very difficult to say you want to end corruption in one term, in one single term or 2 terms of a
No, but is it fighting corruption though? Are these policy positionings, are they fights against corruption?
It gives the illusion.
Let me come in.
Hold on, Ekene. Okay, sorry, come in, Ekene. Yeah.
Okay, what I want to say is this. You know, one thing about the fuel subsidy removal, it has already been predicted. And the only place I would say,
one man, please, Ekene, one man, please, can you reiterate our rules? I think people have forgotten our rules. I said it 2 days ago, so maybe you two should reiterate it again. Thank you.
Yes, we're trying to manage the interjection, because the interjection really is the unique selling point of the platform. But sometimes the interjections, they even Kulata was pulling people back so much that I was losing his train of thought. So when somebody interjects and then another person interjects onto that, and then it just spirals, and then we meander into some cul-de-sac, and then we're in the middle of nowhere. We lost whatever it is we're talking about. So whoever has the floor, they can yield the interjection maybe twice, but then not lose their train of thought. So,
yeah, I'm already losing my train of thought already.
Yeah.
Please, I beg your indulgence, please. Let me just continue because I don't want to lose this, because if I lose it now. So my point is this. You see, the question you asked me is, yes, it seems that this policy is putting in place seems like it's going to tackle this corruption, but time will tell. We're going to see how this is going to help out. It's going to come out on the long run. It's one thing to just say, okay, forex, all right, banks. I mean, central bank release money to the banks, and also okay, want to equalize the whole forex exchange rate, both the bureau de change and then also the banks. You people should sell dollar at the same rate, all of that. But could it be that some people are benefiting from this same thing too? Is that going to be some kind of corruption? We just have to see how it plays out. But like I said, on the surface, it looks like it's a way of tackling this whole corruption thing. But you see, for me, I'm this skeptic. I'm this kind of a skeptic, whereby when I've seen somebody has an antecedent of something, when the person suddenly says he has changed, only time will show to me that really he has really changed, like he said, or he's trying to make me believe that he has changed. Because you see, for somebody to be corrupt to the level of the way Tinubu, as I always say on this platform, on other platforms, hijacking the whole of Lagos to himself and all of that, not even the issue of Alpha Beta, conflict of interest in many ways, his own family also having all of that thing. So, and I've often referred to him as an immoral person. Now, trying now to sell morality to me, I find it very difficult to understand, to accept. But well, it can prove me wrong. If this policy is going to work the way he said he has put them in place, trying to make it same exchange rate.
Angelica, could you believe in redemption?
Oh God! Don't say me this.
Rational mind.
Say me this. Say me this.
As a rational mind. Sorry.
Yeah, I get you. Send me this religious thing of.
But Prince Daddy, you say redemption, but what is even redeeming himself from? Because you know, a lot of the things that Tinubu stands accused of, they are allegations and accusations.
Allegations.
Yes, but any you know who actually said that? It was actually Obasanjo we just heard. He says allegations are allegations and anything can be alleged. Anything can be alleged. Okay. This guy has never been convicted of any crime. He has never really been even taken to court for a corrupt practice, and yet they paint him as though he was a Escobar or something. So what exactly? What does he stand accused of? He hijacked Lagos in what way? He was the governor of Lagos. He contested an election and won, and he used his influence to hold sway in that space. So what is wrong with that? He's a politician. So what is wrong with that?
Okay, what is wrong with that? So yes. you and I, we live in developed countries,
right?
And then we see past president or prime minister in your country still hold sway the way Tinubu is holding sway, and in your country there where you live in London or in the UK, and here in America, the Bush family, they still control the government. They hold one country, one state to themselves. Is that what it is? Come on, one man. Let's hold
on. No, forget. Leave that bit. So leave that bit out for a moment. But it's not from want of trying that they are not succeeding. And the Bush family you're talking about, I think that's a poor example. Did they not hold Texas almost like a?
No, they do not anymore.
I'm Florida.
Not even Florida. Not even Florida.
And even the White House.
We like to bring some kind of parallel.
The White House was the personal home of the Bush family.
No, it's not. It's no longer. It's not. At one time, the family were, yes, they were very politically very powerful in this country. But at this point now, they are not. That's the beauty of the democracy here. And they call it or whatever here. At one point, your dynasty will end at some point. You can, yeah. But Tinubu, we've seen him ever since 1999. He continued calling the shot. We talk about Akinwumi. That one is even a different topic now. I believe Akinwumi is going to have a role in his government. I know you might want to bring it because we saw pictures of him and the governor of Lagos State.
Sanwo-Olu, yes.
Sanwo-Olu and other. But I think there's something brewing from there. We don't know how that's going to pan out. We just have to wait and see. So for me, woman, my skepticism, like I've said, is just born out of this whole. You can say it the way you want to say it, like, oh, it's this and that. I mean, the fact that somebody is corrupt.
No. Why do you say it's corrupt?
Well, you see, I remember one time. Well, I remember one time a certain president in Nigeria, when he was asked the meaning of corruption, he was trying to like give his own meaning to it. And yeah, anybody can spin corruption in any way. You can say corruption is this, is that. Corruption is corruption. Immorality is immorality.
No. Why do you say it's corrupt? What has it been convicted of in terms of corruption
that's the
practices?
point. So until when we see conviction, but we can see in our before our very eyes what is playing out. Some people
but I'm asking you to give an example.
Hold on. Some people are very powerful. Some people are very, very cunning. They are they know how to break the system. I mean, they know how to bend the system. They won't break it. I don't know if you ever heard that word. I think I remember many years ago, I used to read James Hadley Chase. I think that was where I picked that line from. Some people can bend the law. They will not break it. Some people know how to bend so that they can go around that law. So Tinubu maybe has been fortunate all these years.
No. Don't run away. What does it stand accused of?
One man.
Don't say one man. Don't tell me.
Is it not the conflict of interest? We've said it here on this platform here.
What is
this guy was in place as a governor and he has Alpha Beta, whom he owns while he was in office.
And that's what Dam's saying. Is that what Dam's saying?
Woman.
Is that what Dam's saying?
That's corruption he wants. You cannot use your political office.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You cannot use your political office for your own personal gain. Yes, you cannot do that. But in the Nigerian context, we do not see that. We don't say anything wrong as long as it's our man from our.
There's a lot of no. Forget the clan. Don't go into the Stay within the facts of it. There's a lot of leaps of assumption in a lot of the things that you do say.
Okay.
Yes, there's a lot of leaps of assumption. So you are leaping the assumption that Tinubu owns Alpha Beta. What you'll probably find is that there's a complex mix of ownership.
Okay.
And you're taking that leap of assumption also that he owned Alpha Beta whenever they came into consultation in Lagos State. That's another leap. There's so many leaps of assumption.
You can color it, you can use those English words to describe it. Leap, assumption, whatever. Well, yeah, he has not been convicted. Yes, you're right. He has not been convicted. But I'm saying to you that does not.
A lot of it is innuendos and inferences, isn't it? Innuendos and inferences.
Yeah. So then
is that what condemns a man? Innuendos and inferences.
Woman.
So sorry, it puzzles me somewhat.
I know you can puzzle.
We all just take that bracket assumption, that bracket surrender that this guy is corrupt. Just because he has a sharp brain and he can
somebody's cornering the whole of a world of a
sorry. Real quick.
I think what Rational Man is saying is essence concerning these people being invited here and there by ESL. What Rational Man is saying is that he doesn't trust the whole thing. And I can still reason with Rational Mind because all this investigation, if truly that Tinubu is serious about it, there is no way he will not get to Buhari.
Exactly.
And do you think that he will do that?
I see you're fighting corruption.
Well, quick interjection, if you don't mind.
Hold on. Let me ask. I want to ask one man. Do you think Tinubu will go that far? Because if
I don't think he has to. I don't think he has to.
And then that's to tell you that Rational Mind is right.
No, he's not. He's not though.
Let me interject real quick, if you don't mind.
Hold on now. Let me engage with
okay.
Rational Mind is saying it does not really believe all this investigation. It doesn't believe that if we end well, as we looking forward to see it, and what we are looking forward to see is that these people should be investigated and should be thrown into jail. And if you really want to carry that investigation thoroughly, there's no way it won't get to Buhari. It will get to Buhari. And do you think he will? Do you think he will carry out this investigation thoroughly that we get to Buhari?
Okay, so there are leaps of assumptions by yourself as well, Ajan Lekoko. There. Let's
Mama, you don't want
unpick
me to speak.
What do you mean by
okay, speak, but you have to speak to the topic though. What we are speaking to is what you have to speak
one
to.
man, what is the assumption in what?
I was going to unpack it, but I kind of wants to.
It's about the corruption now.
Yeah,
you know,
no, we are not talking about corruption in general. We're talking about the specifics of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I want to talk how I feel and how I think everything is working.
All right, carry on.
So how I feel is, I don't think Tinubu is fighting corruption. What I think he's doing is trying to block the places that he needs to block to get what he needs to govern this space. Because without removing MFLA and some instruction that he's giving, I don't think many things will still be going wrong. So I'm not seeing him going too hard on these guys that he has arrested. I'm not seeing it, because if he wants to do that, there are a lot of men that he needs to go after. You understand? There are a lot of men, Malami, all of them, which, these guys are very powerful. So if he starts to go those areas, they may start to strike back to him. So what I think he's doing now is just to make sure he is able to cover spaces so that he will be able to get resources to govern the nation. That's how I feel. I'm not seeing him really fighting the corruption the way we are putting it here. That's how I feel.
Right. All right, thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Kenneth, for that. Let me go back to what Ajan Lekoko said. And by the way, Ajan Lekoko, a lot of my responses already in Kenneth's submission there. But I was saying there's a leaps of assumptions that are, if he really has to, if he's really doing it, then he has to land Buhari. He does not have to land Buhari, and there is no reason to suggest that Buhari has to be landed, because Buhari has always consistently maintained that anybody can investigate him and they would not find corruption. And there's very good reason to assume that, to agree with that, because Buhari is a very Spartan man, is a very simple man, and I don't really think that you really find him personally enriching as an individual. No, but if you want to say it's an enabler, yes. But then as an enabler, then you are more questioning his supervisory capacity or the failure or lack thereof supervision. So that is bad administration rather than corruption. So you don't have to land Buhari, but you can land big fishes within that administration and scapegoat them. So the biggest fish that he could probably land to send the signal will be Abubakar Malami, because everybody feels that he is pivotal to a lot of the things that were bad and rotten within the Buhari administration. But he does not necessarily have to land Buhari himself. And I don't think anybody especially wants him to land Buhari himself.
One man. What you just said to us, let me use the same phrase you just used now. It's a leap of assumption. It's a leap of assumption too. Yeah. Because for you to be saying that if you investigate Buhari, you will not find any corruption in him. I mean, don't say that. It's just an assumption. You're only assuming.
No, I'm assuming based on his
so the same thing we're doing, that's the only way you're accusing me of doing, or you're accusing us of doing. Essentially what you're doing. So until when they investigate, let them investigate them and let us find out. But I doubt it. I mean, I doubt even if they find anything there. Like you said, would they even be able to touch Buhari? I mean, it does. If that's a certain area, it doesn't have to cross.
Okay, can I just drop 2 cents if you don't mind?
Hold on. He wants to see the government being derailed in online, and I know he doesn't want to do that. So the point I'm trying to say is this: that if the aim is like Ekene said, is that okay? You guys that have stolen money, how much have you stolen? $100 million. Okay, give me $70 million. Give me $70 million there. Carry $30 million go, or carry $50 million go. That is something. You Sadia, how much did you steal? I stole 500 billion naira. Okay, give me 300 billion from there. Take 200 billion and go. If that's what it's doing, just to get some money back, so that you can pump it back into the Nigerian economy and into the Nigerian treasury, fine and good. But that is going to kill these people. One man, we're all living in la la land if that happens.
All right, Prince Daddy, come in. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Foreman. So, I don't know, but is there a statute of limitation to corruption in Nigeria? Who knows that? Now,
I think there's a statute of limitation in law anyway, not to corruption, but there has to be a statute of limitation. But carry on.
well, yeah. So if it doesn't get Buhari right now, if Buhari is still alive in the next 4 or 5 years, they can go after Buhari. But right now, it doesn't have to go after everybody. You just have to go after enough people like Emefiele. And Buhari may not be wealthy in assets, but dealing with Emefiele, I think he has some billions of dollars somewhere in Dubai or elsewhere. I mean, there's no way, I'm to believe that Buhari is kind of innocent right now, given that the way he coddled Emefiele, it didn't make any sense at all. It didn't make any sense. Why he kept him and why he coddled him and protected him. So again, it's not about, well, at this age, I would say for Tinubu, it's not about revenge. Really, I think he wants the best for the country. And just like you said, if you can recover 70 or 50 billion naira or dollars from these thieves, then it takes the money, put it back into the economy and move on. It's not about, and if you can jail them too, they can go to jail. But if he puts his foot down on this corruption issue, then things will shape up. Things will shape up. So and people can go to jail.
But the country wants to see a conviction, Prince. The country, because we went through, we suffered so much. The country wants to see a conviction.
Right. See, that's another thing right there. You want to go from 0 to 180 or 360. I don't get it. See, these people that could never even catch, there was like stealing right in front of the country that they couldn't do nothing about it. We can go as far back as Atiku with $16 billion for the power project that we couldn't account for. So trying to make Tinubu a Superman, that's the problem. Also, the expectation of our leaders. And I like Tinubu not because he's an angel and the smartest person in the world, but I think he's the man for the job. So he's gonna.
Do you want to see a conviction, Prince Daddy? Do you want somebody to go to jail just from what we witnessed over the last 8 years?
Well, that'd be nice, but I'm not too keen or concerned about that really. But obviously, if people are found guilty and is able to recover funds from that, well, they're more likely to go to jail. How long they're going to stay in jail or how the court is going to protect them is another thing. But it's more about trying to block these leakages, okay, and curb waste in the system. Okay, we have so much time. I mean, you can't spend all these resources and energy running after people when the country is going the other way.
No, we're talking about scapegoating. There has to be at least 3 scapegoats just to send a signal.
Yeah,
the country wants to see a conviction.
We have Emefiele. If Meleki Harry gets some, we get him too, sure. And the EFCC guy, it will get few. You will get a few of them, but he also he's an astute politician. He knows that he can't be running after. I think most of those people most likely to be convicted are Northerners because they hold critical position in his government. So he also has to tread that line, not to be running after Northerners. Okay, he has to balance things. So when we want him to do this and that, we have to look at the whole picture of the country and how to stabilize things and not just go after one part of the country and neglect the other, even though it's justifiable. So, but it has it takes that's why I say he's playing chess, not checkers. As a master, he has to know how to balance this equation, and there's so many variables at play that we don't know ourselves. We just know from what we read out there, and when people listen to Rufai with this alpha beta thing about Tinubu, just letting those narratives run wild and not being checked. That's what I'm talking about. And people take this narrative and run with it also. So it has to do a great balancing, in religion, in ethnicity, and different parts of the country. It's very complex and complicated, I would say. So let's give Tinubu time to do what he has to do. But at the same time, let's be realistic about the whole thing.
All right, but the country still wants to say, I want to say a conviction, and I'm sure you do. I mean, they just did to, because what we have been. what we have in Nigeria is crime without punishment. You steal and then you negotiate yourself out of it. It's just it's enough.
That's why people are brazen. They become so set in their ways.
I have an alternative theory on what Tinubu is doing with corruption.
Okay, let's hear you out.
Because the policies Tinubu they're implementing right now, they're very painful in the short term. The subsidy removal and the forex removal. And we know Nigerians don't resonate to all these long-term economic jargons. They don't care about it. There's only a few of us like that care about it. But what Nigerians care about is seeing you going after people, because we have that revenge mentality. So I believe Tinubu is using all this Emefiele arrest and all these things to kind of like gain popularity and distract people from some of these tough policies that are currently going on. At least they'll say, well, he's trying to catch the thieves, and they'll just trust him that whatever he's doing, he must be doing, he must mean well, because that's what I'm actually hearing, even from obedience. But they can't point policies, but they can point to the arrest and the suspensions that is going on. So that's my theory.
Well, rational mind. Let me say something to these people again. How do you think that he will probe his party members? All these people that is speaking up there, Malami that we looking forward to be picked up, and some others are APC members. How would he pick them? How will he try and put all of them in jail? And we expect that in the next election, he will come back to win in those regions that all those people represent. How would he be able? They are all in the same party. All these people, because they are all interwoven, they are all connected with each other. Before today, some of them, or a lot of them, campaign for him as well. Ganduje will not be spared if we really want to carry on, because now that we have Kwankwaso there, Kwankwaso may have to release, or the governors, because already they are probing Ganduje. There are many places they are bulldozing that Ganduje corruptly issued CFO to himself, and he built some what do you call, some malls,
shopping complex.
Shopping complex in the name of PPP. Whereas
on the Eid pre-grant,
some are to his children and some other things. So, would Tinubu would he be able to carry out this investigation? I mean, would he be able to jail all these people?
No, that's why we say that he has to scapegoat. He can't get all of them. He has to scapegoat.
Then, if he's out to scapegoat, that is what I will call one fetele, one palapalaba. You are chasing the symptoms instead of what do you call it, the real disease. You know.
Okay. Sorry, Adaneko, let me put this to you. Tinubu has 3 options. So I'll list the options and then you help him pick one. So Tinubu has the option of doing absolutely nothing at all. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Tinubu has a second option of targeting specific pockets of corruption within the Buhari administration and scapegoating those targeted ones. That's 2. Or Tinubu has the option of going all the way through to Buhari and making him give account. So which of those options are the most plausible, the most not the aspirational one, but the most practical?
Well, the best that Nigerian we expect him to do is the third one you mentioned.
Yeah, is that the most practical?
But he won't have the courage to do it. And
no, not courage now, practicality.
Hold on now, one man. Yeah. This is conversation here. And that is what Rational Man is saying. That it doesn't, that all these ones are just boju and just government magic. It's not going to land us anywhere. We are not going to see what we are really expecting. We won't get it. That is the point of Rational Man.
The only person that can do that is a military regime. It's not possible in a kind of democracy that we are practicing.
So what I can do it.
Yeah, thank you, Kulata. That is the only person.
For trouble.
You don't know that was Kulata trained.
He's a very bold guy, and he will do it and redo it. But politicians will never do it to themselves. They will never do it. And as long as we in this way, the problem, only God can save that country. The problem is that Tinubu is doing, even if he continue and try his best, block all the leakages and do everything during his time, another regime might come after him that will loosen everything up again and we'll be back to square one. Obasanjo he tried his best, but what happened when Jonathan came? Jonathan opened gate for corruption, and then Buhari came with a lie. Oh, I'm going to fight corruption. That one, he make it. He opened the reserve.
No, he removed the gate. He removed the gate.
Thank you, Ziba. He bulldoze, he remove, he make it an open field for corruption. So I don't know, when will we have these people punished to serve as deterrent to others and put a permanent end to these corrupt practices? I don't know. Tinubu cannot jail. He can't do anything to these people. I agree with Rational Man. He cannot. It's just government magic.
Himself is compromised now. I mean, you know how many compromises they have about him.
You think that all these people are not connected with the Mayas or Oba, and all those traditional leaders start calling him that, oh, take it easy, oh, just do your own government. You don't need to put any. You think he will not listen to them? He will. Oh.
Yeah, just to what you were saying, Ajanle Koko, and what Kulata said earlier on, it reminded me of what one Oyo woman was saying just a couple of days ago. What this, Ajanle Koko? What this?
Grandma kí wá ṣe fún kíkẹ́ lórúkọ ma Obefele ibẹ̀ láhàámọ́ wọ́n ti mú láti jó kí ni Buhari wá ní ká ṣe báyìí. Buhari ọ̀lẹ́ ló ń bẹ̀ mọ́ kò lẹ́nu báyìí mọ́ rárá. Tinubu lọ lẹ́nu ń bẹ̀. Tinubu tí wọ́n ti ní wọ́n lọ ṣèwádìí ẹ̀ fínífíní. Ṣé ìwádìí Emefiele? Àtọ́ni ń ṣe agbódegbà fáwọn Oko Haram tí a fi ń jiyàn. Wọ́n ní ṣàgbódegbà. Ó ní ṣàgbódegbà fún. Ṣé Buhari? Obefele. Àti Buhari wọ́n jọ lẹ̀ dí àpò. Ó ga o.
Obefele.
No, that is woman. That is the new information minister.
It's all Obefele's fault. Obefele.
That man punished Nigeria, even to the rural area. He's so popular. Everybody know what Emefiele is.
Obefele.
Do you see my theory now? You see my theory that those people are more focused on the punishment and not the policy. It's more like Tinubu is doing for the people because he's going after Emefiele.
Kulata, exactly. This is what I see. Ajanle Koko and Rational Mind. Look, if the two of you were to be made the president of the country today, and your approach is what you want to bring, you will end up
not solving a problem, you will end up even creating more problem. That's exactly what you are saying. See, like when you want to solve a problem, even if the typical crime fighting scene, not all cases are resolved because the state, you hear me clearly, the state don't even have capacity to fight every single criminal cases in the society. Again, for example, someone may come from a matter and say, okay, oh, someone just did some kind of shoplifting, and you go to police, they will ask you how many. I'm talking of Canada. You tell them, oh, it's like 200. They say, go and talk to your loss prevention. They don't have resources to tackle that. They will just ignore. Why am I saying this is this? Walmart will put everything in place to prevent such shoplifting tomorrow instead of running to the police. So what Tinubu should focus more on is when you pick the CBN governor, you want to know how possible that such kind of land-breaking crime occurred under you, and you want to find a way to block. Now look at how they plot all this multiple payee, that you have so many people, maybe about 1,000 people will be collecting salary. How do you block that? You are not going to prosecute everybody, but you put a system in place to make it difficult. That is what you need. When you are saying these guys should go and run after Buhari, and you know how many people that stole big money under Buhari, they will use everything to fight you, they create distraction, and you will not be able to focus. And that's not the only purpose of the government. You just have to balance what you want to do. But when you start, because where did I even hear about this idea? It was even Obasanjo there when people were condemning Obasanjo for not fighting. He now said, okay, it was my intention to fight this. But he said Bill Clinton told him that, look, if you fight corruption, corruption will fight back. At the end of the day, the people you are supposed to lead, you become their enemies, because number one, you are not alleviating the problem, you are focusing on the wrong thing. The best way to fight corruption, number one, look at the loopholes, plug all those loopholes, then make more people, leave more people out of poverty, because the more people you lift out of poverty, then in the future, you are reducing potential corrupt people over time. And it's going to get to that the level that people we have the understanding that corruption will just be very difficult. Let me just summarize that way. So what this guy can do is, how these people manage to perpetrate their corruption, you try to block those areas as much as possible and focus on how to make farmers become richer, to make the driver on the street become richer. So at the end of the day, you deal with, okay, it's a thing. Okay, the government enterprises, for example, you can privatize. Okay, what is it that people are hitting money on? Okay, oh, people are shopping money just because too much taxes. Okay, what do we need? Okay, Dangote, MTN, can you control our road for us? Then we give you some kind of tax credits. You don't allow so much people. You don't allow people in the government to have access to so much money, and you find a way to just do that to limit all those things. So to me, those are the things you need to do. But thinking that Tinubu will run after Buhari, other military.
But is that not? Hold on, is that not what? What's his name? This guy Obi said when all of you were railing on him that he will not close down shop and start chasing after what's it called? Is that what Tinubu? You people are now suggesting that Tinubu should be doing now? Goodness, I mean, come on, guys. I mean, don't get me wrong. If Tinubu can, I don't expect him to go start jailing people, because I know, like I said, himself is already compromised. So what's he going to jail? He does. Somebody who wants to, you yourself, you have a skeleton in your cupboard. So the only thing is that, okay, recover whatever you can recover. Block that area where they are stealing this money from. But that I will expect him to jail Buhari or use Malami as a scapegoat, or use one of these big shots, even a midfielder that is already in. I just this whole thing I just believe is just, like somebody said, maybe just some kind of distractions too. Who knows? So, but then for me, I don't expect much from him. But the only thing I expect him to do is whatever you can recover from these idiots, these thieves, recover from them, block it, and you yourself and your family, block your family from using that access to even making money for themselves. Because already we're saying what the family are already putting themselves out there. Sheyi is already creating his own fiefdom already. His daughter is already doing her own too. Everybody's trying to look for ways of making money for themselves. I mean, so if he really is sincere, we shall see how time will tell. with that. Let me just allow that people speak.
Rational mind. If you know before the system of auditing before is to allow team to rob the corporation blind, then you go and engage external auditor, you now start investigating. Maybe by the time you are investigating now already, they've stolen so much that they won't have the loophole to fight you back. At the end of the day, you will gain nothing. So you call that one a damage control, which hasn't given any strength to control history. So people now go by the way of internal control. Every now and then you evaluate where are the loopholes. Okay, if we get these loopholes, let us put a mechanism in place. The mechanism in place is to make sure that it's difficult. At least you give the you give the enterprise enough time to be able to even catch up with the thieves. So now the corporate organization started investing in internal control mechanism, because the damage control, the type you are looking at is totally out of date. And we should not even forget that Tinubu we are talking about is coming from the background of a control system as an auditor. So look at it this way, rational mind. I got what you are saying, but we have to separate the word, the realistic word from the abstract word. That okay, normally this is what we expect, but this is what is achievable if you still want to keep governance and you don't want to focus on the wrong targets. So that's what we say. Okay, fertilizer. We like to use this Akinwumi now. How did he block that fertilizer fraud now? He blocked it forever. Even some people will still be trying, but without shouting, without even giving anybody chance to even fight him. Silently, he just killed that corruption there. Look at how it became. So we've seen a situation whereby all those public enterprises that people used to steal money, you don't plug that in by even giving the industry to the private sector. So a lot of things, as much as you can take most businesses away from the government, you reduce the breadth of the breadth to cover while trying to fight corruption. So it is more of putting system in place so that to make it difficult. But because if you want to pursue all corrupt people in Nigeria today, you'll be shocked about the number, because the number of corrupt people in Nigeria, they can even form out of the country. So you don't do that and start pursuing everybody. Like I said, even in a conventional crime fighting, you will find out that you'll find close to 50% of cases of crimes that are not even resolved. So does that mean they are not working? So to me, I think our approach should just, I'm not saying they should not jail anyone. Of course, anyone you can catch easily, that is very easy, like they did to Bode George, they did to Alamese, and they did to Tafa. You can do all those things. You may scapegoats but if your entire energy is to focus on the entire corrupt people in Nigeria, honestly.
Woman.
Rational mind. Let me ask you a question. If I say 1999 to you, rational mind, what does that remind you? What immediately springs to mind if I say 1999 to you?
Well, it reminds me of Obasanjo and Atiku and.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, in 1999, the Nigerian state transited from military rule to civilian rule. So that's the one thing that strikes me of 1999. But let's fast forward now to this moment in time. So at this moment in time now, the platform is going to transform from civilian rule to military rule as we enter the era of Major General Thomas from Australia. So we are transiting to the military administration of Thomas. But as we transit to the military administration of Thomas, let me acknowledge the super chatters. Augustine Higbe admonishing something that I wasn't really clear on. Ayo, as ever, he says, Obi soon present 4 table at tribunal. So yes, I wonder why he has not presented roasted chicken yet. Maybe that might well incentivize the judges to go his way. So Ayo rattles off the super stickers as ever. So that's Ayo again and again and again. So that's Ayo doing as he often always does. I wonder sometimes if Ayo does a super chat, then we get no super chats on this platform. Other names can join Ayo, but as other names give consideration to joining Ayo, let me acknowledge that Thomas, are you there?
Yes, boss.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So the military regime of Thomas. So Thomas, I'm going to shuffle myself out to, and I'm going to bring Gideon on. So Gideon has been on for a while. So try and sample her voice before she disappears. So thank you, everyone. We reconvene tomorrow. Over to you, Thomas.
Yeah, the military administration. One man, you know, go kill me. Who has spoken? I just woke up. My apologies to you guys. Yeah, who has spoken? Who has not spoken?
Fellow Nigeria. That's where we can hear you, fellow Nigeria.
Nobody, fellow Nigeria. I think Olata has spoken. Did I get it right?
No, Thomas, have you ever seen a military? Have you ever seen a military announcement after?
Yes. Yes. Now. Yeah. I thought I saw a couple of them. I thought I saw a couple of them.
Fellow Nigeria,
My fellow Nigeria. Yes. Yeah.
Is the nation Ibadan?
No. Ola, don't let us bring that one.
Thomas will be fellow Nigerians. Hold on, please. I said hold on.
No, Olata, I always use please now. I always use please.
I know. Say please. You know what? I'm always listening to you like 5 a.m. because I will have fallen asleep, but my earphones will still be in my ear, and I'll be laughing.
Yeah, let's keep the conversation going. I think Kulata has spoken. Kumi has spoken. Ekene has Ekene spoken. We don't have Ekene.
Rational mind while exchanging,
Ola, Jama Binu Thomas. Let me just quickly say
yes, go on.
That's something that really caught my, talking about corruption fighting. Obasanjo, I think Obasanjo goes down in history as the most that corruption fighter, even though we know himself has some question marks to his corruption fighting. But what I'm saying is that people of his own party were jailed. He did not spare the rod. He did not spare the anything. Governors.
Let me tell you, rational man. You know why he did that?
You can land. You said. He did not spare the rod. He did not spare the condo or whatever we call it. He jailed everybody. There was this then when they did the national identity scheme thing, the Minister of Interior then, who was that? Something at Debo, I don't know what was his name. The guy too was, I think he passed away, he died. That too, because he was involved in the Siemens scandal. It was not spared. Tafa Balogun, who was his IG, was spared. It was not spared. What's his name? Some governors were jailed.
Bode George.
Even Bode George, who was his own BOT man of his PDP, was jailed. So you see, we can say
Ibori was jailed.
Ibori was jailed. So we can even say
can we say they are political jailers?
What do you mean by political jailer?
What I mean is maybe Obasanjo's enemy. That's why he went after.
No, there were people of his party now. Bode George was Bode George. If you know Bode George very well, Bode George was party man of Obasanjo. Was very close to Obasanjo, but he was jailed. Maybe
they fall out.
They fall out.
Fallout, no fallout. The point is
the fallout. They have issue.
Hold on. Fallout, no fallout. He jailed them. He had them jailed. He didn't.
Rational mind, Joe. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, just
okay, rational mind. Between that Obasanjo fight of corruption, which I will call symbolic, versus structural corruption avoidance that Tinubu just did with subsidy and what's it called, dual exchange rate. Which one do you think will last longer? A structural corruption prevention versus corruption fighting that Obasanjo did. Which one is self-sustaining till today? Because if Tinubu leaves, if subsidy is gone, nobody's able to steal subsidy money again. If Tinubu leaves and there's no Emefiele that's going to be selling forex and one rate and giving people. So I feel Tinubu's fight in corruption in 2 weeks is more impactful and will last way long after him than something Obasanjo did that you cannot sustain. That's my opinion.
Yeah, let me add to it, and we can say it is fighting. We benefit the masses. That is the most important thing ever.
Exactly. You got that point right.
Am I allowed? Because I wanted to interject. He said I should wait for him. So many people have
Go
spoken
on,
after that.
Simba. Yeah.
I think, the circumstances that brought Obasanjo here and the kind of goodwill, acceptance that he enjoyed, gave him that the political power to actually pursue all these people. And then when you look at that time, well, just transiting to democracy, most of the people in power and in political space that time are member of his party. There's no other person that you can actually say if you want to fight, he can only fight his own member because there's no other member to fight. So in looking at that time and now, I don't think the political space is the same. I don't think there's any other person that can have that fortitude to say you want to pursue it or just be jailing anybody that you just wait to jail the way Obasanjo approached it that time and will get public acceptance. That's the way I view it. I think even when Jonathan came, as Babayo Kuku said, that he unlocked everything that Obasanjo has done and he make it's like as if he legalized corruption.
And
but
corruption
even
continues.
but even before Jonathan left, he realized that fighting people might not be actually be possible, and he was talking about putting structure in place, and that was when he actually
You are breaking, Simba.
Okay,
are you using obedient network?
Okay, let me quickly ask something before Rational my response. So, like we said before, right? So
the best way to go is also support
Simba.
Rational mind.
Simba,
let me finish.
Okay. Hold on, please. You went off like some 30 seconds. You don't even know.
Okay. At what point did I went off?
Yeah, continue. You were talking about I don't even remember.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Yes.
I said when Jonathan came, he unlocked everything that Obasanjo has done and it's as if he legalized corruption. But before he left, he also realized that pursuing the political offenders, corrupt politicians, might not actually be visible. And so he said he wanted to put structure in place, and that was when he was talking. Hello, can you still hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
We can hear you. Go on.
Okay, that was when he was not saying that I have to put structure in place to prevent people from having free access to money. And that was why I said I want to agree with what Ola is saying, that we need that most. But at the same time, I want to also agree with Rational Mind that we need some deterrent. Because let me tell you, there are some things that cannot be seen, even in a place where you think people are okay. There's no way amount of social welfare you can have for people that will prevent people from stealing. The natural way of our behavior is to steal. Even in places where they have free healthcare, free education, free this, free that, people are still corrupt. But the only thing that prevented them from actually that prevents the massive corruption in those places is because of the deterrent that they have for corrupt practices. So we need a mix of all these things, and that's the only way it can work. But the Obasanjo way, yes, it can work that time, it cannot work this time. Structure, yes, we need structure. Deterrence, yes, we need, but we need a mix of all this. So I think that's the only thing that can work in Nigeria presently. Thank you.
Thomas, can I interject if you don't mind, please?
Before Rational my response.
Yeah, let's hear from Ola. Then we hear from Daddy Prince. Yeah, Ola.
Yeah, so like what we said now, I think everybody agreed that we should prevent, because you see why we should use, when Jonathan said we use technology to fight corruption, people laugh because fortunately the person that is there now is a master of using technology to fight, but people don't know. And one good thing about what Tinubu is doing is that is attacking the source, the root cause of corruption. Is attacking. So when you attack the root cause, is one thing, and you put another mechanism in place is another thing. You see, all these ministers you see, and all these Malami Oko, they don't do this corruption without using the people in the civil service. You should know that. So what are we saying is this: there's a way, and even we are even still talking of political people corruption at the level of political elite alone. We are not even talking about how the thing has cascaded down. See, like when you use the technology to mop up, to make it even difficult for majority of Nigeria to even perform corruption already, then you can now focus on those people at the top. Look at it this way: if you make it difficult for the civil servants to perform, to be corrupt, to help the ministers and the big political gun, so you are removing this sort of corruption. So if you're not saying, okay, let me start kicking everybody, putting everybody, honestly, you are not going to build enough jail to put there to accommodate corrupt people in Nigeria. So put those mechanisms in place. All those put those mechanisms in place. Basically, I'm talking of technology. Put them in place that anyhow that even you cannot even receive. You make it even difficult for people to even receive money without being accounted for. So when you start doing all those things and you start having the traces, because one thing is this: when you are stealing money within an electronic system, you have the traces. You have know how you can trace. So in some cases, all you need to do is that when you know that a particular firm want to even move, the next thing you block and you alert the right the right authority. Even maybe, I don't know, even maybe this is just a wide suggestion. Maybe the like of Tinubu can even put a system in place that when they see some kind of movement within the system, that will be alerting the presidency, and some people will be monitoring. I don't know how they are going to do that. So to me, don't focus energy in putting people in jail. It's not going to be effective. Like what they suggested yesterday, that Nimasa Port Authority and some inland revenue, that they should have they should be integrated, so that as you are collecting that revenue, you will be seeing the revenue in one particular port, so that it's not that maybe federal airline we have its own, custom we have its own. No, integrate everything. Let them have the same port, so that we know that okay.
Ola, they have that thing in place, but it was during this Buhari. It is nonchalant or non, what? How will I even describe it? This single treasury account.
No, this one is, I understand. This one is even totally different.
Okay, but even that one, they even abandoned that one, and all of them, they went and opened other accounts that they were using, and nobody even was punished for this.
You even see at the level of state, that corruption has been eliminated compared to before. I will tell you how I solved it. Okay, let me even use Ogun State for example. While processing my paper, those my land documents, all those people, they say, hey, okay, if you go to this place, they will charge you too much, so that because of this tax, your tax something and what you are earning, they will look at it. I was already paying in Lagos, but these people, they created some kind of fear in me. They didn't know that I work. I even work with electronic payments, all those stuff. So they created such fear. Okay, if you do this, you are going to pay 200. But if we help you do that, if you bring like 150, we can help you, and just to make sure we pay the right thing and just help you reduce. I said, okay, how do I pay? I paid through this one of the payment platform. This other guy, not InterSwitch, the other guy. So I e-transact. I paid through that. I realized at the end of the day, I was shocked that I even paid less. When someone was charging you like 200, and you were now paying something around 118,000, you see the difference now. So because I refused to pay, because the only way they could make their own money now is to deceive you that we pay more. And me, I did not care, because I don't want to do something and someone will be telling me like 20 years down the line that, oh, all your documents were fake, when I could afford it. So I went there, I paid my money myself, and I got my receipt. I could trace everything online. So if if we put a system in place like that and we educate our people, corruption is not going to go down, because mind you, we cannot eliminate corruption. Let's forget that idea. We can always reduce to the lowest,
the barest minimum. Yeah.
If you want to eliminate corruption, well, I don't know.
Prince. Remy, hold on, please. Prince Daddy was waiting. Yeah, Prince Daddy, are you there?
Hey, hello, Thomas. Yeah.
Interject, and after then, Remy will come after you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Well said, I guess. But see, I was not a supporter of Buhari coming to power, anyways. But I defer to family members and friends, like, oh, Buhari is coming to fight corruption. Military man, and he came. So Buhari came into a democratic system that he's not used to. He came from command and control. Now he came to a system whereby he has to go through a process, and it shows how woefully he failed. Somebody mentioned earlier also Obasanjo. Okay, he was a military man also. Grabbing people, throwing them in jail. I guess is a thing of the past. Perhaps in a very long time, a real civilian president that we're going to have is Tinubu. And he knows about going through the process and getting things done the right way. So that El Dorado kind of a thinking that people have, just grab people, put them in jail, is going to take. And the system allows people.
How did Obasanjo grab people and throw them in jail? How? Tell us.
Well, somebody was suggesting that earlier.
Mention the name of those people you grab and threw in jail.
They said Bode George, Ajale Koko. Bode George, Tafa Balogun.
So they just
did not grab them now and throw them.
Grab them and threw them.
National Milo Bell.
No.
They didn't commit any of.
God. I'm saying it did not interfere. It did not block. He did not say, "Oh, Nuri Badu, bring that file." He has stopped investigating. What's it called?
Well,
he did not do that. He did not interfere. He allowed the system to run. He did not call the judge and say, "Please, just throw this case out."
No, actually, well, okay, well, he may not have done that.
Ajale Koko is trying to put something. Ajale Koko.
So that is not grabbing and throwing people in jail. That was
due process.
That was what it did, is to allow the system to run without interrupting it. Yes.
But is it political? Is it political? Ajale Koko.
It's not political. They were committed offense. They were caught red-handed with stolen wealth of the people. They were caught. Imagine in Bori that were caught about 100 billion, and he bribed the EFCC chief with how much? Was it not 200 or 1.5? So, Babalogun, the money of the police, the money is supposed to use for police welfare, for their uniform and some other things. He pocketed it.
We are suffering in that country.
So they caught him. They caught him red-handed. So, and some others like that. So I'm just trying to let
Prince Daddy
know that Obasanjo did not just grab them and threw them in jail. He allowed the system to. He created that. What do you call it? The
EFCC.
EFCC, and otherwise known as is it? What do we call them?
Corruption agency.
Corruption agency. So he allowed them to work the way they're supposed to work, and they carry out their duty effectively. He gave them all the support by the state for them to deliver for the interest of Nigerian people. So that wasn't grabbing people and threw people in jail. So just
national mind no.
Well, okay.
Thomas. Prince Daddy. Now it's not rational. I'm not referring to rational man. Prince Daddy said that It's not
No,
Obasanjo that was
Big Daddy was
No. I was simply referencing what somebody said.
I'm referring to Prince Daddy
No,
statement.
I didn't say that.
Obasanjo is not going to meet
Prince Daddy was referencing to what Rational Mind said. You weren't listening.
He wasn't referencing. He was making a
He was.
Hold on. He said Tinubu is not going to do like Obasanjo that was grabbing people and throwing people in jail. So and that statement is what I'm responding to. That Obasanjo did not grab people and threw them in jail. It was the system that caught them when they stole the wealth, they looted the wealth of the country, and they were punished by the institution that is responsible for anti-corruption. So that is it.
Yeah, please, Daddy, land it. Please, Daddy.
I don't know if it's here. So my point is this. I don't know what Thomas, what you're talking about. I say grab people and throw them in prison. But you should understand what I'm saying now. I mean, like I'm saying, it doesn't interfere. It doesn't say okay. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, Thomas. I know you're just trying to be.
I was just joking.
I know you're just joking. I know. Anyway, so for me, if somebody's trying to say something.
No, I am saying you can even still grab people and throw people in jail, but it will not be your focus. It doesn't matter. You can grab people.
Can I interject, please?
Okay, let me be waiting. Yeah, let's. How are you, my brother?
I'm good, thank you. Everybody, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Yes. During the Obasanjo regime, some of his tactics were he grabbed some people he perceived as his enemy, or you don't do his bidding. Everybody knew that during his time, there were some cases that you will know.
Mention names, though. Mention names of those people that he just
I don't need to be mentioning name or no name here. If we are being
that means you are not being factual. You have to be factual.
Like for example, now during his regime, I know that he shamed Tafa Balogun, and at the end of the day, Tafa Balogun was not jailed. Was he jailed?
What?
Did they send him to prison?
Who told you that Tafa Balogun was not jailed?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you, clarify it for me. How many years?
Oh, okay, you're asking for a question, clarification. Okay.
He was jailed.
He was jailed.
How many years? And which prison?
He was jailed, maybe like for 10 years or so. He was jailed.
I think
they even use hold on. They even use Black Maria to carry him from
exactly.
Using Black Maria to carry
Black Maria love you carry.
He was disgraced. He was disgraced. They disgraced him.
Okay, fine. I want you. I don't have that information exactly which prison he was.
Let me dig it out for you. I'll dig it out and I'll put it here.
Okay. I know he was humiliated. What I want to say, I'm not even particular about Obasanjo today. I want to talk about what we are discussing today. Corruption, everybody know, cannot be totally eradicated. I am looking at two things. I'm looking at the judiciary reform, because the world is not static like before. Things have metamorphosed. Things are changing every day.
So thank you.
You cannot use the old way to think that the old way of Obasanjo, that's what you are going to use today. No. People are finding a way of siphoning money, and when you get a good son, and with the corrupt judge that we have in the system, then they are going to walk free, no matter what you do. So the best thing, I've listened to Ola, I will pan my own in that direction also. I think we should reform our judiciary system. And we should have a very good banking system that can follow, like we can copy from most of the developed world. By looking at your bank account and using a good technology, we can know your consumption level. We can know the pattern of life you are living. If there is a sum of money that enter into your account, we can have a good security system that will be alarmed, and you might be picked up. I know, unfortunately for Nigerians, this will take a long time, because the psyche of the people is always about, I'm not in that position now. What will I gain for myself or for my family?
Hold on, Remy. Are you saying for all Nigerians or just certain people? to monitor the accounts.
What I'm trying to say is I'm talking about first judiciary reform. I'm talking about a good banking system. I'm also talking about a good taxation system. If you can block all those liquid and then with a good orientation.
Remy, the banking system. Remy, sorry for interjecting you. The banking system, if we remember, there was a time that if you, I think 1 million or something like that, if Ola can remember, that TFCC, I think they were alert TFCC, and I think we have all those things. I think it's sustainability and then changes that comes with each administration.
When you have all those, you have EFCC that to me is too centralized. Everything is like, we pick you, we are taking you to Abuja. Everything is like Abuja. But like what Ola said, how many people are you going to fight? How many people are you going to throw into jail? That is a big distraction on a new government. He is still grappling with the removal of subsidy. How is he going to create?
Remy, blocking the loopholes where they are stealing before, is that not the excellent way?
Yeah, I know. That is why I say I support what Ola has been saying. What I'm just trying to say is that if you want to do it the Obasanjo way, you are creating more enmity, and they will distract this country because they have huge amount of money in their hand. What can you do to this kind of people? He is a politician. You have to have a political settlement. Like, I would support that if you can call them and their godfather, okay, this is the amount of money you have stolen, give us this part, and then condition that you might not hold elected post in the next 10 years. They gazette that one. Even me and you might not really know about that. So he's not going to come back and say he's going to collect, I want to contest for any politics, for any position, sorry. So when you do something like that, that is a punishment for those kind of people. And it's an easy way to work away with some of the money they have stolen, but at least you won't see them in the corridor of government for the next 10 or 15 years. So that is, and then you have a very good taxation system. And then you reform our judiciary system. Because let me be frank with you, no matter what happens, these people get all this sand, they will find a way on technicality and they will go scot-free. And you won't get a 60 from them. You won't get nothing.
And Remy, it's expensive.
And it's quite expensive. So look at EFCC. When you go to court, look at the lawyers. Look at some of the lawyers that EFCC bring. Look at who are they competing with. Just a simple lawyer against a son that has been practicing all the system. Of course, that is the beginning of losing a case. And it's not easy. In Nigeria,
look, Remy, don't be intimidated with SAN. It is Nigerian that created SAN. There is no other part of the world where you see.
You are talking this way because you are not a lawyer.
Hold on.
No. Let me talk also, please. I beg. Yeah. I beg you. Let me finish my thought before you interject me.
Yeah, I'm done. Okay, yeah. Finish.
I will give you an example this way. If you are a coach of a football team and you are nobody and you are coming against people like Godrola or Mourinho or this established or Ferguson or maybe Arsene Wenger that time, do you think these small coaches that they are not good? They are good, but because they are going against a veteran who knows all the system, all the terrain, who has people top there. The judges are people that he or she has trained before, or he has a very good way of reaching them. It's not easy for you to go against this. EFCC lawyers are just simple lawyers. How many SAN are they paying for? For a sitting of a SAN, he's collecting millions of naira. Where do you want the country to get millions of naira just to be given SAN to defend cases, which they can drag the case for the next 15 years? Stella Odua is there. The case has been there for almost more than 10 years. Still, we have not been able to jail her. The truth of the matter is that we need good institutions like where all of us live here. You know that is the institution that they have good institution. If you have good institution and then you write the right people there, then we build on that. Rome was not built in a day. But if you're expecting grab and chase or grab my enemy or I want to make a name for myself, then I want to put a lot of people in jail, Tinubu will not last 6 months. I'm not saying he will be your president, but he will just become a lame dog by the time they throw all manners of distraction, bombing here, bombing there, and a lot of insurrection. And that will be another different case. And you guys will be shouting again, security again.
So what you are suggesting is that Tinubu should not go after people.
No, I did not say that. I'm trying to tell you that there should be a political settlement with those kind of people. But I want him to do a very sound judicial reform.
How?
I want you to do a good.
How? Tell me how.
I just made example before. I said this kind of people, you can call them with a political godfather who are protecting them. Like you've stolen 100 million. I want you to return 70 million. And for the next 15 years, you are not going to hold any political post in Nigeria. And you can go walk away with the rest. So we keep this kind of people at bay because the money they have in their hand is easier for them to become governor of the state.
What does that tell you about those that are presently in a position of power? Does that not tell you that they will use that position to steal, knowing fully well that if
government is a continuum. Government is a continuum. At worst, Tinubu, if it's lucky, he will spend 8 years there. So another person will take it from there. But as we all know, if we have a good judicial system and a good banking system and a good taxation system, then we have already cut most of this corruption by more than half. But if you are thinking that I just want to be arresting people,
look.
Okay, Thomas, can I interject now?
Yeah, easy work.
I've been wanting to interject. Hold on, Daddy. Zaki father. Look, a nation is not run like that. Once you have institution assigned with responsibility, that institution must be provided with the resources to succeed, to work well, without any political interference. That is how we can bring sanity into the system.
For me, I believe in one.
What Obasanjo did is the best.
No, I disagree with you totally. It was not the best.
Obasanjo was
not produced.
You have said your own now.
Any tangible result.
You have said your own. Let somebody else talk. You have said your own.
Okay, Obasanjo was lawless. I mean, what Obasanjo did to Tinubu in Lagos, okay, that was not abided law.
Hold on, let me finish. Then you people will say your own. What Obasanjo did for that country, if others are followed up, or rather build upon it, we will have reduced corruption to barest minimum today. He fought to get that institution in place. Politicians didn't want to do it. The assembly then.
That's why they rigged the election for Yardua, right?
Hold on.
To dictate everything.
He didn't dictate. I don't know what you people are talking about.
Not a good lead.
What do you mean by dictating? Because he gave free hand for people in charge of the institution to run it well to the best of their ability, and then you people are calling it dictating. So he fought hard. He fought his party member. They were in majority. He fought for them to approve the setting up of those institutions. He put Ribadu there. They didn't even want to approve Ribadu to head that place. This guy headed that place. This guy is never a corrupt guy. He did his job excellently well, and he delivered. He was able to even, because according to them, in their what do you call it, cabinet meeting, the first statement, according to people that are very close to the people in power, they said the statement that Obasanjo usually make in their cabinet meetings is that he has no sacred cow. Whoever that is caught in corrupt practices will face the full wrath of the law. So Nigerians, being what they are, they believe when they are in position of authority, yeah, they can do whatever they have the power to cover up whatever they can cover up and bribe their way and get away with their shenanigans. So a lot of governors were caught. A lot that are party member, A lot of governors were caught. A lot of some other people were caught. And even Tafa Balogun, look, Tafa Balogun record in the police force, he was the best officer when you are talking of his
highly educated,
intellectual capacity.
Yeah,
the best.
Highly educated.
Even he went for training in America, among others around the world. He came on top of the class. He was the best, and it was on that basis that Obasanjo appointed him. Obasanjo never knew him from anywhere, but he looked at his record. He said, "Man, this guy has attended several international courses, and he always come on top. This is the guy."
Thomas, I think
But
I have to.
at the end of the day, let me finish now.
Hold on
You will
now,
say your
Joe,
own. At the end of this guy that is so much trusted that it will reform the police department. It was during that time Obasanjo created police commission in order to have efficient policing system in Nigeria. He created police commission so that police commission will be responsible for appointment, for welfare and training, and the Nigerian police force will be responsible for operation. He created police commission, and Tafa Balogun, being the person he trusted, caught up in corruption practices, and he was punished by EFCC. But every of the politicians that were caught, they wanted to load it on. People were accusing Obasanjo that it was his political opponent he was going after. Look, we should stop this nonsense accusation against Obasanjo. Were those people, were they not caught in corrupt practices? That is the question we should answer ourselves. Were they not caught?
How come he couldn't successfully prosecute
this thing, and it works, and we're supposed to build on it and make
sure
that thing
quick
work.
question for you.
Now
If
must
so
allow
efficient,
EFCC to work. It should not interfere. It should leave them, put a competent people there, give them all these necessary support.
Ajale Koko, hold on. Take the interjection and then let the conversation carry on. Kulata, come in.
Oh, I think Ajale go drop. I was going to ask how come it wasn't so successful prosecuting James Ibori and alarms that it took UK government to actually charge them.
Can I answer that question?
So can I just say my thought before you go ahead?
You say how it was not successful to take Ibori? Because they have because they had immunity. They had immunity, so he cannot get there. So that was it was power of immunity that the governors enjoyed that saved them. That is why he couldn't get them. But unfortunately, they traveled to London and they were caught over there. And it did not save them when they come back to Nigeria. It did save them. You know that Allah Messiah disguised and run away from Britain. It didn't cover him up. He got him and put him in jail because they were looking for him in London. He caught him. So let us that's the answer to that.
So the so-called Pastor George, the semi-god you have painted, he is super good. He has done a lot of things. To me personally, he is the luckiest Nigeria, and he is also one of the worst presidents we have ever had. He is so egoistic, so proud, and there is a lot of pride in him. His system is that if I don't like you, I get you impeached, and then I can try as much as to get you jail. But because most of this government,
and the rule does not apply to him too,
including Obasanjo that you are talking about, he also have his heart in the cookie jar. This is a man known in 1999 that was known that don't have nothing. By the time he spent 8 years as the president of Nigeria, he has also entrenched corruption. His farm has become
farm, yes.
Creates hello, Prince Daddy.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I said Otter Farm. Yeah, I didn't get that farm.
So he has nothing, But before we can say, wow, he has all farm all over Nigeria, there was a library built for him. He installed the next leader by himself. He wants to control everybody. To be frank with you, if you are really talking about this man in this sense as the semi-god or what he has done, to me personally, he just went after his passive enemy. It's like, if you are not kowtowing to me, I will deal with you. That is the way he does his politics. And unfortunately for some people, they were impeached and got jailed. Some people, they say the handwriting of them, they ran away. Unfortunately for those kind of people too, they already put their hand in the cookie jar. Every one of them, including your soul semi-god. He is so corrupt. How does he have all that kind of money?
So your Tinubu is not
corrupt. He's totally corrupt.
So Tinubu is not corrupt.
Defending this kind of man. And we are not living in 1999.
So Remy, your Tinubu is not corrupt. Tell me, your Tinubu is not corrupt.
I told you, I am being objective. I said, unfortunately, for this kind of people too, they have their hand in the cookie jar too. Everybody is like corrupt.
So if between two of them, Obasanjo set up anti-corruption agency at the federal level, why didn't your Tinubu set up anti-corruption agency in the state?
Okay, now I will ask you.
Hold on now. Why didn't your Tinubu set up anti-corruption in the
and
state?
I want you to be objective.
Why didn't Tinubu quit the state? Why did they continue to impose candidates?
Please, one after the other, please. One after the other.
Let me ask you. Let's assume that
is it not Tinubu that owned that?
Let's assume that Lagos State is a country, and Tinubu was ruling Lagos as the president of Lagos State, and then we also have the rest of Nigeria as Obasanjo as their president. I want you to be objective. Out of these two countries, which one do you think performed better between these two countries? Can you tell us? Look at what.
Go and check the economic performance
when
of
we are talking about
Hold on now.
Go
and check
the
performance of Obasanjo.
I want to answer you on some issue too. Give me 1 minute.
Obasanjo is the best president in the recent time Nigeria, whether you like it or not. It still remains the best, going by the record.
That's why he stood election for Yardua.
You understand? It's still the best.
When you talk about
it is not my argument, it's the fact. I'm talking about the fact.
When you talk about
Obasanjo is still the best as far as Nigeria is concerned.
Tinubu also created the BRT. He built a lot of schools.
We are talking of anti-corruption also, the BRT. Can it be
you don't allow me to also talk. Let me talk. Please give me 1 minute. Let me talk so that you also keep quiet and let me talk. Sorry for the language. When you talk about he created anti-corruption something, I'm trying to equate Lagos State as a country, and let's put them side by side, because when you are looking at a country, you are not going to be talking about creating only anti-corruption. We have to look at everything in totality. For the 8 years that he has ruled as in Nigeria at that time, what has Nigerian gained? I was in Nigeria. The only thing I think he tried, but the beginning was also, that is why the communication services are quite expensive in Nigeria. They collect 273 million as licensing fee. I am a member of, I was young that time, and I worked for Econet training in Lagos, in Victoria Island, to be working for one super rich woman in Lagos that time. We set up that company. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when you look at it in totality, and you look at Lagos State, within the little he can perform, he has created a lot of job employment opportunity in Lagos. He has moved the IGR. So when you are talking about a country, it's not only, I'm trying to talk about if you have good institution with good reform, it's not only about just grabbing people and try just to make sensational headline. That, okay, I grabbed Tafawa alone today. I put him in there. I grabbed this day. I put him there. Wow, even the Borija you are talking about, it's not back in Nigeria enjoying his money. So this is not what I'm trying to talk about. We are not living in Obasanjo era anymore. This is not 1999. We don't want that kind of system anymore, because if you use that kind of system, there'll be a lot of distraction. We are talking about what we can do to improve on the system we have now today.
I don't understand this distraction that you guys are talking about. What is distraction in fighting corruption? We have an agency of government that will do that. How would that distract the president? It's
so
not going to
it will
That's
destroy
your
the president. It will
Hold on.
surely 100% because corruption will fight back, and they fight
Corru-
back in various forms.
corruption doesn't fight back in any way.
Who told you?
How could you say that?
Corruption doesn't fight. Look, when you have an institution that work effectively, that institution will minimize, destroy corruption.
The institutions are.
Regime, EFCC is nothing. That's what you are trying to tell us in this platform this morning. During the Obasanjo regime, EFCC was super, very, very good. But after Obasanjo regime, EFCC is nothing to write home about. If that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, because you look, let me tell you this.
Hold on. Okay, Ajala Koko, say institutions are. They are in the. Hold on.
Institution can work when you give it all the necessary support and you have a person of impeccable character. I mean, impeccable character.
Why was it?
Okay.
Hold on.
Ajala Koko, they just talked about this police officer that had all this credential and well qualified that later became corrupt. See, institutions they can be independent, but they're not standard. Hold on, they're not standalone.
It is not institution that make him corrupt.
It's
himself.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. To your point, it's individuals that run institutions for the most part. So it's not about the institution not being corrupt. See, institutions, they can be independent like EFCC and the rest, but they not stand alone. So it's all going to be a reflection on Tinubu if you have a bunch of people being arrested in the country. And it's going to get him destabilized in a lot of ways, and he's not going to be focused on his agenda. But going after or building structural reforms and trying to curb corruption through structural changes is better than running after people like Obasanjo again, and what they purported that Buhari could do.
Obasanjo did not run after people. It was institution.
Ajale Koko, please explain Ladoja, explain Fayose, explain all the Senate presidents he was removing. Can you explain all those?
Okay, you are saying he was removing.
He was removing governors and he was removing Senate president. That's not that is draconian. That is military.
Well,
that is political persecution. That is dictatorship.
So those governors that were.
It's not in his business to remove any governor.
Hold on.
It's not within his right as a president to remove any governor.
Yes,
see, Obasanjo was a very
illegal.
personal.
That was illegal.
Okay.
But we have some governors that were, what do you call it? That were impeached. So you cannot hold him responsible that those governors were impeached. Those governors that are impeached, that was a result. Or you can't describe that as Obasanjo removal.
Under Obasanjo, they kidnapped the governor in Anambra.
Yes. And remember how.
What are you talking about? We have long memories.
Is it the one who went to kidnap him?
Yes, they
it was his boys that went to kidnap him.
They kidnapped this thing in Anambra.
It was his boys that did the kidnapping.
Well, that was bad. I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
And Attorney General was also murdered.
Yeah, I'm not going to support that.
Okay, so in other words, Obasanjo was a bad person. In other words, Obasanjo was a bad person. Hold on.
In Lagos, as well, 2 million were killed, and Tinubu has been accused of being behind that killing of Funcho Williams as well. So you guys should get your record right. That one is there too. So
Ajale Koko, accusation is not the fact.
Okay, the one against Obasanjo too, that they killed Attorney General, that Obasanjo is behind.
And that is not a fact as well. It's just allegation.
So they are throwing punches at Obasanjo, and I'm throwing punches that the killing of William Tinubu was behind.
Even the killing of it was Obasanjo that was behind.
Minister of Justice under Obasanjo, under his nose, and he was murdered that way, and nothing happened. Funcho Williams is not a commissioner. It's not near any political post or Donny Buhari and Tinubu in Lagos. And you are saying something about the Bolagi was Anthony. What do you call it? A Minister of Justice and
Attorney General.
Him, and he got killed, and he fought his arm. Look, come on, let's call a spade a spade. He's a terrible leader, and he's a very wicked person.
I agree. And on that note,
You cannot argue with these Agbado people here. Just let them.
Let's just leave them alone. They are just fixated with their Agbado. They are
Please,
trying
Daddy,
to
you are
portray Agbado.
something else.
They are
Please,
trying to
Daddy,
portray
believe me.
Agbado as if Agbado is the best that we can have.
That is it now. It's the best thing after sliced bread.
So they thought Buhari was going to come in and do the same thing also. Go ahead.
So we have to empower this. As far as I'm concerned, we have to empower the institution.
Let us hear this lady.
Okay.
Go on, Gideon.
Yeah, beg more na leave Tinubu. Make Tinubu suffer rule for this tenor. May we look am. If you not go better pass passenger way with the praise. So.
Gideon, are you sure you haven't collect money from Tinubu? You are the only Edo woman. Let me finish now. I'm just joking. You are the only Edo woman that is supporting Tinubu that I know.
Okay. Hey, Tinubu, now Obasanjo dey fear. Say that man, he go break record. The record he want break for us. More na stuff we live one. He just new enter. Never even reach
Thomas, Gideon na our own Mama Echo.
Yes. But he know the cause. He know the cause. That's the difference.
We live one for us. Now our papa be that one. Now papa, they pay us say Nigeria dey like this, so
but Madam Gideon, are you sure? Madam Gideon, people know they bully you for supporting Tinubu.
They like me, and anybody will boo me, they boo me. I know they care. Me, I just do my own. But I go support until that 4 years. I go tire for my back. It don't go fall.
Wow, that's very amazing. Anytime I hear you, my sister, it reminds me of the Edo channel. All of them, they are just yam head. All of them is just one side. Is Obi or nothing. But you are just different.
Because they don't support Tinubu, not their yam head, right?
No, because I support my brother. My brother.
What you know? You are talking to Thomas.
That man where we dey talk say that thief. Now I'm robber, but we never catch.
You know, I know they like echo chamber. That's the echo chamber.
Echo chamber too for the Tinubu people, right?
We are not echo chamber. We welcome diverse opinion, isn't it?
You be like Tinubu collect your girlfriend before. I don't understand.
Or should I say, okay, Thomas section? Thomas section is not echo. It's not an echo chamber for Tinubu people, right?
Never. Me. Rational man, he said Tinubu don't collect your wife before.
Well, I can collect my wife. You know,
your girlfriend. When I get drag girlfriend before, be like say you.
Well, Remy Tinubu, you once be my one of my crush.
So okay, that's the best you. Okay, that's nice. Don't worry. Yes, he go give you. He go see another one. We better pass that one.
I don't move on now. I don't move on. I don't close that chapter.
You never move on. No. Rational, I don't tell me to move on.
You see that woman today, see they pay you. Say
me, I don't move on now. I don't move on. Because I'm me and me.
You never move on. It's in your mind.
You never move on. It takes you 2 weeks for you to come back to this platform. After inauguration. Where were you? What were you doing? Huh? When we are celebrating, we didn't see you.
Celebrating what?
Tinubu go try for us. So we are the pray for that man.
I was here now.
Nigeria
you are not here now. We didn't see you.
I've been here. Well, once in a while I do come. Once in a while I just come.
But it was quite even in the inauguration. Where is Rational Mind? I was looking.
Hold on. Now the very day of the inauguration I was here. Now we did night vigil. All of us did night vigil here. Now we're all here together. As Thomas, no, Thomas was here.
So truly, you move on.
No, Rational Man was here now. At the hill, yeah.
Don't take this personally, seriously. It's okay. Before you even know it, you will come. You will finish. It's 8 years, and another leader.
Am I run now?
Of course.
But Remy, why are you guys saying 8 years? He's not been elected for 8 years.
What do you want? Do you want us to say 4 years? We want 8 years.
4 years now.
Why? We want 8 years.
National mind, Why are you saying 8 years? It's 4 years.
We are going to use our 8 years back. Buhari used 8 years. They wish him dead. It did not
Rational mind. They are telling us that they are going to rig election, no? 2027.
We do not say that.
How about Warren now?
The way Tinubu start like this, people go fight am back. Go fight am.
Me too, I go fight them. If nothing improve within the space
if
of 1 or 2
start like
years,
this,
I will.
Another 4 years, they don't go agree make come back.
Of course.
But Gideon, to be candid, in 2 or 3 weeks, can you say Tinubu has really moved a finger? He has done amazing job.
Even people who don't vote for Tinubu, all of them they talk this man, everybody they praise him. They don't vote for Rabo.
You know, Gideon, you don't go barber shop before. Barber shop. When you sit down for that barber, that old barber shop, I mean, back in the
barber shop,
early 70s, early 80s, we used to have these barbers. Then you go put your daughter on a chair, they roll you around like this.
with their manual clipper, their manual clipper.
They use how they like this. Oh my goodness. All right. Anyways, yeah. So,
I will not.
And if you cry, they will give you enough. If you cry, they will give you enough.
At least I will not give him a big applause for what he has been doing.
No, that's what you're doing. That's what you're already doing now. You're already sounding like,
no. Let me finish. I'm not going to say that but one thing I know is that removing the subsidy, it's quite good for the country. Having one exchange rate is quite good for the country. For you to have the courage to do that is good. Now you have done it.
He did not remove the subsidy that Buhari did now. Buhari did. He met it already. Inherited it now.
Buhari did. Why are they not selling? Why is the petrol price today?
Buhari no say like Buhari do Nigeria for starter.
Buhari removed the subsidy. If Buhari removed the subsidy, we should have been buying the petrol for the price.
Listen. He said a date already. He said a date for the removal.
But he didn't remove it until
he removed it. Dude, don't come here and come start rewriting history.
This guy's coming.
He signed it. All right, already he signed it that there will be no subsidy removal. So it cut into Tinubu's tenure. When Tinubu will be taking over from him, that is when that thing will take effect.
But do you know that Tinubu has a right?
He dodged it. Rational mind. Let us be sincere. He dodged it. He dodged it.
He dodged it.
He dodged it. But then people are making it sound like he's the one that did it. No, he did not do it.
It is Tinubu that did it.
It's Tinubu that do it.
That's what he said. You want us to play what he said on the inauguration day? He says self-fuel subsidy is gone. That's what he
when they say it's gone. It's supposed to start in July, not even in May. Please, let's be objective.
They are still paying. Hold on. Don't come here and mislead people here.
I'm not misleading.
They are still paying. Hold on. They are still paying marketers up to the end of this month. I mean, was it May or we're already in June?
No, I think you are not conversant with the news. If you are
what is the news?
The news says that for the marketers, they are telling them that those prices that they have bought before, that May they were 171. He said that they put the balance of the new regime, but if they don't want it, they can come and they will get a refund. That is, you can read to this paper. That is what is there now. It's not that it has been removed since that May that he mentioned it. Since May 29, and everything has been, they have removed it. So you cannot tell us that.
So you can't agree now with me that it has been removed. So it wasn't him that removed it. The boy had already set it in motion.
No, what I'm trying to say is that Tinubu have a prerogative to say, okay, fine, this subsidy removal, we are not doing it now. We can postpone it the next 6 months. He's the president. He has the final.
He has the prerogative, but then still,
yes. You cannot tell us it's Buhari that removed it. Buhari is not the one that really removed it. This is how
people like to write things.
If Tinubu say no go remove, I go come back again.
If he say they go do it, I mean, you know one derailing government now. Make it say he go put them back there.
It's very easy for him to say. It's very easy to say I'm not removing it.
If not, some people will not get mad. He go come back. He goes, he no fight with that.
He no go dare him. He no go even dare him. If he dare him, he go
dare him. If your OB, if I don't fit the removal now, if I still use our paper.
I don't want to argue. It's very difficult for me arguing with the Agbado my people here.
I think when you know that your narrative
is not right, you will not get that courage at all.
You just said now that today's paper But I'm going by what I know previously, before the today's paper that you're talking about.
So which one is more correct?
The thing is still shrouded in mystery. Hold on. Don't you see? Sometimes when the Agbado people try to call other people like as if they don't know what they're saying, I will not come at you like that. I will only tell you that look, this is not the wrong information. The wrong information you're giving. But you're making it look as if I'm stupid. Listen. When we know that the government subsidized the fuel, and already we've been hearing it. In fact, they should have done it early this year, but they pushed it again forward to when this guy will almost be coming into the office. So he met it on ground. So, and if he's to reverse it, he's going to tilt a lot of things. He has to start looking for money to pay these marketers or whoever brings in this fuel. And he came in. He meant almost an empty treasury. So what is he going to do? Is he just have to go with the flow?
It's a good question. So if Tinubu does not want to remove the subsidy, he can go get another loan.
Get another loan.
Yes,
he got the money. And he wants to fight corruption, like you're saying. He wants to fight corruption, right?
So what I'm trying to tell you is that all what you are spinning here is not right.
No, you are the one spinning. What you are doing is what you are doing.
Listen, I want to be factual with you. Buhari is supposed to have removed the subsidy. Listen. This is not a matter of laughing. Buhari is supposed to have removed the subsidy by January of this year. He
postponed it. Okay.
Listen, as being the president of the country, that is his prerogative. Why can't he start it in January? Because he pushed it forward until when he know what he wants. He doesn't want to do it himself. Because if he would really want to do it, according to his campaign, he wants to remove subsidy for so many years. He was unable to remove it until the last minute. And he set the machinery on motion. The new president came in. The new president have a prerogative to say, okay, fine. It seems that I don't want to do this thing. This thing will affect my people. So what are the alternatives for my hand? I can source for loan. You, rational mind, or me, or I cannot do anything about it. You can get a loan and continue with the subsidy. Nothing nobody can do. Some people will be happy, especially the marketers. And some people in Nigeria that are making money from it, they will be happy. So nothing you can do. Me and you were just an ordinary person here. So, but he decided to go ahead with it with courage.
You said he decided to go ahead with it, so he did not remove it. Already it has been in.
What do you mean did not remove it? He has to.
This guy, what are
you? We don't need to. Remy, hold on, please. You said Tinubu remove it. Ashimanda said no. Everybody hold their opinion. Let's move forward. That'll be better. We don't need to be arguing on that. Let's move forward. Rational mind is not going to bend for you. You know that.
I'm not going to bend for him.
It's not going to. Yes, It's not going to agree to your assertion. You guys are left and right. You can never agree on anything. So let's just move on. Let's move on to save the time and the argument as well. Remy, you haven't really spoken on the topic. So what can you pick any topic you want to talk?
So you guys have been talking about fighting corruption, and I've told you that my own personal opinion is that we have to have a big reform in the judiciary, and we have to have a big reform in our banking sector. If we like, we can follow the model of all these Western nations, where from your bank alone, we can see your spending pattern. Through the you can see your spending pattern, and each amount of money go to our bank account. We also need to I want a situation whereby, if it's possible, can we decentralize the EFCC, because everything goes to the top. It's like picking you from Oyo and we take you to Abuja, and when you got there, things are not right. And what can we do? A part of our judiciary system is how can all this? We should put a law that is so good that all this SAN will not be using technicality to knock off all these corruption cases easily. If we have a good institution in place, which can, like for example, with a good institution in place, it's not so easy. That means if a new president coming, if you want to change it, he has to go to the House of Assembly. That means they need to work on the legislation again. I think that would be good for the country. I don't want us to be, and I'm trying to say, if this man want to face corruption alone in Nigeria, 8 years is not enough for him to fight corruption. And at the end of the day, he won't do nothing. Now, as I'm talking to you today,
Remy,
let me finish, please. Now, as I'm talking to you today, the rate of dollar to naira is about 663 naira to a dollar today.
Official market or black market? Which one?
There's no black market anymore.
No, there's black market. So there's black market. There's black market.
Okay. Whatever, whether you call it black market or yellow market or
I did some.
Now. Hold on. Simba, go on.
Remy.
Yeah.
I still okay. I did some yesterday, and it was a black market at 755.
If you are in Nigeria, did you try to go to
the people there?
No, I cannot. You know, I cannot go for that now.
Why? Because
officially will not pay me now.
No charade. You people think I will just.
But you know what I want to say. Let me tell you. Well, let me tell you. They are all afraid though, and they were even not buying much because they knew that definitely it's going to come down. So that was what all of them expressed yesterday. They said they don't want to buy much because of the new policy. Because if they know that if they have much in their hand, they might eventually lose. So they are not buying much.
This is the beginning.
So that is what give me the. Hello.
That's what you're saying. Yeah, go on, Siba.
So what
I think that is
okay. For me, the official, as we can see today, is about 663 naira to $1 as we are talking today. And in the beginning, it was about 775 naira to $1. But as of today, it's 663 naira. So maybe for you,
what they say is that they are not getting market for their own black market money like before.
So that may make people.
So in the next few days or 1 week, you can see that the gap might be a little bit reduced.
According to Reuters, they are projecting that at the end of the day, dollar to naira will settle around 550 to 600 naira in the short run. Maybe in the long run, it will continue to go down. We don't know, but that is the direction a country should go. Because having double exchange rate is not good for any economy. So I do not see any country in the world that are doing that double exchange rate. So that is a good way to go. And I think those people, the special advisor that he has appointed, we hope he continue in that line. What I just wish is this. I want Nigeria to be an organized country and Tinubu be a very organized person. I hope he can do that. If he can organize Nigeria and then we can pick it up from there. I'm not expecting any El Dorado, but if we can organize the country and then
the way you organize Lagos, right?
So
Remy,
I don't want to argue with you unnecessarily because
I know you are very rational mind. Yes, very good.
So at the end of the day, if the country is because a country that is not organized, you don't expect any visible improvement. But if we are all well organized, we can see what we can do. And I'm also hoping that hopefully it can bring a lot of palliative, increase the minimum wage, and also maybe transportation system in Nigeria. But it's not so easy. Rome was not built in a day. But I think if we continue to go on this path, then we can just a little smile on our face. And if we can do better in future, everybody will be happy. Thank you.
Remy, thank you. Yeah, let me ask you this. Yeah. Your man Peter Obi, he brought some mathematician to the court. I don't know what they want to calculate for inside court. This man is getting ridiculous.
Initially, everybody knew that this man does not have a case, because if you look at the projected, even in the court, in the court, you can see that they started fighting among themselves. The second position and the third one, they are now disputing result in Anambra. PDP is trying to dispute result in Anambra and Delta and the rest. So at the end of the day, so everybody knows that nothing that will favor Atiku or Tinubu, or Obi will come out for them in the future, because they don't have no case. And you can see for Obi, it's like his justice, his lawyer, they are not well coordinated. So I was expecting that Atiku will also be proving cases like, okay, in your state or in this state, the church.
Are those signed or be are they charge and bail lawyer?
No, they are not
They are not
bail.
organized.
This is their time to make money, and by next week Friday, both Obi and Atiku, they will be done with their own presentation, and then INEC and Tinubu will start their own. It's over. It's already over. 2 weeks, nothing to show. What do they have? So if you are,
They said they have 50 week. They said Obi has 50 witnesses. They haven't even called.
So by next week Friday, he will close his own hearing. It's over. How many witnesses? I don't think he has even called up to 15 himself. And even Atiku, he only called 18 or maybe 20 or whatever out of 100 witnesses. So they know they are lying. So many of the, what are they talking about? So they asked for some forms.
All the weaknesses, all the weaknesses they've called so far. Is there any tangible reason, any tangible, do you get any tangible thing from all of them? Or are they just saying blah blah blah?
Some of their witnesses. Some say that okay, some states, some of the units there were so many irregularities. But when they are being cross-examined, they will ask them, how many polling did you went to that day? They say, oh, I only went to like 2 polling units. If you went to 2 polling units, how did you get the information? How did you know that there were irregularities in about more than 50 polling units? It just through some people or through information he had.
From the situation room. From situation room.
Situation. Is that not Malay that was saying that? So at the end of the day, I was expecting them to dispute all these numbers. I was expecting that, okay, in Lagos State, especially for Obi, I was expecting that in Lagos State, you gave me more than 500,000 votes. No, I have 1 million votes. I would have loved them to prove how they get more than 1 million votes in Lagos State. And then I was expecting them in Kano, that, okay, the vote you give Tinubu, almost 500,000, is a lie. From this vote, I have like 200,000 or 300,000 votes from me, so that you can see the difference between Obi and Tinubu, that 2 million votes. Then you can start to cut it into half. But I'm not saying that. You are just talking about one irregularity here, 1 polling unit there, 2 or 3 polling units there. This is not going to. It's not going to affect the overall result of what INEC have declared. So I don't see any big deal that will come out from this. Nigeria already moved on. We have a new president. So all those people are just wasting their time. Luckily for the lawyers, they are making.
What of the stolen mandate?
There's no more stolen mandate. He has to wait for another 4 years if he's lucky to contest again. The stolen mandate.
But you guys say there's no stolen mandate. People that know what they are talking about.
You can ask obedient like Fireshare brother. He is an obedient. Where is the story? You listen to Fireshare brother already. They said they are bamboozled to believe that Baba Blue, Baba Bruno fits. Now everybody is saying the lies.
That brother, Remy, that Fireshare brother, he has make you turn. No, he said if they shake, hand they shake, leg they shake, everything they go on. The man they make more.
A lot of people have already moved on. It is those people that are still fixated in their B, which I don't blame them. They will still continue to sell the narrative that their mandate is in their pocket.
Remy, you go kill me. Their mandate is in their pocket. Oh my God.
So their mandate is in their pocket. All right. Well, you see, for me, I just think you people just have this you deified Tinubu, and I'm sure all of you are going to be very, very disappointed. Okay. I just hope you guys are very, very disappointed.
So if we are not disappointed, what will happen?
But Rational Man, that is a cost now.
That's what? What cost?
You are costing Nigeria now. If Tinubu fails, that's a failure of the whole Nigeria now. You should not pay that Tinubu fails.
I think Nigeria needs to be taught a lesson that when you see something, you call it for what it is. But when you fall down, you kind of like consent in a way, you give your passive consension to you. I mean,
may your prayer not be answered.
I just hope it doesn't get answered. But
so if Obi were the president,
it's an inevitable eventuality. Let me use this double English. It's an inevitable catastrophe that would happen. So a country as Nigeria, whereby we, like some of us who are in diaspora, we come here and we trivialize corruption. Consider nothing bad now. Like one man was saying, we bring the evidence. It's just an assumption of whatever.
You wait there abroad. What do you do? We not
come
see
on.
for a year. We wait there Nigeria. We not dey see anything.
I don't see what you did for your Edo State here. Tell me say you don't say anything.
We
You
not
did
dey
everywhere
see
for
anything.
Nigeria.
When the talk say they happen for the country. We
Yeah.
we don't give the country like
See, na me report when Kashif Shetima they talk say a long time friend from school where they kill one professor where they kill where they go rob. I mean go do that for now. Abi? Come on. I mean,
I think the issue is
that to use sometimes.
This is about people you live in denial a lot.
Another country.
Is that what country?
Me the think I say at the one that they talk and say Nigeria. Me they this thing I say not be this Nigeria where we dey. I be another country.
And I'm sorry to say this. Some people that are fixated on negativity they will continue to do so. They said before the primaries, he's not going to win the primaries. After he won the primaries, he's not going to stay alive. He's going to die even before the presidential election. The guy won the election. After the election, they will die. I mean, before the inauguration, the guy became the president.
Who said he's going to die? Who are the people
you rational mind.
I said it. You heard me say it.
No,
you heard me say it.
Listen, you specifically say, hey, don't worry, I remember that day. You said, don't worry, let's see what will happen before.
Let's see what will happen.
You said that, and then people ask you what will happen. You say, you will see what will happen. What happened?
So what happened?
Nothing happened at the end of the day, and that
nothing happened. So what happened?
That negativity you have in your
you see, you like to self-project. You people like to self-project yourself. What people have in mind, what people really intend. You just want to paint people that are.
I'm not painting. This is what you said by yourself.
No. You are the one making it up. Just the same way Simba was saying here that a while ago. That I said something I did not say. I mean, if I say we shall see. Yes. Does that mean that I wish evil on him? And I remember
when you mentioned the word "we shall see" that day before inauguration, and Simba asked you, "What did you mean?" Okay. So, what did you mean, rational man? We are asking you again. We shall see.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Well, have you forgotten what Remy said one day? If it should meet you face to face, it will punch you in the face.
I did not say that.
Tí bá pàdé rational mind, máa gbà lẹ́tẹ̀ẹ́ lójú ní já.
Àwọn ìwọ náà fẹ́ gbá mi lẹ́sẹ̀ lójú mi báyìí, wọ́n pọ̀ mọ́ mi báyìí, wọ́n pọ̀ ní kọ́mọ́sí. People like Ayo and the rest of them and Oga, they really made me. All of them.
Can someone hear me, please?
We can hear you. Go on, please. Sorry.
Okay, rational mind. I just want to respond to that your fear, because it's a fear, and although it's valid, especially if you don't really like a person, or maybe you are afraid because of some negative antecedent, some, not all, that you have about the person. You see, one thing is you are underrating the damages that Buhari did. That even rational mind can perform better than Buhari. That will make people think that the administration is better than Buhari. That does not to diminish the competence of Tinubu. But what am I saying? You see, where Buhari dragged that country down, honestly, a person like Tinubu will easily perform perfectly. So look at the way it is now. In the first time in the history of the country, see the way the labor people that wanted to go on strike, see the way they all just complied. You see, even the way those people that are supposed to be militant, see the way they are saying, okay, we are going to cooperate with the government. And the militant I'm talking about this time around, I'm talking of the genuine militants, even though in quote, so that you don't see me giving a credence to militancy. I mean the Niger Delta guys that are even ready to join hands with the government to protect the oil pipe and other things. So, we have a government that, should I even say, apart from the political class, that when you talk of a goodwill, I think Buhari has enjoyed goodwill more than Buhari himself, or let me say any president in the country, forget about obedience. Why did I say forget about obedience? Is because they were not genuinely, some of them were not convinced, and some of them are beginning to get convinced now. And it's just a matter of time that many obedience will just come to the camp, and others, maybe others, just because they have a different agenda than the progress of the country, those guys will still stay within their lane. So to me, it will be difficult for Tinubu to just fail like that, because one, already within a few days, you've removed, you've seen the source of major corruption, subsidy, right? Subsidy, you are removing that. Then you look at our monetary policy, you see how it's all about subsidy too, that is extended to that place, but you were extending subsidy to some people that we don't even know what they are doing. Just go and get your dollar, go to the parallel market or black market, and just become overnight billionaire or millionaire. So it's removing all those stuff. Already, that's a performance. Even let's assume that the judgment tomorrow will not even favor Tinubu, which I strongly doubt, because which I strongly doubt. So you can't take those two things away. And all this education loan that is signing, you can't take those things away. Don't forget that this guy is still bringing a credit to so that you can access credit, so that once you access credit, you don't need to go and get 50 million before you build out, because those are the reason people steal in Nigeria. You look at it, okay, you are earning, let's say, 2 million a month, and maybe by the time you take you take your expenses out of that, you don't have so much. So, but when you have access to cash, I mean that huge cash, and you invest upfront, and the thing you are doing is that you are repaying. So that will even go a long way. Not only that will help the person that want to build house too, is going to see to the development, to the expansion of the housing property, property industry. Because now you won't expect someone now that want to build house now. You don't just go and buy one plot somewhere in Mowe and say, okay, give me loan. No, it simply means that you have to pass through proper businesses. Like, okay, maybe you have Simba and National Mind properties, and you have your structure. Okay, maybe they apply through loan, they apply to loan through you to do all those stuff. So those are the kind of strategic and institutionalized system you will see over time. And one thing that I've noticed over time is this: if you are able to tackle a particular sector properly, for anybody to come back and reverse that, it's always difficult, apart from a government asset that you try to sell. So to me, I don't see any fear. Then what I'd be expecting the like of Tinubu to do is so simple, because this thing encourages corruption too. When you see those people that will retire and they are not sure whether they are going to have access to their money, because if you look at the history of corruption in the civil service, you can trace it to that. You will see people in the late 70s, in the early 80s, after retirement. Some of them may not even have access to their gratuity, to their pension after several years. Some of them will even die of hypertension or some kind of disease. Because so if you have a system that gives some people confidence level, so because what you just need to do is that when you run such system for like maybe 2 consecutive administration, with time, the children born within that place and those people that are becoming adult within that, they will have different mentality from
what. But what about the contributive pension scheme that they are operating now?
Yeah, yes, I will say that one is effective, but there's a way you can make it to be more effective, though. Yeah, I agree with you. But when you see that, you will see that has actually eliminated that kind of corruption to some extent. But you can always enhance, right? So when you enhance, you give the you give the government workers commensurable payments, and they are able to do things the way they are supposed to do. So the other thing you just need to do is find a way to do proper census. What do I mean by proper census? You must be able, you don't let any property in the country go beyond you. Don't let any property within the country goes beyond you in such a way that if any person is acquiring a property today, see, this thing is not so difficult if you are really serious in that country. It is easier for me now to know the type of building, at least to get it to at least 80% accuracy, that okay, if somebody is having like 30 houses in Nigeria, it is easier for me to know. If you don't want to register it under your name, then you have to register it as under a particular business. So what I'm saying in essence is this: whatever business you are owing, because if there's a country that needs to be well policed more than any country in the world, Nigeria should be one of those, because that's one of the way you fight corruption, because you make sure that you account for everything that belongs to everybody in that country. And at the end of the day, if you get your data very well, you should be able to match whatever they have with the earnings. So even if there's any reason, because I know that will not automatically means that okay, you will be able to prosecute people. No, if in case anything arises that okay, you need to prosecute someone that is living beyond his means, when you just make an example, others within that category will start thinking that, oh, this thing may come to me, even though if that thing may not come to them in their lifetime, they start the fear will be there that, oh, so government has a way of getting this thing now. So they start doing all this. So then, you know, like you're saying, like our police, the way we police in that country too, we have to change that. You understand? Last man, everybody, you have to make sure that they don't profit from, let's say you stop a car, you pull a car over. Make sure they don't profit from all those things. The only person that will profit from all those things will be the government. So find a way. It is time for us in Nigeria now that people will say, oh, infrastructures are not there. Take our police.
Allah. You see, the whole.
Allah, do you even believe that the EFCC that we are talking about, they are profiteering from corruption?
Then that's what I'm saying. You find a way that they don't make profits. That's what I'm saying. See, this thing is just about building a system. Look,
Allah. You see, the argument we've been making all this while here is that it's not just enough putting in place all these things you talk about, institutions that would prevent corruption. You cannot really eradicate corruption. That is people stealing government money. But then the thing is, you have to like what Obasanjo did, allow these anti-graft agency to function to their optimum. Let them prosecute. Do not interfere. It's not just one thing that if Obi says or somebody says that, oh, I will not close down my shop and start chasing after criminals, which I understand in Nigerian context, maybe that would not be wise. But at the same time, if you have to put in place this check and balances, like, okay, people should not be able to steal. I want to cut down stealing from the government to like 95%, maybe 95% will be still be one of those corners that they find to still steal. But you have to also punish people who err, people who flout or who are called to be to have done that. So serve as a deterrent. So it's not just enough for Tinubu just to like say, okay, I remove stress subsidy, I make one single currency exchange rate. No, it's not just enough doing that alone. Whoever has been found culpable, let them face the music.
No,
let them be punished.
Nobody
we'll use that as an example, as a warning example to others.
Nobody is saying they should not be punished. You will know that.
But it sounds to me like all of you are saying that no, it should not just should not punish anybody. That's what I'm saying. That's why I understand for what you people have been saying so far.
We grew up to know that people faced firing squad in Nigeria when they steal or when they did something that needed a capital punishment. That in the issue of that country has never deterred people from still committing the same. So what do you want to do now? Do you want them to keep robbing people or keep killing people before you now say, okay, they are going to face death penalty? No, you find a way to even don't let them be able to kill people. That is what we should concentrate about 85% of the energy now. That's exactly what I'm saying. So look at it this way now, because people know that the system is porous. That is why you catch Alamesi, you catch Tafa Balogun, and yet the corruption is still going on because people know that the system is not perfect, that you cannot really, that is very hard for you to trace that. Now, what I'm not saying that you now make the system possible. If the system is so consistent that you know that they can catch you at any time, it will take a serious career criminal not some guy, not accidental one, a serious career criminal that all he wants to do, all he finds as fun is to commit crime, to try to breach the system. That is exactly what I'm telling you. Because already you know that, okay, the system you are doing, if you see the consistency, you see pattern that, okay, if I do this, it's like that people are going to catch me. Even that your fear may not even come to pass in your lifetime. But you know the system is always there to catch you. You'll be very careful. But I think now the one that we've been witnessing in the past is just a system that occur at random, that you cannot even put a pattern that, okay, we want to implement things like this. Example of what we told you, for example, I said that because don't say I keep repeating that, is that our payroll system in Nigeria is getting advanced. You see, all of a sudden, lecturers, they started fighting. They started fighting against that. Why do you think they are fighting? Because already you have a pattern that you can get a pattern to it, and you document that pattern through an integrated system, an IT system that, okay, even you can do that in today. You can see the cut like 10 years to come, because you will have a lot of principal data governance, how you can even govern. You know those days when people corrupt, when people they stole money from bank, or those things, what will insurance, what will they do? They just go and burn that place down. But today, if you go ahead and burn insurance buildings down, commit housing against insurance building or whatever, now it doesn't mean that you are covering your track. You understand? That is why you don't see people now, because before now they will have done a lot, maybe burn NPC, burn everywhere, so that you won't have access to document. But people know that thing are lie today. If you like, burn everything, they will still get your file. So those are the kind of things we are talking about. When people see that this thing, even though I do it today, it doesn't mean they're not going to catch up in the next 5 years. You see, if they were supposed to be 100 thieves, probably they will reduce to 50 or 40. So that is exactly what I'm saying. Because no system will eliminate. Even with this system we have now, many people evade tax, because you go and work on free nation as well. That is how many government know you are doing. You've been at the one you declare. Some people make like some people will make like 500K a year. That maybe they will just pay peanut like 30K in tax. And government will never know. So but the thing is, you can't compare to let's say our place where that corruption is like almost free for all. Almost 100% people will commit corruption. We corrupt in Nigeria. Is it not even a nice opener, for example, for a state to be making 600 million in a month and be using 1.2 billion to pay salary every month, and all of a sudden someone just came to that place and restructured that place, and now up to today now they are now making like 50 billion a month. The next thing Nigeria starts saying that, okay, it's the owner of Alpha Beta, it's the owner of this. The question is this: look at that system first of all, and stop distraction. When you know that this guy really is the owner of Alpha Beta, then you go after him. Then, if he has enriched himself through maybe there's a way you can be corrupt legally, that's if there's nothing you can just do about it. Like look at this situation. If it happens in Nigeria now, you work in a place there and you will employ your child that will be working with you at the same time in a company. Nigeria, we know that that's nepotism. It happens there a lot. But despite happening there, collusion is what they guide against. Collusion, they make sure that okay, nepotism has occurred, but they want to make sure that there's no collusion between the family members that are even working in the same organization. You tighten up your system. If they pay money, okay, for example, now the Canada revenue, there's a way they can get into your account, even though legally they may need some legal thing, but there is a way, because by the time they start receiving some kind of documents directly to the database, you understand, they can explain your revenue. So you can mandate organization and dealing forward today that if you are paying contractor, you have to get this type of form and you have to present that, because by the time you are now presenting the value of your contract now, this time around, if you like, you inflate, there's a way you can understand the minimum standard of that industry. So this thing is not as when people are saying ChatGPT, we create a catastrophe. What I'm saying is that there's a way you can apply big data and AI. Now, Nigeria people will say, Nigeria is not advanced to that place. It's not true. You can apply AI to monitor everything. That there's nothing, there's receipt you will issue out that you should not create some kind of repository for when you are dealing with the government, so that at the end of the day,
I just want to add.
So let me now, please, let me now, so that don't let me lose my thought. So it's such a way that if you inflate a contract, maybe a contract is supposed to be 50 million, and you just go ahead and you inflate it to 100 million. No problem, I will say. But by the time you hammer tax on that on that contractor, tomorrow they will say, because when I work in a bank, if people ask the contractor money, please give your money, people talk, they will talk. That's why you will see some big manager, they will just be fired from nowhere, because those vendors, they will talk that this guy is asking money, because there are processes in places that you don't just do anyhow, even though if nobody is monitoring you indirectly, because you know that that thing will never pay you, and that may backfire on you. You won't have any option than just to come and say, okay, this your manager is disturbing me. So to me, I think what is happening in the private sector, there's a way you can replicate within the public sector too. So that is why that we are human and we have to be creative. If there's no problem for us to solve, then we will no longer be existing. So this corruption we are afraid of now is a problem that must be solved. So and I think this guy, as far as I'm concerned, in quotes, I'm not saying in absolute term, that this guy, this Tinubu, knows his audio, at least for now. Thank you.
Yes. So in addition to what you have been saying, like here, anything you want to do, first, the employer cannot employ you without your social security number. Before they employ you, they ask for that number, because with that number, they can go to the database and know where you live, or what you have been doing. So without that, anybody that employ people without that number, the company immediately they are fined heavily, or sometimes they withdraw their licenses. That is one. So second, with your social security number, there is an income register that they will know, that the tax system will know how much money you are making from your place of work. Even if you are doing 10 work, they don't care. So if we go from the base, they will remove your tax. So and the tax office, they know from the income register, they can know how much money you make in a month. There's no way you can hide it, because here there's not a lot of loophole for you to do under the table job here. There's not a lot. Everybody work accordingly, and they will tax you accordingly. The more you make, the more you are taxed. So that is why I call for a good database in Nigeria. And that's why I call that Nigeria should be well organized. If Nigeria is well organized, with everybody with a very good income register, so they can follow you up with your social security number in Nigeria. What is being done in abroad can be replicated in Nigeria, and it's quite easy using the latest technology. So it's very easy, and we also have the BVN number, which we can use to follow people's income. Because an average Nigerian, to be frank, we don't like paying tax. It's when we get abroad that we submit to the system here. But when we go home, we always find a way to shortchange the system. So there should be need a reorientation for everybody. So if you're, for example, there was a guy that saying that, okay, fine, now they remove the subsidy, everybody's on equal terms. Not that the poor will pay more and the rich that have more money.
It's not entirely true that we like to shortchange the system in our country. It's because, like you said, this country you just mentioned, in Finland or maybe here, they have database of their citizens, and they attach a number to them. They can track them. But in the Nigerian context, we don't even know how many our citizens are. We don't even have a database until recently. They started
that is why I call for a good database, and a good database will help that country.
Yeah,
and you can have that one when your country you have a good leader that's well organized. Because a leader does not know what he really wants to. That's what we suffer during Buhari regime. Unfortunately, it is a military man, but in economic terms, it's not super good on that way. And it does not bring people that can help him. And he himself, he also accepts a lot of tribal thing to weigh on his opinion sometimes, which is not good for the country. At the end of the day, he himself, by now, he will have his regret. And he will also have his good time.
So let me ask you a question. So do you think Tinubu will do any magic, considering what you've just said about?
Okay, this is the way.
Hold on now. Let me land the question. Do you think Tinubu can do it, considering all you've just said about these countries that could track their citizens? They have a number of citizens. So
I think it can do it, and it can even improve Nigeria better. And I will give you a lot of examples.
Okay, let me hear you.
This guy have ruled Lagos for 8 years.
Here you go again.
No. Let me at least everybody have passed. from your past performance.
Okay, what has it done? What has it replicated in Lagos that it's going to do in that time, in that regard, with that revenue you're talking about?
You asked me everything I've mentioned here in abroad. Can he also replicate part of it in Nigeria, or can he do it in Nigeria? And I'm trying to tell you that if he, like what he has shown his hand. For you, if I'm playing a game against you, you show your hand. Maybe we are playing chess or you are playing cards. You show your hand. From your hand, I can know the next move. But if you show your hand, I will quickly know that are you an amateur or you are not good enough. But if you show your hand and I say, oh, wow, you are a good player, then I have to think ahead. So he has shown his hand by being courageous to remove the subsidy and also the exchange rate. And he's putting a team together. That means this guy is well organized and he knows what he wants. And you can see that those people he's putting in position, these are people that have been following for the last 1 year throughout the campaign. So it's like, okay, I'm building, this is my plan. If I become the president of this country, this is what I'm going to do. As I continue to say, if he can make Nigeria to be organized, if Nigeria is quite organized and he put in a lot of experts there, I think he can do more. He can even do better. So I'm not expecting him to perform below our performance, because perform below performance, that means in the next 4 years, he's going to be kicked out. He himself knows that he has a lot of work to do. And if you know you have a lot of work to do, that is why he started as early as possible. Let me push the hard one in the front first. Let us get this one out of our way. And then we can now clear our table and see what else we can do to improve the country. I think he can do it.
Okay, let me even divert to another thing. You see, one thing is this: there is a lot of reform needs to happen in Nigeria to first of all discourage corruption. Now, if you ask me to focus on the police now, there is a way I'm going to monitor the police to first of all stop them from even raiding people on the street. You know, our police, they are notorious for that. They will just go to the street and raid people, and before you know, they put them in cells, and some may even land in jail for the offense they've never committed. I think there can be a system, because as bad our system is, so we need some kind of aggressive creativity to solve our problem, because we have to think faster than, in some aspect, faster than the developed country. What do I mean? For example, now, if police is going to raid, this is one of these things. If police will just use a private car, I think there should be a way that, because if you ask me today, I don't know how effective, and I believe the lawyers in the house or people in the legal profession, I think the way they used to monitor police those days, that the justices within a particular location, they be visiting the cell, all those places. I think number one, they should restore that system now, that you send all those people in the judiciary to that court, to different police stations, and when you send them to all those police stations, you start looking at their cell, all those people there, you start asking for their record, what they did. And there's one thing too: if I find myself in the position of Tinubu, I will eliminate paper statements. You know, those paper statements that these GPT people, they will print some and they will be criminal people. You know, those kind of things that kind of thing encourages the police to go to the street and pick people at random and start that extortion. So now, using vehicle, once you can catch any police using a private vehicle or those stuff, and you can capture the image, send out. There should be the central monitoring committee that once you see that, dismiss her straight away, no story. You start making some scapegoat. Then, like I was suggesting the other time, we should stop this idea of parking police in the vehicle. Then, not only that, I will do something on AI if I find myself in that position, even if possible, in the police vehicle. I will have a camera that clock every non-policeman that enter into that particular system, so that you must be able to account for the for when the person enter and when the person exit. What I'm saying, that you just make the process difficult. You make the process difficult for people to even start thinking criminally. So if you enter a police station, and there should be a camera and system that clocks you in, whether those people like or they want to do it or those stuff, it should clock it in, and it should not be controlled directly from that system, because you just give them within the police station the only thing, the read access only. They won't even be able to write. So you clock everybody that enter into the police station. You must be able to account for whatever they are doing there. So by the time you start making those things difficult, and you start applying punishment too, Stringent one, because already, you know, you will build the system in such a way that as you are firing someone, you have some people that are ready to occupy that place. So the story of experience will not certain. Some people that are ready to take your job and do that job. So once you have such kind of mechanism, you know, number one, you take your police away from the street from extorting people. You don't put them in pick up. You start buying them cars. It may cost money. Maybe you look at area F. Maybe it's only like 10 vehicles they have and park themselves with 20. Is that guy? They are giving excuses. This time around, the government should know that those are part of social infrastructure you have to spend on. It's a must. So, like if it's 200 cars they need, you have to find a way to fund that 200 cars. Maybe you are going to work with the companies to fund those cars. You just have the way. Let this police, let them have access to maybe maximum 2 police in a car, not. And they will have all the equipment there. They will have all the that if your rifle, if your rifle is activated, maybe there's a place you hang your rifle and you by any means just activate your rifle to bring it out. You must account. You must be able to get online approval system that okay, that we approve it, that they will know. They will be able to try that you put out your rifle and you must be able to account for what you are doing with that rifle. So all those kind of deterrents, those are the things I'm talking about. The things that they make you think criminally, that make you think have some.
Ola, do you think about state police? Do you think it's also necessary or not?
No, state police, it can be state police, it can be state police is necessary because why did I say state police is necessary? Just because when you see what Buhari did, you understand. I'm even tempted to even say state military is necessary, but I don't think it is though. But state police is necessary because from the local government level, you know. Like when you see bandits, look at the People Congress now. You can look at them as state police in some certain form, that they gather intelligence about the foreigners that were entering our bushes, all those. So you can be state police, and state police can come in different manners. We used to have forest guard. The other is we used to call while growing up, we call them Olopaibo. That's what we call them. Things like that, you can bring them back. And you know that these people, they will be in their bushes. You understand? Equip them enough to face any kind of intruders in our bushes. So you do things like that. So yeah, state police is not like this federal police. You know, people are afraid, right? That we are not saying you should create, because to me, even though I know the level of crime in Nigeria is sophisticated, that when they created Mopo, they bought them AK-47, they even put I know. But then, when you do that a lot, you are telling our police to throw their brains away. Because the police should be working with more of their brains than working with their arms or all those things. So, because our police should be strong enough to be able to uncover crimes before it happens. Because how do you do this? It is normal thing. Before, you used to have some informants within the community. You understand? When you have this informant, if the fear of getting back to whosoever that inform police of something that is about to go on is what is happening, you can create a system like this place that okay, they call, you just make it and know that you protect the anonymity, that you don't reveal the identity of who is calling. So, but the police should be working with the society, with the community, to unravel crime. And even saying this again, that one doesn't stop that. Even policing again, but one of the way you even make policing is that just to take care of the welfare of the citizen, because you can't have 40% unemployed people now, and you now carry the 2 million police on the street. It doesn't work that way, because you just create crisis. You provide job for people. You take people that are supposed to be potential criminals away by the type of job you give them. You give them skills, you give them education, you give them job, and you support them by all means. You understand? To make sure that okay, you first of all neutralize whatever criminality they are thinking in their mind.
Then we can do all of this thing within the 4 years that is going to be there, right? All this is just
rational mind. That is
so
why.
Let me ask you a question. What would you think would be the first priority for us, for him, just to at least to start with first?
First priority.
This is a Herculean task. It's huge.
You are, because that's why we have.
I mean, considering the resources at his disposal right now. I mean, he's going to be printing more naira. Is that what you're saying?
No. See.
You know what the inflation is right now?
No, wait, rational mind. You are looking at it. Don't let us go to the
do you know that the inflation has risen again on that?
Wait now.
That's increased.
Look. I understand what you are talking perfectly.
Thomas, Fishaki won na ka you can reach out.
Ni beach. Ni beach níbi tẹ́ wà. Àwa ní beach.
Ni beach.
Ni beach. Beach tí wàá fà jù fún yín lọ.
O fẹ́ kí Fishaki won mi báyìí.
O fẹ́ máa oppress àbí.
Mo fẹ́ oppress yín díẹ̀ yìí.
Èmi tí mo ti lọ dárí bó is about 115 meters deep nínú ilé.
Wow. This is beautiful, man.
So, rational mind. The thing is this. I understand. See,
you're about me, man, Thomas. I take me on the stuff.
Doing all this thing, right? Doing all this thing, you are creating job alongside. That's what you want to. Okay, let me give an example. You look at the data security area now. You now say, okay, you want you want to give police vehicle. And you look at our local manufacturer, the code now is local manufacturer now, not foreign now. You understand? Okay, you look at Innocent Motors, you give them contract to produce, like, let's say, 10,000 vehicles for our police. You know how much job that is going to create alone, right? They can even access loan to do that. Whether you want to go to World Bank. The reason I'm saying World Bank and all those stuff is this, because it's going to be like a government guarantee. You still go through the bank to get your loan, but you find some kind of subsidy for them. I keep talking of subsidy. You can't take subsidy away totally, but not that type of subsidy of consumption of that fraud that this thing. Now, because you look at, okay, I'm going to give you 10,000 vehicle, and I expect you to employ, like, let's say, just 2,000 people. While you are doing this, I'm going to subsidize your production for you. But knowing that I will take my money back from the taxes I pick from all those workers. So as you are saying this, yes, there's no money, but you have to look at the productivity that will repay the money back. That is exactly what I'm talking about. You are creating job while doing all those things. You are not just creating liability, you are creating assets in terms of social assets and capital assets while doing all those stuff. So to me, it's not as bad as we see it. But it's just because of what the former rulers,
but you're not addressing the issue. I mean, you can go on and on, but I'm asking you, what would you be what should be the trailblazer? What should set the trail? What should set the trail for him to bring Nigeria out of this this whole mess that we find ourselves?
Security first.
What would the priority first?
Security number one. Security. Okay. Security and full security. When I say security, generally not security in terms of this thing, full security, property and life, like we keep saying, if you chase all these idiots, all these criminals, when I even using idiot, I'm being it's a good word. All these criminals, is there any word worse than criminal? So in the butches, if you send them away, and first thing is that government find a way to subsidize production, food production, right? Then I've already connected our food production to our gbado and cassava to our security, because he said it with his mouth, and which is a good economic model when you look at it. That okay, recruit 2 million soldiers. What will they eat? Cassava and again. So when you look at that alone, I think it's a viable thing to do. And to me, if you ask me, it's almost a short to medium term, not even a very long term like that. It's a thing that it can achieve some within a year. And how do I mean? Okay, you start from this now, for example, maybe all those areas like Ire-Ekiti. I mentioned Ekiti because that's where I know. Ibimo, all those areas where they produce rice. And now already you have the third largest rice mill. So you find a way to provide security for people there to boost their productivity, so that where you take it to your rice mill and you produce people cheaper for people to eat. You've solved that problem that even those that are not earning enough, they can still be able to eat. You solve that. You make sure that nobody is killing farmers in their farm again. Nobody is taking farmers to ransom. And most importantly, you create some kind of storage, because all those silos they talk about now, I don't know where they are. If those silos are not existing, you accelerate to keep. Then, well, I know there's tendency that people want to take their food outside, but if we don't achieve internal sufficiency, there should be a way to discourage export. So we should be exporting surplus, not when we've not even made. Because to be honest with you, I don't know when Obasanjo sell his own product. Meanwhile, Obasanjo products should be seen everywhere in Nigeria, but it looks, I'm not sure. This is just my assumption. I think most of his product, maybe they find their ways outside the country. I think it should not be like that. They should find a way to let food they produce in the country to find sufficient effect. So solve the problem of security. You understand? Then you move to like trade and skill I will be talking about. We should find a way to make sure that our tradesmen and craftsmen they are richer. You know, they have more income. They become wealthier by making sure that whatever skill you want to bring from outside, right? You get it inside. How do I do that whenever I want to? Although I don't like this because it doesn't give you free hand. I make sure that everybody that want to work locally on any job, they will have to register within. They will have to have license, trade license for them to work. So that if you're a builder and you are bringing a bricklayer or tiler from a Republic of Benin, you are going to pay every tax for that. So I want to encourage a situation whereby you will, even if those people within, if they don't know what they are doing, you that you know that you have that estate business, you must find a way to build the skill. Don't give excuse that people from somewhere. Find a way, build that skill locally. So the potential people that are supposed to be slashing your phone inside those door or those things, let them have some trade. Because those people that are slashing your phone or those that are stealing your clothes on the line, see, I'm a person that naturally I believe that they won't go for something as risky as that if they have the way they can make means. Because if you give these people skills to fend for themselves, I think they will be greedy to be looking at how they can make millions doing work than staying inside the door and be stealing your and be slashing the phone. So those are the things I focus on: how to create job for the youth on the streets. You understand? Security, full security, and like you say, security of life and property. In fact, they are the topmost priority. Then bringing people from the streets. All those things, they are all connected. They are all connected.
So let's just hear from Adewale. Adewale, are you there? Thomas, are you there?
Thomas is enjoying himself.
So Adewale, what do you want to say, Thomas? I say Thomas. Adewale. Is Adewale there? Can you unmute?
It be like say Baba they drink his own burukutu. He's enjoying his Friday. Yeah, Kumi Samuel is there too. So I don't know.
Kumi, who wants to say something? That what do you think Tinubu should be doing as the first thing to get around all this? Because what is before him is very heavy.
Yeah, I think he has started on the right path, and Ola has put a lot of things on the table. Although maybe it's not easy to achieve everything in the next 4 years, but at least the will to do some of this thing is there. As I said earlier before, I think he needs to put Nigeria in a more organized way, and then little by little trying to put the right people to do what his campaign manifesto is all about. I think he needs to do a lot of work on the monetary policy, and I think he has gotten a very right person there who is going to be advising him. And we need to get a very good finance minister. We need somebody like that Adeosun, or even better than Adeosun, if we can get, whether female or male. I think that would be cool. And I think we also need a very good agricultural minister, and we also need a very good works and housing minister. If Fashola is still willing to continue as that kind of works and housing minister, I don't mind him continuing that way also, because he knows the terrain already. And we also need to, like I said, we need to overhaul our police. It's very, and then getting a lot of money, our tax system, we need to, a lot of reform have to be, we just have to find a way to create more revenue, to get more money. But most importantly, and this is the most difficult one, how is it going to develop, or resource control? Because no matter what, if you see like everything still belongs to the federal government, it's still going to be the same story at the end of the day. Most of these states should control some of their resources. And there should be a way to also monitor the governors. The governor cannot just be spending money anyhow. But unfortunately, most of our people in the states, they don't know that they have more power. You have to handle your governor very well, because the president cannot just say, governor, do this. He or she can do whatever he likes. So the people in the state should handle their governors very well. There's a lot of work for him to do, but at least if he can try and do some of it, and because government is a continuum, infrastructure, good economic policy, agriculture, recruitment, recruit people into the security, police, army, whatever, navy, and maybe soft loan. Compel the commercial bank to give soft loan to entrepreneurs, because most Nigerians like to do businesses. Soft loan with the interest on the loan should be very, very minimal. Why should you give a loan of 1 million and you want to collect 35%? Who is going to collect that kind of loan? So that is the problem we're having with Nigeria. Most of these commercial banks are also, they just make for a killing every time. They give a loan of almost 35% interest. What economy does that? In China, it's about 5% or top 6% yearly. Or maybe sometimes they also make it like 5 or to 7% in 2 years. But in China, in Nigeria, 35%, that is huge. Are you sure you can even make 30% profit on your business and the bank want to collect 35%? So that's why I call for a very good banking reform, because the loans they are giving to people, the interest is just too huge. And I welcome the student loan. It's also a very good thing. And I'll also talk about using technology for a lot of things, which I think is good. You can see when the federal government starts using the IP system, IPPPIC, you can see that everybody knows that if you don't go to work, you don't get paid. So in before, when you go to your company, you clock in, your clock out. We should use technology more. And I think especially for we need the total reform in our civil service, because those people at the civil service are very corrupt. Sometimes most of the politicians, they don't even know what to do. They are going to be the one that tell them, oh, okay, you can make money from this place. This is how we always do it for the last 20 years. So we need a total reform. So, and I think our port system too. I wish that maybe a Rufai can be like the chairman of Nigerian Port Authority. So people like that they are reformists. I think it's a lot of work, but it's doable. So that's my little piece for now.
So yeah, because like this saying, like that's the thing. The more you allow people to interact with money, the less you allow. I give an example now. So like Lagos State, I think they are already doing it now, that if your vehicle license is about to expire, you have camera that will capture you and will send you message. And all you just need to do is, when you need to comply, even if some people are going to catch you, even if they like, you will give them money, you are on your own. But the thing is that you will never be released until you make that payment. So all this resource control we are talking about, see, it doesn't have to even be natural resources alone, because that some people will fight you. But look at FIRSC now, for example, road safety. Why should it be federal? That idea should be stopped immediately. Let every state create their own their own the Ministry of Transportation or whatever in every state, the way they want to do their licensing. The only thing that they should be countrywide standard, or you should be even though you can configure your own differently in your state, but you must have the equivalent in Lagos State. So let Lagos State decide how it want to run its own scheme. Okay, all this downfall driver, they will just hit the road. The next thing, they'll be driving without attending driving school. See, that's some kind of revenue lost to some people. Maybe some people are supposed to be running driving school and be and be generating revenue and be making income from that place. But you just go and teach out someone how to drive down for on a particular field. The next thing, you enter the street, a danger. You send a danger to the road. Then things like that, you have to find a way. You have to find a way to create your license to, what I'm saying that when you look at that alone, it's a means of revenue on its own. So let every state decide. Forget the word, whatever road safety is doing is inefficient. If road safety want to work, they can work on the.
No, the road safety issuing the license they are issuing is quite good, because a guy came from Nigeria.
No, take it away from them. It's not good. Take it away from them.
No. I just want to say something. A guy from Nigeria came in and he wants to get the Finnish license. So they asked him for his Nigerian license, and they put him into the computer, and everything comes out that this is not a fake one.
So it's not even a fake or not fake. We are talking of what the duty that state should be performing.
Yes. If you talk about the driving school,
we don't.
I understand everything should be standardized and reformed very well.
Because what we need is where we need federal government is this, to resolve issue between two states, between the state and the federation, and to interface between the country citizen and the foreign countries. So all those internal duty, they should stop all those and give to the state to handle internals. So like I'm telling you, our FRSC, they are sitting on multi-billion industry without enhancing that industry. That industry alone, by my own calculation, I could be wrong, but don't take this as the gospel truth. That industry alone, it should be able to generate at least 300,000 jobs, like road testers, and those people that will be lecturing you like a registry. You should create some form of registry, like we have heard that. Okay, you harness some kind of the driver license issuing. Even all these are CAC that it's only you send to Abuja, and all those registry, you find a way they should be handling all those things. You see, you intentionally delegate all this to create job, not that something that should be able to create another job. You just crash it together, so that because of one big man at the back office that want to be making billions there, you now restrict it to something that will not generate more than 1,000 jobs. No, we don't need that. We need a situation whereby everything will be delegated, that you expand it in such a way that, because you see, the more you delegate, the more you expand the industry, the better for the country. Because before you know, the safety, if you hand the thing over to the state to control, a state like Lagos State, like Oyo State, Ogun State, the safety of the people will improve. All of a sudden, there are things that we do, that all those downfall that will be carrying all those spare tires, all those things. There's some kind of a way when you manage your Ministry of Transportation that you monitor all those things. Like I said, like a state like Lagos that is underperforming.
All this thing you're saying, all these leaders, do you think they have all this brain for all these things you're talking about?
Yeah, that is why we have people. Leaders are not the one to. That's why you have people. Leaders are just so okay. As I'm talking now, for example, I'm just talking as a patriotic Nigerian. I may just say, okay, I may keep quiet to myself. I'll be looking at, a rational mind. Do you know Tinubu? Do you know this? Okay, I have this idea. I'm saying it intentionally. Even though I may not be the same perfect way, there are some people that will come here and we hear this idea, and all of a sudden, before you know, they will just turn it around. Before you know, maybe in 3 years, 4 years time, they will be replicated. That's why I'm talking. Otherwise, I can keep so many things to myself and don't talk. So now, even the one I'm talking now, there are millions of Nigerians that are far superior to me in mental capacity that can say the same thing I'm saying. So what am I saying is that when you have this, when people are involved in the governance, so it is easier. So we don't the leaders, they are not superhuman beings. They are not omniscient. So the thing is, they need people like us to talk. Even recently, I read about one website. I don't know if it is correct that, okay, submit your idea. Although I didn't submit any idea there because I don't know if it's just a private person that is looking for Nigeria to contribute to his business so that he can get some innovative idea and send to the government. I prefer to talk online. I prefer people to talk online because now, even if I say, okay, I want to keep the idea to myself, it's not every business that I can do. So what I just know, I just say, people that have idea that, okay, they think they have capacity to build around it, they can pick it and do proposal and do so. Like, even as at the time I was even thinking of this camera, using camera to even capture to capture offenders. You know, offenders, not offenders intercession, no. Offenders everywhere that you can, because my own model was that time was that okay, if we work with Google or one of the Google was even the prime or one of the high-tech industry, so that you deploy camera in strategic places. That all you just need to do, because I even said that and this thing will need some kind of legal backing. If people are committing traffic offenses, if you are taking one way, you can be captured. Number one, you have the person that registered the vehicle. You should have a legal thing that if someone working in a bank or in an organization commit an offense, instead of sending police after, no, you should be able to find a way to work with the employer so that the offense that the person is committing, you should be able to deter the penalty right from the source of the salary without any interaction. That's one of the ways to disincentivize. Is that the right way to say all these police that they be collecting bribe? Because you know that this time around, the employers, they are even helping us to enforce traffic rules in Lagos. Before you know, you won't be working on the on the sidewalk, and therefore will be chasing you away from there, or Okada will just be using the Okada to chase you away. So all those things, if you put those in places, because it's going to require legislation. Yes, I agree. It's going to require interstate cooperation, because someone come from Ekiti, commit traffic offense in Lagos. How do you handle that? So you have to work with those states. So then, downfall that is doing that, the event could get owner now. You get the person that stand as a guarantor for the person. So when you start awarding penalty, in such an efficient manner that way, honestly, all of a sudden, you will find maybe within the 10 years, you will find at least 60% of the population that must have sanity restored in there, because that it means that the country is aggressively policed. You understand? So those are the kind of creativity I want to see within the government, because our own situation, you can't trust human being alone. You can't trust human being alone to do that. We have to leverage technology we have, that the capacity we have. And don't forget, all this thing I'm saying is going to be creating job along the line too. That's the benefit of this, because all this thing now, because when Tinubu says it's going to raise the GDP by 6%, I say it's impossible. I say, okay, these people are just being conventional. They are not looking at even how Buhari even brought us downward, and the capacity that we've not actually expanded in that country. People are saying, can this thing work together? Simultaneously? Yes, it can work simultaneously, because you want to leave this thing to the you want to allow the private sector, or if you like, you want to call PPP in this situation to drive it. So it can work concurrently, because everybody will face its industry and the creativity within that industry to enhance our life in the country. So to me, it can be done, because you don't need government money to do all those things. You just need government guarantee. You understand? Government guarantee. Oh, okay, you want to install camera within the Lagos. Okay, you build your revenue model. You just go and get your fund. Just go and borrow your money somewhere. That's all you need to do. But government need to give you assurance that, okay, from that penalty you are collecting from the errand people.
Ola, sorry to interject. I just want to quickly ask you a question. All this, what you have been talking about, they are quite great. But something just coming to me now: electricity, light. How are we going to do that in the immediate time? What are we going to do about that one? Because that one will propel the economy, everything you are talking about. Because
you see one thing, I've given my model before, and I think the model that I gave before is not too far from what APC is in. So I want to believe that APC has that model. The only problem is the person in charge of in leading APC for 8 years is not the kind of person that is motivated to do it. Because you see, it's just like you see some professors in the university. I'm not talking of Nigeria, maybe in this environment now. Some of them are there because that's the passion. They could have gone for something for something lower. You understand? And they make me more money. For example, if you're a principal data consultant in some company now, your income is like 800 to 900K a year. So some of these professors that are teaching you database in the university that are probably earning like 200K a year, they will have gone for the same thing. But just because of passion, because their brain is all about creativity, it's not about money. You understand? So why am I saying this? Is this you have someone that is creative in power now, and what it fought for right from the beginning. Because I keep telling people that if you want to give the credit of electricity bill to anyone in Nigeria today, it's Tinubu, because he started that trouble with Obasanjo when he brought Enron to Nigeria. You understand? They did it in such a way that when they didn't allow them to commercialize it, okay, they started powering the state. They privatized the state with what they're generating from that place. And all of a sudden, it came to a situation whereby it is within that Lagos through that creativity of electrifying the street by independent by their own personal IPP, the power generation. So the model is so simple. We don't need to complicate everything. It's just like in our software development world. You build every unit small. You don't need to build like because like those 2 million lines you see sometimes. Some module that form those things are just like maybe like 10, 15 lines that they have functionality. So it's those functionality that you now mine together over time that you now have that big one. But what Nigeria want to do is this: they just want to do like kind of waterfall system that everything must have to be centralized, and we have to be waterfall. We don't want to be agile. That is why we are not moving forward. But when you see the electricity bill today, it is somehow agile in nature, in concept, right? That all you need to do, like you look at Ikeja, we know Ikeja is industrial estate. You look at that place, you allow investors to bid. That, okay, look at this place, it's an industrial cluster, but we don't have power to supply the industry there. Now, what will you do? You issue license to people. Okay, investor will come there. Okay, if I bring a turbine here, if I bring a gas turbine here, okay, within the next 10 years, will I have my amortization? Okay, what type of insurance can I get? What kind of assurance or guarantee can I get from the government? Those are the things you need to do. With Nigerians as of today, Lagos alone might need, in quotes, because I will in quotes, Lagos alone might need like 10 power investors that can be working consecutively. If you get things like that, like maybe 10 power investors that are working consecutively. Now, maybe if your target is to give like 10,000 megawatts in 4 years, you will see that that is achievable. As long because investor will come to you and look at it, okay, this venture, will it be profitable?
So, apart from generation, when you look at transmission, and no, just to take it along with what you have been talking about, the transmission and distribution of electricity. When you look at Nigerian most states, you look at the wiring system, all of it are in shambles.
That is, I am exactly going to that place too, right? Okay. Now, you will see that my experience with while working with NEPA is when you go to area like Moshalashi, Alaja, Pero, Tubu, Agege side, you see the way they wire things there, that people can easily steal electricity, right? Now, the same thing is very hard to do here, in the sense that you can measure energy that goes to a particular house or to a particular area. That kind of operation, that kind of system is how they manage to catch those people that were used to plan marijuana when it was not legal here. Because when they look at your entire house, they look at the type, the amount of energy you are consuming. They start monitoring you. They start investigating what is happening. They start looking at, okay, whether there's energy loss somewhere or someone is doing something illegal somewhere. So that's they now inform police, all those stuff. So what am I saying is this: if you give this thing to individual to measure, it's just like when you are talking of how telecom company manage to run fiber optic to business organizations. So if you give them these people power to do all those things, because they're in control of their infrastructure, they're in control of the generation, distribution, and transmission now within that place. Or maybe they can buy the electricity from somewhere and they distribute alone. It all depends on the model they want to use. So we know how to run the infrastructure to a particular location. and they will find a way to give every buildings energy by line, and they will be able to identify through digital means. They'll be able to identify which house is on this particular, which house is on this particular. So when you put all this in on a system, if someone is bypassing your system, you see that you know what was not possible like 10 years ago, it is even more possible now with big data, analysis, all those. So it's a report that there's a way you can do automated report that you don't even need to worry yourself. It's a system that will be giving you alerts immediately that, okay, this one, and like I said, you should have some kind of deterrent. What I mean is a deterrent is this: you don't. Even I still believe that if the individual have contact with those consumers, if it's a private company, corruption can still even be eliminated, right? If it's private. But you find a way you work with the government that when you want to penalize these people, those people that are working directly, this is my own might look like a tyrant something though. You understand? I will always find a way into the account of those people that are the corporate world. Those people that are not in the corporate world, like motor park people, MC Oloma will be in charge. Those people that used to be Yaloja, like Idumota, Yaba, you see Yaba, what's the name of this Tinubu's daughter, will be in charge of that. Once they say, okay, these are your members at this thing, please help us enforce, make sure that we comply. Those are I will use everything, KBAC, Bale, everything within the structure within the community. I will focus, you can use your ballet, you can use your kings to even help you to enforce some kind of thing within the community. So those are the kind of systems that we need to build, because our own system, we are lagging behind most countries, and we have so many opportunities that we can enhance. So for private people to lay cable, to energize individual building, honestly, it's not going to be difficult. The only thing they just have to do away with is that they forget about overhead. Even where they are going to use overhead, they are not going to latch individual building to overhead. They are going to build like some kind of bus bar. Okay, I don't know how to use that thing, that I'm not going to use electrical term so much. They have to use like a box in a particular community whereby they can trace line that goes to individual houses. You understand? So when you trace line that go to individual houses, there's a way you can in that box you can put the meter there in such a way that nobody can bypass the meter. Now, because if someone now want to be smart to bypass the meter, then two things you have to do. You have to go to that box, to go and tamper with that, right? Or you have to tap your energy from someone's houses, and it depends on the laws you have around that tampering. So the ones there's consequence. So to me, is just see as your telecom company that will supply banks, fiber, that will measure what they are using, or that will give you they will find solution. Private people will always find solution to problem because they want to maximize their profit. They will. Government just allow private people to do the business and take taxes from them. Allow them to run the processes. They will get it right. So all those because those are the areas like Pero, Tubu, Moshalashi, Alaja, Pen Cinema, all those areas those are the areas whereby the people can tap your. These guys, if you give private company, they will find solution. They will find solution to it. So energy stealing, they will reduce it. So that's my point there.
Okay, that's quite good. That's wow. It's a lot of problem.
It's a lot of problem, but then I don't underrate it, like
no. Of course, I don't underrate him. I know it's going to do. I think it's going to do a lot of stuff. But as usual,
it's not going to solve all the problem, but
no, it can't. Nobody will solve all the problem one day. Even the so-called developed countries are there solve all their problem. As they're solving one, new ones are rearing their ugly head also. So
because when someone solve all problems, then this world will not exist, right?
Yes.
Elon Musk is making billions today because there are problems to solve.
Yes, and I can see even in the next maybe 4 or 5 or 6 years, people will use more of electric vehicle because they are very paramount here.
No, even Elon Musk and a telecom company are one of those people you can partner with. Like if you want to enforce.
Yes, and I think even in Nigeria, like what do you call BRT and O&O Energy or something like that, they introduce electric-driven buses. These are buses that we can get from major manufacturers around the world. And if anything can also do something like that, or some automobile company can do something like that, gas-powered and electric-powered buses, they are easier to get. They don't need to use petrol for that one.
No, even see, there's something that the federal government did. Should be Elon Musk want to be the mining lithium in Nigeria. Nigeria say no, right? Yeah, but that's the kind of thing we should be talking about. Because when the like of Elon Musk, if you allow them to be mining lithium in that country, there will be some kind of smuggling, because those are the mistakes we are doing in that country. See, when we have some mineral resources, we need to use to make to make revenue.
Yes, if they can give him that kind of mindset, we can also encourage people to have an understanding.
Don't allow the participants in those places to just be mining. Let them be producing value there and be exporting the value.
Yes,
taking
they
the
can also have a plant in Nigeria producing Tesla. Why not? They can have their own electricity.
If someone want to buy a Jakuta, don't let the person be taking our iron ore and be taking the thing to China. No, process the iron ore, produce steel. Steel is what you should be exporting. You know, the steel you made, the steel bar, the steel bed, it should be what you should be exporting, not our iron ore. Because
have you seen what is it Innocent Motor is doing? I think it's producing is it gas
gas-driven buses.
The buses now. I think they gave him that contract to make that.
You
see, these are some of the things that we need to think
about. That guy self, they call it something G, something G.
Innocent. Is it Innocent?
They call the gas. Yes, it's a very good thing. I like that guy.
I don't think it's propane. I don't know if it's propane gas.
I like that guy. I like the guy.
So you see, the thing is for me, you see, like some of the things you said here. I just hope some of those leaders, you know, some of them, all they just do is just come to this country here, buy house and go back, use Nigeria as their dumping ground and just come here and enjoy they don't really sit down to understand.
I don't even understand most of our leaders taking the money abroad where they do not reside there. It's useless, man. It's just unnecessarily. Why you take
no sense.
Money there? And even with that kind of money, the government of that country, they are also using it against you. And you cannot get your money back. I don't understand. I will give an example. In China, if you take a lot of money, 90% of the money you reinvest in that country.
Even though if you bring technology too, you have to do the transfer, technology transfer.
Yeah, they won't allow it. You cannot go to any bank over there and say you just want to transfer 1 million. Before you know, they start. Oh wait, we want to call. Before you know, the police will come. You cannot just be taking money out.
So you see, for me, I think I just hope these our leaders they understand this.
Our bankers, sorry to say this, our bankers are also accomplices. Those of these banks, they are so corrupt that they will tell this politician.
It's because we don't have institutions that work, that functions properly.
So that's why I come for a big banking reform. Because all of this money, they cannot just take it out like that without our banks not knowing.
You see, use somebody else, use 2, 3, or 5 people as scapegoats. You see, all of them everybody will sit up. You know, it's not just enough just putting in place this.
There must always be scapegoats, but if the system is just at random, if it's at random like what happened under Obasanjo, under Diagbon, all those things, people will find a way to say, okay, why do we see why is it that Yahoo boys are stealing? For example, because the way they catch them is random. But if it's systemic, that they know that is a system that is catching you, but not at just a random things that maybe someone will just.
How can a 17-year-old or 18-year-old, 20-year-old boy come to your dealership and then say they want to buy a car of 20 million or 7 million, 80 million? I think it's so easy to catch this kind of people.
Even at the point of buying that car, it's even too far. You know, it's even too far because they've already committed the crime already.
Yes.
But I don't even want them to even have access to that money. That's the issue. The money they want to get from overseas, I don't even want them to even have access. I don't even want the person from that overseas to even lose his money to start with. That's my own type of reform I'm talking about. You understand? If I don't want you to catch a thief after he must have robbed, I just want to make sure that the thief will not be able to rob. And if you are able to catch the thief from that point, the best. That's what I want. Don't allow them to even benefit at all. So if the effort will not even make you benefit, you think twice before you try it. That's what I'm saying. But once some people still manage to benefit, they will still be having this mentality of, I can always buy lawyer. I can always buy this. Catch them. Someone that want to see 1 billion, don't let him be able to get that 1 billion. And still, when that person will not even be able to get that 1 billion.
So that is how our bank comes in, because most of this money is rooted in the bank.
Without even benefiting from that 1 billion, if that person need to go to jail for 10 years, let the person go. But don't let someone say 1 billion finish and maybe has enjoyed 500 billion out of it. They're not running, they're not paying lawyer like another 200 billion.
It's of no use running after when.
You understand? That's what I don't want. I'm not saying they should not go to jail, but start from making sure that they are not able to do that thing and they still go to jail. If you can establish that, that's what I want. You understand?
Yeah.
So those people that say they should jail, their concern is okay. I agree with that, but it's just I don't want it to happen after they've stolen. That's just my own. Because already we have some corrupt lawyers, some corrupt people that maybe they have their network. So by the time the time you have enough money, they can even talk to the opposition lawyer. We have
why not? I will give you 100 million. That one will just 100 million.
And that guy will just be doing some kind of will just be misleading the case, and to the point that the justice that will be sitting on that hand won't be able to.
Exactly that.
You understand?
As a lawyer, that the EFCC will just give you 1 million for the case, and then the opposition is giving you 10 million. What are you going to do?
Exactly. I want a situation that someone that want to see 10 billion, you are unable to see that 10 billion, but you are caught that you actually want to steal. And upon that fact, by the time the case is going on, you don't have money to fight your case, and you go to jail for that. That's the system I want. You understand? That's the system I want. Because, see, if a common person steal like, let's say, 1 billion naira today, he can buy joy, he can buy justice. Even if he doesn't want to buy justice, he can even buy escape. You understand? They will carry him because we escape through the bush and we escape to other country that will be able to catch him. I know that system is to me.
Ola, when you look at most of the cases, you will discover that most of these cases, they are not being taken to like Lagos State High Court or Lagos State Federal High Court. Most of you can say Abuja High Court, Kano High Court, because that is where they know they can bribe. I think the judicial reform that is taking place in Lagos State is quite good, because most of these judges, they are human beings like me. If my salary is 10 million, somebody is offering me 15 million just to win a case, it's not going to be easy.
And at the same time too, I think our court need to be expanded, and there should be massive expansion so that they can accelerate cases. Then, like I said the other time, what is making what is congesting our prison too, because there are so many innocent people in the prison.
Yes, even in the prison, in the Nigerian prison, what we're supposed to do is that those prisons, we're supposed to take them outskirts of the city, let them get a big expanse of land. These people should cultivate what they eat in the prison. I mean, go to plan, use them to do, make them productive, not just lock them inside one room for 1 year and then you are finding money. The government just feed them. In most of these other countries, they make these people productive, whether they learn welding.
I'm telling you, when you look at our prison now, those people that stole milk, that stole Maggie, that stole Shefa, those are the people
they are just lock them and they are waiting.
The real criminals are on the street there, and they be showing you their muscle. So to me,
when you go there, I've never been there, but when you go there, you see a lot of people locked in one room and they said, what did you do? And they say they're accusing you stole a goat. And then you have been there for 10 years with awaiting trial. What do they mean?
Some people will go to Ale and Avenue to raise some guys that are enjoying there because they cannot pay money. You put them in prison and you are saying they are criminal. You just factor some cool criminal. So those are the reasons that I say, okay, We have to look at the innocent people that the SARS people that they killed. You know, if there's no motivation for those people to be going out and be raiding people, they won't be doing that, right?
I think we need to put most of our youth into work, productive. And the first thing is agriculture. Make it more incentive. Make it more you make it more attractive for people to do.
Honestly, there are many things in Nigeria more than agriculture. We just think it's agriculture because we are looking
I'm
at
just giving an example because not everybody would like to go to other fields, but at least something that will push people.
Nigeria today, we are short skilled in a carpentry. We are short skilled in some kind of
All
framing.
those, even in bricklaying, we are short skilled. So many things we are short skilled. And even our great grandfather that have lived a big expanse of land for us, cocoa farming, you can see all their children, they are in big city. They left all of these are people. If you look at all these Western nations, you see that most of these businesses are family business from one generation to another generation, and you are still hearing their name, their product today. They transfer it from one generation, but we don't have that generational business in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Look at Abiola now. Abiola have all his thing everywhere. Oh my God! Just see the children. They just destabilize and destroy everything.
No. You are even looking at large scale business, but we are even still talking of small scale now. See, if you reintroduce ski back today in Nigeria, you will see some guys that you think they are not creative. They will create their own butter.
Are they not creative when they start using gas to power their generator now?
No, exactly. What I mean was, instead of them running to Okada, for example, you know, the first thing, you know, you can bring back our hide and skin industry, and you put some kind of a premium. You won't say people should not import shoes if they want to import. You have two options. You can ban totally, or you may decide to say, okay, you are buying foreign shoes for 100,000 before, I make sure you won't have access to that shoe for 500,000. So if your total income in a year is 500,000, will you spend on shoes? You will look for someone that will make shoes for you.
Expensive. That's how every country are doing that.
So when I was growing up, even I had alternatives to all those Magna, Bata, because the shoe used to be expensive. We used to have some kind of local shoemakers then that they will
make. You are right. Now they will make standards for you. It is the risk that they will go to Bata to buy Bata shoe.
instead of buying shoes from Magna or from Bata for, like, say, let's say 500 or 1,000 naira.
No, it's not up to that time.
I'm just giving an example. So you can find a local shoemaker that will make something that, if you like, call it imitation, but very neat, and for let's say 100. Look at the gap between 100 and 500. And one thing about this, the thing, and these people I'm talking about, they are not using that. They have their own tools too. They have their own grinder, their own machine they used to. But just because they are not in the large scale paying salary, because they are doing their own things, they do that. And there was a time that sewing jeans in sewing jeans that time was the thing that was in vogue in the town I live. That what you do is that, okay, instead of you to go and buy ready-made jeans, you know, you just get your tailor that can sew to your taste. So what am I saying is, some of those things we need to bring them back. To me, I don't see a reason why we should be importing jeans in Nigeria when you can easily create a local factory that can do the same thing. So
Allah, let me say something. You see, for me, a lot has to be done. And I think one of those things that we need to also give priority to is urbanization. I keep using that. I keep saying that thing every time. The quality of life we live in Nigeria, you know, if we need to set a standard. Recently, I went into a different profession here, which is more of a construction. And so, you see, we need to reimagine construction, architecture, and first of all, urbanization. First of all, we need to urbanize that every state in that country. Mark out, zone every area, cut them out: industrial area, residential area, commercial area. We need to delineate. Is that what they say? How they use it in English? We need to make it make every part of the country. Let's say a state, like say for example Lagos State. You know, when you have, I remember there's a place in Ajegunle area, really Gomu, those Apapa area where I grew up. That back then you will see. I know back in the 60s, 70s, they were marked as industrial area, like Eric Moore area there, those Eric Moore area there, going to Sulere. Those areas were marked as industrial estates. But now if you go there now, some of those warehouses now being transformed into homes, houses, area that were, and some of those places still harbor some of those factories that produce even toxic chemicals that are not good for humans. So you see, we need to start making sure that this area, it's factory area or more of industrial area, no houses should be built around there. This area are strictly shops, commercial structures here. So you see, people like myself who recently I started going into that field here, I kind of like say, okay, I want to come to Nigeria. I want to come and invest. I want to start a small construction company of mine, whereby I will be building house for people. I will bring in some kind of new kind of innovation of a new kind of construction, which is not even maybe apart from the foundation that you're going to use concrete to build. The other parts of the structures going up from the graded floor from the foundation up will be what we call light frame construction here, which is
wood, right?
Yeah, which is basically wood or structural steels, like steel. You use them build house from there up. You don't even need to use cement anymore, you know.
Well,
so
I tried that one time when someone told me that because of our environment, I don't see get that.
Yeah, you can say that. Hold on. You see, they've developed construction here in this country here. To the rest of that, some of those wood that they use to build those houses, they can coat them. When I mean coat, they can pressure treat them to resist moisture, to resist the kind of our weather. They can do that. So I wonder, like the other day where we were talking about people who went to technical schools or some of those polytechnic, they go do woodwork. I tell you here in America, here where I live, I know it's the same thing in Canada. Some of these sticks you see, it's what they call, there's this kind of wood they call glue lamb. It's, let's say 50%, let's just say 70% or 80% is wood made from different wood. They will shrink them together. They will now use some kind of adhesive like glue, gum them together, pile them, and then will pressure them, and then they will make them like those kind of structures. You can use them to build house, durable houses that you don't even need to go and buy cement or bags like you use. So these are the kind of things, the innovation that we need to bring into that country. But you wonder that if you want to do that, do we have the policies? When I mean policies, do we have because here in America, and I know they do that in Canada, that's what they call building codes. Now, this building code it tells you the kind of structure you can build, how you should build it. These are just things surrounding this.
I can tell you that we have it. The problem is that doing all those things.
We don't have in Nigeria. We don't.
No, we have. When you go through
I wish one man could play us that video here.
It's correct. Like when you look at the code with Korean, there's a Korean and NSC, Engineering Society of Engineers. There are those codes exist, I'm sure. I studied engineering, I know. They exist. Continue. Rational mind. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm village people to move.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So my point is that what I'm just trying to say is that we need to reimagine construction in that country. It's not that we have to build everything with. These are some of the things we can build. I mean, to cut down on, if you know how they make cement in Nigeria, it's economically it's not even good for the environment. Too much of cement. It's not even good. But I understand that's what we can get. That's the raw materials that we can use in our house. But we need to reimagine architecture. I think our architects in Nigeria needs to learn how to design homes, smart homes that you can build. I mean, I tell you, I mean, there's some kind of construction here. Yeah.
Thank you for holding this spot. My network kicked me out. Yeah. Thank you. Continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So as I was saying, it's
kangaroo ni o wa ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé.
Mi ò lọ jẹ kangaroo. Ojoojúmọ́ kọ́ là ń jẹ kangaroo. Kangaroo wọ́n, ẹran kangaroo wọ́n. You can't eat it every day. Very expensive.
Yeah.
Ìyàrá náà mú ibà tó ń pọ̀ kẹrẹ jẹ ń sìn yìí. Wọ́n ń pọ̀ kẹrẹ jẹ ó kẹ́ tán ti ń ṣọ. Sorry, please continue.
No, go on. Just go on, speak. I just want to do something here. I would join you guys later. Just kidding.
I was just making fun of someone that was killing the Okere, was killing the score. So I think that guy have been doing this for a very long time. So when they call the guy, they just call the guy while he was still using that score to eat. So, because how did they know? There's a way the people we know that the population of squirrel in this particular area is reducing. They will know. So they started, what's responsible for this? For this reduction in the population, that's how they started tracing. And here is that the problem here is that you will see that people are not watching you. Even your neighbor, everyone will be watching you. They will be looking at. You are sure. Just carry catapult and aim at the bunny here. The next thing you will see, police will just come to you because they will know. Because there's a way that people can easily spy on you that, okay, this guy is doing something illegal. They will not spare you.
They have almost camera everywhere. Drones flying everywhere now.
Exactly. So, because can you just imagine how someone will just wake up and start killing the squirrel? And one thing some people don't know is that the wildlife conservation, the people in charge, there's a way that once they see that the population of a particular animal is reducing, they try to breed more and now return them to that community. Like all these bunnies, some bird like crow, some people think they just come from somewhere. No, in the winter, I don't know, because I'm still trying to find out in the winter whether those birds migrate or there's a way they keep them. But what I've seen so far is that during the ones at the end of the winter, I've seen those people in the wildlife conservation that they will bring a crow and to community and some birds and they put them there. So just imagine people with such efforts that maybe they bred their okere and the ehoro, they're burning somewhere, and someone now starts killing them more job and be eating,
I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah, there's certain species of animal you can't even touch, like those squirrels and chipmunk and all of that. You cannot even touch them. So if they see you, you go to jail. Even your dog, even your pet, your cat, if you mistreat them, if somebody catch you here, you're going to. So let me just go straight back to what I was saying. So you see, we need to understand that there are other ways we can construct in Nigeria. It doesn't necessarily we have to construct with cement everywhere, every time cement. Besides the foundation, we can make the foundation with concrete, and then like you're saying about this, you see, I remember when we had this one of these homes collapsed in Lagos. There was this structural engineer that was interviewed, or I think maybe on Arise on one of those TV stations. He said that in the 80s they tried to pass. Was it 80 or something like that, or 90s? They tried to pass a law, the Nigerian Building Code kind of law that will regulate buildings in Nigeria. That's if you have to build on this kind of land, you have to do soil tests and all of that. You have to get a structural engineer to give you some kind of visibility studies and all of that. And you have to submit your plan and all those kinds of things, But that never passed through. It never passed through. They just push it aside. They don't even follow it. That's why we see those kind of building. I think that one that collapsed in Ikoyi that time, that the owner to collapse, everybody died inside that building. And that was when they interviewed that guy. He said they never passed it. So I don't know when you said, Ola, when you were saying they had it, they don't have it. If you listen to hold on, if you listen to one guy that recently that was interviewed on Arise on this same issue of this building thing, the guy said that in Lagos State, for example, in Alausa, this Nigerian land, I mean Lagos State Land Use Act or whatever, land user, whatever they call ministry, whatever, that a lot of them get their own practice that they will tell you that if you don't go to any one of their accredited whatever to go and do, is it a soil test for you or something like that, they will not approve you, even though you bring your own. But then people should be allowed to go get independent test, people that will test for soil, test the because there's a load you can certain areas like that kind of
lab for that now.
You say what?
Unilag gas lab for that.
Unilag?
Yes, they do. They used to do soil testing.
That's the question we're saying here. We have all these things. Are they really working? That's it. We are run anyhow society whereby all these things, like, okay, look at here and in Canada, all these things we're talking about, all these codes and everything. Like, let me tell you, like here in one of these, well, let me not mention this state, where I'm living, they have their own code. Even they have a general international code. They have their own code that is specific to them. Why? Is because they get enough. They're on the fault line here, which means if anything triggers from the Pacific Ocean, like a tsunami, that will result to some kind of earthquake. There's a kind of house you can build, the way you will build it, the way you will brace that house to resist any of those lateral forces, like talk about wind and seismic activities, whereby when it hits the house, totally the house will not cave in, it will not just collapse. It will still stand. And that's the same thing they were doing in Japan too. So these are some of the things we need to factor in. The soil, where you build a house, you need to know the kind of quality of soil, the kind of how many stories you can build on it. You don't go beyond. Like here, we have to factor in snow and everything. The seismic, snow, wind, and maybe earthquake, possible earthquake in every structure we build here. So these are some of the things. Some of the things, like that place where they build a house in Ikoyi, then when that type of thing collapsed. Some of those lands they are swampy areas. They were sand filled. Such land might need what they call here engineered homes. You need to get a structural engineer that will do an assessment and tell you the kind of house you can build there, and they will brace that house. When I mean brace it, they will kind of like make it so solid, whereby in the times of when that kind of collapse that we saw, that it caved in, whatever happened, they did not do a lot. There's so many things. So those kind of allows us now, they'll just pass you, just give you, because if you don't use one of their, you see, some of the bottlenecks we're talking about. And even in fact, when I say I come here, I criticize Tinubu do not do well in Lagos. Those kind of things, you don't centralize it to the state government. The state government can only regulate the each local government, the code that they must use to follow for the generality of that state. Now, each local government should have their own building officials that will be inspecting any construction. In fact, that's where they even make more money. Each local government can make more money, because if for example now, if I want to put window on my wall, I'll go and get a permit for it here in America. If I want to attach something, I want to extend maybe I get enough land, I want to extend one of the rooms, extend it more, I'll go and get permit. I will pay for that construction, that little addition that they want to do. Anything little that I want to do, maybe I want to use my air conditioning here, like my furnace here, we call it furnace here, like a furnace where it generates heat and all of that for us. Or I want to install new water heater here, I'll go and get permit. The local government gets that money because I'm paying for them to come and inspect it and all of that. So these are the ways. So Tinubu should have just decentralized everything so that every local government could have access. I mean, every local government could monitor what is going on in their space. That is how you do governance. But I don't even know how Lagos. I mean, what's even the use of the local government? If not because they just only there to help them always rig election every election season, so that when they have when they have an APC chairman there, or they have an APC councillor there, they can always rig election for them, so that APC they're not really doing their function. The roads there, it's until when states come and do it themselves. Local government cannot do it. Back in the 80s, when I was growing up, 70s, it was local government that was doing those things. It was local government. Local government, But we see everything now. Everything is just, so. You see, for me, when I said any mama dash of any, I will. But
No,
I mean,
no,
you go right. You
no.
go over shit. I don't even know what he wants to do, but I just hope. I
No,
hope he
no, rational mind. What we've just done is you've just given them idea. See, when I told you that this thing existed before, even not only that it existed, they even tried to reform that as far back as 1987 and all those things. So when they read those codes, so I like building code of Nigeria. I have a document before me as I speak, but implementation. Now, if you remember, while growing up, you will be hearing town council, one way only one way all those stuff. You see, that was the time when they were implementing those building codes. You build where you are not supposed to build. You build the way you are not supposed to build. They will crash it down.
Just look at that word you just said now. Just remind me of that word. Town council.
Town council. Hey now.
Town council.
The
town has a council.
Nah,
everything.
Everything now. You understand?
Just imagine.
So when you look at those today, it's just like you have your money, you just buy plot from Omoni, the next you start digging. Normally you are supposed to get permit. That is why you see some building you have to suppose to get area you set aside from the road. They won't. You see some people they will just build where they're supposed to give. Everybody just build anyhow because those are the things that I'm saying, that all those things naturally they are supposed to create jobs. But when we have federal system that to try to corner the resources, so people focus more energy. They focus on Abuja. You just want to share. Because, okay, why won't they want to do that? When you used to, let's assume you used to have a Kano State that used to have about the same local government as Lagos or less, right? All of a sudden, you turn Lagos State to Kano State to 2. You understand? And both Kano State and the state you brought out of the Kano State, all of a sudden they have 44 local governments, and probably Lagos have like 18 or thereabouts. So people now show their plain politics of what can we get from the national cake instead of how can we. So what set the like of Tinubu apart that when they were even coming, even though they were fighting the federal government, they still look at, okay, we can still even do something locally. That is what set Tinubu apart. Then bigger than the two, when the same way Tinubu was doing, even though that one too now Babala only two. Now the you see, when you look at development in Ogun State and Oyo State now, and in Ogun State and Lagos State, you can find a route to Benga Daniel in Ogun State and this guy in Lagos State. So they can still bring all this, because that is why that now that is in power now, I will be disappointed, because not only I want this guy to succeed in even doing something, but I even want him to do it in such a way that if people like Buhari and his gang find their way into the corridor of power in the future, that they will no longer have the luxury of what they give now. See all those things that we built since 1999, even as bad as Jonathan was, it was a progress. In fact, it was an aggressive, it was an aggressive progress compared to what Buhari brought upon us. People say, "Oh, he built infrastructure." Nobody says not he didn't build infrastructure, but I will tell you, in Nigeria is the only place that I will say you will build such level of infrastructure, and you will still have about 40% unemployment. There's something is wrong. You cannot connect the two. Because in this environment, whenever there's no job and government now embark on expansionary fiscal policy, you are creating job. Where are the job? Where are the impact of the job created by the infrastructure built by Buhari? That's the problem. Even Obasanjo that we are saying they didn't build infrastructure, we still could see that people were returning from overseas to work in Nigeria. But in the case of Buhari, people in Japa, you will see someone that is an even ED in the bank, a second director that is earning probably like 100 million a year, making 100 million a year. We'll be doing Japa under Buhari. So you cannot connect. Now, the way people were doing Japa in Nigeria, you are supposed to say, okay, people are supposed to leave the space for others to enter into industry. No, instead, you are having an escalation in our unemployment. So all these inspection that we just, all the enforcement of this building code, all those things, those are the kind of potential job opportunity that nobody is answering somewhere. So to me, I agree with you completely. We had those framework. We inherited some from the British, and we even went further. to even improve on our own. See, personally, let me tell you something that I tried to do in the past that I didn't do eventually. There was a time you will know this hydrophone machine, like hydrophone is that block making machine, like interlock or those things. You know, they are like they have a very solid base in South Africa. There was a time that I was looking into, okay, what will I be doing instead of because after I did my own building project too, that I was exposed to some things, mix up with my structural engineer and my architect and a friend that is into architecture too. I thought, okay, I can solve problem of this block for people instead of buy block somewhere. Why can't I drive my machine and come and make your block for you there and even give variety instead of only concrete block to what if I can do some kind of red brick for you too?
So hold on. So you see, you just said something now. You say I mean, look at it. We don't even regulate how many block totally up and bag. Nobody. You see, let me give you an example. When you are pouring concrete here, you want to do, for example, you are pouring concrete. I mean, that's what you see. There's so many ways we can create job opportunities in that country. Now there are companies that will come and pour that concrete. There are people that will come and they will test the quality of that concrete you are pouring into that mold, into that the foundation you're trying to make, either the foundation wall, the foundation
or decking or whatever.
Right. So they will control it. I mean, when I say control, I mean they will test it.
The quality control.
Just to make sure that yes, the quality is at par. Because like in Nigeria now, your bag, only if you bag on your about 100 blocks.
38.
I mean 38.
Very interesting.
Nobody to be there. And I look at it. Look at what's that word I'm using? How common we just communalize it. I remember in Lagos, there are some people your block from my people will come in and be buying block for them. And these people, nobody to control the amount of the quality of the blocks that we're making with those bags of cement. Somebody will just come and buy it and see job site. So you see, this is actually, so we need to reimagine a lot of things in that country. What I mean reimagine, we need to redo everything in that country when it comes to the quality, because people's life here is about safety. When you are building house here, the first thing they factor into everything is human safety and the protection of property.
I will even tell you a story.
In Nigeria, we don't do that. We just don't allow anybody just to block.
Let me tell you a story.
Blocks. I wonder why houses are collapsing.
No, National Mind, let me tell you a story. When I was building, now when I was doing my own building, I get my architect, then the structural engineer that did the design. So I have my structural engineer, the structural drawing and the aggregate, the way the structural engineer put it there, and the structural engineer put his own hologram. Now the guy that was now building that too, he started telling me that
is he qualified? Is he a qualified person?
No,
is he a qualified structural engineer? Because Nigeria, the structural engineer, engineer.
No, that structural engineer was saying with structural engineer. I want to tell you about my mistake. My architect, qualified structural engineer. Now look at my own mistake now. And because someone now call himself foreman now, you understand me? I want to save money in my own eye. Because someone called his own foreman and now ask the person. I actually saw the building that the guy was supervising in the environment, and I was impressed. Now, so when the structural engineer and architect finished there, and I engaged this foreman, oh my goodness. Look at how this foreman started telling me, no, how they've done this thing, they put too much. We are going to help you manage resources, all those stuff. I said, okay, don't manage resources. Do I look like a stupid person? And when I engage an architect and I engage a structural engineer, I could have as well come to you immediately and said, okay, without wasting money in doing all those stuff. That's what then start to, because I can still remember my high grade then. If I remember, I said 124. That's the type of high grade they gave me, that 124, for I think for my decking, and then the column. No, that column. I think that column is not 1 to 5. I think that one is a little bit. I can't even remember. I can't even remember to be honest. And the specification of even vibration. That I mean they call it and just say vibration. I mean compression. The level of compression. So you will see that I work with those people the small now. Why? That's why I do my own personal project too.
These are construction language you are using there. Yeah.
So the next thing was that guy said he was going to help me manage iron. You are going to. I said, don't help me manage iron. No, I'm not stupid. I'm not complaining to you. By the time they started stealing my materials on the site, oh my goodness. Èmi àtẹni tó pè rẹ̀ ní fọ́ọ̀mù tó pè rẹ̀ lẹ́ńjìnà ajá kúrò ní site ni o. No, because what am I telling you? Even that one is even okay. There was an architect around that place. Do you know what was happening? And that architect was building for his client. He was building his own house. How do you explain that? So definitely those they will not use this is supposed to be an architect. You get that word though? Architect. You know that architect is not even supposed to be even the one to be doing building and all those stuff. It was the one doing building, had the job of builders, had the job of everybody. But the question is this: if I say, okay, I'm going to build house for you, let's say for 10 million, right? And I charge you materials for 10 million, all of a sudden, the materials of 10 million find their way, part of it, maybe half of it, or a quarter of it, or 1/3 of it, find their way to the project of that particular engineer, architect.
So, no, you lost 12M. Is that what you're saying?
No, not even my own. No, my own, I was able to because I was following what the structural engineer designed there. So I know the number of iron bar I was supposed to use. I know the number of iron bar that is there. I know the number of cement. You know that cement, they give you like cement, you do your minus plus. You know, you have your the variance. Now, but once immediately I discovered that guy was stealing my materials, I sent him away from my site immediately. I said never to come back to that site. I sent him away immediately. Just engage another person. Baba, I monitor. You know my own like I say I work for my money now because for me to go and work and we leave home 5:30 in the morning and be coming back 10 p.m.
Is this in Lagos or is it in Ekiti?
No, I don't have building in Ekiti. No, if it is Lagos is even more. I think the regulation in Lagos is tougher than that of. It's tougher than that of depending on the side of Lagos. It's tougher than that of Ogun State, right? Because Lagos, you can just contract your this into an engineer to undo it perfectly. But I was supervising my own project, even though the third person, I believe I engaged the qualified person in code. I believe, but the other two, the structural engineer and the architect, no, that one totally, because you know that this one they are professionals. You understand? But the problem with that, the problem is that architect and structural engineer, we were not living in the same area, so we have to be traveling from a long distance. So that could have even easily led to what I would not engage them. So I needed someone local to that place, you know. So I was able to, because it got to a stage when that guy was saying, we manage iron, we do this. I said, okay, okay, I have the structural drawing here, right? Oh yeah, carry your tape. Oh yeah, come measure now. Okay, let's measure this. Okay, let's do the calculation.
Do you know that even that iron, that we call it rebar, that iron, the quality too. I think I remember that very day too.
The quality. Yeah, the quality.
When that what's it called? That engine. I mean, that man that was interviewed on the right. I mean, that day when that building collapsed, he said he could not. He can't really say what really made that building cool. There could be a host of problems wrong with that structure from the beginning. It has been defective. He said one of the reasons could be the quality of the iron, that we call it rebar. You know those iron that they put inside concrete now.
Yeah, I know.
There are for example here, there are different sizes of.
We have 16 mm.
Wow.
Then we have 16 mm, 10 mm.
Yeah, something like that. So if the engineer or the structural engineer or the designer of that house says you should use like 10, and you're using like 4, you're looking for trouble.
That is exactly what my person is telling me to use. So they want to
so
manage.
who is there? Who is there to? The question now is this: here in America, here, most states, if not all the old states, they have what they call inspectors. So at every stage of that building, when you are building, even when you are grading the ground, you're grading it, you are making it, you're loosening the soil, and you're making it ready for construction. Even right from that moment, they will come and start inspecting it until start digging ditches out and then start putting the mold to pour in concrete. They will come and figure everything out.
The one they give to Lagos State, this thing, the same engineer the same architect that I said was stealing materials, was stealing client materials because he worked there. He could not steal that one because.
What I'm saying is this. You don't even track things like that.
You know, people that were expecting at stage.
What?
When they get to the stage, we send their own inspector. They will inspect because if they don't inspect, don't even make attempt to even raise any block up. Every stage.
How do you okay, good. You know you're talking about now. So how do you explain what happened in Ikoyi and other places, houses that were collapsing? So who were the people that inspected and signed off on it?
Egunje now. They just go there, you give them money, they will. See, even when I want to do my own land paper, even someone was calling himself a pastor. Sorry to use that word. I don't talk against pastor because you might say, I'm a pastor at this thing, but what shocked me was that this man was even teaching me how I would lie, how I would tell lies. Immediately within myself, I just look and say, this guy pick on the wrong person. Because within myself, I could, even though whether it was a pastor truly, I don't know which kind of pastor that would tell someone that you are even seeing for the first time, you are teaching me how to tell lies, and you are calling yourself a pastor. What type of pastor? How can I be convinced? So what I'm saying is that we have different people. See, rational mind. I've seen a situation whereby a building wanted to collapse. That building actually was designed by an architect. But the problem is an architect supposed to know that your own is drawing, and you were supposed to give this job to a structural engineer and builders to continue. But because you're an architect now, you believe that you have the capacity of a civil engineer, you have a capacity of a building engineer. That was a storm. So the side of that house just cave in, but it was for the house didn't collapse fully. You know what is that? He just went. You said,
is it a storied house or is it
it's a story house. You know what happened to that house? The house, he modified the building. Now, how did he modify the building? The ground floor, you've done that. Then you put your normal decking to that. But now he now put a penthouse. Now that penthouse now is that because he said he was doing it like a security in case that if it's like a vault, like if it's in the house, maybe there's come or it'll be an attack, maybe a robbery, he will just go and pack his family and stay there. So it's like armored place, reinforced. So he didn't plan for that place before, because of the money for his project. So all of a sudden he added it. So that place is concrete and put iron rebars and concrete up. So that place is already carrying additional load. Then this type of building we used to do.
What's carrying additional load? What do you mean by carrying additional load?
Because the penthouse that is doing like a vault, like it's just like a vault whereby he can keep his family in case when robbery was going in Lagos, you want to keep your family safe. So like it's like another house, penthouse. You have a story building.
Okay.
Second, and you now added another one.
But then during when they were designing the house,
and the foundation was not meant to carry that.
Hold on. Are you saying when the house was being designed, they did not factor in that penthouse that it was being? You
didn't factor in that penthouse. That's the problem.
So that's an additional load. And
additional load, exactly.
So because here, when you calculate load, there's what we call load parts from the roof. You calculate how much you go factor in like snow load and all of that. So it's what we call in construction what they call life load and dead load. So life load and dead load, life load mean, you say what?
I said life load, dead load, wind factor, and all those jargons.
So but then if they say, okay, this house, this structure is going to be able to accept like 10,000 pounds worth of load, and that's how they design it. Now you now added another, let's say 300 or 200 or 500 addition to it.
Exactly.
Then you're going to collapse it because it's not designed to carry 10,500. It's only designed to carry 10,000.
Exactly. You know the roofing too now. Now the roofing too now was now heavier than what it designed before. You know those roofing that they prefer for put concrete around before they now put some kind of roof on it. So it was not that type of roof, because like that roof alone now could have added like additional, maybe something like an additional, let's say, I don't know the kilogram, let's say additional 2,000 kg for that concrete on that roof, on the roof alone. So you know when you are doing your foundation, the foundation will take care of the load, but the foundation that this guy did was not for that. So when rain fell, when there was a storm, so the side of the building just cracked. This guy, you know what this guy did?
That's what they call the compressive strength.
Exactly. So this guy now started putting some column now to support the house around. You know what I look within myself? I say, Nigeria, you can't. I don't know. Sometimes I feel guilty. I don't even know what to say. I say maybe I might even overreacting. I don't even know what to do. But I promise myself that if I know someone that want to rent this house,
and me in the country, people's life is just like they don't even care about people.
Although the house is still standing, but anytime I see that house standing, honestly, if I go visit, if you say me, I sleep that place for even.
It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time before it starts collapsing. Let us allow Adewale. I don't know, Adewale, are you there? I think you wanted to come in.
Don't mind him. He doesn't want to talk.
I don't know why he doesn't want. You're just so quiet today.
He has to talk.
We had him once.
We give him ticket.
Adewale, are you still there?
Baba mo lọ́wọ́.
Èmi jẹ́ ń jẹ kí ni báyìí ni mo ń jẹ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀ orógbó. Ní cough kan. Orógbó.
You remind me. Mo tiẹ̀ lórógbó kan sínú mọ́tò nísìnyí màá tún lọ mu. I want to stop drinking coffee though, because sometimes I will stop coffee for like 4 months. All of a sudden again, I will needed a coffee. Like 3 days ago, I went to re-energize to automate a store. So I was there like 8:30 in the evening. You believe that, okay, by 12 o'clock, I will leave that place. So that situation will allow me to drink coffee again, and I will get angry with myself.
Yeah, I think we have a new person here. I don't know if it's a new person. Iglo.
Iglo,
are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, is that Rational Mind?
Now you talk. Yeah.
Yeah, great to Rational Mind and Thomas and every other person.
Yeah, we greet you. Salute.
Your voice is always different. Very sharp voice.
Yeah, you want to contribute to what we're saying? A lot of topic actually. We have so many topics.
Yeah, I was following you guys when Hassan was speaking before in the morning, talking the history of Osman Danfodio and the Caliphate Empire and all what they had the Vice President calling all to 1,000 years ago. I don't know where they born them that time, where they count 1,000 years, all this propaganda they have been using. Just as I say, the thing got me so upset actually when they were all defending Kasim Shettima, the current vice president, when he was making those kind of sharp statement, and he end up going to apologize to their own people, forgotten that there is also another religion that he also bastardized, that he was also supposed to apologize. Just as a Rational Mind, it's just that you are just the only one that is always, exceptional there, thinking in the other way. I'm not saying other people are not thinking, but they are so skewed into the line of Tinubu, whatever that side they are doing, they find it very convenient, but once it comes to the opposition side, they find it, like too harsh always. But I was listening when one man trying to caution you when you say,
where do you belong first? Where do you belong? So that, because I'm here to respond to you, where do you belong?
I don't belong to anything.
They want to tag you as obedient. So it's just tell us, are you obedient? That's what they're trying to
I
ask.
am obedient, full obedient, but I am not coming here as obedient. I am responding. My response or your whatever thing is based on the reaction or what people are saying, the discussion at the table. Okay, look at the headline. I mean the topic or what they call it. What one man wrote there. He say ridiculed will be coming with a mathematical. Is it wrong to come out with a mathematical professor to calculate the figures? What is wrong with that? Tinubu made this blatant error during the inaugural speech when he said,
do you need a mathematician to calculate the election results?
If I need what?
Do you need a mathematician to calculate the results?
That is what the professor told the Jaga, the defendant, how they call him, the INEC lawyers and the Tinubu lawyers. He told them an ordinary man can calculate the figure, but what Obi did was to bring a professional who is a professor on that field, so that they will not say, "Oh, you can." It's just a quack. You understand? But what I'm saying is,
what are they calculating for him to do that? Is that
my
not?
brother, you need somebody, a professional in that.
Does that not sound ridiculous to you?
It doesn't. It doesn't. You can prove your. This is say Ogami. Is it Kalakuta or how they call it? Thomas. Okay. In the Nigerian history, we have never seen somebody who has gone to the court to challenge an election fully prepared as Obi did this very time. Obi is coming with different dynamic, different, because the court always say, "Oh, your case is not well presented based on a technical error every time." So they always prove your case. So Obi is trying to prove his case with all means, all form, whatever he can do. Why don't you support him? Say, prove your case. Look at how they call this. Baba Akure came yesterday. One man was trying to lure him, to make him change his mind. He say, "Well, that Baba Akure has changed his mind." Baba Akure did not change his mind. Just as he said, I support what he said. We are all calling our president, how they call it, Tinubu, several names, all kinds of names, not because we thought he would not perform. We said he was too old, he's sick, and this, I'm sorry to say, Islamic ticket is too bad for us, and we feel that he has he has too much lenient towards the north, so we don't like that kind of person. So we need a young man. That is why we wanted Obi. But now that he has entered there now, he is there now on seat, although the court are still on, but however, he's doing well. So we praise him. So one man was like, "Oh, Bakure have changed his mind. He's trying to abandon Obi." No. If somebody is doing well, is doing well, does not mean that you don't have your preference. But, so that is just the point I don't like about one man. It's too one-sided every time. Look at the headline he wrote. Obi is ridicule. What is wrong there for Obi trying to prove his case with all kinds of this thing?
Is that not ridiculous, my brother?
What makes it ridiculous?
Have you ever heard that in the history of Nigeria?
Yeah. Awolowo did it. Thomas.
No, bring mathematician.
If Awolowo did not do it, if Awolowo did not do it, Obi was the first man to have took a case of a governorship to court. He won, and Obi was a man who made the Nigerian governors to be having different days of election. He was the first man, so he could also be the first person. You understand?
My brother, it is well. I think Obi is a prenator. Obi can never do wrong. That guy is just ridiculous, man. Just
No.
ridiculous.
Igilo, let me tell you something. You say
Okay.
discuss issue. Forget about how one man take that in, because like I keep saying, I will repeat. If you see the forum that is not that biased, that is well educated, that is not a pro a particular candidate, is this forum. I know some other forum that I go, once you deviate from Obi, everybody will start raining curses on you. Even there was a guy that even donated to even ask a question. See the way people started calling the guy, say blood money, really see, for contributing to forum. Even the person that is supposed to be the moderator, that was supposed to even moderate, say, don't just think you can just bring money and just come and talk rubbish. See, because you've already defined that you are talking for Obi, but you make your statement and you defend your candidate. Good.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why?
Why?
Ola, that forum, I know, it's called, how do you call it?
We don't need to mention name.
Rudolph.
We don't mention name. We don't mention him here. We don't mention him here.
Okay,
we don't
fine.
mention him here, please. Yeah.
Okay, fine. I know the platform is talking about. That platform was created mainly to grow Obi grassroots support, mainly for Obi. So the people in that platform, they only welcome the people who are working in the grassroots to grow Obi.
Is that normal? Is that democracy?
They
Is
are
that
not there
democracy?
for democracy. There is a platform to build Obi, not for popular. One man platform is a general platform.
Wait now. Why are you, if
Okay.
that problem is to build Obi, why are you now saying one man was wrong for even trying to push someone? Because what one man was doing is this: when you put a petition, he will push you to see whether you are confident of what you are saying or you are just making some kind of random statement. So he wants you to stand on your feet. Me that I'm talking there, so many times I will say something, this woman you are talking will push me that sometimes we will like, okay, should I even fight this man? But I understand where he's going. A person like me now, for example, everybody knows that I'm a pro-Yoruba, but I'm not just a rigid person. Okay, I could not achieve my Yoruba nation, but I want something totally different from Buhari, because I could have taken any in preference. I could have even taken Atiku, even though I don't want any person from Atiku try to come back again, not after what Buhari did. But I could have taken any one of the three. So when Tinubu got to that place now, the only thing I can do now is this. Now, because it's the first of the three priority anyway. Even though I could have taken any one of the three. Now I can't say okay, it's there now. I will now forget about politics now. I will keep pushing what they can do, because with Tinubu now, that all these criminals in our bushes that we want to give Ruga land to, they will not be there again. I want to be very sure. The type of banditry we experienced in the last 8 years, I don't expect the same thing to be under Tinubu. No, I don't expect anybody to come and grab my land under Tinubu, because he is a Yoruba man. So I want to associate with him, even though ultimately what I want is Yoruba man, is Yoruba nation. And why do I want Yoruba nation? So that in the future, if you have people like Buhari that think they should grab land for his people, Yoruba will know that okay, because we are just like we are the same ethnic group. No, it's not as if anybody is going to miss us. So we are going to fight for our survival. That is why I support Yoruba. Even if I die, even in 2 years time, in 2,000 years time, a million years time, even those people that will still remain on Yoruba land, they can still have a land to call Yoruba land and fight to make sure that the like of Buhari don't displace them and replace them with these people. That is the reason. But other than that, when I could not achieve that, I will not say that okay, by force, because I cannot get that, there should be no governance in Nigeria. It doesn't happen that way. So I now look at my priority. I see that okay, what obedience were doing against Tinubu, they were falsifying a lot against him. Oh, he didn't attend school. He didn't do this thing. People like us that we study here, we know how to get.
He's not Obi.
Till last week, Some people is still asking for Tinubu's certificate. Is that not just ridiculous human being? Ridiculous human being.
They are telling us that
Somebody,
right.
let me finish. Somebody here is a governor of a state, one of the best states in the West Africa, in Africa. Somebody has been a senator. Somebody has contested for a presidency. Somebody has won president. Somebody is the president of a nation. And some ridiculous human beings still asking for his birth certificate. Who is his mother? Who is his daddy? Who is his toilet? Which is that not ridiculous human being?
Thomas, please,
I can just get angry sometimes. Yeah, you can interject, my brother.
Let me just add this to 2 lines, just less than 1 minute. See, some people are still telling us lies about a woman that attended Chicago, that not Tinubu, and some are still telling us the drug case that never existed. And instead of us now pushing forward about how to move the country forward,
the policy of this guy, let's weigh the policy. What is they bringing on the table? That's what we should be talking about now.
And
Showore
disappointed me among them. Showore said that Tinubu is stealing his program.
Igilo, you never put forward these people here.
What show Ola and Thomas, let me say something. Showore is telling you the truth. This election is a shabby election. That is the truth.
So
but we are not.
Tinubu stole his manifesto. That's one.
No problem. We cannot say Tinubu stole it, but we are, because he is not the one that conduct the election. It's INEC, so it is a shamble election. Look,
that is your own subjective view. I don't agree to that. This is one of the best elections we ever have.
Tinubu did not conduct the election, so I cannot say Tinubu.
Yeah, that is my subjective view as well. This is the best election ever.
Exactly. I cannot say Tinubu stole the election because it has nothing to do with the conduct, the supply, or whatever of the election. You understand? INEC has the authority, the privilege to say, no, I will not do what you want me. I will do what Nigeria people want. That is by the way. Second question, second thing I want to say is that, don't you think the pressure from obedience, the momentum from obedience, the anger from obedience, the resilience from obedience is the thing that is causing this proactive effect from Tinubu and every other politicians?
My brother, you really
is a question.
You spoil everything.
It's a question.
No. There is nothing resilient about obedience. They are just more hunger mongering.
Then how come in less than 1 year, obedient are the most mentioned group, or how they call them, campaigners in the entire Africa?
No, they are the most ridiculous. They are the most ridiculous human beings.
You are the one that says so. A sitting senator,
that's my view. Yeah.
Senators who succeeded to come back in the House of Assembly, we are testifying. So you can also, more than the politicians who are contesting the election. They said it with their mouth in the floor of the Senate.
Let me tell you one thing. Election, yes, there were rigging.
Okay, sir.
Don't think Tinubu will be the only one that rigged. Just forget about that. And you are saying that the pressure you mentioned, you mounted on Tinubu is why he's performing. No,
not him. No. I say on the election, not Tinubu, on the election.
That's why
for change.
Okay, go back to when he was the Lagos State governor. He told you that he was going to rechannel the energy of all these area boys. Immediately he got to that office, he created Last Man and this Kai Brigade. So when you look at Tinubu, it has always been like that. I don't think it's just doing it. What he's doing now is not different from what he did while he was the Lagos State governor. So saying that because of the pressure, that's why he's being proactive. That's not true. Is it because of the pressure that making brought Aaron that was mounting pressure on the federal government that the power should not be centralized? Is it because of that the Lagos State made attempt to decentralize licensing of vehicle in Lagos? Was it because of that he created his own? Do you know the legal tussle at that creation of a Last Man went to that they said okay, he was competing with the FRSC.
Let me just have a word with Igilo, if you don't mind, please. Igilo, is that not ridiculous? Somebody is still asking for a president's certificate, a sitting president. Somebody that worked with Exxon Mobil, one of the most influential companies in the whole world.
It's ridiculous. Even
my brother, my brother, when you guys in your garden of obedience, don't you normally talk to yourself and advise yourself like
obedient is not obedient is not a group.
You to say you know there any camp. I don't know say you be obedient. You could prove
No, madam. I am very obedient are very objective. Obedient are very objective. Okay, look at the kind of explanation Hassan was giving in the morning. He was justifying the vice president apologizing to those people, but he refused to accept that Shetima was supposed, our vice president was supposed to also apologize to the Christian. It was radical man who was saying, "Come on now," because we, I'm sorry to say, the southern people who are the majority Christian, there is nothing that moves us. Even if you call Pope, you call him a terrorist, nobody cares. You call Jesus Christ the whatever mother, what, nobody cares. But because we have gone beyond that, we believe God will take vengeance. Whatever he say, you bear the cross. So we don't care. So even if vice president come and apologize, so we don't care. But that is by the way. My point is that now the second question I want to ask is that: do you think the Jagaban? Do you think that Tinubu is having a plan, being that he might not be able to complete the 8 years tenure? Probably it might go for 4 years, then allow Osubanjo to continue the next 4 years. Do you think? Because I'm seeing that kind of.
No. Osinbajo is a betrayer, is a traitor. Osinbajo cannot be trusted. Don't trust anything you.
You know, as Thomas, right?
Sorry.
That's your subjective view, right?
Yes, that's my subjective view, and I hold it firmly. Yeah. Osinbajo is a traitor.
Forget the treasurership. No.
Yeah,
Thomas,
it's the family
forget
of
the
Iscariot. Back then, is a traitor.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas, sorry, forget your personal view.
Can I interject?
Yeah, let's hear from Remy. Remy has been quiet since. Yeah, Remy, let's hear from you.
Welcome to this platform, Iglo. Please, Tinubu is not going to do something like that. If he's not going to come back in the next 4 years, that means the power go to the north, not to the south again. So that means if Tinubu is incapacitated or something terrible happened to him, not contest again. So, but for Osinbajo, giving it to Osinbajo, forget it. No, Osinbajo is gone. He has spent his 8 years as vice president. If he wants to contest again, then he has to wait for 16 years. I'm sorry to say this. So I don't see Tinubu, even if you want to give it to any Yoruba, if it's possible, it's not going to be Osinbajo at all. No, not at all.
Okay, but my question is that, are you seeing that kind of scenario playing out? Because I'm beginning to...
Nothing of that scenario playing out. If Tinubu is incapacitated, it does not have the power to continue. The power goes back to the north. Simple. Vice President Shetima is going to be your new president. There's nothing you can do about it. The same thing that happened to Jonathan will happen to Shetima.
So, they're telling you, get ready for.
You shouldn't be afraid about that one. Jonathan was there. The northern people, they were also afraid during that time that Yarada was sick. That is the major reason that they are ganging up. They don't want to give it to Jonathan. But at the end of the day, Jonathan became your president. So, and he ruled for about 6 years before the power go back to the north. So there's nothing you can do. You shouldn't be afraid about Shetima or Jonathan or whatever. We have constitution. So you cannot just do exactly.
Which constitution? Buhari,
look, don't let's be sentimental here. Buhari spent 8 years as the president of Nigeria. Did he Islamize Nigeria? So please.
Almost.
No. Please, let's be objective. Although you can accuse him that.
But almost, but he didn't.
No,
Remy. Let's just admit, almost.
No, we cannot say
Isn't it?
almost. What you can say that I can agree with you is that some of his appointment is skewed towards the north more than the south. But when they bring out the statistic, we even discover that there are more Christian that he appointed more than the Muslim when they started bringing out the statistics. So, but if you say that some of the juicy positions are skewed towards the north more than the south, I can totally agree with you on that.
Ola just say there. Ola just say there.
Hold on.
Ola just say there.
Remy, sometimes you bring some things I don't even know where you're getting them from. Where did you find out that he has more Christians in his cabinet than?
So when that was at that time they were accusing Buhari that there were more people from the northern part of Nigeria, and this guy, his spokesman, what do you call his name? That Yoruba guy, additional. They brought out the statistics, and from that statistic, we are able to discover that even the Christian have one more person than the Muslim of those one he has appointed.
From which department? From which department?
I can't remember which department. But what I want to tell you is this: juicy position, juicy that you can consider.
Can I list all the name of the department for you people to hear from the beginning of 2015?
What I'm trying to tell you is this: some position, like for example, the chief of army staff, that people think should directly go to the southeast. He did not go there. He appointed somebody. The person was from Delta, which is a Christian. So what I'm trying to say is that some positions you consider, because there are so many positions that you don't know about. So there are some.
Irabo just came. Irabo just came 2 years ago. Irabo.
That does not mean Nigeria.
After Irabo came, after he has appointed the Muslim Islamic general, 2. 1 retired after so many backlash. 2 men. The second one died. The second one died. The second one died on plane crash, which is why before he appointed Irabo.
So the question you should ask yourself is that appointing all these Muslim as chief of staff, does it affect you not going to your church? Does it affect the Christian community?
It affects. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Remy. Where are you? Where you did for this world? Remy.
You can't tell me that. There are Christians in south on the north center of Nigeria, also in the north of Nigeria. Nobody has ever said that they stop them from going to church or practicing their faith. So please don't bring this religion issue.
But Remy, Boko Haram and the insurgency, they kill Muslims even more than Christians.
Thank you. What are you talking about?
They bomb mosques. They kill people in the mosques. They kill people in the mosques, didn't they?
Yes.
Thomas,
they kill more Muslims than Christians.
Thomas Aremi, let's face reality. Don't wish what Igilo say away. See, let's just face this fact. That is showing color that way does not mean that we should tolerate it the way it is. Now, why are we quickly saying, oh, people in this? Why are we not looking at what is happening in Southern Kaduna? What is the demography of Southern Kaduna? Majorly Christian. Why how come that people pick that interest in Southern Kaduna? Who are those people that dominate Benue? So see.
But Ola, can you please hold on?
Like that. Look at some of the southwestern states. Most of the governors.
You can't know more than General Theophilus Danjuma, the former chief of staff to premier quarters. No, not that. Is it former? Is it chief of former? No, I think former chief of staff. Rather, you understand? You can. When people like Danjuma and when people like Obasanjo.
Ola, please. Sorry for cutting you. I want to bring new voices into the conversation. If you can finish like 1 minute.
No.
Many people are.
That's what I just wanted to say. So I think solely
because I'll be shutting down. I'll be shutting down very soon. I'll be shutting down very soon. Yeah. Remy, land your thoughts. There, I'll go to Nigeria.
What I'm trying to say objectively is that nobody, no president can Islamize or Christianize Nigeria. When you look at most of the southwestern states and the south-south states, There are Muslims there, but most of the governors and deputy governors are Christian. Nobody complained. And nobody in Nigeria can tell you that they stop them from going to mosques or they stop them from practicing going to church.
Their faith.
Remy.
No, don't say Remy here. It's the truth. They are practicing.
Remy, go and look at what is happening in Kwara State. Go and look at what is happening in Kwara State, Ilorin, and you will understand what we are saying.
I hope Simba is here to debunk you, because
you
cannot debunk anything. This is the thing that is killing us in the south.
But hold on, Remy. Let me ask Igilo. Did anybody stop anybody not to do their faith? Can you clarify what Remy was saying? So
when we mean by stop, it does not mean that the presidency will come and send army to come and stop you. They do it through propaganda.
Like what?
Okay. Here.
Let me have the conversation with Igilo, so I can understand where he's coming from. Yeah.
The bombing that happened in Okredulu State, how they call it? Ondo State.
Yeah,
in that church.
Ondo State. Yeah.
Ondo State. Or was church. What was the provocation? Do you know?
I don't know. You can tell us.
Okay, good. What provoked them to bomb that church was because Akeredolu stood so firm against the North. Akeredolu tell them the Islamization, he said the land capturing, he pursued.
What you are saying now, you are saying not the facts. I don't want to say you are lying.
Let the people
that carry that.
What is a fact? What is fact?
No. The people that carry out that thing, they were traced to Igbira.
I said, what was the provocation now?
My brother, do you hear what I said? The people that was traced to that bombing, they were.
What was the provocation? What was the provocation? What was the provocation?
I don't care about provocation. The people that did that. Let me finish, please.
Okay,
the people that did that bombing, they were traced to Igbira people. They were not from the north.
How do you know? How do you know they were traced to Igbira people?
Igbira is the north. Igbira is northern Nigeria. Igbira
is northern Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Igbira is northern Nigeria.
Hold on. Forget the issue of Igbira. The question to him is, how do you know that it was the Igbira people that did it?
That was the information that was out there.
There was so many information out there. We don't even know which one is true.
But that is the main information out there.
This narrative this guy is giving. What about hundreds of mosques that were bombed? What about Abuja?
That were bombed. They were bombed in the north.
So you can't use that narrative here. Bombs were throwing all over the place.
Do you know that?
I don't like people selling religious sentiment. I don't condone.
But it's reality. It's a reality.
Remy.
Hold on. I hate propaganda. Hold on. Igilo, please. Thank you.
Only please don't answer here. Go on.
I said please.
Move on. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. Please don't put words in my mouth.
Nobody's putting words in your mouth.
Yes, please.
Please.
No. Please.
Okay. Do you know that this? Okay. All right.
Hold on.
Okay.
National man won't know what I'm talking about. So leave it between me and him. He know what I'm talking about. So leave that to me and him. What I'm telling you that this is a fact. Muslim mosques were killed more than Christians they did not. All through. Is that the fact or not?
Yeah, that is.
It's not a fact, but it's part of the killing. It's among the killing. It's not part of the fact. It's not.
So more Christian.
So I don't know. That means I can't have conversation with you because you don't know.
Why now? Why no now? I am not saying.
We don't need to talk about it anymore.
We don't need to talk about it anymore. If you don't know what I'm telling you now as a fact.
Okay, okay, I accept. Okay, 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 I accept. Is a fact.
So
Continue.
You wanted to come and claim that they are using propaganda, and yes, you wanted to come and preach propaganda.
That is propaganda now.
Is it not propaganda when you know the truth?
So I should accept your own propaganda.
But you don't want to accept it because you already have
Which truth? Which truth? Which truth? Which truth?
They told you
I told you,
it's not
never
true.
win here. They will surround
Do
you.
How can you say that there are more Muslims, there are more Christians killed?
There are more. You want me to give you the facts?
Came for propaganda. That's
there are
just
more.
it.
There are more
You
killed.
came
Yeah,
for
there are more killed.
propaganda.
You want me to give you
Do you know? Do you know? Do you know?
What is going on here?
Gilo says that is a lie. Gilo says a lie.
There are more.
I didn't say. I didn't say. I didn't say it's a lie. I said you cannot say there are more, but there are part of the killings.
You said no.
No, I said.
You are trying to be smart. You are trying to be smart, but it's not even working.
You want to hear the facts?
What's the meaning of what you said? What's the meaning of what you said? You are trying to be smart. Can you imagine?
What are you talking about? Smart? What kind of?
He said he's just twisting the word. Listen to what he said again. He's twisting his word. Say that you are saying is a lie instead of changing the way you are saying it. What's the
Ask
meaning of what
Thomas.
you said?
Thomas heard what I said. I said he cannot say there are more, but there are among the part of the killing. You cannot say that there are more than Christians. No.
I am telling you. I am telling you with facts.
Bombing was what? What
Muslims and Christians and Muslims were more raised down in the north. This is a fact. It's out there.
It's not a fact.
I'm not.
It's not a fact.
Thomas.
That is the fact.
Thomas.
It's not a fact.
Thomas.
It's an invented fact.
Yes,
Thomas.
I'll give you.
I want to ask a question. I beg. I want to ask a question. I beg. When they say we are fighting jihad, who are they fighting for? Fighting against?
So I will answer your question before Thomas
Okay.
respond to you.
Okay.
When they say they are fighting jihad, it does not mean they are fighting Christian. They are fighting their own religion ideology.
Their own religion.
Their own ideology. Even if you are a Muslim, you are a gunner. That's what they are fighting against.
Didn't you hear Hassan? Hassan said it here that you can never see Muslim fighting against a Muslim. He said it's a taboo.
That
said it here in the morning. Hassan said it here. Hassan said it there.
Igilo, hold on, Remy. That is a blatant. Let me finish. That is a blatant lie. Let me prove it for you. Buhari, your former president, go after Zakizaki because their Muslim ideology is different. They kill each other. That is a lie. That is a blatant lie.
Everything here, please.
We are not, my brother. We are not illiterate.
In Islam, what are you saying?
In Islam, just as in Christianity, you will see from Pentecostal churches, they will tell you that the way the people that go to church on Saturday is not acceptable to them. The way deeper life will not also accept some.
Remy, can I say something? Can I say something?
Go ahead, please.
Please. Now, when you say jihad, you need to understand the meaning of the word jihad. It's a holy war. That's what it means. We are fighting war. And when you fight jihad, it's against those who are kafiris, people they call kafiri, non-Muslims.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm not done. The Madala bombing was done where? Was done on the Catholic Church. Of course, there were Muslims that died. But usually when they do that in the north, like we saw when the Boko Harams were bombing in Borno State, they were fighting the Nigerian army. They believe they are the instruments of the West. And they want to introduce the hardline Islam in that area and spread it across Nigeria. And so in the process, when they do that, they start bombing people, people that were on the road or whatever, they start bombing them. And any people that resist them, like in the case of some part of Borno State, whereby some of the those farmers that were killed, they believed that they were spies, even though they were Muslims. Most of them were Muslim brothers. They believed they were spying for their enemies. So they would consider them as a traitors. So those whom they consider as traitors were targeted as well. And unfortunately, they have hold on now.
Were they Muslims? Were they Muslims?
Yes. 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 Let him land now. Let him land, please. He's saying the right thing.
Where is he going again?
Hold on. Unfortunately, they were Muslims too. But the target were those who were spreading that, what they call Boko Haram, against Western education. Those people who wants to spread Western education because they believe that the Nigerian state is...
Rashama, you are not telling us breaking news. We know what we are talking about.
I'm giving you because you some of us seem to have...
No. This is not breaking. No,
He's giving you the word jihad. Within that jihad means...
No. We are not illiterate. We know. We don't need to explain what jihad is to us.
Rational mind.
People are sounding like you don't even understand what jihad is.
I know jihad very well. I know.
So why Boko Haram now? Why Boko Haram go come fight jihad against your own fellow Muslims?
If Boko Haram is really targeting Christians, why did they stay in the north? It should just come to south and start.
Why can't they come to the south?
They came now. They came. That is.
Let's call a spade a spade.
Let me tell you how they came now.
You will say farmers had that clash. That's what you want to
say. They use that route too. Why are you talking as? Why are you? Oh my God!
Brother, Igilo, please. We are not doing propaganda here. Please, we speak too fast. Please.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next topic.
My brother, hold on. Let me hold on. If they want to fight jihadists, they will come to the southeast, come to the southwest, and throw bomb in the southwest, and throw bomb everywhere in the north.
There was bomb in the southwest.
But they are killing themselves.
There was bomb in the southwest.
Killings in the southeast. They were also
in the southwest. There was bomb in the southwest in Lagos State.
Where did they bomb in the southwest? Tell me.
Why did they bomb in the southwest?
They bomb one. Let me tell you now. Let me tell you when they bomb now. They bomb. There is a Catholic church school in Lagos. Full of it's a dormitory.
What are you talking about?
Where in Lagos? Tell us.
2020. Is it year 2021?
Which bomb? Where?
What has a name?
The investigation was carried out, and they published that they say it was a terrorist attack.
There was no bomb in Lagos. Where?
I will search it. I beg, can somebody help me?
Brother, no, Igilo, hold on, Remy, please hold on. Let me have conversation with this, my brother. Please, stop this your propaganda. Please, this part is not for propaganda. Where is the bombing in Lagos?
Okay.
Where?
Okay.
You thought we are not from Nigeria, so we don't know what is going on in Nigeria.
Okay. Let me admit that there was no Fulani killing in the southwest.
My brother, where is the bomb? Wait, no, don't run away. Where is the bomb in Lagos?
It's just that I forgot the date.
That is a lie. There was no bomb in Lagos.
It must not be outright Boko Haram, but they find this. They found this.
No. That's enough. I have to mute you. No. We are not. I can't do this. No. I can't do this. Please. We know there's no. This is not Radio Biafra. Please.
You see that? So Radio Biafra and be the only issue where they get issue is.
No. Radio Biafra, please. I have to put you at the back. Which bomb? Am I still on one man show? What is going on here?
Hello, Thomas.
The question I want to ask personal mind is very simple.
Sit back by me now. What is going on here?
It's not east and not west of.
I'm just telling you. I just landed in Lorino.
Oh, my brother, how are you? How was your journey?
Fine. So I'm in Ilorin airport now, trying to collect my luggage.
That's good. That's good. That's good. How was the trip?
It was good.
That's good. That's good. That Lawrence, you about key family, my
Okay.
regards to the family and the
Oh,
kids.
there. Okay.
Yeah,
Later.
yes. I will see you some other time. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
My question
Remy,
asked
Remy, what is going on here? Rescue me now. What is going on here?
What is happening now?
Actually, Thomas, take it easy. What I just want to say is that, unfortunately, some people will put propaganda one way or the other. We all know that the most people got killed in this insurgency is most people from the northern part of Nigeria, especially from northwest and northeast. They were killed, and the question I want to ask Rational Mind is that, because he said he has lived in the north before, when you look at the population of the people in northwest and northeast, can you tell me which one has the largest percentage, Muslim or Christian? Muslim or Christian?
No, Remy. Let's go back a little bit into the history. Do you know why I'm comfortable with Shetima as Kanuri, even though there was this allegation of how he was romancing the Boko Haram people? But look at it from this angle. During that jihad, some areas were conquered in the north. And those guys, they were not able to conquer Borno. Now, do you see any correlation? Because I know someone already gave some kind of narrative around that. That's part of what they could not achieve that time was exactly what they're trying to achieve, because they could not enthrone Emirates within that geographical location. Now, the thing now is this: are they attacking Sokoto? Are they attacking Kano? Now, if they are not attacking Sokoto, if they are not attacking Kano, why Borno State? So you have to look at the specificity of a particular area they are attacking. What's the nature of those areas? Is it because of the Christianity, or is it because of a particular agenda they were not able to achieve before? So there are something that when people raise issues, we don't just discard. We try to see, okay, let us even see whether we can find merit in this particular discussion. So that's what we are saying. But the one you are saying that, oh, nobody is trying to finalize, nobody is trying to, it is what you think. It's not everybody that thinks the same way you are thinking. Some people are actually thinking of doing that, whatever, for any reason, whether for political.
All that, because I don't want us to talk too much about it. So,
No,
personal opinion. Just a quick question. I have to go out now. Just a quick question to you. Do you think in present day Nigeria, any president can Islamize or Christianize Nigeria?
So do you think those people that want to do that, they will just say, oh, I come?
Yes or no now? Life, yes or no now? It's yes or no.
No, I don't answer leading question just to satisfy a particular
No,
but you can say no, you can say yes, you can say no or yes.
You can answer your question with some explanation statement.
So that's exactly what I'm trying to do. You understand? Look at it this way, bro. Look at it this place. You see, one pelowe, we are saying this thing is not happening, but you see the way some people are implementing some things. And we are still denying when you are seeing some kind of movement. So when you are saying this thing, it's not what you think they will just implement a day. Okay, when the Hausa land, when they accepted some visitors that happened to now take over the land, did they tell you that that's exactly what they were going to do? Some things take some years to implement. They won't just come like that. But you have to look at the pattern. You have to look at the pattern. Okay. Okay. You are saying some people are not going to finalize this thing. Dangote is talking, and what's the name again? Obasanjo is talking of the same thing. We don't even still know why even Obasanjo even went on Land Use Act, whether that guy had an information and made it difficult that, okay, federal government will no longer control the land. The state will hold that in trust. We've never even dig deep and look at that history. All of a sudden, we have a president in Nigeria that was looking for grazing route everywhere.
No. Ola, I will not agree with you on that.
I'm not saying
because if you look at wait. Because you are just trying to go back in the history.
I thought you said you wanted to go and sleep now.
Okay, you don't want me to talk. Okay, nobody. Okay, goodbye. You don't want me to talk. That's what I meant.
Go on now.
As you go.
Go on. Just messing with you. No.
But what I want to say is this: when you look at after the independence, the civil war, it was Gowon who at least Gowon is a Christian. Obasanjo came, Murtala came briefly. Obasanjo was the one there. So I don't know. And before then, it was regional governments that were practicing. So when did you think they will now be thinking that somebody wants to take the land and take the land use act? I don't know where that one is coming from.
Simba, they've been hold on. They've been saying they want to take our land since 1999 till now. How many land is Fulani has taken?
I think at this level, we should not be propagating self-interest.
It's just your propaganda. It's just propaganda.
Simba, we see what happened. We all experience what happened under Buhari. You are saying they don't want to take, and their kinsman, the life patron was the one looking for grazing route that never existed.
I agree with you if you say something like that, but when you now refer to Obasanjo, that was why I came.
No. I said maybe. I said we have to dig into the issue. That's
okay.
We have some information with.
Okay.
Now look at these people. They wanted Ruga. They wanted their water resources. Everything that we give them land. See, okay. Even Thomas, when you argue this thing, this issue of the grazing reserve that was brought into Kaduna. Kaduna was peaceful until grazing reserve combo that where they were supposed to be grazing reserve, they turned into full village. All of a sudden, they wanted to take the land away from them. If this thing happened during our lifetime and you are still saying nobody is trying to grab the land, Abba. See, you see the most dangerous, the most dangerous problem to woman in life is when you see something and you want to self-deny exactly what is happening in the name of political correctness. You understand? So and we even forget that I don't know your surname. Maybe you are the Thomas Adedeji or whatever. You are Yoruba today because you have your land. If some people come to your land and they push you away from your land, your nation is gone. It's as simple as ABC. Look at what they are doing to Southern Kaduna. Why Southern Kaduna? Southern Kaduna was not like that before. What exactly are they trying to achieve? Why are they putting Borno that was not under any embrace before? How come that area is the place they are attacking? Because when they say, more Muslims died in north than this thing, you should look at this. See, the people that are doing those things in the north, they don't care about Muslims, they don't care about Christians. Look at their goal. This all about land grab, all about conquering territory. All of a sudden, give land for Ruga. Ruga is this thing. Everybody started promoting Ruga as if Ruga is the best economic value, the best economic chain in the world. They were not seeing other things. And it was even on Facebook that time, Yoruba were even the person that knew how to even analyze. You will say they will be referring to one Netherlands where they have this thing, the cattle population, all those kind of things. The question is this: there is a difference between when you are academically sound and some people are using native intelligence to achieve what they want to achieve. That's the only reason that I'm comfortable that Shetima as a Kanuri man, he has some iron to grind with those people that would like to take his own territory through. I won't see, Shetima can be a northerner, it can be a Muslim. Forget, even if he's a northerner, he's a Muslim, it doesn't mean that it will stay there too, and just because you're a Muslim and someone will come and grab your land, I say because you're a Muslim, I just be laughing. No, he will look at his own ethnicity too and protect his own territory. That's just the way I see it. But don't let's just wave things away. Oh, nobody wants to finalize, nobody wants to see. All those things, we are just being politically correct. We are just not telling us the truth.
Ola, you see the problem with people, Yoruba people like you and Igbo, you spend all your energy focusing on worrying about Fulani coming to take your land. Fulani coming to take your land. When the Igbos are already telling you Lagos is no man's land, you guys don't know how to set your priorities straight, man.
No.
How is Fulani going to take Yoruba land?
You see, when some people say Lagos is no man's land, I was even the one saying, okay, people like you that you are Lagosian and you won't talk now.
They're already about to be your governor. They're already telling your Oba he's going to be dethroned. Where is Fulani your number one threat? Well, you guys know your energy when you're doing your Yoruba nation. Fulani.
Land grant is really Nigeria. If you say we want to deceive ourselves, you have to protect your land by anything you can do. You have to protect
Fulani
your
is not grabbing your land. Guys, Fulani people are not grabbing it. They're not your problem. They're not grabbing your land.
Not grabbing the land and they are.
Where is Thomas Oluomo?
Thomas Oluomo.
Where is Thomas Oluomo?
Thomas Oluomo.
And this guy, man, he's quite an actor. I've been here for about an hour. He didn't call on me once.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Maybe he doesn't want you here now.
You can talk.
It's not his channel. He doesn't own the channel, and he shouldn't be behaving like that.
No.
Tonight, you that you're kicking people off and Dr. Damage's channel.
I didn't kick anybody off. Stop being funny now. Stop being
I know
funny.
We're already ironing out, so don't worry.
I didn't kick anybody off. It's just like when people are allergic to countering opinions, it's just weird because they act as if they are intellectuals, but they are basically acting as if they. Man, it's ridiculous. 1 hour you kept somebody waiting. I don't understand that.
To Nigeria, wait.
Just want to prove that you are in charge of a channel. What is that all about? Come on.
Okay. I didn't think they did that deliberately.
And you guys were all here. Don't tell me calm down. You were all here and you saw it all happen. When the other guy came in, he was immediately given the mic to speak. I came here, I sat here for almost an hour.
But you had other people interjecting. People were interjecting. How do you expect him to control it?
You have to interject. Yeah, we don't do
No,
this.
because he was like, no. If that was the case, I would have started a long time ago. When new guy came in, he said immediately he gave the new guy the mic. Then I have been sitting here for now 1 hour. He never moved the mic once.
Sorry about that. The thing is this: it was not intentional. I will tell you why.
Tell me about it. I've seen that before.
No, tonight, I will tell you.
This tonight is complaining. He kicked me off Dr. Damage's show.
I kicked you off because you were talking, you were misbehaving that day. You know that. And I didn't kick you off.
You know why he kicked me off the show? He was telling me to condemn Oba of Lagos. What Oba of Lagos said. Because I refused to. Well, anyway.
You are intellectually dishonest, so you can carry on with your this thing.
We already ironed it today, so don't worry. Let's forget about it.
When you deem it necessary now, you spoke, right? You could have interjected when we were talking.
I had to give the benefit of it that he was trying to coordinate because I don't know the rules.
No. There was a time we were asking everybody before you came here that who want to talk because practically it was only me and National Mind and Remy that were now talking. Nobody. We saw anybody there.
Then why didn't he just say, okay, you have spoken, the other guy was waiting for 15 minutes. Let me ask the other person a question.
I think that we did that like twice. I was even the one saying, okay, new boys. I will say, okay, new boys, let's pay attention. So we missed that of your own genuine. Nobody intended to exclude you. That's what I was trying to explain to you. Sorry about that. Nobody tried because we actually wanted people to talk. So we were so why not?
I've been here before, and whenever I try to talk out of turn, he uses that against me.
I know. I don't think National Mind will do that. So I don't know if you are.
No, it's Thomas that does that, not the.
So National Mind is here, I'm here too. So that's why I'm pleading. You understand? So you are free to talk.
So what says you now? Also, what says you to some of the topics we were saying here tonight?
I found it fascinating to a point where some people are very, very keen on defending Nigeria's how do I put it, religious balance, while at the same time they are very happy to hog tribalistic thinking. So everybody have their own positions, isn't it? On these things, and everybody's on a journey. Personally, the way I look at these things is that if your nation doesn't come first, then you still have a little bit of a journey to go through, because you can't pick and choose what you put first. And the truth is that if your nation does well, the other groups, the subgroups do better. That's just the basic, the way I look at these things. I saw how the way you guys push back against what the igloo or something like what I'm saying about, the Islamic agenda and stuff like that. Does that mean that Islamic agenda doesn't exist? It does exist, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you just make it look like that's what the entire North is doing. Their trials are trying to.
What sense does it exist? Like, so
it exists because I've seen it. I've seen it, and they are not even denying it. They come on TV, especially in places like Kwara,
What's
where
the
you have
agenda?
this
What's the agenda?
balance. They want to dominate. That's what Islam does. They want to dominate. It's just
Well,
basic. It's just
Christians do the same thing. They're trying to convert everyone to
I
every day.
think maybe there's some truth there, but I
Jehovah
think
Witness knock on people's door every day to trying to make it to become Christian. So I mean,
that's true.
everyone want to promote their religion. So if that's an agenda, then it's not.
No, you don't understand what I'm trying to talk about.
What is Mike talking about? Why are you comparing what Jehovah's Witnesses does with what some fanatics are doing? What are you talking about, dude? Somebody come. Oh, sorry, I mean, I'm sorry, please. You continue. Somebody come and knock at your door, and he's trying to talk to you. He's trying to preach to you, and somebody are supposed to hold on. Somebody carry AK-47 or Kalashnikov or whatever it is, or carry a knife to your neck, tell you to convert to their religion. What's the difference that?
Where are they putting knife in someone's neck in the south to convert you to their religion?
When somebody
uses somebody putting knife in your neck to convert you to
when somebody uses acts of terrorism to make you to cower, to make you to
in
break.
the south?
In the north, that's what he's referring
to. If they're in their territory where they already have their caliph, their Sharia and their whatever, that's their territory, that's their land. It's the same thing if you go to a kingdom in southern Nigeria where they have traditional where that's their culture there. We have our own culture too. When you come there, start following the culture, people will repel, they will push back.
There are always bordering lands.
They want their territory in the north to be Islamic, and that's their place.
See, let me just say something. I've searched historically how many nations have converted from Islam to Christianity. Hardly any, but they have converted from Christianity to Islam, and there's a reason why that is happening. Because the Islamic culture.
Not recently. If you're talking about during the Ottoman Empire, when the Ottoman was the most powerful.
Some of them are literally happening.
The Ottoman Empire is no longer around. The Ottoman Empire. Listen, the Ottoman Empire was the king. Let me explain something.
No. You're not going to explain.
What do you mean? I'm not going to explain. Let me explain it.
Hold on, please. Let me not do this, please.
Allow me to explain now. I said the Ottoman Empire. I don't want me to. Do you know the Ottoman Empire?
Listen, Mike. You will do that when it's your time to speak, please. Let him land. Please.
You always want to shove me anyway. Because
I'm not shoving you. You will speak. You will get time to speak much. So please.
I always kill your argument. I always kick your butt when it comes to debate. So it's okay. Yeah.
It's not about debate. It's just about sharing information. See, the thing is, it's very often, it's very rare. You see, I don't even think you can say that. There's no example when I look for that information where a nation turns from Islam to Christianity. And if you take into account the one that turned from secular to Islam, it will even increase. And I think part of it is due to, especially in the recent past, last century or so, you tend to find that the Christian side or the more secular side tend to want to have slightly lower birth rate, and while the other side, because of their customs, maintain their own structure. And then they grow in population, and they are also practices like in terms of marriage and all those things that also means that they take on more people than they give up. And over time, they will overwhelm the other religion and they take over. The same thing, if you look at it from the Buddhist India to this in Lebanon and the other places, it's the same pattern. It's not necessarily because they are consciously doing it. It's just the structure of their religion and the way it works, because they believe in multiple wives and all the other things that most secular people and this Christian faiths don't subscribe to. So these are consequences of the different approaches to their faiths. And if in the context of Nigeria, you have places that are bordering, like Kwara in Nigeria, in the case of Nigeria, and other places where you see like Kaduna, you'll find that over time, they will erode the other groups, especially in a situation whereby you don't have what they call it, development and industrialization, urbanization, because urbanization tends to kind of how do I put it? It kind of soften the edges in terms of the expansion. But if that doesn't happen, eventually, in the context of Nigeria, we're already seeing it, where the Muslim part of the Nigeria is growing faster in population than the the southern part, because especially the southern part is having less children. Anyway, their birth rate is lower. So these are consequences of, and when we say the agenda is there, it's because I've seen it on a video. Somebody in Kwara was saying something about we are growing in population anyway, and something about whether they own the country now, something like that. This is something that is happening, and there's a flashpoint in Kwara. I've seen videos about it, where sometimes they build churches, even if it's not real, but the perception is that they will build mosques and they will remove churches, and some schools they will say is now everybody has to wear hijab when normally it was secular before. So you start seeing that pattern grow in time in those areas, and that's what I call the Islamic agenda. I don't know whether they intend to invade the entire country. I don't think that is possible, and I don't think that's on the cards. But they want to continue dominating, having more and more control over the country. Erufai testified to that himself. He talked about if they repeat it over and over again. So this is not a hidden stuff. The question is the ones that actually want a secular country, the ones that actually want a nationalistic country that is not indulging themselves in this type of rivalries inside the country, that might actually be toxic.
So,
And
so is your
of
fear
those
that there'll be more Muslims and Christians? Is that the fear, or is it that they will just force everybody to be Muslim? What is exactly is the fear?
my worry is that we get distracted by those sort of debates when we should be focusing on building a strong nation that will mean
No, you are
prosperity
saying
for
agenda.
everybody.
You talk about the agenda of Muslim Islamic agenda. That's what I'm wondering. What's the fear of that Islamic agenda? Is it is it the fear that they will make everybody Muslim, or is it the fear that they become majority?
I think both to an extent. That's what people are afraid of.
How is somebody going to make you a Muslim? Come on now.
They don't have to make you a Muslim. They just have to make the ones that come after you a Muslim. That's how this is work. It's not every day. They don't convert people overnight.
Niger.
Yeah.
See, in our discussion, I think we should focus on building a nation, growing the economy, and lifting people out of poverty. That should be our focus. Because
and that is what I said was my concern.
If you look at Nigeria, the elite have no problem about religion. It is the poor masses that are fighting about religion. The elite, they don't care. They care about resources and finance. We should focus on how to build the country, then expand the economy, then lift people out of poverty. That should be the focus. Because every time we come online, it's all about the eternal issue. We don't discuss about the real major issue. Because people are poor. That's the major problem in Nigeria.
But that's one of the issues.
But then you know that we cannot talk about development if this.
But that is the major issue.
Hold on. We know that's the major issue, but we know we cannot. It's underpinned with this topic of religion too, because without us addressing that issue of that religion, there's no way we can talk of any development. Because talking about insecurity in the country, where some people feels that they have the right to make other people life miserable just because they think differently or they worship differently. So until we address that very
but if you look at the people peddling the religious issue, they are in the minority. They are not in the majority.
Oh, here you go. They're in the minority, right?
Yes, they are in the minority, but we like to amplify bad behavior.
No. We're not amplifying it. It's what we're saying. If these people are the minority, how come they've been able to destabilize Nigeria? How come?
How come that how did they manage to
destabilize Nigeria? How?
UFC minorities have minorities.
The Muslims that are causing problem.
I'm not talking about the fanatics.
They are minority of the Muslims.
Let's not use the word Muslim. I'm talking about the fanatics among those who.
That's what I'm saying. The fanatics are the minorities among them, and the number one victim are even their own fellow Muslims.
They are very powerful. They're very powerful.
I don't think they are that powerful. It's just criminality.
That's why the country is in a total mess insecurity wise.
It's not even criminality.
I don't think those that are doing banditry is the name of Islam, to be honest. It's money. They kidnap and they collect money.
I don't think it's criminality, and we have to be careful of just thinking that it's just
when Evans the kidnapper.
Mike, now can I say something? You always jump into my mouth. Jesus Christ. See, I don't think it's criminality. I think there is an element of authority that comes with these people. And if you say just because they are small, you're not going to pay attention to them, and you're not going to have a counter argument and a countering measures towards those forces in the country, you're going to have a problem. Well, I know full well that most Nigerians are nationalists.
What country
When
measure are you
advance
going
the
to do? What
kidnapper was
country measure are
kidnapping
you going
people,
to
they say
implement?
it's Christians.
Countermeasures you can take against them is to have a very, very strong patriotic drive and a nationalistic approach that puts the nation first above all. Because when you do that, the rest will do better. And if you have that kind of approach, and anybody that steps out of line for religious reason or tribal reason, they get to answer for it. Because clearly it's demonstrable that any nation that takes this approach actually does better. And for the sake of all
So
of
what?
us,
Okay,
yeah.
could you name an example of one nation that have taken those approach?
The most recent one is Rwanda. They're taking that approach. The Chinese, the Russians. Name them. The more this is what they call it, agnostic you are about these lines, these fissures between society, like tribal fissures, this thing, religious fissures.
Suppressing religious freedom, is that what you're saying as one of the approach now?
No, not suppressing, putting the nation first, because actually it's better for the religious freedom. It's actually better for tribes.
So,
because if you put the nation first,
is the Americans, is the Britain, is the French, are they not patriotics?
They are patriotic, but they put their nation first. But you also notice that they have multiple groups beneath the subgroups amongst them, because they put the nation first. It's like being in a ship. You can't be in a ship and putting holes in the ship.
You're using authoritarianism, right, as an example, when you know that this is a way of kind of suppressing religious freedom. Forget it, whether it is Islam or Christianity.
I don't think it's suppressing
Hold on one second. So you are not using example of nations whereby you are nations where people freely express their religious affiliations. As you're not using those as an example, but you went straight to China, and you know what China is all about. You went straight to Russia. You know what Russia is all about. But why didn't you say, okay, what of America, whereby people easily express their religious freedom, and then nothing happened to them? But the country hasn't changed. It hasn't changed the fortune of the country.
I can approach it from the point of view that the countries you are calling dictatorial and whatever you want to call them is based on your own conditioning. But let's say I go with America. The same applies to America too. In America, if you put religion first, you're going to have an issue with the state. If you put your own tribe first, you're going to have an issue with the state. Hence, Americans are patriotic first. They put their nation first before their religion or before their tribes. That's the whole point of the US.
Yeah, but what I've heard here today is more like, say, oh, look at these people, they are opening mosque, they're going to Islamize Nigeria. No, look at this to Nigeria. I was born and raised in Benin. Since I was born and grew up to today, I could count the mosque in Benin in two of my fingers like this. But the old mosque in Benin, if you enter one street in Benin, you have more churches in one street than you have mosques in the whole of Benin. We've had expansion of churches at an astronomical rate, at an unbelievable rate. It is not Christianizing or anything.
Nobody's crying that it's being Christianized, right?
No, it's not Christianizing or anything. But when you have a situation whereby it is on the other side, they want to Islamize Nigeria. They're going to Islamize. They're going to turn everybody to
Fulani. If I came across as if it's only one-sided, but I'm just describing historically what
the discussion from rational mind has been one-sided.
Can I respond to progressive? See, when you analyze things, you have to look at the characteristics. You don't just look at quantitative. You look at the qualitative whenever you are doing arguments. Now, look at you can
hold on, my brother from Edo
State.
You
don't just stop me. Let me just land now. Don't just stop me. Let me land my
point. There are few mosques in Edo State.
Wait. Let me finish my point. Now, progressive. Look, you can have a 1 million church, but if those people, if they are not aggressive, if they are not imposing anything on you, if they are not forcing you, it's okay. But now, look at what the Sarah Shaibu, or what they call the name now. You see what happened to her. That is not likely to happen to you in Benin you are talking about. So it's not about the number, but what is the ideology? What is the qualitative behind it? How was the character behavior of those people? That's what you look at.
Look.
Now, wait. Now, let me learn. The America you are talking about today, you understand? They don't carry that thing onto the state level. You know, it's individual thing. But in Nigeria, we are making the matter of religion to be part of our political and administration. That's the problem.
That one I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you on that one. I've always I have always been on different platforms wherever I go.
That's not factual.
Okay, Mike,
wherever I go, I've always called for. I've always called for separation. I've always called for the separation of religion from the state. If you want to practice religion, make it your own personal thing, right? I've always called for that. I've always look. I don't like a situation. I don't like a situation whereby the way we select our leaders is based on their religion. I don't like the situation whereby everything.
But that's not according to the Constitution, though. It's the people's views and opinions that goes with that.
I know.
The Constitution
But
doesn't say you have to be a Muslim for this kind of
they find a way to bring this religion divisionism into the government.
My friend, it's the same. The America you guys are talking about. It's the same thing. During the election, they talk about the evangelist votes.
What, did you tell that to El-Rufai when he said he has made the whole of Kaduna State?
I don't have phone number. I don't have El-Rufai phone number. Am I supposed to say it to him? How do I reach out El-Rufai?
Many of the Christians in Southern Kaduna said they've anybody from Southern Kaduna said they want to turn the whole of Kaduna into a Christian.
So you were you sleeping when pastors were saying if people did not vote for Obi, they're going to die? People did not vote for Obi, certain things going to happen today. People did not vote for Obi, all sorts of manners that they were pronouncing during the election. Where were you? Did you call them? Did you call them to tell them that they were wrong?
Can I address that now? Now, thank you for bringing that up. If you know me very well, if you know my antecedent, I condemn. If you bring that to my hearing, to my attention, I'll condemn. I've said it. There are fanatics on both sides. There are fanatics on the Christian sides, and there are fanatics on those people who call themselves Muslims that are not true Muslims, because true Muslims will not do what they are doing by making people like what we saw in El-Rufai. So, but then the point I'm trying to make is this: that I will condemn that person if you bring it to my attention. And because maybe I didn't hear about it, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but I will condemn it. Don't see me like when I come here, I speak more of like I condemn these fanatics, especially on the other side of the Islam, means that I hate Islam. No, I did practice Islam once, so for your information. So, but I can tell you more if you want to know more about the kind of the brand of Islam that I practice at some point. So my point is this: the progressive. If I come the way I come, I am an advocate of secularism. Let's secularize the state. Let the state has no religion, neither Christianity nor Islam. Just make it secular. If you come to work in any of the ministry, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, whatever, practice your religion outside. Don't bring it into barracks or into whatever. So that's just my point. Because when you put one religion above the other, that is where we get the kind of things we're getting in that country, whereby some people feel entitled because other people feel they are pacifist. Because I believe the Christians, like I gave an example here.
What is Nigerian constitution putting any religion above another religion?
Who is shuffling us here? I mean, is that somebody shuffling us here? I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's yeah. So my point is this: so if I come across the way I speak, doesn't mean that I hate Islam. No, I'm talking about those fanatics among them. They should not make trouble for the rest.
That is true. It's not about hatred. It's about maintaining stability, because we don't want this situation whereby we are trying to build a nation and we keep having this friction.
If the other branch, so-called Christians are being like pacifist, doesn't mean they don't know what to do. Because if they too, they should, like when we talk about in the medieval time during the Crusaders, they were fighting the Islamists and the so-called Christians were fighting themselves over the Holy Land, but they gave it to themselves hot. But so as they're carrying it hot to us now, the Southern Christians, they carry it hot to them. We go burn out the whole country. But because some people are being pacifist, does not mean that they are weak. But that's what I think some of them they are interpreting it to be. They interpret the docility of the of Christians to mean that they are weak. They don't know what to do. But we don't want to burn it down, because if we also retaliate, or the Christians have to retaliate, it's going to burn out. So that's why the government has to come right now and say, okay, no more of this religion. Everybody practice your religion, your
in your closet.
In your house.
But that's what the
Whatever.
Nigerian constitution says now. Everyone practice your constitution in your closet because the constitution
Yeah,
doesn't
but this is the
give preference
problem,
to any religion.
Deborah.
The
This
Nigerian
is the
constitution
problem.
does not give preference to any religion. The Nigerian constitution
The-
just give everybody freedom of speech.
That's in book. That is in book,
And
but in practice is different.
no.
yeah,
What we say in Nigeria here is freedom of speech. A Muslim open his mouth, hey, we are superior, we this, vote for us, we are this. Christians do the same thing. It's freedom of speech. It has nothing to do with the
if
states.
listen, if our leaders, so-called leaders, are running for elections, where do they go? They run to the pastors, they run to the imams, right? So when they get into office, what do? You see, governor using state fund to build church. You see, governor uses state fund to send people overseas for pilgrimage and hajj and stuff like that. So these people are part and parcels of it. Even the leaders themselves, these guys are also most of them are religious fanatics. They are the one that will bring the religion into their workplace in the first place. So we have a situation whereby people go to work. If they have not started prayer first, that work cannot start. Okay, so that is the situation where we find ourselves in our country today. But you and I who have different mindsets, what we should not do is not to say somebody want to Islamize or Christianize Nigeria. We should stand our secular ground to say, look, whether Christian or Muslim, no, what you are doing is wrong. Don't do it. Let us try to say, look, yeah, we don't have problem that you are a Christian. We don't have problem that you are Muslims. But what we are saying, keep it to yourself. Okay? Practice it. It is a relationship between you and your God and your Almighty. Okay? It has nothing to do with me. If I don't believe in it, it should not be a crime. Like what happened to Deborah, that should not have happened. And when it happened, the state should have come up with a big statement making people to know that, look, this cannot happen. But sometimes, or most of the time, when issues like this happen, who are the people that are going to prosecute the case? Are they not the same religious fanatics? Look, they are the mindset of these guys. Yeah.
Progressive. Do you know what baffles me about this? Our people talk about Islamization when they have not, they have Muslim ticket in the north as a governor. Nobody, if they have Christian ticket in the south, most especially in the southeast, nobody will say they are Christianized Nigeria in the southeast. Anytime they saw any people having not Muslim ticket in the north, now they want to Islamize Nigeria. Where is this coming from? I don't get it.
No, I don't.
It's
Thomas, I don't
mind-boggling.
think.
Can I address Thomas on that?
I don't think that is the case in the first place, because what I think the example you are making is kind of different, because there are a lot of states in the north whereby it's just overwhelmingly majority Muslim states, and in the south as well, there are a lot of states you go to that they are just, like I said to you, a situation of in a those states whereby look, you can go to one street and you find more churches in one street than you will find in the whole of Benin. So situations like that, the chances that you have a Christian Muslim ticket is very low. So you're going to have a Christian ticket 9 out of 10 times. So that one, I'm not going to use that as an example. But whether it's a Muslim ticket at the presidential level or a Christian ticket on the presidential level, that should not be how we judge our leaders. Let's judge their competence. Is this guy good enough for the job? Whether it's an Ogun worshipper, whether it's an Ayelala worshipper, I don't care. That is not my problem. Whether it's an Islamic or it's a Christian, I don't care. Will he be able to provide good roads? Will they be able to fix electricity? That is what should concern me. But the problem we have, Thomas,
Can I explain why
is
that
that
is?
people put.
Can I just explain why the issue, where the issue comes with that? I think it's very, very, I can applaud the way you are perceiving things. That is a good way to look at it. What you have to look at is the historical precedence in terms of the trends. And if you say you want to approach it from the point of view of saying, let's just go with who is most competent. Personally, that is overrated. I would just say designed the system for stability so that our people can have peace and stability for a very long time. So you want to discourage tendencies of wanting people that want to destabilize the system by wanting to upend the apple cart, whereby they want to use one religion to just override the other. And there's another aspect to this that makes it very corrosive, like what you were saying about governors and people building churches and this in mosques. Is because the way we practice religion, we are practicing it from the point of view of other people. Like the Europeans, when they took Christianity, they took it and put it inside Europe. They owned it. When even even Orthodox Christianity, they didn't even leave it in in Israel or whatever. They put it in their own in Constantinople. We worship Christian. Our Christianity is based on European concepts. Our Islam is based on Arabian concepts, and that means that even the way they speak, in terms of the Islam, they even use their own language to read this thing. This type of stuff, if we don't Africanize it and make it, put our own people first. And the problem with our people is that when they go to northern Europe, in northern Africa, where there are Muslims there, and they go to the Middle East, where they are, the way they refer to the term they used to refer to black people is basically mean slave. And they treat us like dirt. Let me just finish the point I'm making. They treat us like dirt.
How do you want to Africanize another person's religion? Something they gave to you, you say you want to Africanize.
The way the Europeans did it. The way the Europeans did it. Europeans should recognize.
Look, it is their religion. They didn't have a way of doing it. It's their religion.
No. I think you are missing my point. Progressive, just hold on. I need to make that clear so we don't waste a lot of time. Europeans, when they got Christianity, they could have made Jerusalem and everything their headquarters, but they put it in Vatican City. There is a reason why they did that. They Europeanized it, they turned it to their language and everything. I felt it, they used it to turn against the people that gave them the religion. They were persecuting the Jews. They were persecuting the Jews for centuries because of it.
Who gave them the religion?
It was Jews that brought it to them.
No, Jews didn't give them religion. Jews practiced religion. They didn't practice Christianity.
Who do you think Jesus Christ was? Jesus Christ was a Jew.
Jews Christians.
Pardon?
No.
These are not Christians, but what I'm saying is that the people that were the Jewish Israelis, they were the ones that brought Christianity to Europe.
About the Jewish Israelis, Jewish Christian.
Roman Catholic.
Don't you understand the concept that Jesus Christ was a Jew? He was born a Jew. He was born a Jew, then he turned Christian, and his followers converted the Europeans. And Europeans. What
the Roman Empire did.
What are you talking about? I mean, these guys.
How is that even disputable?
Are you saying the Jews created Christianity?
Yeah.
Shocker.
No, is Jesus Christ a Christian?
Hold on. You want us to start going to this theological?
It's like saying is Muhammad a Muslim?
No, it's a question. Is Jesus Christ? Was he a Christian?
Okay, I will tell you. Hold on. I'll tell you. Now, this is the story. The father of the adoptive father of Jesus, Joseph, is a Jewish man. Mary, the mom who gave birth to him, was a Jewish woman. He was born into a Jewish. Okay, I mean, I don't like using the word "okay," but I just want to say, okay. I hope we're following. Now, his first followers, according to the book, the Holy Book says. It says that they're all Jewish. They're all Jewish men. The 12 of them were Jewish men. So, is kind of
rational mind. Your narrative, you are going too much. Is Jesus Christ a Christian? Is yes or no?
Give those people.
No. We don't have time. We are almost 9 hours 25 minutes. I want to shut it down. Is Jesus Christ a Christian?
Is a Christian?
Yes or no?
Jesus
is not a Christian.
How is he a Christian?
How is Jesus Christ a Christian? Because he's the head of Christianity. You can't have the head of a cult not be part of it.
Hold on, everybody hold on, please.
And not be part of the cult.
Everybody hold on, please. There was no Christianity when Jesus Christ was alive. Jesus Christ was this Christianity. Let me finish, please, if you don't mind.
I was talking now. You just interrupt me. You didn't allow me finish.
Yes. No, because we are going on a long tangent. I don't want to do that. We are almost 9 hours 25 minutes.
I know you're going to. You can shut it down, but let me land first. So let me quickly land.
Yeah. So Jesus Christ is not a Christian. That is it.
Well, you can say that, but then the point I'm trying to make is that his disciples were all his disciples were all Jewish. Now, how did the name Christianity came about? Was when in Antioch, they were called Christian for the first time by some people, by some Romans, and they say, oh, these people. And what does it mean? It means Christ followers. So yes, you can say technically Jesus Christ did not refer to himself as Christian when he was alive, but his disciples, like people like John and the rest of them who took over from him.
I did not ask about his disciples. I asked a simple question: was Jesus Christ himself a Christian? Yes or no? A simple question.
But of course, he did not practice Judaism.
The answer is no, man. Simple.
Exactly, simple as that. I don't know why you're beating around the bush trying to make it look.
They said, okay, I just checked it just now. The origin of Christianity is Judea. There's a reason why they said that. Even if they didn't call them, the clue is in the name Christ. Even if they didn't call them the name, if somebody founded something, you can't. It's like saying, Wole Soyinka founded pirates, but he's not member of the pirates. How does that even work? It's not logical.
He did not found Christianity. Jesus Christ did not found. He preached. Look, he was preaching peace. He was preaching love. He was preaching goodness to the people. That's all. It was not a religion.
The practices to carry on after him.
This coming from somebody who said he's not. Who said he's an agnostic? You say you're an agnostic. How do you expect to even?
Yeah, that was him. That was look.
No, you're an agnostic.
I just ask you, rational mind. You yourself, you just confirm it that Jesus Christ was not a Christian. There was nowhere he referred himself as a Christian.
When people give this leading questions like this, that's why I don't like answering leading questions the way people want me to answer it. It's not as easy as you are saying. Yes, I can agree with you.
No, National, it's very easy. It's straightforward. He was not a Christian, simple as that. Because the religion Christianity was after him.
He was the Christ. You see, when he was alive, they even called him the Christ, like the Son of God. So the point that they were making, there's a reason why John the Baptist existed. All that stuff, when he laid the foundation, if a founder found something, if you want to say that founder doesn't belong to that stuff, maybe you can make that argument. Tell me one other institution in this world that the founder found it and the founder is excluded from being that part of that institution. I don't understand it. You can't say Muhammad. Are you saying Muhammad was not a Muslim?
When you find something, Islam. When you find something, right? When you find something, you are part of that thing. You are one of the people who will promote that thing. Jesus Christ at the time, there was nothing like the word Christianity or Christian at the time. So how did he find something that was not that never existed?
Who told you that there was anything as Islam at the time when Muhammad was alive? It's always like that with these things.
I ask you a simple question on the Christianity side, and you
I told you he was called the Christ when he was alive.
There's no point arguing this. I think once we shut down, let's not just argue this. It's just, you see, the question is, it's not
the original point.
The original point was that we should Africanize our own religions. We can't just be subscribing to foreign this thing, because there's a soft power
Africanize Christianity and Islam
by making it putting Africa first.
You start calling Muhammad black man.
No, the way you talk sometimes is tiring, man. How do you want to Africanize? It's like taking Mercedes to Nigeria and say you want to convert it to Innocent. How does that happen to Nigeria?
Because that has happened already. You can learn from history. When Europeans encountered Christianity, they Europeanized it by putting it in Vatican City and all the rest of it. Whatever they do, they make it part of their own. Even the Russians don't practice the normal Christianity; they even do the Orthodox Christianity.
When you want to read John 3:16, how will you then read it in African way?
I mean,
you read it. It's not like they changed the doctrine; they just centered it around their own culture.
If I were you, I would be answering a question from the professor. He's an agnostic. What do you expect him to be saying? You want to be, having a discussion with an agnostic, somebody who doesn't believe in.
So you agree with Nigeria? We should Africanize.
He just bring up something from whatever he has read, and then you want to start challenging. I mean, you cannot be using cannot be quoting the Bible like you're quoting it, and then you want to use it to make a point without considering the generality of the historical context or the context about what you're trying to.
What? I just asked a simple question. You said we should practice Christianity in an African way. It's a simple question. How would you practice another man's religion in an African way?
Yeah. You see, what he's trying to tell you is this. I mean, I get the point. I get his logic. We need to see how it works for us. not practice it the way the people who brought it to us.
So we should be merging it with
because you are conceding power to them.
Oh yeah, we should be merging it with Ayelala and Shango and all those things.
No, you don't have to merge it. They didn't merge Christianity in Europe with their own sun god or the Druids this thing gods. They didn't merge Christianity with the Druid gods and all the rest. What you do is you center it around yourself. You don't have to change it.
Give us an example. How?
No,
Give us
an example
Tell us.
is that one. An example is that you translate it to your own language. That's one. And secondly, you put the headquarter.
We've done that now.
No. That's what I'm saying now. Secondly, you put the headquarter of that religion in your own territory, not in some other person's territory.
You mean like we have to move back to Nigeria?
If you don't take over it,
so we should bring it back to
Nigeria
now.
You are sounding ridiculous. You are sounding ridiculous, my brother.
I may sound
Let National Man talk down. National Man was the one backing him.
See, don't worry, you come to understand what I'm saying in time, because this is something that's already happening in the
Thank you. Naija, thank you. The more you talk, the more you are sounding ridiculous. So it is not your religion. It is not your religion.
Put it in Abuja.
Yeah, it is not your religion. There's nothing you can do about it.
Naija complain about Islamizing Nigeria. Now he wants to move back out to Abuja. Now,
one question. This in Vatican City, why they moved Christianity to the center of Europe, because they knew if they kept the power over to the Middle East, they are going to lose influence. They made it, and they are profiting from it, literally profiting from it. You can't look at any other group. Tell me one group that adopted other people's religion and are prospering heavily from it.
You have to understand, the time they did it was the time when no one is really suspecting or they can easily cover things up. But today, when everybody can see things, everybody is enlightened based on information. You can't do that kind of trick. You can't perform that today. People will see you. They will see what you are doing. They will like this.
What Naija is saying now, we build Vatican City in Abuja, make it look like the one in Rome.
Let me address that.
You either do that. You only have two options. You either do that or give it up. You either make it yours or you give it, because once it's not yours, it's going to kill you eventually.
So we have new Jesus.
Rational man, please respond to your brother.
Real quick. Sorry.
Africanize Jesus too. I mean, we turn into a black man.
You can Africanize him as much as you want. See, you can make. So hold on, Rational man. You can say all this is like a joke, but this is what has already happened in history. So you can try to read what I'm saying all you like, but they have done it.
So we change picture of Jesus to picture. Who picture will be?
Go and tell Europeans that they are the ones running circles around us.
Yeah, you see, I agree with you, Tunanja, and you have a very good point. Let me give you an example. In England, they have the Church of England, right? Scotland has their own. I think Wales have their own. So the Archbishop of Canterbury cannot be the head of all the Christians. I know maybe once upon a time in the past, maybe it was the whole of the head of Christians in the whole of UK. But now they have their own Church of Scotland or whatever they call it, or Episcopal, whatever they call it. And then, so the point is this: in the Nigerian context, when you make the Sultan of Sokoto the head, a Fulani man, the head of all Muslims in Nigeria, you're calling for trouble. That's a domination of some sort. And if at all you want to make it, you want to localize it, make it whereby, okay, it's being rotated. If they have one Igbo man who's a Muslim, let it become the head for 3 years. And then you rotate back to the north and they come back to the south. That way there will be no one particular person. Or you make it this way, the way they did it in UK, whereby they have Church of Scotland or whatever they call it, and they have a Church of England, and the Archbishop of Canterbury is the head of the whole Church of England for the English. Make it like, okay, the Yoruba people have their own head of Muslims for their region, and the Sultan of Sokoto will be the head of Muslim for whoever, maybe in the north, and maybe in the east, they have their own head of Muslims, so that one person will not be subordinate to the other. That's how you can.
Let me just respond to this, Danny Ayo. He's getting it wrong. When Europeans
you are getting it wrong.
Danny Ayo is getting it wrong, because when Europeans practice Christianity, when they moved it to Vatican City, they were not doing it because they cared about whether they are downgrading Christianity. They are making it their own. They didn't want, even Church of England broke away from that of the Vatican City to make it its own.
Okay.
You
So
have
what's
to
the
own
benefit
it.
of?
What am I getting wrong there, Chinanja?
Because you can reinterpret stuff that favors you. You can't have your people worshiping some other person's God.
Tonight, I beg of you, I want to correct something because we say that thing now, we are not getting it correctly. Mike said something here the other time, and I feel that if I don't debunk what Mike said, people may have that wrong impression. When Mike is saying our constitution is not talking about religion, Mike, you are very wrong. And I will tell you, it's our constitution that it mentions Sharia and how you can establish Sharia codes. And when you look at Sharia is very, very Islamic. So it simply means that our constitution is giving preference to a particular religion. And those are the kind of thing that we are challenging in that country today. So saying our constitution doesn't recognize a particular religion.
Give me the context of which they express it, Sharia. Give me the context.
Really? So
there's Sharia in the constitution. Yeah, there's Sharia.
Where
Give me the context.
Are you telling me that
some territories subscribe to it? That's
does
why
it say we have to practice Sharia in Anambra?
No, the states.
The question is, why is it not Catholism in the constitution? Why don't we have Anglicanism in constitution? How come that is Sharia? See,
well, you have to give the context.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is how they build. This is how it builds.
In a country, when we want to be politically correct, you will see the truth.
Well, give me the context now. You know, give me the context of.
And there's other thing I want to add here the other time. It's funny to me when you say yes. Some people say yes, Jesus is not a Christian. Now, what are you talking about? Like, Jesus himself is Christianity. Jesus himself is Christianity. So and we know that Christianity is a principle. The Christians, those people that behave like Jesus Christ, they are Christians. So it's simply that do we need to start doing tautology and some kind of logic before inferences and logic before we get this? This was the
original point I was making. The original point I was making is that if you have a northern Muslim go to northern that go to Egypt today, they will treat him like a black person first before they care whether he's a Muslim or not.
Is it not the same way? Is it not the same way Yoruba people? So a Yoruba man cannot lead a prayer where a Muslim, northern Muslim is there.
Exactly. And we are doing this amongst ourselves.
What kind of talk is that one, National Mind?
What are you talking about?
We are doing this amongst ourselves. Why they treat us like dirt?
Wait, Tunaja, you telling me?
What kind of talk is that one?
You don't know about it. You don't know about that.
Can a northern man come and lead the Christian prayer in Agbo?
But that's my problem now. We are busy enforcing this stuff that we're obviously they can because they feel like they are the better Muslims. This is the thing that we shouldn't be.
Well, you are the better Christian too now.
True, Naija, stop saying things like that. It's not true. Rational mind is just talking what is not happening.
Oh my goodness, what is this?
No, it's true. Actually, it's true. I've heard of it before where they said that.
It's true. Actually,
it's true. You know what? I like progressive because he's trying to be. Meanwhile,
just trying to promote division.
Because I'm not saying that we should be bigoted against each other.
That's what you guys are doing.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we have to recognize that we have to put ourselves first. This is what we have been losing. We don't.
It's not what you are doing. Everyone is listen. Listen. Here's the deal. Everyone. No. This is what you guys do. Excuse me. Hold on. Give me a second. Everybody in Nigeria, within their region or within their state, within their village, within their locality, they put themselves first. They dominate it. But the thing we do is this. We look at what's going on in the north, where the northerners, their territory, where they are dominating. We begin to point finger at their domination and begin to paint it as if they are dominating the whole country. You begin to say, wait. When northern imam is talking, pushing his religion in somewhere in the north, you begin to talk as if he can do the same thing in Anambra, or he can come to Anambra and be pushing domination of Islam, his religion. Whereas in Anambra, the pastor, the super pastor there is preaching, like Pastor Father Mbaka, is preaching his Catholicism heavily. But Northerners are not saying, oh, look at the way he's preaching Catholicism. Oh, they're about to dominate the whole country.
They are not doing that. They are also doing that.
Wait now. Mike, you are still getting it wrong. take Sharia
No.
out of the constitution and let everybody go and do whatever he likes.
The Sharia is only the north. Nobody's bringing Sharia to Yoruba land. We know that for a fact. Nobody will bring Sharia to Agbo.
Sharia will make it to Yoruba land first before it makes it to anywhere else because half of Yoruba is already Muslim.
Yoruba people are too educated.
Guys, I want to quickly explain something, please.
Too much. Hold on, please. Too much voices, please. Cascading on each other. So, yeah, Hakim, please.
Yeah, I want to quickly say something, right? So, Nigeria as it stands today, let's call it a secular nation. Let's just put it that way, okay? But what system of government do we operate? A federal system of government. Where did we get it from? From the United States of America, right? That is what we practice. So America is what? Majority Christian nation. So you can even make an argument that right now, we were influenced. Our way of life, our governance system was influenced by a Christian nation. But we are not saying that, are we?
That is true. Fair point.
That's not true.
We are not saying that.
It's a fair point. Come on. They could have subscribed to Sharia law of Saudi Arabia.
That's not true.
Ola, let me correct about the constitution and the religion.
Because the entire system itself was based on the Christian nation system.
Let me correct about the religion and the constitution. A constitution of a nation will address everything that exists within that nation. You understand? They will address it to put it in its place. So in the Nigerian constitution, of course, they will say, "Oh, okay, this thing that exists here, this is the way it exists. This is how it has to. This is its place in society." They talk about everything, even our tradition. They talk about it. They talk about the role of how Christianity exists, how it has to be in its place. So they address this religion, but it doesn't. Wait. But it doesn't use it. The constitution doesn't push people under it. As far as saying you must live by this law of Islam, or you must live by. It doesn't push you under it. It doesn't force everybody under the umbrella of any religion. It just talks about it. Like, okay, this thing exists here in this country, but as it exists, this is its place in society. As it
The point is that just make Nigeria first and
But
simplify
the
the rest.
Nigerian constitution that say Islam, you must follow Islamic rule, you must follow Islamic anything, or you must follow Christian anything.
You see, the only way we can cure many things in that country, if we really.
Akin, please let me respond to you. Now, when you guys say Christianity, that is what is influencing the Constitution of America and Constitution of Western world. It's not true. Because look at it this way. When you want to go by the Bible, you will see some areas in the Bible too that you can see that the punishment there for a particular sin is as good as what you see in the Sharia. Don't forget that Islamic or Christianity, you can call them Abrahamic religion. Right. So you will see when you go to the Old Testament, if you really want to say the American Constitution is based on the Bible, you will then go back to the Old Testament and you will see similarity in some area in what is happening in the Sharia world and what is happening in the Old Testament. So now, is it the Sharia is it Christianity that constitutes democracy? Is it Christianity that tell you about the penal code, how to deal with the situation? Is it Christianity that give LGBT or whatever this they are doing? No. All those things is just because Americans happen to be majority Christian. Now, this kind of fallacy travels around that, okay, their law is based on Christianity. It's not true. It's never true.
No. I'm not saying the law is based on Christianity. I'm saying it's a majority Christian state. America, which is true. America is a majority Christian state. And that is the same country that has influenced our way of government. That is what I'm saying. I'm not saying their law is based on religion. Just imagine now, if we were practicing the way it is in Saudi Arabia, even though Nigeria is not a Muslim state, but if our governance system is influenced by a country that is majority Muslim country, right? People are going to turn around and say, "Oh, it's a Sharia country. It's a Sharia country." No, this is why I'm saying we are not looking at it from that context. What we should be doing is that how do we then sit down as a people and say, "Look, this is Nigeria." I think they did it in Senegal not too long ago. I said, look, this is Nigeria. How do we tailor this constitution in our own way look, we can turn around and say, okay, you know what? Let us recognize our situation. 6 regions, right? Nobody should do more than 4 years. It should not be about the person. It should be about political parties. We can go that way. Say, look, these 4 years, it go to this region. The next 4 years, it go to this region. The next 4 years, it go to that region. But if a political party don't perform well, you can choose to vote for another political party. But every single political party must present a candidate from one region at a time. That's all.
I agree with that. I don't know about the timeline that you're talking about. I think what you are saying is basically designing the system for stability, because this
exactly.
idea every 4 years there's always this confusion. What are we going to do? Are we going to switch south or not? It should stop.
We can go in that direction to say, okay, this next election, every political party must present a candidate from the southeast. When that time, the next 4 years come, that president steps down. It's not about him now. It's about people are no longer voting for candidate personalities. People are voting for political parties. If the party don't present a good candidate, the people can choose to vote for the next party. So that when it is time for somebody from the southeast produce a president, 4 years later, another person from the northwest or northeast will produce a president. 4 years later, another person from the southwest. So it goes round like that every 4 years.
How come a lot of people are not pushing for this type of stabilizing this in changes? This is what the 1999 constitution should have had in it. How is it that those leaders didn't write it in a country that is so unstable that they should have said, you know what, let's just make it a rotational system, period.
Because I just come to one man platform and just give it for free. You think it's that easy to just come up with things like that? You don't want to give me credit for something.
So that wouldn't be.
I was already espousing such ideas already. I was already talking about
do you think it's everyone that can just sit down and think like
that? But that idea will be terrible, to be honest. Like, in fact, right now we're trying to move away from that, the whole regional thing, ethnicity thing. My goal, my dream is the day it's time to pick a president. We all look for who's the best. Who can actually do things.
What do you care about the best? The problem is what we need most.
The situation is getting worse. So the only way to address it is then let's say, okay, let's do what will make everybody happy. Look, if APC present Ojus Okalu from the southeast and PDP present Peter Obi, so Nigerians know who they're going to go for.
My friend, right? the reason why we are doing this ethnic or which way is because our democracy is still young. As it's getting older, eventually we'll get to a point where everybody will forget about this. So regional stuff.
No. Look, that Nigerian one is getting worse, my brother. I thought the same way the way you did, the way you do now. I was thinking that way, but I look at it every day. That was how I sit down and say, you know what, why don't we just go in this direction instead of us trying to force ourselves into something?
That'll be going backward, to be honest.
Rotational, to be honest. See, let me tell you a thing about why we are even talking about this rotational now. It's just because of that our structure, the one we inherited at the independence that we destroyed. See, if the federal government will not dabble into education, will not dabble into agriculture, we just concentrate on military and unifying factors, nobody will be talking about this now. The idea of this rotational is all about to conquer the resources. Like I give an example here now. Kano, it was just a state, probably with the same number of local government with Lagos State. All of a sudden now, when they created a new state, both Kano and the new state there, they have more state than Lagos State, and Lagos State still remain. So what did people do? They find a way.
Well, let me quickly come in here before I go. I'll still leave now. I want us to understand something, right? I myself, I was once like that, saying, look, forget about all these things, right? But the situation was getting worse. What I'm trying to say to us, it's getting worse because look at the Senate presidential election that just took place. What was the reason why they presented another candidate to run against Akpabio? Because the guys from the north were worried about what Tinubu was going to be doing, that his government was going to be dominated by the south, by southerners, that he was going to weigh heavily towards the south, that Tinubu is a restructuralist. So they were trying to put a northerner in the Senate to hold him. accountable.
Are you
Check
sure
his
of that,
government.
Progressive? Are you sure of that?
Yes,
Because
of course that
so
was going to happen.
but look at the vote. Look at the way they voted.
Hold on.
The Northerners even
Hold
voted
on. Hold on one
for
second. Hold
Akpabio
on one
more.
second. Hold on one second, right? This is the Senate. This is the Senate that told us. They told everybody, every Nigeria, that a first-term senator cannot be Senate president. But the 46 of them voted for a first-term senator. How do you
think
explain that?
The Progressive, you think that the people that voted, the 46 are Northerners? That's the question I'm asking you.
No. I'm not saying they are Northerners, but they are overwhelming majority Northerners.
It's not true. Even the Southeasterners and the South, they are the one. They are the one that voted for him more.
No. It got more votes from the North. So the reason, look, one of the reasons why they pushed Yari that hard was to checkmate the man's government, because they were worried that it was going to weigh heavily Southerners. So that is one part.
Where's the proof to that, though?
Okay, I'll send you the proof soon.
Is it not the same way we somebody came here some few days ago? I mean, one man showed us a video of a guy, this Kitty guy, what's his name, that says that there are more Christians in the Senate, or what was it, than what's it called, than the Muslim. And then this guy from Borno State, what's his name? This that leads the committee on defense, that was championing this guy's election. Akpabio's election was that
Ndume
said that no, they have more Muslims than Christians, and he says the Christians were like 52 or 53, but the Muslims were like 58. See, when people
are the Muslims getting together to push Islamic agenda and defend it?
My own contribution is this. Please.
So when people peddle this kind of false narrative on, like
rational mind.
Not were more that voted for that voted for this guy, Yari, than
See, rational mind. My own contribution is this. I don't believe in that rotation. I believe in allowing the geopolitical region to handle their affairs. Even this local government, this thing, federal government should answer and let geopolitical region or state control. See, if we need to balance, look at the Southeast, give them the remaining states that we have left and let them have representation there, so that we know that the representation from the South will equal to the same.
So we have gotten to a stage whereby we are distributing states based on ethnicity.
No, wait now. You ask me, why did I say so? See, we need to counterbalance ourselves based on our history. What's wrong there? What's wrong there? The question is this. Now, take local government.
Ola, you are getting it wrong. But don't forget the Northwest. The Northwest is 7 states. So if you want to balance it, then you now share everybody. You now have to increase it again. The Northwest is not 6 states.
In fact, the way we are thinking now, I think we are making everything looking
in the
worse.
Northwest, they have 7 states. So
you cannot be distributing things based on that.
Wait.
No, that's not. This one I'm trying to respond to Ola. If you want to balance it, then we're not going to stop at 6 states. We have to go to 7 states, because one region already have 7 states.
Akim, if that's the best way, let us do it. Because we see, don't let the North have more representation than the South, so that in case we want to decide, it's now South versus North. Otherwise, okay, even if you want to leave the state the way it is, then increase the number of representations from each region. Make sure that each region, North and South, they have the equal representation.
But that is not true now. That is not just because geographically it looks like that doesn't mean that representationally it is like that. Kogi and Kwara, those are not like a Fulani or a northern state. Those are more majority Yoruba state. You go to a place like Benue. You go to a place like Benue. Benue is more a majority Christian state. So just because geographically it looks as if they are in the north.
I've given you an example of a fraud that happened in our history. If you want me to extend the state that we give, I gave example of Kano State where it used to be held. You have a state that used to be almost like Lagos before. All of a sudden, you divide the state into 2, and they now have more than double of the number of local governments in Lagos State. Why did they create more local government? So that they could be carrying more resources to that place. Is that the way we are going to run? And I said, okay, let us go back to our system, our geopolitical system, and Make sure that
But well, let me ask you this question, Ola.
you don't let me land again.
Hold on your state. Hold on your state. No, because if you are painting a narrative, let us look at it objectively. It's not as if I'm supporting not, but everything we are saying, let us be objective about it. Hold on your state. How many local government did they have? Then when they created on state, how many local government? Osun State alone has 30 local governments. So what are we talking about? So whatever you look at it, both ways look at it before you use it to justify your assertion. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, thank you. I've heard you. Now, for those things not to happen, what I'm saying now is for those things not to happen, because what I say, we have all these things, all those divisions is just for resources. We are fighting for resources. That's why we have those kangaroo. Let us maintain this simplicity. Since geopolitical region, and in this geopolitical region, let us make sure that the representation from the north balances that of the south. So it's not that you have an advantage and you veto me through your advantage. No, I don't want that. So then allow the region to handle their state and handle their local government. Whatever you want to give to region A, give to region A. If you like, you can now form your Senate based on the number of geopolitical region, but just make sure that the north will not have advantage.
Bola, you're talking as if the south is one united, one region are all aligned or something like that.
It doesn't matter.
Ola is even confusing geopolitical zone with region. You are confusing. They are not the same. Region is different from geopolitical zone. This present 6 that we have, they are political zone, not region.
No, but when I say geopolitical zone, I mean like south, southeast, southwest, all those.
Because before we used to have only 3 regions. Now, and the region. No, just wait now. Basically, the way we are looking at ourselves now, we're only classifying ourselves into 2 regions, northern region and southern region. But if we are talking about geopolitical zone, which are not homogeneous, which is going to even bring another problem, because you cannot tell me that the not central, a place like Niger, we want to combine it with a place like Kwara or Benue State. They are not homogeneous. So all these things that we are talking about, they are not as easy as we are saying it.
Okay, but
they're trying to make it like in that geopolitical region, they all want people. They think they are alike and they are aligned politically. No, it's not, man.
Can I interject?
This South, you know the one I always trip me. They always say the South.
Can I interject?
Anyway, you know my take. Anyway, we look at it, the way we are, the way we are. Mike, let me even tell you, the way we are, that is what is bringing peace. Let me tell you, by the time we start all this regional thing, I don't know, because I have friends in the South, and what is going on in that place, because they see themselves as one, because they have a common enemy. By the time you give them all this, that will be a problem.
Yeah, the new enemy will be within.
You see,
can I interject?
You know, when I said that, I said it with the control of your resources. What I mean by resources, it's not only natural resources alone. You should be able to tax property. You should be able to tax corporation. You should be able to tax anything within your region. So, for example, Lagos State will tax the corporation in its own state. If you like, go and have branch. We'll go and have branch and this thing. So you have a way of dividing whatever corporate tax you have across, so that you can base your taxes based on what you are making per region. So all this VAT, all this, you find a way to let every region control. If you don't let federal government, that Abuja hold more resources than necessary, all this problem of rotation, this thing will reduce. Everybody will carry the craziness and madness, go to their region or state. That is what I was even trying to propose. And even the idea of even putting Sharia in our constitution, strike that thing out. Otherwise, you have to push on Oya or Batala Ifa inside our constitution. You can't put one religion. So those are the things we need to do.
They are in the constitution too.
You say?
The constitution address every tradition and religion. Tradition.
What are you talking about? What did he do?
What are you talking
about? Is already no.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. What did he address it? What did he address?
Our constitution. What are you talking about?
The constitution address even our tradition, saying using traditional means to harm someone, and they address it. They address everything.
Where's your shrine in the constitution? Where's your shrine? Where's your shrine? We can find
Where's the mosque in the constitution? Did they talk about mosque?
Sharia in the constitution.
The constitution address everything that entails like that
Mike,
that exists.
I don't even understand.
That's what constitution is all about. You have to address everything that exists within the territory.
It's only Sharia. Is
Address
Sharia
its place.
Sharia is what is more pronounced in our constitution.
No. You talk about Islamic. Okay, this way the people design constitution. They look at the society, they look at the culture, look at the everything that exists there, and then they're trying to draft a constitution that address everything, how you exist within everything. So when they're talking about the Islam in the constitution, they're talking about okay, this northern area, they have the Islamic culture there. Now, how does this Islamic culture function and it coexist with these other people that are not part of it? That's what he is addressing.
They even made it a law. They even made it a law. They came together and made it a law.
When they made it, when they make it a law, like you from the south, when you go to the north, does he apply to you?
Okay, how did he apply?
Can they take you to Sharia court in the north?
How did he apply to? Is it Shaibu or Deborah?
That's what the constitution. That's why. You know why you can go to the north.
If
and
you
the
go
Sharia
to
will apply
north,
to you
if you
because the
go
Nigerian
to north,
constitution protects you from it.
if we can protect you, if you go to north now, fuck up. Your own is gone. No, don't go and
No,
say,
it's not.
say
They can't drag you to Sharia
But
court.
that one is not Sharia law now. Sharia law does not apply to non-Muslim, and even it's only if you allow it.
Hold on.
It does not apply to you, and that's what the Nigerian constitution address the Sharia. How you know? So you guys are talking as if Nigerian constitution say Sharia for everybody.
Hold on.
That's not.
Hold on. Now, let me say. It does. This is how it does. You're not free. Like some part of Niger State. I remember when I was in Niger State. You cannot drink beer. Like Suleja, like some part of Suleja. That is some part of it are Christian, something like that. They even in some Christian part of it, you're never free to drink beer. When they were trying to introduce
the law there say you can't drink beer if you're from the south.
Hold on.
Where did you see that?
Hold on.
Not be south, not south. If you are there, your laws covers everywhere.
So their law say you can't you go man. Yoruba man.
I am in northern region. I mean in Ilorin, and it is, and they have Sharia court in Ilorin.
Okay.
So nobody they drink come and see beer parlor everywhere.
I'll give you.
Don't let us be saying what is not.
Even
we are talking about the core north.
No, don't change things now. You are talking about north. I'm telling you what is happening. You are saying, we are elite. We should not be saying things that are not clear to us. Have you ever heard that somebody was drinking beer and was arrested under Sharia law?
Simba, 2005, 2004.
Can I say something?
Around the country.
Ola, I will say something now before Simba. Right. In the north, you are not allowed to sell alcohol. This is a secular state. They will come. We saw it where so many people's businesses were being attacked by this Ishba, and they tell you that you cannot sell alcohol. The only place you can sell alcohol is those areas that are maybe like a police barracks. Hold on, army barracks, and some part of some Sabogeri, whereby they feel like okay, they are predominantly southerners.
The non-indigenous area.
Is that what? In northern state, yeah.
I said non-indigenous area, non-indigenous.
Yes.
But now they are not even making incursion into these places. Even when they are bringing those things into the states, they are not even allowed to even take it to those even shops that are owned by predominantly even southerners. So what are we talking about? It is gradually they start. This is their nonsense. They tell you that it doesn't apply to them, but look, gradually they started. You see,
it's not about gradually. It's been there even before Nigeria was created. It's not something that they just came up with.
You see. The thing is this. My point is this. I'm not against the religion, but I'm against the people that use the religion to want to subjugate other people.
But they know you just use your mouth to say that they are in Samogi is a non-area of the non-indigenous. They don't bother you. You can drink there.
Hold on.
How they pushing a religion on you? They're
That's
pushing it on their own people.
We don't know the story.
You drink there under discretion. You drink under discretion.
Don't. Is it your region? Did they come to Anambra where you come from to say?
See how you're
See,
going now.
you see where you are
I don't
pushing.
know why
You see
you
where you are
people.
going.
You start telling other people in their region what to do. Did they come to your own place to tell you what to do?
You don't tell them what to do.
You know how you argue sometimes. You just argue here and there. All your arguments is just.
Did the Northerners? Can the Northerners? Okay, let me say this. Can the Northerners come to Yoruba land and tell us not to do oral
They
tradition?
do anything they like. They do whatever they like.
Do they come to tell us we can't do oral tradition in where we come
do
from?
whatever they like.
It's our tradition. Sharia is their own tradition. Respect them.
Do whatever they like in the south.
We're not saying it's not a tradition. Don't get it wrong.
Nobody is disrespecting them.
What we're saying is this: that allow me drink my beer.
But they allow you now.
They are not. That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying. You don't know the story. They are not. Initially, they said it doesn't apply to non-Muslims, but gradually they started making incursion to Sabongeri area. When they see you with some certain hairstyle, they see you with maybe you display mannequin in front of your store, like you are a fashion designer with all this breast and whatever. They will come there, they will seize everything, and they say you are corrupting people around. That's how.
When was that? When was that? Rational mind. When was that?
Even if they do
even this year, the thing happened.
Okay. My question to you guys is this: okay, that's their region, that's their culture. Wait. Now, wait.
I'm not free. The Constitution says I'm free to live whatever I want to live.
Constitution also recognizes people's culture and tradition.
No. What the Constitution?
That is not culture. That is not culture.
Constitution also allows people to practice. Do you have culture where you come from, my friend? Do you have culture where you come from?
Sharia only applies to non-Muslims.
Mr. Igbo, where are you from?
I'm from Cross River State.
You're from Cross River. Okay, in Cross River, do you guys have culture there? And
we have culture
and tradition that you practice.
The only culture, the culture. Here, Mike, here now. Culture means traditionalist. The things that has to do a way of not the way of life, a way of
culture is a way of life.
Culture is a way of life. Don't give it another definition. That's the simple definition.
Okay, fine. Culture is a way of life, but it does not prohibit you from eating or drinking whatever you want to drink. You understand? Religion is a way of belief that prohibits you. You must not. You understand? So what they are doing there in the north is the way of belief, which they want to.
It's also a culture, a way of life.
It's very difficult. Religion is part of culture.
It's part of culture.
Okay, fine. Have you ever seen a northerner coming to south and is being prohibited from doing some things? A malam in the south sleep in the church, no problem. He sleep anywhere, no problem. But go to the north, you as a Christian sleep in a mosque. Go to a mosque and see. The next day you are gone.
Why are you saying things like this now? Just this. Have you ever lived in the north?
Reverend Father, talk like they never live in the north. That's the thing. They just hear it from somewhere, from one propaganda channel.
I don't think this guy has crossed the River Niger before.
I don't need to cross now. I don't need to cross the River Niger. I don't need to. Everything is on. Look at Deborah. Look at Deborah. What happened to Deborah? Look at Father Kuka. Look at things are happening. Why are you go on to? You don't have to cross.
We understand that. See, do you know that?
Exactly.
Do you know that if you go to a place like some part of Southwest and Midwest, like place like in Bini or some part of Yoruba land, if you insult the Oba, the king there, you'll be dead. Do you know this guy almost lost his life? So when he went to Oni's palace, when he went to Oni's palace and disrespect the Oni, the people outside was ready to kill him. Wait. Do you know, like it's like a death sentence if you dare insult the king in the south?
Why will you go insult the king?
Wait.
Why will you go insult the king? For what? Why?
No. I'm saying some culture in the south, some places in the south.
Super fast.
Even in the United States, there are state law. Yes, in the north there are state law. People should abide to those laws. If they say no, you should abide to those laws. If you cannot stay there, you live there.
You leave, just move. That's the example I'm trying to draw.
But people still
The
go there.
Constitution of Nigeria is a constitution for a free life. There's no region that has monopoly of law.
Go to
How
court
are you
and
talking like this?
challenge it. Go to court and challenge
The Constitution also lets you know where your freedom ends, where another person will begin.
I just want to create a problem where there's no problem.
I start muting everybody.
Let me hold on, please. Let me put this in. Did you guys know that even in the north, you can decide not to be tried by Sharia law? It's there.
Okay,
you can decide not to be charged by Sharia law.
Only if you survive to that time. Depending on your crime. Depending on your crime, only if you survive to that time.
On paper, Thomas, yes, you can do that. But what
exactly
in Nigeria, the way it has been practiced is not so. Because there's a difference between reality and what we think.
No, if we have some fanatics and they are not following the law, and they are mobbing people, you cannot use that one as a.
You say you live in the north.
In the south, we practice jungle justice here. It also happens in the north.
Hold on. Let's see.
So the thing is this, Simba. Look at it this way. When I was installing machines around the country, I got to Niger State. I needed a beer. The hotel attendant told me, this is Baba Sharia hotel. They are as good as they made they know here. And I was supposed to have right to what I wanted to do. And someone is saying whatever the state law says, but we know that the constitution is superior to whatever.
Why is the every discussion is centering around beer? You people, you are going.
No, man, alcoholics. Alcoholics. You're not just doing alcohol problem, I guess. Maybe Islamic problem.
Freedom information now. Thomas.
Ola, I thought you are a pastor. Why are you drinking beer? For God's sake.
Simba, I beg. Ola, beg. Please, there is something I said before that Thomas was angry that I was bringing propaganda. So I went back to research. That's why I went back. I said about the explosion in Lagos State. I went to search for it. It was on the 16th of March, 2020. There was an explosion in one of the schools in Lagos State where it killed 20 children, including a reverend sister trying to save the student. He died in the explosion. And when the investigation was made, on the 16th of March, 2020, in Abulegba, I think,
during COVID.
Exactly, during COVID. It was an explosion in the school. And everybody.
Igilo, that explosion is a bomb explosion or what?
It's a bomb. When the investigation was made, Sanwo-Olu came out with the white paper and said, yes, they said.
Let me
learn now.
Yeah.
The investigation, it took 2 weeks to 3 weeks to carry out the investigation. And when they came out with the investigation, they said it contained EID, is improvisative EID. Exactly. So anything that has EID, it is a bomb. So but they could not, Nigerian things, they keep hiding something, but they said it contained that EID, which they said it was an explosive that has to do in connection with that is a terrorist attack. But for them, they will always try to cover some fat, but that was what they said.
So you are the one drawing your own conclusion, isn't it?
I am. Oh my God, no.
I'm asking you. No. I'm deducting for what you said.
That what?
They didn't say it's a bomb.
They said it contained.
But it's not a bomb. It's not
when
a
something
bomb.
When something contains.
No,
what point are you trying to land there?
I don't get it.
I don't think you were here, Mike, when we had this discussion. You were not here, so
What is
a northern, a Muslim trying to bomb Lagos? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
No, we are not saying that. No, we are not saying. Oh, Thomas. Okay, I beg. Okay, please. Wait now. Okay, wait. Okay, please. Let me ask a general question here. When an explosion contain that EID, what is it?
You tell us now.
That is what I'm telling you.
You're not making sense.
You are not saying anything. Say you are telling us. Tell us now. You are not saying anything. Say, well, that's what you are telling us.
Thomas was explaining, but I don't really understand where we are going because I'm lost.
No, he wants to
IED. Is IED an identity of a group? Improvised explosive device. No, IED, not AID.
What does it mean?
Improvised explosive device. That's what they call it.
So
what does it mean?
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
Improvised explosive device.
What does it mean now? What does it mean? What does it mean?
No,
what does it mean?
Signal editing on online. We know what it means.
My brother, let's just leave that place. That's
no, we know.
YouTube doesn't like.
Okay, okay, please. Okay, please. Wait a bit, Thomas. Okay, please. I think we should use another word to classify it, but I'm trying
let's
to.
use another word. That word is so.
Okay, please. My point is that. Wait, Simba, please wait. Simba, wait, please. Simba, wait. Simba, wait now. Simba, wait.
We can't hear you, Simba. Simba,
wait. Simba, wait. Oh my God. Thomas, please mute him now. Mute Simba.
No, even his network is not good. We can't hear him.
Yeah, mute him.
Continue. So, I put him behind. Just continue.
What I'm trying to say is that I am from the Niger Delta. Petrol does not contain IED or how they call it. Fuel does not contain that. AID means there are objects that are produced manually by hand.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hold on, Simba. Let him land.
Your network is terrible.
So what I'm trying to say is that I did not say did not come blow the South. I am saying that the explosion was a deliberate one. That is my point. It was a deliberate one. We don't know, but I could. Oh my God! See, you won't come here from my mouth.
I said, but you are the one drawing conclusion. Hold on.
I did not know now. I did not draw
let me interrogate him. No, please.
But we don't know what he's trying to tell us. We don't even know. He's just telling about something.
Yes, I don't know.
Mike, what? Hold on, Ola, please. If you don't mind, please. He said earlier on. He said the terrorists throw bomb in Lagos. I said, when did that happen?
Thomas, mind your word now. Your word now.
Oh yes. He said that the terrorists did something in Lagos.
No, he didn't go that far. All he was saying is that there's an explosion, it's ID, but he's not telling us.
Will you allow somebody to talk now? I mean, he was talking and you were just interjecting. Let Thomas land. Goodness.
You were not here, Mike. When happened?
Oh, he said, before I came. Okay, sorry.
Before you came. Now, before you came. And now I was so furious that I have never heard any terrorist attack in Lagos that they throw the B something. So, and now I said, I've never heard that. And maybe now went to do his research. I don't know. This explosion you are talking about, it could be a gas explosion. It could be a cylinder explosion. It could be a fuel explosion. It could be many things can explode. It's not only B that will explode.
Okay, please. For us to make a sensitive or a healthy argument, I am saying, because we have Simba, we have Mike, we have Ola, people are very intelligent here and a rational man, including us. So I'm saying something that, according to the findings, they say it contains that I something. What does it mean?
I don't know. I don't produce
you
one.
Tell us now. Keep asking us questions. Tell us where you are going. We don't know where you are
talking. Because I have told you what it means, but you are saying it can be fuel. It means that there are it was deliberately put there. It contains something
by who?
Hold on now. Hold on.
We are not knowing
Let my talk. Let me mind to talk.
When it's improvised, let me leave out. Let me leave.
You know, you didn't say anything, Iglo, right? You didn't say anything.
Boy, what is wrong now, Mike? When they say something is improvised, let me leave out the other part of it, which I think everybody can understand. So when they say something is improvised, it means somebody made it. He was doing it for something.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it means somebody must have okay, hold on. When we say the Boko Haram people, they use that same device we're talking about, improvise, and they come in between people in Maiduguri, and then we see what happened. Boom, and then everything goes off. That's improvised. That's what they call improvised.
So what are you saying? What are you saying?
So what he's saying is this: that the argument was that we saw this let me say this Boko Haram and the rest of them, how they were bombing everywhere in Lagos. And somebody said everywhere in Nigeria.
Bombing everywhere in Lagos. Oh, okay.
Hold on. Everywhere in Nigeria. Would you allow God? Bombing everywhere in
everywhere, Sha. Go ahead.
Bombing everywhere in Nigeria. And somebody said that it never came down to South. And he said, yes, it came down to South. It happened in Lagos. And Thomas says it's a propaganda. And I think he had to go and look for the information. And yes, I remember that information. That there was some school was attacked, but I didn't get to follow it through with what happened after.
You can't say attack.
I followed this.
You can't say attack.
It was attacked.
No.
That's when they say something.
Attacked by who? Thomas, attacked by who?
Attacked by who?
Goodness.
Wait now. Attacked by who?
Improvised.
Attacked by who now?
Go and check the meaning. What does it mean? Does it just make it sound
but we know what we are not you know, Mike, even this thing that Igilo is giving us, we are not even ascertain the veracity of the story. I don't think I don't even believe it. I don't even believe it until you give me an article. It's Igilo. And you know when it is paper, if you are discussing narrative and the thing is going along a narrative, we tend to, because I believe rational mind is more intelligent than this thing that is believing. But because it fits what is propagating, that's why
it's for the north.
Prenon times. In Prenon times is there in Prenon time on the 16th of March 2020 in Lagos State. Will I go and
who did the attack? Just
look,
give us the name.
So you Nango will say, oh, it's Thomas that did it or Matthew that did it. Come on now.
Yeah, they won't tell us.
Said, okay, they said okay, fine. According to the inquiry, the medical that they came out to say he has.
Who did this? Is what we're asking you. Who are you accusing of doing
that? That he has a link to the ISIS kind of stuff like that.
Who said that? The government said that.
Must it be the government? It is the people that carried out the research. That's what they said.
The government.
They said it is.
It's only the government that can do the research.
You Igilo, when you started, let me tell you, because you are already even what you are saying, you are not consistent in your life. I'm very sorry. Initially, you said Sanwo-Olu 3 weeks after Sanwo-Olu came out with the finding, and they said the thing that they used contained IED. That was where you ended it. You didn't say that they said it's Boko Haram or attached to any group or whatever.
Because
you are not speculating that it's Boko Haram or whatever.
Because I don't want to make that a strong argument. I have to just leave it
if it is in the news, if they came out and said this is the culprit, it's not for you now. It is already in public space. So why are you afraid?
Come on, okay. Look. What we are trying to say is that we are trying to say they had also been bombed in the south. You understand? There has also been bombed in the south. When they say improvisive, fuel does not contain improvisive. Petrol don't. You understand? I'm from Calabar, South. We have oil. We know those things. So it is something that is made, constructed by hand. That is called improvisive. That is what I'm trying to tell you.
Do you know Nigerian militants were setting up bombs? We're bombing places too.
It was made by hand, Abi.
Do you know Nigerian militants were setting up bombs during their uprising?
It is called improvisive because it is made by hand.
That's not what I'm asking you. And that's the same thing.
I know.
So every region there are people that know how to make explosives. So what we're asking is, we don't know if in fact someone set an explosive there, we don't know who did it. That's why I keep
Yeah,
asking
but
you who did it. You don't know, but you're suspecting
I can
that it's the
I cannot
northerners.
know.
Exactly,
No,
we
no,
don't
no,
know, so we can't jump to
no, no,
conclusion.
no, no, no. But we are saying that there has been bomb. That's what we are trying to say. That there has been bomb
Okay.
with hair, which is made with
So
improvising.
what do you what let me ask you this, man. So what do you wish? Do you wish Nigeria to separate? I mean, which country do you want to go? Yeah. And
I
where
am
you
Biafra.
prefer?
I'm Biafra.
Hmm?
I'm Biafra. I'm the
Oh, yeah,
Biafra. I'm
Biafra.
Biafra.
Okay.
I'm Biafra.
So, and you're from Akwa Ibom?
I'm from Cross River,
Cross
Calabar.
River. So Cross River is part of
I
Biafra.
think this is not Mike.
Yes.
You don't know this guy. I think he has been coming here before. There was a day he was telling us that he was from the northern Cross River, and he was telling us about his relationship with Igbo. That's why he's saying this. He's not speaking for the people from Cross River. If
I
you
know
want
that's
to
the
join
first Cross
Biafra, you
River
can go
person I
and
met
join.
that says from Biafra.
How
Most
can
of them
I
usually fight me if I call them Biafrans. I don't know how you become Biafran. Can you even
we
speak
are
your
Biafra.
language?
We are
Even
Biafran.
what man asked him that question, that's him there, I remember. Because the way he was supporting the Easterners,
The guy asked
he
the
asked
Igbo
him a
accent.
question.
I says from Cross River.
We are all related, my brother. The Eastern region.
No, your language is not even anything close.
Forget language. The language does not make you a tribe. Is it only the language that make you a tribe? There are many.
So you're
There
saying
are
you
many.
are the same tribe?
Mike, don't discuss this thing with this
Mike,
guy.
what is the
That will
man?
be
How can you
leading.
not rationalize? He is telling you that they are all linked, and which is true, is obviously true. There are a lot of people that carry
I don't know.
Igbo blood that are Yoruba. There are a lot of Yorubas that carry this thing Igbo blood. I
Yeah,
mean,
we understand that now, but
Igbo.
what he's saying is that they are the same tribe. That's what he's saying. But I'm saying no, they're not the
No,
same
no, he's
tribe.
saying they are
No.
related. They are all linked. That's what he just said, and you were like, you couldn't understand that
So
concept.
wait now. So now I don't speak for the man. We're trying to
Oh, that why
understand.
don't when you
We are
run, don't when you
gaslighting him.
run,
We are
don't when
gaslighting
you
him. That's what you
run.
are doing.
But they are not the same.
Mike.
Okay, Iglo, you agree that you are not the same tribe. You are different tribe across.
They have different. They have different. They cannot be the same tribe. Even in Yoruba self, no one tribe in Yoruba. There are so many tribes too.
Well,
In the
they
north,
all call themselves Yoruba.
in the north, they call the whole north. But there are
Egilo,
many tribes.
I hope you know. I hope you know the difference between ethnic and
And they call the
tribalism.
whole South
Ethnicity and tribalism, they are not the same thing. No.
Tribe is like
Tribe is
one
different from
particular
ethnic. Tribe is different
Actually,
from being.
I think you are overstating it. The difference is not as big. It's interchangeable, and they all
It's not
overlap.
interchangeable. It's not
Okay, tell
interchangeable.
me
It's
what is
not.
ethnic group.
A
Hold
tribe.
on now. Let
Let
me
me tell
explain what is
you.
ethnic
You
group.
can
Now,
have
tell me the differentiation
ethnicity
between
within
both.
tribal. You can have ethnic within tribal. That's what I'm telling you. So they are not the same.
Yes.
In Yoruba, we have Ijesha. We have all these things. They are ethnic group within Yoruba tribe.
Exactly. Now
And
we know
in
that
Wow,
Igbos,
you
I
just
hope
argued
you know that
against yourself. You just argued against yourself. No. He said there are ethnic groups within tribal, but the moment they go, you said you can have tribes, but the ethnic group is at the top or something like that. That's how I understood what you said. Then he just went and said the ethnic groups are subgroups of the tribe. You could call them a clan. I don't know why you call them ethnic
So
groups
is
in the
Biafra an ethnic
tribe.
group? Is Biafra an ethnic group?
Biafra is
Biafra is not.
a
Is
geographical
not.
expression, really, of a people that wanted to express it in the 60s or so. However, the Igbo people are a tribe.
Okay. So Biafra is just a geographic expression by Ujuku.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
not a
political
geography
movement. It's a political
expression. It's a
movement.
So
It's a
Iglo,
separatist. You want to call it a separatist movement that believe in, it's like Zionism.
Biafra is like a Jews. Biafra is like the Jews. There are people who believe on one cause. They are in one area that they believe that this is where we came from. This is where we are. This is a thing that you can use to identify us. There was no Nigeria now. Nigeria started in 1960. So before
but there was
Nigeria,
no Biafra too now. There was no Biafra.
but we belong to a place before. We belong to a place, right?
Nigeria was
And
created
we are
before.
all still there.
So that is why I said when you say Biafra is not the same because we're not speaking the same language. In the north, are they speaking is it only the language that can make them the north? They have,
but they are
still have
not. The north is just
the same
what's the
geographical
word?
word too. It's a geographical word too.
Eh?
The north,
It's a what?
the north is still the
Okay,
same.
listen, bros. You are not. Your argument is not.
Who is
What's the word?
shuffling all over the place right there?
Listen, a knot is just an expression of. It's a what's the word? Geographical expression. Not just like south. You understand? South include your southwest, south, southeast. So south north is like on your map is a geographical expression. Well, Biafra is not.
Sorry. Let me correct something there. I think this is something that we in Nigeria, I think I dispute anyway. I don't like it. The North, when we refer to North, is actually more of a political expression as we know it today in Nigeria. Because when you say Benue is the North, that's a political expression. It's not geographical. The geographical north of Nigeria starts from Abuja North, and geographical expression of the south from Abuja South. And if for me, that should be the new political paradigm. Because the truth is, the geographical south of Nigeria tend to be Christian, and the geographical north tend to be Muslim. I don't know why they moved the geographical.
What you are, I don't know where you are creating your own, and I didn't know where you are getting this for your north and south of Abuja, and then that the north should be Muslim and the south should be Christian. Where are you
Not
getting
should,
this one?
not should. It's what it
That is not
is
what
now
he's
on the
saying.
ground.
It
I'm
is.
saying
It
that
is
is what it
not.
is now on
It's
the ground.
because come to the southwest and come and tell us that you cannot have Muslim among the southwestern. What are you
No. I'm
talking?
not saying you cannot. I'm not saying you cannot.
Well,
I'm
in the
saying that.
southwest, where you have almost 50-50, and you are telling me that
No,
not.
Siba, calm down. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is what I see on the ground is that the real north
Even
in
no.
Nigeria
Let me tell you,
is from
whatever we say,
Abuja
if you say
North.
we should not be saying things based on our emotion. This one that you say came southern Abuja and northern Abuja. Where did you get this one?
Because Abuja was chosen specifically because it's at the center of Nigeria. So when you want to express geographical north as north, you have to remove
This
Benue and
geographical
all the others from
expression,
it.
I hope you know that this geographical expression has been in place even before Abuja was created. So I
That's why
don't
I
know
call
where.
it.
And then the
Hold on.
people that
That's
created
why I call it a
Abuja,
political
they didn't say
expression. It's
you
not a
use
geographical
Abuja.
one.
Excuse me. They didn't tell us that they will use Abuja to divide us into north and south. You are the one assuming this. It's
No.
just
I'm
based on
not
your own
assuming it
assumption.
now. Just hear me out. See, I'm saying that was more of a political expression than a geographical one, and it's not even a religious one. Because if you look at Benue, they are mostly Christians. Many of the states just before Abuja, they are mostly Christians. So why is it that we call them the North when religiously and ethnically and
It's
everything
because
else, they are mostly Southern?
it's you that think that the demarcation is based on religion. That's why you are saying it.
No, it's not
The
based on
demarcation
religion.
is
It's
not based
based
on
on
religion.
politics. That's my point. And that politics
But
is
you cannot now be
advantage in the
using
South.
religion to justify your maybe disagreement with the divide. You can't
No,
use
it's
religion to do that.
not only religion, it's also the geography of it. There is something wrong with how can you have a state? You say, okay, we won't have, let's say a simple example, one slice of bread. You take just 10% of the bread and you say that side is south and the other side is the north. That's
To be
not how
very honest, man.
it doesn't work like that. It's actually I'm telling you what that is actually disadvantaging the south. When you have a large landmass, well more than half of
Like I
Nigeria,
have one
you call it
question,
the
man.
north.
So you seem like you also be complaining about so much about the Islam, the North, everything. Do you also agree that maybe we should split the country? You know?
No, I don't agree with that because I also understand that there are other people out there that want to do us in. So you can't mistake. See, if you want to solve a problem, go for the problem. Don't pretend as if you just go with sentimentalism.
Okay,
The truth is,
but it can be a scenario where you agree that we should split the country. You know, maybe it's a scenario. You know?
a scenario where we've conquered we've determined our ability to survive, where other people are not going to be able to influence our decision making. Yes, you can worry about like the way the European Union is. That you can
Okay.
break up
Let's say we all agree.
entire
Okay,
entities.
wait. Let's say we all come to a point where we agree to split Nigeria. How would you want it to be split? Like how would you?
Believe you me, not how I would, because I don't even have a say in it. The argument and the discussion will be long, and in short, they will split along state lines, almost like state lines they are now, or maybe a little bit
What
less.
would you like? You, for example, what country would you want to be part of?
I'll be part of multiple countries because I'm part of
Come on
multiple
now.
areas. You see, that's a problem.
So
That is a problem.
let's say today now the major ethnic groups in Nigeria, okay, they want to split, and they all agree that they want to split. So you like, where would you put yourself? Like,
where would the major parties? Whom are the major ethnic groups? Yoruba, Igbo, and this and outside. Is that what you're saying?
okay, let's put it this way. Let's say the three major tribes say they want to stand alone on their own territory. Now the rest of the whatever say, okay, they have to decide for themselves, where they want to go. Or
Then the
like,
two major tribes can go on their own now. Let them go and do their three major tribe thing while the others do their own thing too.
so you won't join Biafra, you won't join.
Why would I join them? There's no reason. Do you know how many nations that are in Nigeria?
If Iglo was there, the guy will rush you. Iglo was calling you Biafra.
No, he can say whatever he likes, but it's not. Because the truth is, many other groups are, as a matter of fact, the minorities in Nigeria are bigger than any of the individual major groups. That is how crazy Nigeria is. And this is what this Wazobia thing has distorted our politics. Every group is a minority. It's just that the size is different.
That's why I was arguing with Thomas now. Was it the other day? Thomas was like, yeah, Yoruba, Igbo, and I said, no, there are other people here, man. You can't, you can't just...
so many groups in Nigeria. I was shocked when the more you start looking into Nigeria, you start finding out there are too many groups.
So Nigeria, you know what I would blame? Like, the fight has always been between the majority tribe, and the way that we just ignore the minorities. Some of them will just speak on behalf of the minorities,
Yeah, they do that.
My problem is, you know what the problem is? The minorities themselves, they keep quiet. For example, when Nigeria decided to name Money Wazobia, whenever they are erecting statue of Nigerian ethnic group, they put three tribes, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. But then the rest of you keep quiet. So
they
you have yourself to blame.
They didn't keep quiet because at those times things were not very clear cut, and you know how people used to behave then. Everybody just ride roughshod over the other person, and that's what got us in this mess that we are in.
Let me even tell you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. You know there are some tribes in Nigeria now. Let's say the Nope. You will find them in 5 states in Nigeria. 5 states. Even if you want to divide along states, that's what is a very big problem. The thief, they are in Benue, they are in Nasarawa, they are in Taraba, they are in Plateau, they are everywhere. They cut across the coastal regions of Nigeria. Yeah. They are in Udo, they are in Delta, they are in Edo, they are in Rivers, they are everywhere. So how do you settle those people?
Exactly. And which nation is going to agree for the Jaws to cut them out of the sea, out of the ocean? Because if the Jaws are in the coastal region and they say we want to form our own nation, it will cut out all the other people from the ocean, and they will not agree. The argument is going to be like crazy. And it's good that Mike asked this question, because if you start looking deep into how the argument is going to happen, it's like, okay, it's never ending.
I've said it. The only thing that can solve the problem is for all of us to remain one and find solution to our problem. But if you are talking about division, or let us do regional, that time when regional was working, they divided into 3. Now, even before the coup, Midwest had already even broken away from the south and from the western region. So now the regions cannot even work any longer. The so-called political zone, they are just all heterogeneous group of people that we just group together as North Central or South. It's to me, I don't know.
Do you think somebody just mentioned something important? He said he just cut across from the eastern across the Niger to the. Do you know when and he also mentioned when the Midwest was created? You know when the Midwest was created, right? The Jaws were part of the Midwest, right? So now, do you think that has to do with the reason why the Jaws in the Southeast, when they saw their own brother in the Midwest, right? Not under Yoruba anymore. Do you think that's the reason why the Jaws, the Adakabura, and all of them They wanted to break away from the Igbos.
No, I don't think that is it. I think he just generally saw that their resources were being taken to other parts of the country and they were not developing. That's
No, what I'm
just
saying, the Ijaws were part of the Midwest, the new Midwestern region that was created.
okay.
So
Okay.
now the old Midwest was under the Southwestern region, right?
Yeah.
Then they broke away, right, from the Western region. It became their own region. So it was
Mm,
all minorities came together to form one region, right? So now
mm,
the other Ijaws that are on the other side, they are still under the big Eastern region. And all
mm.
of a sudden, they were the ones spearheading the breakaway of the Eastern region. Do you think that plays a role in that? Maybe because they saw
I
they
doubt
are.
it because if that was the case, they would be fighting for regions, and I think they probably would have gotten it. But the problem was that they were fighting for secession completely from Nigeria, so it
You
was
know,
deeper
to
than that.
Niger, the Jaws, they are just like Fulani. They don't have a permanent place. They are fishermen that move from place to place, and that's why you see them spreading all over the place.
Wow. Fulanis,
I just a big
Fulanis conquer the people. You just have been there. They are described as there's
No,
a
I'm just talking about like they migrate from place to place. That's what I just liking it. I'm not
they
talking
are not
about their behavior.
migratory actually. They are not actually migratory. I think what you ascribe to be migratory is because they have yeah, they do have this fishing culture where they travel afar to, but they have a base. They have their bases. If you look at the bases that tend to be in the coastal
They have
regions
their kingdoms.
and
They have
Bayelsa,
kingdoms.
they have a big population in Bayelsa there. So they do have their bases, their main places. It's not like nomadic tribe where they just roam through the whole this country and stuff like that. They don't do that. So yeah, that's it. Just point is that it's going to fail if you try to break Nigeria up, and this is the problem. We've looked at Nigeria in so many different angles. You find that the moment you want to argue for breakaway, you're going to have 10, 20 countries come out of Nigeria.
You can even have 100. You can have 100.
Everybody will be like, I want my own country. Oh. I'm not staying with your next door neighbor. You will be surprised, even some parts of the southwest and southeast, they will want to break away from each other because everybody is still no. Some of them will feel like we have this irredeemable differences. We can't go with you.
To me, to me, the easiest way to deal with Niger problem is all these kingdoms, including the small kingdoms, including villages, anywhere where they have traditional rulers, just give them autonomy. Okay, control yourself. You're under this big country called Nigeria, but rule yourself according to whatever you have in your soil. Just have your complete autonomy. You understand? The only thing is, we just have one military in Nigeria. And then when there is dispute between kingdoms, and then the rest of us will come and help them solve their problems. But give them complete autonomy, just like the way we were before the European came. Like these tribes, they're just ruling themselves, governing themselves. Let's have them kind of like the United Tribe of Nigeria. Just have them back to ruling themselves. Let their kings rule them. Let them solve their problems. So that way they don't point a finger at somebody else saying, that one have my problem. Let them design their own education, design their own tradition, their religion, whatever. Just let them have it. And then the rest of us, we go to their territory. We know we are more like visitors, and we live by their rules. If you can't live by their rules, hey, they have the right to expel you away from there. So just give everybody that freedom. It
The
won't.
problem, the
And
problem
will
with
keep
such
Nigeria
system,
going. Hmm?
the problem with such system is that they are easier to take apart. You see, nations that exist like that, you find that they tend to degenerate very, very, very quickly.
In what?
If you look at that's why you don't see so many confederate states, except you are the pinnacle superpower that you can afford that kind of luxury. Because the reason why is because any other power that is around can take you apart very more easily. And this is, if you look at the strongest nations today, they are the most like unitary kind of nations where they tighten the grip of the nations. And the truth is that many people may not like the idea that okay, yeah, you are being dictated to and you are being controlled by the center. But in reality, the outcomes for those nations are actually better.
No. To Nigeria, the center will be very powerful militarily, and also we have uh, uh, the center will be more like everyone, right? Coming from like we appointed from people that will be in the center will be people appointed from all tribes, right? They will be governing the center. But however, in each region, each ethnic group, we still have their complete autonomy. However, now within that ethnic group, if their laws are being whatever laws it is that's being violated, whatever, or maybe there's a dispute, the center can intervene. You
Mike,
understand?
Mike, you know what will come? You know the problem that will come with that, because if you say they should have representative at the center, then they will not be telling you that okay, oh, our own, like let's say Yoruba or Hausa, that are very big, and then you have a minority, like let's say Ishekiri in the Niger Delta. Now, how many representative would they have?
It won't be
Will you
relevant
not
because
say
the center will not be powerful or having any rule over any region or anybody. So it won't even be relevant. The only thing the center will just be for is can their role be more like okay, we are this one country and defense, kind of like a defense. You understand? Okay, security. The center will be designed mainly for security and also to make sure that
oh,
okay, there's a dispute, right? When there's a dispute, right? Maybe there's a clash between bordering ethnic group. Let's say the Jos and the Shekiri are having clashes, and that's when the center they will not bring their case to the center, and the center will judge their case for them. So the center will be more like just to make sure that no one dominates the other, and also the entire nation is protected. Just the military, but as far as governance, complete governance, just give it to the individual kingdoms to have a complete governance of their kingdoms. And then when they say abuse within the kingdom, maybe the rulers in that kingdom is now abusing the people or they say uprising the kingdom. And that's when the center will now come in to intervene to solve that dispute. You understand what I'm saying? So nobody will have beef with the center because the center is not interfering with your life.
our
All the
our
center is
problem
doing.
does our problem does our
Add this
problem
one
does not have
quickly
a solution.
so that we don't. I think the solution is
Sinaja, you
very.
understand what I'm saying? All the center is doing is just
Let me
providing
just say.
security.
Let me just add what I wanted to add. I think what I wanted to add was that the true system that will lead to a more stable outcome for the entire country of Nigeria, and it will take into account our diversity and our religious differences, is when we transmit the power to the people, like the way the Swiss have done. What the people have the power to make laws, the people have the power to cancel laws, the people have most of the decisions that are made by the state is determined by the people themselves. That way you
But the
remove
people are
all
different
the
in Nigeria.
barriers. But that's the point. That the people themselves can determine that, even if they are
We
different.
can't be on the same page. We have two different mentalities, man.
See, but that's the point.
Everybody mentality is different. The mentality of a Yoruba man is different from the mentality of
What
an
is
Igbo
your
man,
problem with
Igbo man,
that?
Ijaw man. So we can't dictate. The thing is, the people cannot
What are
dictate
you
what they
talking about?
want.
They are the ones that can make the laws. The
No,
majority
Tunaja,
wins.
the law that an Igbo man wants is different from the law Yoruba man wants. It's different from the law Ijaw man wants.
Then
We all
make the
have
law.
different.
No. You can make your law based on, let's say you say anti. But that's my point. Whatever you want to do, if you keep doing it so that the sides are separated and moving in different direction, you're just buying time. In time, there's still going to be conflagration. You're going to have problems. If you
I don't
bring it to
but
the
see.
center, let me finish what I'm trying to
Okay,
explain.
finish. Yeah.
If you have a situation whereby, let's say, the northern youths prefer so and so thing, they want so and so thing to be done, and the southern youths don't prefer that, what is going to happen is that when they carry out the vote, the northern youths win, they get what they want. If the south vote, and if the vote is carried out and the south wins, then the northern youths won't get exactly what they want. So that is the way it works within nations.
Okay,
And
now that we vote when Tinubu win, you guys not trying to burn the country now. So it's always people
that is
always
not
be
what is happening now. You see, you can't make
the
false equivalences.
dissatisfaction will always be there. The dissatisfaction will,
Of course,
and
there will be
also
dissatisfaction, but you have the
okay, you
best outcome
yourself you
because
were complaining
everybody's having
about
their
Muslim.
say.
Wait, you complain about Muslim having too many babies now. Very soon their vote they'll just be dominating votes
I'm
and
not
everything.
complaining that they are having. I'm complaining that the South is not planning for it.
Exactly. So you see, you're proving my point now because it's always going to be that imbalance. So that's what I'm saying. We have to do something about these differences and where people don't feel threatened by
The
other people.
imbalance, the way you deal with the imbalance is to make it so that everybody has their say. You don't put one king over somebody. Sooner or later, you're going to have a problem. And as a matter of
What
fact,
do you
these
mean one
kings,
king over who? What do you
let
mean?
me tell you something. These leaders that you are supporting and the Hausas, they have to have their own. If you do that, you are taking people out of you are imposing structure that differentiates the people. What you are saying that the people are
What do you
different.
mean? Differentiate who?
Let me
Which
explain to
people?
you now. What you think that people are very, very different. What is going to what is going to happen over time when you have such a system in place where the people have their say? They will be overriding the rules of these their elders. All these people whom are technically their oppressors. They will be overriding it because the poorer people in Nigeria now. That's why
But that should
Mama
be.
H.O.
Wait,
Hold
wait.
on now. Mama
The
H.O.
rule
talks about.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Are you saying the rule within the region, or within national territory?
Yes, within the country itself, most of the
Ah.
groups you are saying that they should assign power to, they are technically oppressors of their people.
No,
Depending on how you
really.
look
They
at
are
it.
not different from the
Hold on
center.
now. How do you think they all came to power? The Oba and all of them. They are all telling their poorer people what to do.
But are you saying the government of Nigeria is not telling us what to do? It's the same thing, right?
That's what I'm saying. But when the government of Nigeria is the people,
It's what?
the decision making will start changing. If the government of Nigeria is generally the people that make most of the decisions, the system will start changing and reflecting what the people actually truly want. That's what I'm trying to highlight, because what the Swiss are doing is that the people can make a law, they can override a law, they can take their MP back, and they appoint leaders. The president is basically 7 of them at a time, and then they will select one person to just represent them each year among the 7 of them. So you can see how a structure whereby
So you're saying Nigeria gives everyone freedom?
Yes.
Against their own kingdoms, their traditional rulers, basically.
Not against, for the people. And the
Yeah,
reason why
but you can do the same thing within ethnic nations now. It doesn't have to be the way it was 100 years ago. We can have a new system within ethnic nations. Like, okay, the same power you had in Nigeria, you have it within your kingdom and everything like that. You know, it's not going to be like king, he just really over you like they were doing back in the old days where king, we just determine who dies, who lives.
there's some logic to what, maybe there's a truth in between both.
Yeah,
we have to adapt
people always think I'm saying,
needs.
whenever I say that, people always think I'm saying we're going back to primitive ways. Like, okay, well, no, we're not going back. It could be a new system within the kingdoms. Like, okay, now, this kingdom, the Ijaw people, the Igbo people, whatever, Yoruba people, whatever, your kingdom, but your people, the people still have same power, like over the traditional rulers, the same kind of power, democratic power, all those kind of things. It doesn't have to be the old.
When Mama H.O. says that there are 2 classes, the oppressed and the oppressors, this is this kind of stuff that will unravel the oppressors, this in dominance over the people. Yeah, they will still have influence, of course, but the people now will know that, you know what, if we don't want certain things, they can vote for it. Like,
yeah, we can do within. To me, I just think the ethnic differences and the clashes, it's not going to go anytime soon. Look at for example, this is a big example in Lagos. For example, when the people of the Yoruba feel like this is my territory, and some people are telling you no, it's not your territory anymore. It's no man's land. All these things going to be happening.
You know what?
Listen,
maybe there are some dangers in it, because
it will still happen in.
See, I'm looking at some dangers. Like, you know, when many of our
So how do you deal with that kind of situation now? Like some other ethnic group feeling like, okay, because this is Nigeria, it's no man's land. I can insult you. I can disrespect your culture. I'm a Nigerian. You know, so
no. You see, you can't insult people, because by that time, you know what the people will do? They will vote for a hate speech law, because they don't want people to be causing problems.
Let me give you another scenario. Why I tell you this Nigerian thing? It's like disaster waiting to happen. Do you know that Nigerian constitution gives governors power over traditional rulers? Where a governor can decide to dethrone a king within, you see how the Ganduje dethrone the emir of Kano because he didn't like him. Okay, now do you know also anyone can become governor? You can become governor in Anambra State. The Anambra people vote for you, or if you can, you know that, right? Or state that you're not from. You know, you can become governor in Lagos or even governor in Osun. Okay, let's say now one day. Wait now. Okay, let's say you saw the scenario in Lagos where most people just voted against the will of the king in Lagos and stuff like that. Let's say one day, as we are going now with this whole one Nigerian thing, let's say somebody from another tribe become the governor of Osun State, and he say, okay, he wants to dethrone the Oni of Ife and put somebody. You see where I'm going? Like,
Yeah, it's not going to matter.
or it's very okay. For example, in Lagos, for example, like this guy, what's his name? Vivo, that guy. He doesn't understand the Yoruba tradition. The guy was calling the tradition they were doing, he called it diabolic. He was just talking rubbish about it, but he doesn't know that it's an ancient tradition where the king, the Oba of Lagos, they have to do all those things. So if that guy would have become governor, he could have just said, I ban this thing, or the Oba challenging and say, he and the Oba of Lagos might have clash, and he say,
Yeah,
okay, you know what,
and he
I
shouldn't.
dethrone
And
you.
why is it that the Yoruba governor can do it and the other one cannot do it? The point is
No,
that
what I'm saying is
let me make the point I wanted to make. The point I wanted to make was that maybe it's a mistake that the state itself decided to preserve these institutions the way they did. Maybe they should have defined it even more, because
They
some
should have
countries,
what?
what they do, some countries they completely decimate it. They remove all these things completely
So
from
we
this
should.
thing.
So are
It
you
is part of the
suggesting we should
history of the
remove?
country. No, hold on. It is part of the history of the country, but they completely remove it because it's archaic. It's not that relevant to where we are right now. The culture remains the same,
Really?
but the houses of power don't remain there anymore. Because most countries that have
So
done it, they are
wait.
not imploded.
Let
They
me
were
see if
created
I
once
understand where you are going. Are you saying we should remove all these traditional institutions? We should get rid of all the traditional rulers?
I'm saying that sooner or later, maybe that will be the best solution that will actually
Really?
resolve most of all these things. Yeah, because there are countries that, see, when we say this, there are countries that have done it.
So
That
because
have said, you know what, we don't
they
want all
have
this
done it,
archaic
we have to
stuff
do it in
anymore.
Nigeria.
No, because if it becomes a problem, let's say because they have too many of them, and let's say we did it like the UK. Now, one of my suggestions was that they should have a situation like the UK where they have the House of Lords, where you have the traditional rulers have a say whereby they can come together and vote on issues related to the country. Like, I think that may suit Nigeria from your point of view, where you have like traditional leaders have their own votes in the form of House of Lords. What the House of Lords does is they are the final body that makes a decision in the UK. When they pass a law from the House of Commons, it gets to the House of Lords, then they will say, oh, they will check it and say, oh, is everything okay? Is it okay for us for this country? Boom, we'll sign it through. But the House of Commons in the UK has the ultimate power. If they feel like the House of Lords is messing with their rules, they will pass the law, I think twice or so, then the House of Lords cannot stop it anymore. So that is how they do it. The House of Lords is there to guide them, and that House of Lords have hereditary
So
positions.
what do you suggest with Nigeria? How do you suggest
I think you can have a situation whereby you have the House of Kings instead of Lords. You have House of Kings whereby the rulers of different all these traditional rulers they are also part of the decision making of the state,
of the
like the
state?
House of Assembly. Yeah, because they remember they are also custodians of the culture and everything. So they will look at the laws that are being passed. If it's not very good, they feel like this is not good for this area.
It should be
They
part of
can
the
vote it
governance,
down.
basically.
Yes, they can vote it down. But if it's okay, if they feel like it's okay, most of the laws they will vote it up. They will
But
let
in
it
the
go.
case of Nigeria today, the traditional institution are not even part of the governance. They're not even recognized.
Exactly, that's my point. If you want to, if you either
So
do away
now,
with them,
but
or
the
instead of
disaster.
humiliating them
But
at every turn.
okay, but do you see what the disaster is? But the people are still part of the tradition. They still look to the tradition. They still recognize the tradition.
I think it's
The Nigerian state,
overstating
the
the
Nigerian
power of
state.
those institutions.
You see the disaster in Nigeria. You see the danger. The Nigerian state does not recognize a traditional institution, but the people of the tradition recognize it.
They recognize it, but it's not as powerful. That's why they even recognize churches more.
Okay, for example, in some places, people even worship. They see their king as the supreme.
They see their
In many
king
parts
as
of Yoruba land,
but they can remove their king as they see fit and all. See, all these things we are doing, it can be changed very quickly. We've seen nations transform
change.
themselves. Yeah,
So
it was like that in Rwanda once.
you are
Rwanda is
telling
not like
me
that today.
you are telling me that it will be best if we just eliminate all our the tradition, just follow these new ways. Is that what you're saying?
How do you think these traditions emerged in the first place? They too eliminated something.
No.
When it's time for
For
change,
example,
you change something. What needs to be changed?
No. I was. I think maybe we need to go and study our tradition. Our tradition was there from the beginning of creation, beginning of time.
Existed from the beginning of time. Yeah, you believe that. See, they remove something else and replace it with some other thing. If it was around from the beginning of time, believe me, they will be controlling the entire world by now. The truth is that they remove
the thing
something
is,
else.
and that's why I see the disaster. I expect the disaster in Nigeria, like in the future, because some people want to keep who they are. They want to keep the tradition for life. They see as a danger if they lose it, and some people believe it should be eliminated.
I
So,
think you can eliminate. I think maybe what you can do is you can maintain the position but strip all powers from it in terms of, and you shouldn't have the ability to remove them. The people will use their own traditions to remove them. This idea where a governor can just come and remove them. But the problem is that you have to, the reason why governments do that is because they feel that those people are exerting power. And that is the problem. They don't want two powers in the state or in the country. You either give them real power or you don't give them power at all. This in a middle road thing seems to be creating that friction where you see governors just insulting this thing and treating, people that actually people respect and consider them
so let me ask you a
custodians of the
question.
heritage
So
badly.
do you think a governor? I see your insignia. It's a Benin signal right there. So do you think, let's say, from your position, I agree that you don't mind that anyone should be able to be a governor in any state in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you think if a guy, let's say a Fulani guy, become the governor of those states, you'll be fine with that, now, according to the way you want it. You want to want Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you think if the guy now decide that, okay, he wants to eliminate or he wants to close down the palace of Oba of Benin and eliminate the institution, would you be okay with that?
If they want to, yeah. If you feel like that, okay.
Or you want
No
to
one,
bring the cow. Or you want to bring the cow.
no one individual can
You want
just
to
close
bring the
the
cow
house of
to
Nigeria.
Benin.
What kind of question is that? No one individual can just change the constitution and say, I want to wipe out the house of royals or whatever. You can't do that. But if
No,
personally, I
states
feel
can
like
make their
they need
own
to do
laws.
away
No,
with these
states can make
things.
their own laws in Nigeria. Yes.
See, Europeans, when they were here, they decided to keep this thing because it's convenient for them to help them control the people. What they should have
No,
done.
let's not shift the goal. Let's not move to European. I'm just saying.
I'm
I'm
just
trying to
saying.
paint
I'm
a
just saying
scenario
that
for
from
you.
my
So
own
what
point
I'm
of view.
doing here is not an argument. I'm just trying to paint a scenario because the thing is, in Nigeria, we are not really looking at pictures. We are just moving. We are not proactive people. We are not proactive. We are not looking at scenarios that could play out sometime in the future. It's like we are just a country existing. We don't know where we are going.
This is why I'm
We
looking
are,
at
we are
that.
not,
This is why I'm
and
saying that
I'm
either
trying
we
to
should do
paint
away with
scenario
these
for you.
things.
Listen, I'm trying to paint scenario for you because at one point these things can play out as we are going. Because one day a guy as a Fulani can just become governor in Edo State, and he can just say, "I'm a Fulani Muslim. I really don't like this Edo tradition. This Benin tradition is really." Or you can just pass on to him like, I need to get rid of this. And he can just say, okay, he wants to permanently eliminate the Benin monarch system
No,
and
but
get
he
rid of
can't
it.
now. The constitution doesn't allow him to do that. What are you talking about?
Hmm?
You are making a false equivalence. The constitution doesn't allow governors to have the power to eliminate the system completely. It's the center
But
that can do that.
okay, but the constitution allowed the governor to dethrone the king, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you can systematically do it by saying, okay, let me dethrone the king and put a guy that I know that aligns, agree with me that we should eliminate the tradition and make that
Yes.
guy the king. And that guy internally, as the king of the place, will start throwing away all the traditions, all the just trashing everything, get rid of everything.
All that is possible right now too. So it doesn't make any difference. But when you are choosing somebody to replace a king that was dethroned, you have to choose somebody along the line. You can't just bring somebody
No,
from nowhere and stick in them there.
n-
You have to bring somebody within the bloodline or the
no,
chiefs or whatever.
what if somebody within the bloodline of that family has already aligned with the governor that, okay, yeah, let's get rid of you. Or let's say a scenario where he's willing to take, he's a corrupt guy, like whatever the governor give him money and he can, as long as the governor can pay him to do anything, we do it. And the governor already bought him to use him to eliminate those things and he's willing to do it.
But that can happen right now. They can compromise the governor of any state that is, let's say, for example, Yoruba, they can compromise him and get him to remove a governor, and then it can happen right now. So it's not a
But the
viable argument.
the thing is, right now in Yoruba land, for example, like before you become governor, you gotta be. They make sure you're someone that really understand the tradition there, and you have fear of it. You know, that's why we know. Like the thing is, maybe the future generation of Yorubas may think otherwise, but present day Yoruba person born and raised in Yoruba land has a lot of fear of of
I
the
think
king.
you are making stuff up. All you need is one person to be able to compromise it. The truth is that people like governors that are able to remove these leaders. I don't think they
You're
should
right.
have.
We almost had him in Lagos with Vivo, that guy.
They
Because
shouldn't
he
have
was
power to
great. He
remove
doesn't even speak
leaders like
Yoruba
that.
language. He doesn't know anything about tradition. He just see that. So to him,
And he wants to become governor of Lagos
exactly.
State.
To him, the whole thing is to the guy. The whole thing is rubbish. The whole festival, the whole all those things is rubbish to him. He
He
doesn't. You
didn't
understand?
say it was
Yeah,
rubbish. You
it's
are
called
using
it's
your
called
own
it's called
judgment.
Oro fetish. It's called
Exactly.
Oro
So
fetish.
if the guy would have become governor, he could have just looked for ways to just.
This
He could
Labour
have looked for ways to
candidates call it
dethrone the
Oro
Oba
fetish.
and put. You could have even make maybe
Stop
one
making
Igbo guy
stuff
the Oba of
up.
Lagos. Do you know the guy? The guy could have just say, you know what, Lagos is no man's land. I want to. This Oba he doesn't like me. Let me
You are
dethrone.
busy living in the 14th century.
He will
Keep
go and
living
bring
there.
one of
Let that.
If I put one Igbo guy making the new Oba of
See,
Lagos,
if I was a European, do you know how transformed the Europeans are themselves? They are the most powerful group in the world, and yet look at how transformed they are. They are not the way they used
so
to
would
be.
you have a problem with that? If let's say Vivo becoming governor, right? And he decide that okay,
Anybody can be governor of any state.
Let me ask you, Vivo. Let's say Vivo had won that election, and he decided that he wants
Why
to
you call
dethrone
people Gbadebo?
Gbadebo. And he decided to dethrone the Oba of
Oba of
Lagos.
Lagos.
And then maybe one of his cousins, that's full-blooded Igbo guy, he say, hey, maybe the new king. Bonnie, he say, I'm a Lagosian, so Lagos is no man's land.
That guy can do that. That guy can do that.
He decided to say, let's have the first Igbo Oba, the first Igbo king of Lagos. and he dethroned Oba Akiolu. And then he announced the new king of Lagos, and he used Bible to show him.
And if you don't Legushi, Oba Legushi.
He dethroned Oba Legushi and make one Calabar guy, the new Legushi of Lagos.
Man, you are really painting crazy
And
scenarios that is
the guy will have power to do it.
Not
That's
even on the cards at all.
But the guy will have power to do it though.
No, he doesn't have the power to do it. Some of the things
What
you
do
are
you mean?
saying, I've just said it just now. If you remove a king, you have to put another. Yeah, you can sack them, but you have to replace it with somebody close to the line too. Just like
no. The guy said Lagos is no man's land.
Is there no Lagos is no man's land now?
You see, when people say no, Lagos is no man's land, they are saying it in the context that Lagos is a metropolitan city
that guy
has far more
do it.
foreigners in there than people that are indigens. That is the truth
This
of the
guy
situation.
is not talking in any contest. There's no contest to it.
That's the context he was saying here. Of course, they know Lagos. Where did they go to for Christmas? Is it in Lagos? Why do we act as if we don't know what people mean? They know the way they came from. When they say Lagos is no man's land, they are talking about it from the context that it's a metropolitan city that has far more population that are not Lagosians.
It's offensive to we Yoruba now.
It's offensive to you. I understand that. I've actually said it to them that you should be saying
so
that.
I got a question for you then. So when the Lagos Parliament are trying to make law to protect the indigenous, so why do you guys have problem with that?
Because of the language the Obasa guys used, he was using it. He wasn't trying to protect the indigenous, more like trying to thwart other groups. And if it was the indigenous, he was protecting specifically, and the law does not counter this. It's consistent with that of the Nigerian constitution. That is fine. There's no reason you can favor indigenous of the state as long as it's not based on tribe, like in terms of they are only Yoruba people and even people that come from.
So what if we decide? So what would be wrong if we decide to say this is Yoruba land? So this law will favor Yoruba people.
That's against the constitution of Nigeria.
What do you mean?
It's against the constitution of Nigeria.
How is
You
it
can't
against
pass
the
a
constitution?
law to favor a group of people.
A region.
Yes, you can't pass a law to favor a region.
Thomas.
It's against the law.
Adewale. Yeah,
How you
Adewale.
doing?
Let's say Adewale. Wow.
That
You
kind
are
of
still
stuff will
there.
be explosive. You might as well declare Biafra. You
Yoruba
might as well
land now.
declare
Why can't
Oduduwa
they make law
Republic.
to protect the Yoruba people?
Thomas, I thought you wanted to shut this thing down around
Don't mind these
2
people.
hours
Don't mind
ago.
them.
No more
Don't mind
gbadun,
them,
man.
bro.
Adewale, you go and sleep
You
now.
can't make a law. Don't mind him. If you are not ready to talk,
I
you
cook
sit
here
down
to
there
that guy
with
I've been
your
listening to you
church
guys.
system.
I've been on since
I'm
6
cooking to
o'clock.
Nigeria.
And
It's not. Oh God, you're not turning to dark busy now. Cooking.
I'm cooking.
What?
You're still going to sleep and join Dr. Damages in the morning.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
Why not go to bed
it's
and sleep?
Adewale, so you care about my presence on Dr. Damages now?
Of course, I know you always take over from him, but at least how many hours would you sleep? You guys have turned to the watch night. I heard Thomas earlier say, I'm going to shut this thing down. At that time, I was in the La La Land, only to wake up again. I was like, they're still
Yeah,
here.
we are still here. No, I think Mike was bringing up some
All of a
interesting
sudden,
points.
all of a sudden, the discussion points range from politics to religion, religious to Jesus wasn't Christians. Or at the point I wanted to interject, I said Jesus must be a Babalawo there. He was not Christian, and everything was just snowballing into one ridiculous discussion to another. Anyway, good job, guys. Good job.